Chapter 1. Lu Huan. How audacious you are to trespass into Lady Lin's chamber at such a late hour. What are your intentions? A chilling voice echoed in Lu Huan's ears. He glared indignantly at the speaker, the esteemed elder of the Lu family, Lu Jingtong. Simultaneously, mocking laughter rang out around him. What could a grown man possibly want in a young lattice room at this hour? Surely it's for that trivial matter. Young lady? I say, brother, you must be mistaken. Lady Lin is but a decrepit old crone with no cultivation. Perhaps Lu Huan simply has a penchant for the grotesque. To him, an ugly and aged hag might still appear as a comely maiden. The voices belonged to the young scions of the Lu family, gathered around to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, the subject of their derision, Lady Lin, sat on the ground, her expression vacant and her disheveled attire telling a tale of distress, silent tears streaming down her face as if she bore an immense grievance. Her corpulent, aged, and unsightly visage would repulse anyone who dared to look upon it. In truth, this so-called Lady Lin was no noblewoman at all. She was merely a servant tasked with cleaning the latrines for the Lu family. Now, she found herself the unfortunate victim of Lu Huan's midnight intrusion. Lu Huan was seething with rage, desperately wishing to counter and defend himself. Alas, his body had already been rendered useless by Lu Jingtong. Not only was he reduced to a mere shell of a man, but he was also denied the opportunity to voice a rebuttal. All he could manage were anguished, incoherent cries. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Lu Jingtong's eyes as he rebuked, Lu Huan, since you choose not to defend yourself, I shall take it as an admission of guilt. You audacious wretch, Lu Huan, for your brazen intrusion into Lady Lin's quarters. The evidence is irrefutable. You shall suffer the punishment of castration and flaying. Bring forth the instruments of torture. Immediately, Lu Jingtong's subordinates produced the instruments of torment that had been prepared in advance. The men present shuddered at the sight of the implements, fear and dread washing over them. What a lively scene! At that moment, an arrogant young man, clad in finery and accompanied by a provocatively dressed woman, sauntered in. Young Master Lin. Lu Jingtong's eyes lit up upon seeing the young man, and he hurried over like a sycophant, whispering in a tone only Lin Bai could hear, Young Master Lin, everything is proceeding as you instructed. Lu Huan will surely be disgraced. Well done. Lin Bai nodded in satisfaction, giving Lu Jingtong a casual pat on the shoulder as he leisurely approached Lu Huan. Casting a glance at the instruments of torture nearby, he involuntarily shivered, though his eyes sparkled with a thrill of vindictive excitement. Then, leaning closer to Lu Huan, he whispered with malicious glee, Lu Huan, I heard you have quite the fondness for the room of the Holy Maiden Su. Allow me to indulge you. Compared to the Holy Maiden Su, this toilet-sweeping hag from the Lu family should be far more titillating, don't you think? Hee, I meticulously selected her, for you no need to thank me. Lu Huan struggled fiercely, resentment radiating from his gaze. He could never have imagined that the one truly orchestrating his downfall would be Lin Bai, whom he had once considered his closest ally in the Tianjin sect. Lu Huan, though not the most gifted disciple, had been a mere outer disciple. However, as a transmigrator, he had been well-versed in the nuances of modern humor, coupled with his handsome appearance, made him quite popular among the ladies of the sect. The Holy Maiden Su mentioned by Lin Bai was none other than Su Shaowan, the sect's celebrated maiden. Younger than them, she was at an age ripe for mischief and fun. Due to his humor, he often found himself in her company at the Holy Maiden Palace. Who could have foreseen that this would become the very reason for Lin Bai's betrayal? His return to the Lu family had been at Lin Bai's suggestion, and yet he had unwittingly stepped into a trap that had been laid for him. He cursed himself for being blind, for not discerning Lin Bai's true nature sooner. At that moment, the provocatively dressed woman, previously nestled against Lin Bai, finally caught sight of the so-called Lady Lin, her face contorting in disdain and scorn as she approached. Brother Lin Bai, I never imagined Lu Huan would have such tastes. Indeed, Ying, I too was astonished that my erstwhile brother would stoop so low. Lin Bai quickly feigned shock, adopting a look of pity as he pretended Lu Huan was pleading for his life. Lamenting, Brother Lu, I am truly sorry. This act of yours is indefensible. Hence, even I cannot save you. One must pay for their misdeeds. But fear not. If you survive the castration and flaying, I shall ensure your life is preserved and care for you for all eternity. Brother Lin Bai, you are so benevolent. Even after Lu Huan's vile actions, you remain steadfast. The woman, Lu Ying, gazed at Lin Bai with admiration. Ha! After all, Lu Huan is my brother, Lin Bai declared with an air of superiority. Unable to refute, Lu Huan felt a deeper disgust than the shame of being falsely accused by Lu Jingtong. He understood all too well the implication behind Lin Bai's words. It was a clear message. He had best pray for a swift demise under the torturous punishment, for otherwise, Lin Bai would ensure his remaining years were a living hell. Woe is you, Lu Huan, with Lin Bai treating you so well. How dare you cast him a venomous glare? I was truly blinded before, nearly falling for you. Luckily, Brother Lin Bai rescued me from the pit you represent. Lu Ying suddenly exclaimed, her face alight with relief. Lu Huan's heart sank further upon hearing this. Lu Ying had once been the most ardent and vivacious girl pursuing him at the Tianjin sect. Once, she had nearly lured him into her true chamber. Yet, after that day, she had vanished from his life. At the time, he believed his rejection had caused her heartache. Now, it became evident that Lin Bai had been the puppet master, whisking Lu Ying away. Curse his blind eyes. Had he recognized Lin Bai's true nature back then, none of this would have transpired. Young Master Lin, it is time for the punishment to commence. At that moment, Lu Jingtong approached again, offering a reminder. Very well. Lin Bai sighed theatrically, deliberately taking Lu Ying's delicate hand and turning his back, feigning reluctance to witness his brother's suffering, while reminding him, Brother Lu, you must endure. I have prepared healing elixirs. If you can withstand the two punishments, I shall rescue you at the first opportunity. With a brutal rip, Lu Jingtong tore Lu Huan's clothing apart, the sound echoing ominously. Simultaneously, a cold electronic voice resonated in Lu Huan's ears. System? Lu Huan was momentarily bewildered. He had been traversing this realm for over a decade, and the system chose now to awaken? Yet, he recognized that this was not the time for contemplation. Signing in for salvation was of utmost importance. Sign in. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully signed in. Reward. Indestructible body. Indestructible body can elevate the Bodis defense to surpass 3 major stages above the Master. 3 major stages of defense enhancement? A look of ecstatic joy spread across Lu Huan's face. His cultivation had been obliterated by Lu Jingtong. He was now as defenseless as an ordinary person. Yet, the indestructible body granted him the defensive prowess of a 3rd-tier core formation expert. Such power was reserved for the esteemed elders of the Tianjin sect. In the Tianwang continent, cultivators were categorized into various stages: body refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit division, integration, and great ascension. The Tianjin sect stood as the foremost sect in Qingyan County, boasting a disciple count in the hundreds of thousands. However, the majority of outer disciples were relegated to merely the 1st stage of body refinement. Both he and Lin Bai had once been at the 8th level of body refinement. Even so, Lu Jingtong, the elder of the Lu family, still sought Lin Bai's favor. For despite being the elder of the Lu family, he possessed only the cultivation of the 6th stage of body refinement. This illustrated the stark disparity in the Lu family's strength. Yet, Lu Huan found himself puzzled. After all, he was a disciple of the Lu family. Lin Bai, an outsider, possesses the same level of cultivation as himself. Why, then, should Lu Jingtong choose to ally with an outsider to slander him? Lu Huan, unable to comprehend this, grew weary of pondering the matter, for the truth would soon be revealed. With the formidable defenses of a core formation expert, there was no way that the two inept individuals, Lu Jingtong and Lin Bai, could harm him with mere ordinary instruments of torture that lacked any significant rank. Even if he were to lie here for a millennium, allowing them to unleash their myriad skills upon him, it would be nothing but a foolish dream. With a resounding clang, the sound of metal clashing suddenly erupted. A dim golden light enveloped Lu Huan's form. To his astonishment, he noticed a notch appearing on the torture instrument in his hand, which resembled a kitchen knife. Lu Jingtong was rendered speechless. Impossible. A wave of intense unease surged within him. With a face contorted in rage, he gritted his teeth and swung the torture instrument once more, desperately striking at Lu Huan. One blow after another. Clang, clang, clang. Bang. Crack. At last, the torture instrument could no longer bear the strain after sustaining several notches. It shattered into sharp fragments that scattered in all directions. Thud! The shards tore into Lu Jingtong's flesh, leaving gaping wounds. Yet he appeared oblivious to the pain, standing there in a daze. What was happening? Lin Bai, hearing a cacophony of clanging sounds behind him, was disappointed not to hear the anticipated cry of agony from Lu Huan. This left him quite displeased. Turning in confusion, he was met with the sight of an unscathed Lu Huan, who wore a mocking smirk upon his face. Lin Xiao, it seems your strikes are ineffective. Lu Jingtong, snapping back to reality, cried out in despair. This kid is too peculiar. I clearly rendered his Dantian useless before, yet he is still able to wield his techniques. Lu Huan's smile incited Lin Bai's fury. Useless trash, allow me to take over. Lin Bai unsheathed his long sword, a standard first-tier weapon issued by the Heavenly Sword sect, and viciously lunged it toward Lu Huan's body. Lu Huan, unfazed and at ease, effortlessly freed his hands from the iron chains binding him, resting his head upon them. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated once more. Although the standard sword issued by the Heavenly Sword sect was a first-tier weapon, it was still merely Theta first-tier. In the hands of Lin Bai, a mere wretch, it could barely inflict harm upon a slightly stronger cultivator at the 9th level of body refinement. How could it possibly pose a threat to Lu Huan, who possessed an indestructible body? Bang! At last, the standard long sword shattered under Lin Bai's relentless assault. The lethality of the shards from first-tier artifact was even more terrifying. As it splintered, one shard pierced through Lu Jingtong's chest, continuing its trajectory for dozens of meters before finally embedding itself in the wall, coming to a halt. Several other shards tore through Lin Bai's white robe, leaving bloody trails upon his frail body. At that moment, Lu Ying, who had been facing away from Lu Huan, curiously turned her head. What she beheld caused her face to flush with embarrassment, her eyes fixated in shock upon a particular spot on the ground, her legs twitching uncontrollably before she collapsed. Lin Bai, already seething with anger, followed Lu Ying's gaze, his ire intensifying as his eyes turned blood red with fury. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The restoration level of the Dantian stands at 52%. It appears that to expedite its recovery, I must seek formidable adversaries to enhance my cultivation. Lu Huan cast another glance at the courtyard, only to suddenly realize that Lin Bai's presence had inexplicably vanished from the once embedded wall. When did this rascal slip away? Lu Huan felt a surge of irritation. He had intended to utterly incapacitate Lin Bai. Such a scoundrel could never be spared. Who would have thought he would manage to escape? Damn it, relying solely on the Vajra bodyguard technique without sufficient cultivation is indeed insufficient. I failed to notice even the slightest commotion. Cursing inwardly, Lu Huan contemplated for a moment and resolved to venture into the mountains near the Lu family estate to hunt some demon beasts. Aiming to fully restore his Dantian. If fortune permits, it would be ideal to also regain his cultivation before hastening back to the Tianjin sect. That scoundrel Lin Bai has undoubtedly returned to the Tianjin sect in secret. You think that by returning to the Tianjin sect, you can evade retribution through the sect's regulations. Just wait. Once I return, I shall elevate the Vajra bodyguard technique to a level that can withstand the old monsters of the nascent soul realm. Lu Huan vowed through gritted teeth. As Lu Huan departed, a dust-covered figure cautiously emerged from the ruins, gazing with a complex expression in the direction Lu Huan had gone, silently sighing. Lu Huan, do you truly believe that Lin Bai is the sole instigator behind this incident? The Qingmu mountain range, the largest mountain range near the Lu family's Qingmu city, is renowned for producing a type of third-tier spiritual plant known as the Xianyu Qingmu. Over a century old, the Xianyu Qingmu can yield its core, which can be refined into the mirror-breaking pill necessary for advancement to the core formation stage, upon arriving at the entrance of the Qingmu mountain range. Lu Huan encountered a small marketplace established by some external cultivators that he paid it no mind, and was about to venture into the mountains alone when a somewhat puzzled voice suddenly called out, "Lu Huan." Lu Huan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over at a charming young girl clad in a red training outfit, her hair styled in a bun, stared at him with wide, sparkling eyes, incredulity etched across her face. "Saintess, what brings you here?" Lu Huan asked, astonished. The girl was none other than Su Xiaowan, the saintess of the Tianjin sect, whose presence had incited Lin Bai's hatred towards him. "I've come to train," Su Xiaowan declared with her hands on her hips. Tilting her head proudly, Lu Huan felt a wave of exasperation. Although the Qingmu mountain range and the Tianjin sect are both located in the Qingyan prefecture, the distance between them is such that even a core formation expert would require nearly 3 days of flight to reach. While Su Xiaowan is indeed the saintess of the Tianjin sect, her current strength has only just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, the demon beast in the Qingmu mountain range. Famed for the Xianyu Qingmu are hardly suitable for someone of her level to train against, not to mention, there are far more appropriate locations for her to cultivate near the Tianjin sect. Noticing the skepticism in Lu Huan's expression, Su Xiaowan puffed out her cheeks adorably and huffed, "Are you looking down on me again? I am at least a foundation establishment cultivator. Can't I come to the Qingmu mountain range to train?" If Su Xiaowan's eyes hadn't betrayed her uncertainty at that moment, Lu Huan might have actually believed her. "Sister Xiaowan, who is this fellow that dares to look down on you? The saintess of the Tianjin sect? Shall I, your brother Feng, teach him a lesson?" At that moment, a young man who had been squatting beside Su Xiaowan, inspecting the wares at a nearby stall, stood up, adopting a condescending posture as he looked at Lu Huan. "Zhou Xiaofeng, I warn you once more, do not refer to me as Sister Xiaowan. And you are certainly not my brother Feng. If it weren't for my uncle's insistence, I wouldn't have bothered to sneak off to such a distant place with you." Hearing Zhou Xiaofeng's words, Su Xiaowan's fair face flushed with anger as she sternly admonished him to. Yet, as she reached the end of her admonition, she suddenly realized she had let something slip. Quickly, she adorably covered her rosy lips with her small hands. Casting a furtive glance at Lu Huan as she cautiously asked, "Lu Huan, you didn't tea here anything, did you?" Lu Huan rolled his eyes. Previously, he might have considered clinging to the saintess's coattails to ascend to greatness and perhaps even marry a wealthy beauty, justifying his reincarnation. However, Lin Bai's jealousy had enlightened him to a crucial truth. Women are often sources of misfortune. With a system at his disposal, why squander time on women, as the saying goes? With no woman in heart, the sword is drawn with ease. Lu Huan waved his hand and continued deeper into the Qingmu mountain range, assuring the saintess, "Fear not, I have heard nothing, and I did not see you today." Su Xiaowan watched Lu Huan's retreating figure in a daze. The sensitivity of her youthful heart allowed her to sense something amiss. It seemed Lu Huan was beginning to disdain her. Is it because of Zhou Xiaofeng? Su Xiaowan's mood soured further. Zhou Xiaofeng was an inner-sect disciple from the 5th-tier power, the Zhenhua Pavilion. While the Zhenhua Pavilion ranks at the 5th tier, the Tianjin sect is merely a 7th-tier power. As the revered saintess, she would not even meet the requirements to enter the inner sect of the Zhenhua Pavilion. However, Su Xiaowan was aware that she was still quite young, only 15, and she had confidence that with her innate talent, by the time she reached Zhou Xiaofeng's age in his 20s, she would easily surpass mere inner sect status, perhaps even becoming a core disciple or a prodigy of the sect. Yet, for now, she was not. The Zhenhua Pavilion is renowned for its weapon refinement, and her uncle is a peak core formation expert. He sought to enlist the elders of the Zhenhua Pavilion to craft a magical artifact. But alas, they paid him no heed. In desperation, he resorted to leveraging his niece to seek treasures. Su Xiaowan was loath to comply, but her father, mother, and other family members had repeatedly impressed upon her the importance of her uncle acquiring a treasured artifact for the family's elevation. Still innocent, having been the cherished jewel of her family and sect, she had never faced hardship or adversity. She cared deeply for her family's feelings. Even though she was reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced, this time. Accompanying Zhou Xiaofeng to the Qingmu mountain range was ostensibly for harvesting the Xianyu Qingmu's core, but in truth, it was to forge an alliance with Zhou Xiaofeng, hoping to leverage his influence to solicit his master as assistants. Although Zhou Xiaofeng was merely an inner disciple, his master was none other than Master Qian Shuo, one of the top 3 weapon refiners in the Zhenhua Pavilion, possessing nascent soul cultivation while achieving the level of a 4th-tier weapon refiner. In the Tianwu Kingdom, he was regarded as exceptionally gifted in weapon refinement. The Qingyan Prefecture was but a minor county within the Tianwu Kingdom, yet it was highly likely that he would ascend to the ranks of the top 100 weapon refiners on the Tianhuan continent. Anyone who made it onto that list would be coveted by the major powers, treated as a guest of honor. Thus, Zhou Xiaofeng would undoubtedly leverage his master's reputation to become a favored figure in the eyes of many. The Su family's desire for Su Shaoan to befriend Zhou Xiaofeng was not without ulterior motives. If Su Shaoan were to truly become Zhou Xiaofeng's partner, the benefits for the Su family would extend far beyond merely acquiring a powerful artifact to elevate their status. It could lead to soaring heights. Of course, these were matters for another day. The Su family was aware of Su Shaoan's nature and had not yet broached such topics with her, knowing her innocence. Otherwise, she would never have agreed so grudgingly to her family's wishes while simultaneously harboring such dissatisfaction towards Zhou Xiaofeng's demeanor. Were it another girl who understood the underlying motives, she would have likely already taken the initiative to approach him. Right? Lu Huan was blissfully unaware of these matters and had no inclination to concern himself with them. Upon entering the Qingshan mountain range, his attention became wholly captivated by the formidable beasts that resided there, particularly those whose strength surpassed his original cultivation level. His initial cultivation was at the 8th level of body refinement, which also served as the system's reward threshold, even though his cultivation had been rendered null. Leaving him devoid of any power, it did not deter his focus. Soon, a swarm of pinnacle first-tier Qingshan ants came into view. These creatures, emblematic of the Qingshan mountain range, were renowned for their strength and defense. However, being merely pinnacle first tier, they posed no threat to Lu Huan, who possessed the indomitable diamond body technique. My little treasures, I have arrived. Lu Huan chuckled softly before charging forward. The Qingshan ants exhibited a strong territorial instinct. Upon noticing Lu Huan's sudden advance, dozens of them lined up, resembling cavalry charging forth on a battlefield. Despite their diminutive size, akin to that of a fist, the swarm unleashed a formidable assault. Clang, 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 thud, thud, thud. However, the ensuing clamor of clashing metal rang out as the Qingshan ants collided with Lu Huan. Triggering a counterattack from the diamond body that a significantly greater force rebounded, sending the ant swarm tumbling to in an instant. Several of the foremost ants were caught between the onslaught, crushed into a mere pulp. Congratulations, Master, for vanquishing the enemy. Reward: 1 year of cultivation. Congratulations. The system's notifications echoed like a production line, filling Lu Huan with delight. He promptly allocated this newfound cultivation to restore his Dantian in less than a minute. The repair of his Dantian surged from 52 to 64. However, this merely indicated the restoration of his Dantian, not an enhancement of his overall power, so Lu Huan refrained from excessive elation and continued his endeavors. Half an hour later, he had successfully countered the entire swarm of Qingshan ants. The news of such a feat, should it circulate, would undoubtedly astonish many. How could it be believed that a person whose Dantian had been obliterated could retaliate against a swarm of Qingshan ants, which would compel even second-tier Foundation establishment cultivators to retreat? With the demise of so many Qingshan ants, Lu Huan accrued a total of 53 years of cultivation. This meant his Dantian had not only been fully restored, but he additionally gained 5 years of cultivation. Haha. Feeling the restoration of his Dantian, Lu Huan couldn't contain his laughter, tears of joy streaming down his face. Although it had only been a single day, the torment of having no cultivation and being rendered powerless in the face of danger was an experience he never wished to endure again. System, expend all 5 years of cultivation. I must elevate my power. Lu Huan clenched his fists, determination etched upon his face. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a colossal surge of energy erupted within Lu Huan, violently coursing through his limbs and bones. The searing pain contorted his features into a grimace. He gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the agony. If he could not withstand this, then despite possessing the system, he would merely be a burden. Minutes passed, and the pain subsided. Lu Huan opened his eyes, drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to him uncomfortably. He quickly located a nearby river to wash himself and donned a fresh outfit stored within the system space. The system came with a spatial feature. Though currently limited to a cubic meter, it could be expanded with further cultivation. Before departing from the Lu family, he returned to his home to gather necessary items, then began to assess his recent gains. Second-level body refinement. Lu Huan furrowed his brow. 5 years of cultivation had only elevated him to the second level of body refinement. After traversing to this world, he had joined the Tianjin sect at the age of 12, and now, at 18, he had elevated his cultivation from the initial second level to the 8th level over 6 years, in a sin of 6 tiers. Yet, if one accounted for rest and tasks, The actual time spent cultivating was less than 2 years. He had managed to achieve a 6-tier increase in just 2 years through hard work. So how could it be that 5 years of system cultivation yielded only a 2-tier increase? This was incongruous. Roar. At that moment, a furious howl echoed from a distance that a severely wounded fire silver wolf dashed forth in panic. Upon spotting Lu Huan, its blood-red eyes flared with a vicious intent. It abruptly raised its forelegs, unleashing 2 fireballs aimed directly at Lu Huan. Thud, thud. The low thud struck Lu Huan's chest, leaving him momentarily breathless. Instinctively, he raised his fist to counter. Bang! A force unlike anything Lu Huan had ever experienced surged from his fist, crashing down upon the fire silver wolf. The creature let out a pained wail as it was sent hurtling backward. Disbelief flashing across its crimson gaze. It could scarcely comprehend how a mere second-level body refinement cultivator could launch it, a second-tier beast, into the air. Boom. The fire silver wolf smashed through dozens of trees before finally hitting the ground. Lifeless, its eyes wide open, filled with shock, confusion, and rage directed at Lu Huan. Congratulations, host, for slaying a formidable foe. Reward. 50 years of cultivation. The system's alert chimed again. Yet Lu Huan paid it no mind. He gazed at his own fist. Astonished, he was certain that the power he had just unleashed, despite being merely at the 2nd level of body refinement, far exceeded the strongest force he could have summoned at the 8th level. Could this be the true effect of the system's cultivation? Lu Huan inhaled sharply. Before he could further contemplate, the sound of rapid movement approached from the direction the fire silver wolf had come. Is it them? Lu Huan frowned in irritation as he recognized the figures of Su Xiaowan and Zhou Xiaofeng, whom he had encountered at the entrance. Without uttering a word, Lu Huan turned to depart. Stop. Unfortunately, Lu Huan's desire for discretion was thwarted as Zhou Xiaofeng, having observed the fallen fire silver wolf, bellowed angrily and rushed toward him. You wretched creature. Who gave you the audacity to slay the fire silver wolf I had my eyes on? Zhou Xiaofeng's fury was palpable. Although the fire silver wolf was a 2nd-tier beast, it possessed unique abilities to detect fire attribute materials within a certain range, making it highly coveted by weapon refiners. He had believed it would be within his grasp, but now it lay dead. How could he not be enraged? Wretched creature. Lu Huan, initially prepared to leave, turned back with a glint of coldness in his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion. Just then, Su Xiaowan leapt forward, her face flushed with anger as she chastised Zhou Xiaofeng. You speak nonsense. Lu Huan only has the cultivation of the 8th level of body refinement. Even if the fire silver wolf were injured, it is still a mid-2nd-tier beast. He could not have done this. You shall not cast aspersions upon Lu Huan. Zhou Xiaofeng cast a cold glance at Su Xiaowan before redirecting his frigid gaze towards Lu Huan. I offer you 2 choices. Either compensate me with a fire silver wolf, or become my slave, taking the place of the fire silver wolf. Zhou Xiaofeng's expression was one of grotesque ferocity, his lips curling in disdain, entirely dismissing Lu Huan, who was merely at the 2nd level of body refinement, compensation or enslavement. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lu Huan's eyes as he silently intoned. System, expend all 50 years of my cultivation. I wish to elevate my prowess. A surge of energy, magnitudes greater than before, erupted from within Lu Huan. Zhou Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning even more contemptuous. So you possess forbidden elixirs. I underestimated you, a mere 2nd-level body refiner. But what of it? I am a pinnacle genius of foundational establishment. With a dismissive scoff, Zhou Xiaofeng's actions belied his words. He lightly propelled himself forward, covering a distance of 10 meters in an instant, and swung his fist, a sinister intent aimed squarely at Lu Huan's chest. Spirit suppression fist. The violent shadow of his punch descended like a meteor, instilling sheer terror. Lu Huan remained stationary, having chosen to accept the 50 years of cultivation, appearing to onlookers as if he were paralyzed with fear. Zhou Xiaofeng's sycophants erupted in laughter, mocking. Young Master Zhou is incredible. A mere ordinary move has rendered this trash utterly stunned. I can't fathom where this 2nd-level body refiner found the audacity to provoke young Master Zhou. It's sheer folly. They reveled in the spectacle of Zhou Xiaofeng obliterating such worthless beings. The blood mist that followed an exquisite art form in their eyes. However, Su Xiaowan had not anticipated that Zhou Xiaofeng would truly strike Lu Huan. Her beautiful visage revealed a moment of shock. Quickly morphing into fury, drawing her long sword with haste, she shouted, Zhou Xiaofeng, how can you do this? Cease at once. If you dare harm even a hair on Lu Huan's head, I will kill you. The young woman lunged forward, sword poised to stab Zhou Xiaofeng in the back. Get lost. Zhou Xiaofeng's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he bellowed fiercely. With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike. A faint blue energy coalesced into a palm imprint, crashing violently against Su Xiaowan's longsword. With her cultivation at the first level of foundational establishment, she was woefully outmatched by Zhou Xiaofeng, who stood at the pinnacle of that realm. The resulting impact sent her sword flying, and her body was hurled backward into a massive tree. With a resounding crack, the tree, which required several individuals to embrace, splintered upon impact as Su Xiaowan's petite frame collided with it, eliciting a pained groan as blood spewed forth. After collapsing to the ground, she appeared quite wretched, her injuries and disheveled hair resembling a beggar on the street. Yet, she paid no heed to her disarray, hastily retrieving a small porcelain vial from her bosom. Pouring its healing elixir into her mouth, her pallid complexion swiftly regained its rosy hue. Once again, she sprang to her feet, gritting her teeth and clenching her fists, charging at Zhou Xiaofeng anew. Though innocent, Su Xiaowan was no fool. She had come to realize that Zhou Xiaofeng's aggression towards Lu Huan was likely deeply entwined with her own presence. This revelation was unbearable for her naive heart. Above all, she could not allow Lu Huan to perish before her eyes due to this incident. Su Xiaowan, do you truly seek death? Zhou Xiaofeng felt the renewed assault from behind and seethed with rage. Just as he prepared to retaliate once more, his sycophants finally reacted. The leader shouted while rushing towards Lu Huan, "Young master, this ungrateful wench doesn't know her place. You handle her as you see fit. We'll take care of this insolent trash, just a worthless piece of refuse, and I already had to intervene. If I cannot swiftly resolve this, and it requires your assistance, where will I save face?" Zhou Xiaofeng seethed with indignation, completely disregarding Lu Huan. He accelerated his movements. With a whoosh, his fist blurred through the air, creating a thunderous sonic boom. Finally, Zhou Xiaofeng's fist connected with Lu Huan's chest. Wait. A sudden surge of intense danger surged through Zhou Xiaofeng's heart, compelling him to instinctively glance aside. Boom! He beheld a pair of indifferent, icy eyes, glaring back at him amidst a golden radiance, strikingly bright. Before he could contemplate further, an enormous fist erupted from within the golden light. The force emitted was at least double that of his own strike. Zhou Xiaofeng realized it was too late to defend himself. In an instant, he felt overwhelming power surging into his body. Ah! The excruciating pain forced a harrowing scream from Zhou Xiaofeng as his body was uncontrollably launched backward, faring even worse than Su Xiaowan, who had been sent flying by his palm. Zhou Xiaofeng's sycophants stood frozen in shock, gazing incredulously at Lu Huan, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Could it be a mistake? How could our young master be the one sent flying? He is a pinnacle genius of foundational establishment, while this Lu Huan is merely at the second level of body refinement. Just then, several of the sycophants snapped back to reality, a shadow of dread enveloping their hearts as they turned to face Lu Huan's mirthful yet sinister gaze. One sycophant, merely at the 8th level of body refinement, let out a blood-curdling scream, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from sheer terror. Run! The remaining sycophants, acting on instinct, attempted to flee, but the next moment, darkness enveloped their vision, and consciousness eluded them entirely. Having expended 50 years of cultivation, Lu Huan's prowess surged to the pinnacle of body refinement, rendering him at least several dozen times stronger. Both his power and speed rivaled even those of mid-level foundational establishment cultivators. The most formidable of these sycophants ranked only at the 2nd or 3rd level of foundational establishment. They could hardly hope to match Lu Huan's velocity. One punch dispatched each of them into oblivion. Lu Huan exhibited no mercy towards these individuals. You have some nerve. Zhou Xiaofeng, hurtling several hundred meters away, was struck by terror at the sight of his sycophant's gruesome demise. Previously, he had looked down upon those he tormented from Lu Huan's perspective. Now, with their roles reversed, Zhou Xiaofeng finally comprehended the terror that those cultivators felt in their final moments. No, I cannot die. I am not one of those worthless beings. I am a true genius of the True Fire sect. I cannot perish here. Zhou Xiaofeng screamed in horror within his mind. Suddenly, clarity struck him. He was a pinnacle foundational establishment cultivator. He could fly. Ha! I can fly. I shall not die. Zhou Xiaofeng desperately summoned the spiritual energy within him, lifting his severely injured body into the air, erupting into maniacal laughter once more. Fly. Lu Huan cast a glance at the towering trees surrounding him. Without uttering a word, he plunged forward, his unparalleled speed transforming his form into a mere shadow. In an instant, he darted beneath a massive tree, bending his legs to leap onto a branch more than 10 meters high. With a swift push off the branch, he accelerated, raising his fist to charge at Zhou Xiaofeng, who hovered in midair. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Xiaofeng's heart raced uncontrollably. After all, he had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The infusion of spiritual energy enhanced his speed far beyond that of Lu Huan. With a whoosh, his body soared over 100 meters high. Yet this time, he dared not linger. Lu Huan's unpredictable actions filled him with trepidation, as he feared that remaining there would lead to his demise at Lu Huan's hands. He felt akin to the wolf who had been repeatedly bested by the cheerful goat, fleeing desperately while hurling threats. Lu, just you wait. I will definitely kill you, as he watched Zhou Xiaofeng flee. Vanishing from sight, Lu Huan grasped a sturdy branch and, after a few spins, steadied himself, gazing wistfully at the spot where Zhou Xiaofeng had disappeared. What a pity to let this fellow escape. Zhou Xiaofeng of the True Fire Pavilion. Is it? I shall remember you. Lu Huan executed several agile leaps, descending from the treetops with grace. Su Shaoan stared at him in utter astonishment, her expression betraying her disbelief. How could your strength be so formidable? Yes, Lu Huan replied with a smile, extending his hand to help Su Shaoan to her feet. Thank you for your assistance earlier. Although the situation had been instigated by Su Shaoan, her willingness to risk herself to save Zhou Xiaofeng had genuinely touched Lu Huan. Despite its futility. In an instant, Su Shaoan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted with indignation, You must be mocking me. Absolutely not, Lu Huan replied earnestly, shaking his head. Saintess, it would be prudent for you to return to the sect immediately to recuperate. Lingering could lead to complications. I understand. Are you returning to the sect now? Su Shaoan inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I won't be returning just yet. I still intend to hone my skills in the Qingmu mountain range. That makes sense. Su Shaoan nodded dejectedly, muttering to herself, You've quietly enhanced your strength so greatly, surely in preparation for the Luyan mountain ruins a month from now. Work hard and strive for a breakthrough to foundation establishment. Here, take these Yuan Ling pills. I must return now. Luyan mountain ruins? Lu Huan's eyes lit up. Had it not been for Su Shaoan's reminder, he might have completely forgotten about this opportunity. The Luyan mountain ruins were the most anticipated event in Qingyan County. Rumored to be a secret realm discovered by a fallen elder of the nascent soul stage, who had left behind his legacy for future generations to uncover. Thus, only cultivators at the foundation establishment level were permitted entry. However, despite numerous attempts, no one had yet discovered the legacy within. Nonetheless, the secret realm was known to harbor many precious medicinal herbs, particularly the vital Lu Xing grass, which was essential for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and had been frequently found by those exploring the realm. This place had thus become a focal point of expectation for foundation establishment cultivators in Qingyan County, who were content with merely obtaining the Lu Xing grass, even if they could not acquire the elder's legacy. Thank you for the reminder, Saintess. Please be cautious on your journey back, Lu Huan said with a gentle smile, his eagerness propelling him deeper into the Qingmu mountain range. Are you just going to leave like that? Su Shaoan gazed after Lu Huan, who had vanished in an instant, her expression growing increasingly forlorn. Perhaps she thought of herself as a fallen woman for having associated with someone like Zhou Xiaofeng. Sighing, Su Shaoan turned away, her demeanor reflecting a profound sense of loneliness. Little did she know that Lu Huan's hasty departure was driven by his desire to elevate his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, thus qualifying to participate in the Luyan mountain ruins. Once Lu Huan evaded Su Shaoan's gaze, he began to assess his recent gains. Defeating Zhou Xiaofeng had rewarded him with 100 years of cultivation. Defeating Zhou Xiaofeng's lackeys added another 3 years. In total, that was 103 years. System, please consume all this cultivation experience. I wish to continue advancing. Upgrade failed. NO refining body stage breaking mirror pills detected. Huh. Lu Huan was taken aback. He had only heard that breaking mirror pills were required starting from the foundation establishment stage due to certain changes in spiritual energy, but he had never anticipated that they would also be necessary to break through the refining body stage. This didn't make sense. His strength had already reached 10,000 newtons, 10 times greater than that of an ordinary peak refining body stage cultivator. Why would he still need breaking mirror pills? Refining body stage breaking mirror pills can assist the host in expanding their dantian. Where on earth can I find breaking mirror pills for the refining body stage? As soon as the system's response came through, Lu Huan ceased to ponder. The dantian was of paramount importance to a cultivator. A bowl-sized dantian and a basin-sized one could hold vastly different amounts of water. Naturally, He would not settle for a mere bowl-sized dantian when he could aspire for a basin-sized one. Please proceed to the Tianjin sect's alchemy pavilion to sign in.is. This leading me back to the sect. Lu Huan thought it odd. He had just declined Su Xiaowan's suggestion to return to the sect together, only to find himself appearing there shortly after. Surely, she would misunderstand. But what did it matter? Why should he concern himself with a woman's thoughts? With a mutter, Lu Huan turned and sprinted back in the direction he had come. Meanwhile, Su Xiaowan, whose injuries had yet to fully heal, moved at a sluggish pace. Suddenly, she sensed a violent aura, akin to a tornado, whirling past her. Curiously, she turned to look and beheld the chaotic path left behind by a third-tier demon beast, the Qingmu Iron Bull, as it charged forward. Ugh! Su Xiaowan gasped, her face reflecting sheer terror as she dared not even draw a breath, fearing she might attract the attention of the Qingmu Iron Bull. Unbeknownst to her, a man, having rampaged through the Qingmu mountain range and finally arriving at its entrance, paused, glancing back with a puzzled expression. Did I just see someone familiar? Lu Huan did not dwell on this for long. The allure of the system's sign-in task was evidently far greater. After spending nearly half a day, he finally made his way back to the Tianjin sect. The sect remained as it always was. And Lu Huan smiled as he walked directly towards the alchemy pavilion. Sign-in location detected. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. This was the moment he had been waiting for. How could he possibly pass it up? Sign in successful. Alchemy skill activated. Lu Huan opened his attribute panel out of curiosity and indeed found that a new interface had appeared on his previously simple panel. Function: Alchemy level. Level 1 remarks. Capable of refining all first-tier pills. Boom. Just as Lu Huan finished reviewing the information, a torrent of vast knowledge exploded in his mind. When he regained his senses, he discovered he had absorbed nearly all known methods for refining first-tier pills in the Tianwang continent. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found the existence of the breaking mirror pills for the refining body stage, comprising Qingmu vine, giant whale flower, and the inner core of a second-tier demon beast. Lu Huan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had heard of the Qingmu tongue and the giant whale flower. They were relatively common first-tier materials. Even if one were to purchase them, it would only require a few hundred spirit stones. However, a second-tier monster's inner core, good heavens, that was an entirely different matter. After all, a monster's inner core was akin to a human cultivator's golden core. Yet, for a human cultivator to possess a golden core, they must elevate their cultivation to the third stage of the golden core realm. By the same token, a monster must also reach the third stage to possess a demon core, although rumors suggested the existence of second-tier monster inner cores. Such tales remained unverified. Just then, Lu Huan suddenly recalled a mission that had appeared in the task pavilion of the Tianjin sect. Without a moment to ponder, he dashed towards the pavilion. The task pavilion was a dedicated venue for the Tianjin sect to issue various missions, providing their disciples with opportunities to earn contributions and resources for the sect. Contributions were highly valued by the sect, especially when disciples advanced their status. The requirements extended beyond mere cultivation. A certain level of contribution was also mandatory. This was indeed the most bustling place within the Tianjin sect, where outer disciples, inner disciples, and even core disciples congregated. After queuing for a while, it was finally Lu Huan's turn. Eagerly, he inquired, "Sister Yin, may I ask if the task regarding entering the Black Sky Cave to seek the Cave Master is still available?" "Indeed. You wish to?" The sister behind the counter, an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect, instinctively began to respond but suddenly realized something was amiss. She lifted her head in shock, exclaiming, "Lu Huan, are you trying to get yourself killed?" The task of the Black Sky Cave Master is meant for those at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, or even for early core formation elders. This Sister Yun had previously been an avid listener of Lu Huan's anecdotes and was well aware of his character. She certainly did not want this charming and humorous disciple to throw his life away. Sister Yun was so taken aback that her voice nearly drowned out the clamor of the entire task hall. In an instant, numerous disciples surrounding Lu Huan widened their eyes and turned to look. Who was this Lu Huan to dare accept such a task? Hadn't they heard Sister Yin warn him of impending doom? He must be a foolish outer or inner disciple. TSK. The task of the Black Sky Cave Master had nearly claimed the life of Lu Qi, who was merely at the early core formation stage. How could this mere 8th layer of body refinement dare to undertake such a challenge? He was only at the 8th layer of body refinement. Goodness, have outer disciples become so reckless nowadays? Who would dare to accept the Black Sky Cave Master task? Amidst the crowd's mockery and speculation, a disheveled old man, resembling a beggar, suddenly charged out from the back of the task hall. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sister Yun's face paled, and she hurriedly stood up, stammering, "Manager Lu, no one wishes to accept this task. Manager Lu, Lu Huan intends to take on this task." Simultaneously, a raucous voice echoed from the crowd. "Who is Lu Huan?" Manager Lu immediately disregarded Sister Yun, turning to survey the other disciples. Sister Yun's complexion turned ghostly white as she frantically gestured to Lu Huan, urging him not to step forward. After exchanging a reassuring glance with Sister Yun, Lu Huan, maintaining his composure, took a step forward and declared, "I am Lu Huan. You wish to accept the Black Sky Cave Master task? Very well, I shall escort you there immediately." Manager Lu's eyes lit up as he seized Lu Huan's hand and soared towards the entrance. Sister Yun collapsed in her chair, a look of despair etched on her face as she muttered, "It's over, it's over. Why must this foolish boy seek death by accepting this task?" Growing increasingly agitated, Sister Yun barked angrily, her gaze sweeping the assembled crowd. Who the hell was it that spoke so carelessly? Step forward. Sister Yun was a Peak Foundation establishment inner disciple. Had it not been for certain unforeseen circumstances, she could have easily become a core disciple of the Tianjin sect. No1 dared to respond. Remembering that it was Lu Huan who had helped her overcome her past shadows only fueled her anger further. With a resounding bang, she slammed her palm down on the counter. Crash! The counter disintegrated into a pile of powder in an instant. Her icy gaze swept over everyone present. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I shall remember each and every one of you if anything befalls Lu Huan. You shall all await your reckoning when I return." With that, Sister Yun transformed into a shadow and raced out of the task hall, determined to follow and rescue Lu Huan from Manager Lu's grasp, unbeknownst to the already airborne Lu Huan, who was being whisked away by Manager Lu. This very Manager Lu was the same one who had barely escaped death in the Black Sky, caved out a cultivator at the third layer of core formation. He ranked among the most powerful managers within the Tianjin sect. No1 knew what he had encountered in the Black Sky Cave. Upon returning to the Tianjin sect, he had become increasingly deranged, only regaining a semblance of normalcy when the words Black Sky Cave Master were mentioned. Given his status as a top-ranking manager, the higher-ups of the Tianjin sect were keen to see Lu Qi return to his former self, thus deliberately refraining from removing the task from the pavilion, hoping someone could complete it and restore Lu Qi's sanity. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon hearing the mention of the Black Sky Cave Master, Lu Qi would become even more unhinged, completely overlooking Lu Huan's abilities and sending him straight into the cave. Fortunately, this task was one that Lu Huan had been fervently eager to undertake, possessing a genuine chance of success. After all, the reward for this task was a second-tier monster's inner core. Most others would likely have been too terrified to even contemplate such a venture. The Black Sky Cave lay far from the Tianjin sect. Even Manager Lu, a cultivator at the core formation stage, took nearly half a day to arrive. Huff! True to its name, the Black Sky Cave was shrouded in dark clouds that obscured all light. Resembling a nightmarish realm, oppressive in atmosphere, the actual entrance to the cave exuded a chilling, deathly black mist. For hundreds of miles around, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of any flora or fauna. Occasionally, one might glimpse a few disheveled cultivators fleeing from the cave, all of whom were at least at the core formation stage. Go inside, Manager Lu urged, landing at the entrance with palpable eagerness. "Manager Lu, shouldn't you offer me some advice?" Lu Huan raised an eyebrow and asked. "Advice? You are the one entering the Black Sky Cave, not me. I kindly brought you here, and you expect me to remind you?" Manager Lu replied with an air of seriousness, devoid of any hint of madness. Lu Huan paused momentarily, casting another scrutinizing glance at Lu Qi before turning and striding directly into the depths of the Black Sky Cave. This scene was witnessed by several cultivators who had just fled the cave in disarray. They gasped in shock. "What is going on? That kid doesn't emanate a single ripple of spiritual energy. Is he really daring to enter the Black Sky Cave? Is he courting death? Humph, he is merely at the body refinement stage." Lu Qi remarked dismissively. Body refinement stage? To choose to enter the Black Sky Cave? What audacity! Surely his companions are intentionally sending him to his demise. A cultivator at the 6th layer of core formation commented with amusement. "Sending him to his demise. You all deserve it for exploring the Black Sky Cave so many times without any discoveries. Haven't you realized that the greatest influence on cultivators within the cave is the spiritual energy?" Lu Qi scoffed, settling down to sit cross-legged. The greatest influence on cultivators is the spiritual energy. Lu Qi's words caused a tremor among the cultivators, their eyes seemingly awakening to a newfound understanding. One among them exclaimed in a frenzied manner, "Quick, alert the disciples at our sect who are in the body refinement stage. Have them come and attempt to venture into the Black Sky Cave. Who knows, they might truly uncover something valuable." "You fool," retorted another cultivator, clad in the same attire, who, upon hearing this, paused his discreet communication through a sound transmission stone and angrily shouted back. This cultivator, at the foundation establishment stage, was filled with murderous intent. Such crucial information should not have been revealed openly for personal gain. How utterly foolish. The other cultivators who had yet to grasp the situation immediately expressed their gratitude with smiles towards the one who had shouted, swiftly producing their own sound transmission stones to make contact. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Qi, seated cross-legged, revealed a faintly sinister smile upon witnessing their reactions. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Black Sky Cave, Lu Huan curiously surveyed his surroundings. Contrary to the dimness outside, the cave was surprisingly illuminated. Though he had yet to condense spiritual energy and could not achieve true night vision, he could clearly discern everything within the cave. As if enveloped in a misty haze, dark clouds of vapor wafted past him, some attempting to infiltrate his body, only to be repelled by the shield formed by his indestructible body, dispersing as if they had collided with a wall. Is this the fearsome Black Sky Cave? It seems rather ordinary. Lu Huan smiled broadly, feeling at ease as he confidently ventured deeper into the cave. After approximately a kilometer, the cave expanded into a vast cavern, transforming from a modest height of 2 meters and a width of 3 meters into an immense chamber, soaring high and plunging deep, resembling the stomach of a monstrous beast. Suddenly, a sharp shriek pierced the air. Hurtling towards Lu Huan, seemingly unfazed, he continued on his path, arriving beside 2 corpses to search them. Along the way, he had encountered several bodies, all of which belonged to formidable foundation establishment cultivators, amassing a significant haul of materials, techniques, and spirit stones worth millions. Additionally, he discovered storage rings. Though small, only 1 or 2 cubic meters in size, they were sufficient for Lu Huan to adorn all 10 of his fingers to sudden windfall. One must wonder which body refinement cultivator could possess such wealth. Regrettably, all the magical artifacts on the deceased were shattered, leaving none intact. Lu Huan noticed that the deeper he ventured into the Black Sky Cave, the stronger the fallen cultivators became, escalating from the first level of foundation establishment to the 7th. The stronger the cultivators, the more valuable the treasures. The 2 corpses he currently examined were of foundation establishment level 8. Beside one of them lay a dagger glimmering with a ghostly blue sheen, appearing to be in excellent condition, undamaged. It was undoubtedly a magical artifact, its rank irrelevant, as long as it was intact. It represented a tremendous gain for Lu Huan. Ha ha. Just as Lu Huan bent down, eager to collect the dagger, a swift sound sliced through the air behind him, colliding violently with the crown of his head. A resounding clang echoed as the object struck him, then rebounded forcefully against the nearby rock wall, creating a gaping hole over 10 meters wide and several dozen meters deep. At the bottom of this chasm lay a skull the size of a fist, cracked and fissured, its eye sockets flickering with a ghostly green light that quickly extinguished. The next moment, the small skull shattered into a pile of powder, seemingly unrelated to Lu Huan. He picked up the dagger, and the system thoughtfully provided a prompt. Magical artifact, blue jade dagger rank, 2nd tier magical artifact, requires 1,000 cultivation points for advancement. Description, infused with blue jade venom, capable of easily corroding the defenses of cultivators below the 2nd tier. Indeed, it was an intact magical artifact. Although it was only 2nd tier, Lu Huan was exceedingly pleased. The 2nd tier magical artifacts were typically exclusive to foundation establishment cultivators. Body refinement cultivators like him were restricted to standardized long swords, labeled as 1st tier, which were scarcely superior to ordinary mortal weapons. After all, harnessing the true power of a magical artifact necessitated spiritual energy, something body refinement cultivators lacked. However, this 2nd tier blue jade dagger was different. It carried inherent blue jade venom, a 2nd tier toxin that, without an antidote, would lead a body refinement cultivator to a gruesome demise within a day upon contact with blood. Even foundation establishment cultivators could only withstand it for 3 days at most. Thoroughly satisfied with his haul, Lu Huan carefully stowed the blue jade dagger in a designated storage ring and turned to assess his surroundings. Wait, something just attacked me, he recalled, glancing back at the vast cavity that had appeared behind him. He had not overlooked the small skull's assault. Rather, he had been confident that under the protection of his indestructible body, it could not inflict harm upon him, thus he had chosen to disregard it. Now that he had acquired what he desired, he felt compelled to investigate. Upon entering the cavern, Huan was disappointed to find only the remnants of the shattered skull, with no further discoveries. It must have been the work of an unseen hand. He pondered quietly, muttering to himself as he followed the trajectory of the cave, glancing towards the direction from which the small skull had launched its attack. It was pitch black, obscuring all visibility. Paying it no mind, Huan strode confidently in the opposite direction, determined to thoroughly explore the Black Sky Cave. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Black Sky Cave, a multitude of cultivators began to congregate. Unlike before, most of those present were body refinement cultivators, hastily summoned by Lu Qi's suggestion. Arriving from nearby sections, their rapid arrival was aided by elders from their respective sects. Some even at the foundation establishment or foundation building stages. The crowd buzzed with chatter, a cacophony of voices, when Sister Yin arrived and beheld the swarm of body refinement cultivators at the Black Sky Cave. Her face registered profound astonishment, questioning whether she had mistakenly come to the wrong place. How could there be so many body refinement cultivators in such a location? Taking a moment to calm herself, Sister Yin listened to the surrounding discussions and gradually pieced together the situation. Spotting Lu Qi meditating nearby, she could no longer contain herself and rushed to his side, inquiring, "Lu, is what they say true? Body refinement cultivators can enter the Black Sky Cave without any issues. What is your connection with that young man? You even traveled such a distance from the sect." Lu Qi opened his eyes, and upon seeing Sister Yun, his gaze sparkled with a mischievous grin, teasing her. Sister Yun's cheeks flushed crimson as she awkwardly replied, "I have no special relationship with Huan. The only thing that could be deemed special is that he accompanied me out of my shadows when I was in a difficult state. Otherwise, I might have perished by now. Oh, thus, he is your companion, only to have cast you aside later?" Lu Qi remarked with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. "No, my relationship with junior brother Huan is strictly that of senior sister and junior brother. He is simply a rather humorous and sunny individual, a true warm-hearted man." Yin Shiji was at a loss for how to evaluate Huan, when suddenly a word sprang to mind, and she blurted out, "Do you like him?" In an instant, Yin Shiji's face flushed crimson, a wave of embarrassment flooding her heart. Stammering, she replied, "And no, that's not the case. If you don't like him, then why do you care so much about him?" Lu Qi's expression turned icy, her tone indifferent. At that moment, Lu Qi seemed to have regained her composure, no longer exhibiting the erratic behavior she had shown at Tianjin's sect. Yet, her unpredictable demeanor appeared even more terrifying in Yin Shiji's eyes. Chastised by Lu Qi, Yin Shiji fell silent. "This matter does not concern you. Either remain obediently outside the cave, or return to Tianjin's sect," Lu Qi coldly stated. However, her frigid words sparked a glimmer of hope in Yin Shiji's heart. She raised her head, gazing at Lu Qi with anticipation, exclaiming, "Manager Lu, do you mean to say that what they said is true? Junior brother Huan has truly entered the Black Heaven Cave and will be unharmed?" Lu Qi did not respond, merely lifting her gaze to cast a glance at Yin Shiji with eyes so cold they seemed devoid of humanity, yet filled with emotion. She then averted her gaze, closing her eyes and falling silent once more. The exchange between Lu Qi and Yin Shiji captured the attention of many around them. Though Lu Qi did not provide an answer, her demeanor was taken as an implicit affirmation by the onlookers. In an instant, numerous elders from various sects, at the foundation establishment and core formation stages, made their decisions, ordering their disciples at the body refinement stage to enter the Black Heaven Cave immediately. In a blink, the number of people present was reduced by more than half, as nearly 100 body refinement cultivators ventured into the cave. Unbeknownst to anyone, as these cultivators entered the Black Heaven Cave, a faint smile reappeared at the corner of Lu Qi's mouth, exuding an air of sinister charm. Meanwhile, deep within the Black Heaven Cave, Huan stumbled upon a peculiar structure formed from a multitude of skulls the size of fists. Resembling an altar. On the ground at the altar's center, blood-red inscriptions were etched, exuding an eerie aura. The mist that enveloped the entire Black Heaven Cave emanated from this very altar. What is this? Faced with such an enigmatic altar, Huan hesitated to step forward recklessly. Instead, he began to observe his surroundings meticulously. Searching for clues as he continued to examine the altar, he suddenly noticed that the mist it released began to churn violently. Akin to boiling water, transforming into serpentine shadows that surged back towards the direction from which he came. An unsettling sensation gripped Lu Huan's heart. With a sudden explosion, Lu Huan instinctively stepped back, only to discover a complete skull had materialized in the very spot he had just occupied. The skull's arms were not normal human bones, but rather scythe-like appendages crafted from bone, reminiscent of a mantis. In this dark environment, they emitted a chilling, ghostly light. Thud. The skull's aggressive strike failed to harm Lu Huan, yet it evidently infuriated the strange creature. From its hollow eye sockets, flickering green flames akin to candlelight danced, igniting with a fervor reminiscent of a jet's afterburn. Swish. The skull swung its scythe-like arms once more, launching a formidable assault on Lu Huan. Clang. Lu Huan raised an eyebrow, meeting the attack head-on. Crack. A sharp sound resonated as Lu Huan quickly retreated. Astonished, he had not expected his indestructible body to be cleaved, leaving a fissure by the skull's scythe-like arm. What the heck? This creature is rather formidable. Could it possibly be a peak core formation expert? Lu Huan marveled. Now at the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, his indestructible body's defensive capabilities had risen to withstand attacks from peak core formation experts. Yet, a mere brush had resulted in a crack. This was clearly the work of an opponent of at least that caliber. Nevertheless, Lu Huan was undeterred. His intent in engaging was to gauge the skull's strength. He now confirmed that while its attacks were indeed powerful, comparable to those of a peak core formation expert, they were not insurmountable. In other words, although the skull could inflict damage upon his indestructible body, shattering it was beyond its reach. Lu Huan could still rely on his defenses to withstand its onslaught. Now it's my turn, Lu Huan sneered, gathering all his strength to strike the skull. Boom, boom, boom. The force of 10,000 Jin resonated through the air, producing a series of terrifying sonic booms. The soul fire in the skull's eye sockets flickered rapidly. Whether out of fear or rage was unclear. In the next moment, it turned to flee, evidently terrified. Boom. Lu Huan could not allow it to escape. Gritting his teeth, he stomped the ground, propelling himself forward with tremendous force toward the skull. Crack. With a nearly corporeal force, he unleashed a devastating punch upon the skull's third vertebra. Boom. Despite the skull's formidable attack, its defenses were woefully inadequate, and it was instantly obliterated by Lu Huan's fist. Reduced to a cloud of dust. Congratulations, host. You have defeated the enemy. Reward: 1 year of cultivation. What the hell? The system's prompt left Lu Huan dumbfounded. He understood all too well that a year of cultivation as a reward indicated the enemy was of comparable strength to him. A body refinement peak skeleton possessing power akin to a peak core formation expert. This was utterly unreasonable. Lu Huan was at a loss for words. Yet he overlooked the fact that he, too, was a body refinement peak cultivator, endowed with defenses comparable to a peak core formation expert. Wasn't that also quite absurd? What on earth is this? Just then, Lu Huan noticed a black crystal, the size of a peppermint, lying on the ground. The moment he picked it up, the system's notification resounded once more. Black Heaven Spirit Crystal can assist body refinement cultivators in breaking their power limits, but caution is advised as it contains demonic energy, which can significantly influence the cultivator during their breakthrough, leading to episodes of madness and lucidity. Upon seeing this object, the image of Lu Qi involuntarily surfaced in Lu Huan's mind. Hadn't Lu Qi transformed into her current erratic, yet lucid self after leaving the Black Heaven Cave? Could it be that he had also acquired and used the Black Heaven Spirit Crystal? Lu Huan shook his head, unable to fathom the answer. Suddenly, another thought struck him, and he inquired, System, if I use system cultivation, can I eliminate the side effects? Affirmative. Would you like to consume 1 year of system cultivation to remove the side effects of the Black Heaven Spirit Crystal? Remove. Lu Huan smiled faintly, knowing all too well that with the system in place, these dangers could indeed be circumvented. After eliminating the side effects, the color of the Black Heaven Spirit Crystal transformed from its original pitch-black hue to a shade of gray. Without a second thought, Lu Huan placed it into his mouth. It bore a hint of sweetness, and its texture was surprisingly soft, reminiscent of Sugua milk candies, rather than the hardness one might expect. Soon, it melted into a warm current that surged through Lu Huan's limbs and bones, enhancing his strength to an increase of 2,000 newtons. Lu Huan's eyes widened in astonishment. The peak strength of a typical body refining cultivator is 1,000 newtons. It is only after breaking through to the first level of the foundation establishment stage, excluding any enhancements from cultivation methods, that one's power could potentially reach 2,000 newtons. Yet here he was, one Black Heaven Spirit Crystal capable of augmenting a cultivator's strength by 2,000 newtons. My heavens, if one were to possess a substantial number of these crystals, could it not mean the mass production of first-level foundation establishment cultivators? Remarkable. Huan eagerly cast his gaze toward the altar, fervently hoping for the emergence of another such skeleton for him to vanquish. Perhaps sensing Huan's intent, the master behind the altar, desperate to eliminate him and safeguard this secret, was infuriated by the loss of his subordinates. With a swish, black light erupted from the center of the altar, transforming into a multitude of skeletons that began to encircle Huan. Come at me. Huan laughed heartily, springing into action. With the strength of 12,000 newtons at his disposal, he unleashed it as though it were an inexhaustible resource. In fact, Huan didn't even need to exert his full force. Merely avoiding the scythes wielded by the skeletons was enough. 2,000 newtons of strength sufficed to obliterate them into dust. Like autumn leaves caught in a tempest, he swiftly dispatched the newly emerged skeletons, claiming 10 black heaven spirit crystals and, fortuitously, a decade's worth of system cultivation. Keep going. Don't stop. Huan gestured provocatively towards the altar, feigning dissatisfaction. Finally, the master behind the altar voiced his anger. Young man, do not take liberties. Are you the master of the Black Heaven Cave? Upon hearing this voice, a smile broke upon Huan's face. He knew something was amiss in this place. During his previous observation of the altar, he had noticed fresh traces of activity upon the ground, not long before his arrival. However, he had traversed this path without encountering any forks. And aside from some long-fallen predecessors' corpses, he had seen no living souls. There was undoubtedly something wrong. As expected, someone was indeed concealed here. The sudden, mysterious voice immediately refuted. I am not. Huan narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, and warmed up as if preparing for another attack. Little brother, do not be rash. What do you truly intend? The figure behind the scenes panicked. Then are you, or are you not the master of the Black Heaven Cave? Huan pressed, maintaining his threatening stance. Yes, and no. A glint of cold light flashed in Huan's eyes. The true master of the Black Heaven Cave has long since perished. I am but a fortunate rogue cultivator who stumbled upon the cave and received half of the Black Heaven Cave master's legacy. The figure explained hurriedly, clearly intimidated by Huan. As it turned out, the master of the Black Heaven Cave was indeed a demonic cultivator who had perished here due to unforeseen circumstances. The figure, named Zhong, claimed that he had inadvertently entered the cave while being pursued and subsequently acquired half of the master's legacy. Why only half? It was not due to a lack of strength or talent. In fact, Zhong's abilities were quite suitable for inheriting the Black Heaven Cave master's legacy, as he too was a demonic cultivator, fulfilling the first and essential condition for the inheritance. However, to receive the entirety of the legacy, one must surpass the physical limits of body-refining cultivators and possess a strength of 10,000 newtons. It can be said that the vast majority of cultivators, upon reaching the peak of body refinement with a strength of 1,000 newtons, are eager to break through to the foundation establishment stage, as only by harnessing spiritual energy can one truly enter the realm of cultivation. A mere handful may, through various fortuitous encounters, possess a few thousand newtons of strength at that pinnacle. Yet even among those, it is exceedingly rare to find anyone capable of attaining 10,000 newtons at the peak of body refinement. The true master of the Black Heaven Cave was evidently aware of this. Hence a small exception was made in the legacy. As long as one fulfills the first condition and is suitable for his legacy, they could inherit half of it. After hearing Zhong's explanation, Huan felt a flicker of excitement. His strength had indeed reached 10,000 newtons. Does this mean he could receive the Black Heaven Cave master's legacy? However, this master was a demonic cultivator, and Huan was not one himself. He was reluctant to transform into a demonic cultivator at this moment. Furthermore, Huan was not entirely convinced by Zhong's words and casually inquired, what purpose does this altar serve? Zhong hesitated for a moment before answering honestly. It absorbs the essence and spirit of cultivators to condense Black Heaven spirit crystals. Your cultivation merely at the body refining stage. Huan immediately grasped Zhong's implication and frowned. To obtain the Black Heaven Cave master's legacy, I would renounce my cultivation, retrain, and hope to break through my physical limits with the aid of the Black Heaven spirit crystals, thereby securing the entirety of the legacy. Having said his piece, Zhong no longer concealed his true intentions. Where is the Black Heaven Cave master's legacy? Show it to me. Huan remained silent for a moment before speaking. This altar is the legacy of the Black Heaven Cave master. As long as you stand upon it, you can receive the inheritance. You may give it a try, Zhong said, fawningly. Are you truly so benevolent? Lu Huan regarded Yang Zhong skeptically, suspecting ulterior motives to in any case. I cannot receive the entirety of the legacy now, but I am the Black Heaven Cave Master's eldest disciple. If you truly acquire the Master's legacy, we would be family. Yang Zhong chuckled slyly. However, in truth, he had no intention of informing Lu Huan that the Black Heaven Cave Master's legacy was not so easily accepted. Failure to accept it would lead only to death. As the self-proclaimed eldest disciple of the Black Heaven Cave Master, Yang Zhong had lurked in the cave for many years, secretly tormenting and deceiving other cultivators. When would it be his turn to be bullied? Thus, he intended to leverage the Black Heaven Cave Master's legacy to kill Lu Huan. This had been his plan from the outset. Therefore, even if Lu Huan discovered his and the Master's secret, what of it? After all, he would ultimately become a Black Heaven spirit crystal under the influence of the altar. The more Yang Zhong contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly anticipating Lu Huan stepping onto the altar to immediately claim the inheritance. Yet Lu Huan was no fool. How could he so readily trust someone who had thus far concealed his identity and was reluctant to reveal his true self? I am not a demonic cultivator. I certainly cannot accept the legacy. Show me what you have accepted first, Lu Huan spoke faintly. Yang Zhong wore a bewildered expression. How could he encounter such a troublesome little fellow at the body refinement stage? Yang Zhong felt quite reluctant. However, upon seeing Lu Huan once again raise his arm, swinging his fist as if to attack the Black Sky altar, he chose to bow his head. A jade slip, enveloped in demonic energy and empowered by the Black Sky altar, was sent to Lu Huan's presence. Both demonic energy and spiritual energy are forms of energy that cultivators can master only after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Yang Zhong had forfeited his cultivation and was now merely at the body refinement stage. Thus he could not utilize demonic energy. System, perform a check. As Lu Huan gazed at the jade slip shimmering with dark light, he quietly addressed the system. Master, it would be more prudent to ascend the altar and sign in. The system gently reminded. You could have mentioned that earlier. Lu Huan replied, quite speechless. If he could sign in directly, there would have been no need for him to tread so cautiously. Special locations generally allow for sign-ins, though the rewards may be uncertain. Without uttering a word or touching the jade slip, Lu Huan proceeded towards the altar. Being able to sign in implied safety. The system would provide appropriate protection during his sign-in. Even if the altar posed a threat, once he concluded the sign-in and took advantage of the system's protection to leave, he would encounter no issues. Seeing Lu Huan suddenly ascend the altar, Yang Zhong was utterly perplexed, internally scoffing. Is this fellow out of his mind? Just moments ago, I humbly suggested he ascend the altar, and he was unwilling. Now, with the inheritance jade slip presented to him, he chooses to climb the altar. However, this may be for the best. The jade slip would likely only infuse him with demonic energy, causing a bit of discomfort, and he could simply find a strong individual to expel the demonic energy afterward. But now that he has ascended the altar, Yang Zhong, lurking within the altar, was grinning maliciously. Prepare to meet your end. Sign in. Upon successfully signing in, Lu Huan received the Black Sky Spirit Crystal Condensation Technique and the Demonic Wind Fist. The Black Sky Spirit Crystal Condensation Technique allows for the extraction of a cultivator's essence, spirit, and energy to condense the Black Sky Spirit Crystal without relying on the Black Sky altar. The Demonic Wind Fist, a third-tier technique, enhances strength by 50% upon entry and can be utilized at the body refinement stage. The rewards from signing in left Lu Huan thoroughly satisfied, especially the Black Sky Spirit Crystal Condensation Technique, which was tailor-made for him to enhance his power as for the third-tier technique, the Demonic Wind Fist. It was truly remarkable that in the Heavenly Sword sect, third-tier techniques were typically reserved for elders, not merely due to stringent requirements, but also because one needed to reach the late stage of foundation establishment to ensure they would not deplete their spiritual energy and perish while performing such techniques. Moreover, within the vast Heavenly Sword sect, only 6 third-tier techniques existed. The rest were below that level. 1 third-tier technique could sustain a cultivator up to the core formation stage and even the nascent soul stage. Wasn't that exhilarating? Absolutely. It was simply too delightful. After completing the sign-in, Lu Huan promptly departed from the altar. Yang Zhong, witnessing Lu Huan leave unscathed, was left dumbfounded. How are you unscathed? Why should I be harmed? Upon hearing this, Lu Huan realized the altar indeed posed a danger. With a cold snort, he silently mused. System, I wish to learn the Demonic Wind Fist. Will it cost 1 year of cultivation to learn the Demonic Wind Fist? Learn. The consumption was successful. The demonic wind fist was elevated to entry level, and the next enhancement would require 10 years of cultivation. Lu Huan was once again astounded by the system. Typically, when cultivators learn any technique, even those with extraordinary talent require some time to reach entry level, ranging from several hours to several years, not to mention a third-tier technique. Even the most gifted would need at least a year to begin. Yet here he was, able to instantaneously elevate a third-tier technique to entry level merely by consuming system cultivation. TSK. Lu Huan couldn't help but click his tongue. With the system, he had truly saved an immense amount of time. The entry-level demonic wind fist could augment Lu Huan's strength by 6,000 gene. Adding it all together, that amounted to 18,000 gene. Boom! With a sudden comprehension of the technique, Lu Huan did not hesitate to roar. Demonic wind fist. In an instant, a chilling gust swept through, and a black fist shadow, resembling a ghostly apparition, surged towards the black sky altar. Impossible! Yang Zhong, having acquired half of the inheritance, recognized the demonic wind fist. He could hardly believe how Lu Huan, without receiving the inheritance, could utilize the technique of the Black Sky Cave's master. Regrettably, his confusion went unanswered. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the terrifying force of 18,000 genes struck the Black Sky altar, causing the entire altar to begin to shatter. The cave trembled violently, the ground fractured, and debris fell from the mountain peak, making it difficult for anyone to maintain their footing. Just as they had finally uncovered the secret of the Black Sky Cave, they were met with Lu Huan's violent assault on the altar, clearly intending to obliterate it. This infuriated the other body refinement stage cultivators. Point 1 cultivator at the peak of body refinement bellowed. "What are you doing? Stop this at once. Mind your own business." Lu Huan shot a cold glance at the man and continued his assault. "You seek death." The peak body refinement cultivator, ablaze with fury, harbored a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. With a burst of movement, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, raising his fist to strike at Lu Huan's back. Quaking fist, as he soared through the air. The cultivator shouted, unleashing a resonant hum that emanated from his body. His fist vibrated ominously, distorting the surrounding air. Observers were taken aback, exclaiming, "Is that the entry-level quaking fist?" Hai Chi Daoist, as expected of the Flying Mountain sect's outer sect prodigy, has elevated a second-tier technique to entry-level at the peak of body refinement. The shameless individual from the Heavenly Sword sect is doomed. The entry-level quaking fist could unleash power comparable to the second layer of foundation establishment. Lu Huan's actions have rendered him the target of everyone's ire. The onlookers erupted in cheers at the display of power exhibited by a cultivator named Gao Qi, as if slaying Lu Huan would bestow upon them immeasurable benefits. However, the reality was that Lu Huan remained unfazed, focused solely on his assault on the Black Heaven altar, disregarding Gao Qi entirely. The sound of a thunderous clash resonated as Gao Qi's fist struck Lu Huan. But in the next moment, a tremendous recoil erupted from Lu Huan, sending Gao Qi hurtling away, screaming and spewing blood as he collided with the rocky wall, leaving a sizable crater. An eerie silence enveloped the scene as all eyes turned to Lu Huan, their hearts gripped by dread. Could it be true? With both being at the pinnacle of body refinement, how could his defense be so formidable? Was this the legendary protective chi that not only deflected attacks but also retaliated? Nonsense. Such protective chi should belong to a nascent soul cultivator. Lu Huan was merely at the peak of body refinement. Could it be that he was a body refiner? Only body refiners possess such formidable defenses. Even if he were a body refiner, could he truly be that powerful? Doubt consumed the spectators. By the time they regained their composure, Lu Huan had obliterated the altar into fine powder, erasing any trace of its original form. Beneath it, a small space emerged, revealing a figure shrouded in a black robe, devoid of life. Presumably the individual known as Yang Zhong. Lu Huan approached, rifled through the body, and retrieved a storage ring, which he nonchalantly tucked away before departing. The surrounding cultivators observed this with wide eyes, filled with greedy envy, yet a profound silence prevailed. None dared to express their anger or even meet Lu Huan's gaze. As he strode past them, expressionless, they instinctively parted to grant him passage, watching helplessly as he vanished from view. Is that all? Lu Huan scoffed derisively, leaving with a mocking smile. Having dealt with Yang Zhong, he reaped another year's worth of system cultivation. Clearly, Yang Zhong was also a peak body refiner. As he departed, Lu Huan took with him the inheritance jade slip Yang Zhong had previously produced, after consuming a small amount of system cultivation to dissipate the spiritual energy within. He discovered its contents, Besides the demon Windfist, there was a brief introduction to the Lord of the Black Heaven. The information was largely consistent with what Yang Zheng had shared. That will suffice. Lu Huan mused with a slight smile before hastening towards the exit of the Black Heaven Cave. It wouldn't be long before this place collapsed entirely. Shortly after Lu Huan's departure, several individuals, lost in thought, followed suit. Others, however, were filled with unwillingness, their eyes ablaze with madness as they rushed toward the now-ruined altar. Desperate to salvage anything they could find, in their fervor, they clashed violently with those around them, completely abandoning the camaraderie they had displayed when Gao Qi had ambushed Lu Huan. He's emerged. As Lu Huan approached the cave's entrance, a group of powerful figures gathered there, erupted in excitement. Even Lu Qi, who had been meditating on the ground, opened his eyes to glance over. Miraculously unscathed, Lu Qi had indeed been astute. He had truly identified a flaw in the Black Heaven Cave. It remained uncertain whether this young man had made any discoveries. Quickly, tell us what you found within the Black Heaven Cave. As Lu Huan was surrounded by the crowd, Lu Qi finally stood up and approached him. Did you discover anything? Indeed. Excellent. Let us return to the sect. Their exchange was remarkably straightforward, so much so that the surrounding Foundation establishment and nascent soul cultivators were left bewildered. As it appeared Lu Huan was about to leave with Lu Qi, one individual finally reacted. An elder, Zheng Jinwu, from the mid-nascent soul of Feishan sect, suddenly leaped in front of them, cold determination etched across his face. You wish to depart? Let this young man divulge what he found in the Black Heaven Cave, and we shall allow him to leave. With that, Zheng Jinwu unleashed his mid-nascent soul aura, attempting to suppress both Lu Huan and Lu Qi. Zheng Jinwu, this is our Tianjin sect's disciple. Why should he disclose his findings to you? Do you truly believe that your mid-nascent soul cultivation can intimidate us? Lu Qi roared in response, his own aura surging forth to counter Zheng Jinwu's. A clash of mid-nascent soul energies erupted with a thunderous boom. Lu Qi had concealed his cultivation level well. He too was at mid-nascent soul. This posed a significant problem. Zheng Jinwu alone would find it difficult to detain both Lu Qi and Lu Huan. Difficulty? If necessary, let them leave now, and we shall send elders to their Tianjin sect later. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the direction of the Black Heaven Cave. Moments later, several body-refining cultivators burst forth. Upon witnessing the situation, one among them quickly grasped the circumstances and shouted, "Seniors, stop that little brat from Tianjin sect. He discovered an altar and the corpse of an elder at the end of the Black Heaven Cave. And he took the elder's storage ring. That must be the inheritance of the Lord of the Black Heaven. Good heavens, there truly exists the Lord of the Black Heaven within the cave." The crowd murmured in disbelief. How audacious! He dares to hoard the Lord of the Black Heaven's inheritance in front of so many of us. Lu Qi, step aside. This is no longer a matter for your Tianjin sect. If you wish to avoid calamity, I suggest you hand this young man over immediately. At these words, the nascent soul cultivators glared furiously. Elder Jing, you must take action for Brother Gao Qi. This ruthless individual has slain him. A body-refining disciple from Feishan sect interjected, further inciting the fury. What? Zhang Jinwu's rage ignited. Gao Qi was a disciple he held in high regard, someone he had intended to accept as a personal disciple upon his breakthrough to Foundation establishment. The news of his death infuriated him. You dare harm my disciple? I will have you pay with your life. Zheng Jinwu bellowed, raising his glowing golden palm to strike at Lu Huan's chest mercilessly. Knowing the inheritance of the Lord of the Black Heaven resided within the storage ring, Zheng Jinwu felt no need to spare Lu Huan's life. Standing nearby, Lu Qi hesitated for a moment, seemingly considering intervening to save Lu Huan. However, in reality, he braced himself defensively. A scream erupted as Lu Qi was sent flying by the residual force of Zheng Jinwu's strike. Lu Huan stood calmly, observing the unfolding situation with clarity, including Lu Qi's deception, which only elicited a scoff from him. The inheritance of the Lord of the Black Heaven had driven so many to cast aside their facades and reveal their true selves. Quite intriguing indeed. Demon Wind Fist, as a thought crossed his mind. Although the indestructible body could withstand Zheng Jinwu's attacks, Lu Huan still raised his fist, preparing to counterattack. However, at that very moment, a figure that Lu Huan had overlooked suddenly appeared before him, resolutely charging towards Zheng Jinwu's golden giant palm. Sister Yun? Lu Huan exclaimed in surprise. This foolish woman. Lu Huan felt a surge of emotion, regardless of whether Sister Yun's sudden appearance was sincere or had ulterior motives. He let out a low growl, his body shooting forth. He grasped Sister Yun's shoulder, flinging her away while simultaneously twisting his body in midair. bringing his back to bear against Zheng Jinwu's palm. With a resounding clash, the heavens echoed with the sound of metal striking metal. Immediately, a massive circular shockwave erupted from the point of their collision, careening outward with reckless abandon. The gathered cultivators at the scene were utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Caught off guard, they cried out in pain as they were sent flying. Among them, Zheng Jinwu bore the brunt of the force, propelled through the air in a perfect arc, blood gushing forth as he crashed into a distant mountaintop, obliterating it into dust. Congratulations, Master, on defeating a formidable enemy. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. The system's notification chimed at that moment. The prospect of a full century's worth of cultivation brought a cold smile to Lu Huan's lips. Raising his head, his eyes glinted with a chilling light as he surveyed the stunned cultivators around him, landing his gaze on the one who had just called him a little beast. Was it you who insulted me? With that, Lu Huan's body surged forth like a cannonball, instantly appearing beside one of the peak body refinement realm cultivators, unleashing a punch without the need for any technique. The peak body refinement cultivator stood no chance against Lu Huan's terrifying power of over 10,000 Jin. His body exploding into a spray of blood. Congratulations, Master, on slaying an enemy. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. The system's reward made Lu Huan's smile widen even further. Without pausing, he vanished again, reappearing next to another cultivator who had insulted him. This individual was a nascent stage cultivator, a strong opponent. Despite Lu Huan's might, it seemed nearly impossible to harm this nascent stage warrior. You little beast, do you think you can kill me? The nascent stage cultivator bellowed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, what if I do? Lu Huan retorted coldly, shouting, Demon Windfist. Lu Huan unleashed a punch with overwhelming force. With the augmentation of the Demon Windfist, a terrifying silhouette coalesced. As if it sought to engulf the very heavens and earth, the onlookers were left speechless. Had this young man lost his mind? How dare he actively attack a nascent stage cultivator? What could a body refinement realm cultivator possibly be thinking? Did he truly believe that inheriting the Black Sky Cave Master's legacy made him invincible? Yet, this was also an opportunity. If he perished, they could all benefit from the Black Sky Cave Master's inheritance. As the crowd watched in astonishment, their expressions morphed into one of morbid curiosity. No one believed that Lu Huan could inflict harm on a nascent stage cultivator at his level. Nevertheless, the ferocity of Lu Huan's technique was undeniable. The nascent stage cultivator felt a chilling aura wash over him, a sense of dread lingering in his heart. Without hesitation, he retaliated. Sound-breaking palm. The nascent stage warrior roared, striking out with a palm aimed squarely at Lu Huan's fist. Observing this, Lu Huan's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. This was precisely his plan. He understood that his current technique would not harm the nascent stage cultivator, so he intentionally provoked an attack, ready to use the recoil of his indestructible body to vanquish his opponent. Just as he had done with Zheng Jinwu, the nascent stage warrior, noticing the glimmer of joy in Lu Huan's eyes, underestimated him, thinking, how could a mere peak body refinement cultivator intimidate a nascent stage warrior? He charged at Lu Huan without a second thought. Surrounding cultivators were left baffled. What was this guy thinking? Did a body refinement realm cultivator truly need to resort to techniques? They chuckled, convinced he was simply frightened, for the people of Blood Cloud Pavilion were notoriously timid. But in the next moment, all laughter froze. They gaped in disbelief as Zhou Feng, much like Zheng Jinwu, was sent flying, blood spewing forth. Congratulations, host, on overcoming a formidable foe. Reward, 80 years of cultivation. The system's notification chimed again. Lu Huan's lips curled into a cold smile as he scanned the surroundings with a detached gaze. Who's next? His words sent a wave of panic through the crowd, who hastily retreated, leaving a barren vacuum of several hundred meters around Lu Huan. Zheng Jinwu, a mid-nascent stage cultivator, had been defeated by Lu Huan, a peak body refinement cultivator, which could be chalked up to mere chance. However, witnessing another early nascent stage cultivator like Zhou Feng meet the same fate was a clear indication that Lu Huan was not to be regarded as an ordinary body refinement cultivator. No one was foolish. Yet, it was precisely Lu Huan's overwhelming strength that sparked a singular thought in all their minds. His might must be closely tied to the Black Sky Cave Master's legacy. He had only entered the cave for a mere half-day and had already gained such a remarkable enhancement in power. Just imagine how terrifying he would become once he acquired the entirety of the inheritance. If only I could receive the Black Sky Cave Master's legacy too. The thrill coursed through their hearts. Though none dared to challenge Lu Huan at that moment, they had the backing of their sect. Perhaps, if they united, they could pressure the Tianjin sect into relinquishing the inheritance that Lu Huan had obtained. With this thought, their excitement intensified, and they could hardly wait to return to their sect and discuss how to collaborate against the Tianjin sect. Seeing no one willing to step forward, Lu Huan chuckled softly and quickly approached Sister Yun, who had been flung away, only to discover she had fainted. He scooped her up, heading towards Lu Qi. Although Lu Qi seemed to harbor ulterior motives, he was a free tool, and if they were to return to the Tianjin sect, it would take at least 2 or 3 days on foot. How exhausting. Lu Guan, sure, let us return to the sect, Lu Huan said casually. All right, Lu Qi replied, a complex expression on his face. Clearly, he had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. He wanted to say something, but could only silently sigh as he grasped Lu Huan's collar, propelling them towards the Tianjin sect. On their way back, Sister Yun regained consciousness in Lu Huan's arms. Upon seeing him, a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Lu Huan, are you also dead? Lu Huan's forehead twitched in exasperation. Sister, don't be ridiculous. Neither of us is dead. We are currently on our way back to the sect. Not dead? How is that possible? That was a nascent stage cultivator. We survived an encounter with one. Sister Yun's face was filled with gratitude as she turned to Lu Qi, who was flying them back. Was it Lu Qi Guanshi who intervened again? Lu Qi's lips twitched awkwardly as he said, "It has nothing to do with me. Lu Huan's strength far surpasses yours. The inheritance he obtained from the Black Sky Cave is quite extraordinary." Sister Yun stared at Lu Huan in astonishment. Falling into silence, Lu Huan made no effort to deny it. The origins of the indestructible body of Vajra were not easily explained. Concealing it with the inheritance of the Black Sky Cave Lord was a clever ruse. However, from the reactions of those present, Lu Huan discerned that they seemed unaware of the Black Sky Cave Lord's identity as a demonic cultivator. This appeared to be advantageous. Although demonic cultivators are not necessarily evil cultivators, they are still viewed with disdain amongst self-righteous sects like the Tianjin sect. Thus, Lu Huan discreetly took out a jade slip, expending some of his system's cultivation to modify the records concerning the Black Sky Cave Lord contained within. While he had no intention of relinquishing the inheritance of the Black Sky Cave Lord, this was crucial for completing his mission. In due time, he only needed to retain the information about the Black Sky Cave Lord in this jade slip, along with the incomplete demonic windfist, to fulfill his task. An incomplete demonic windfist would not significantly affect Lu Huan. Moreover, allowing others to know it was a third-grade technique would suffice. As for anything else, Lu Huan was resolute in not giving it away. Upon returning to the sect, Lu Huan casually expressed his gratitude and, alongside Sister Yun, headed towards the mission hall. Lu Qi watched Lu Huan's retreating figure with dissatisfaction. Scoffing, you think just because you've acquired the inheritance of the Black Sky Cave Lord, you can act arrogantly before me. That inheritance is bound to be mine. After all, Sister Yun, could you please assist me in submitting the task regarding the Black Sky Cave Lord? Upon arriving at the mission hall, Lu Huan handed the modified jade slip to Sister Yun with a smile, asking for her help. Sister Yun furtively glanced around before whispering, Lu Huan, does this contain the inheritance of the Black Sky Cave Lord? If it does, I advise you to keep it. Let this task go. Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback but smiled and replied, Sister Yun, rest assured, the mission requires knowledge of the Black Sky Cave Lord's situation. And this jade slip contains just that. I see, Sister Yun exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, without doubting Lu Huan's words, and returned to the counter to submit the mission. Lu Huan and Sister Yun's quiet return initially went unnoticed by others. However, shortly after Sister Yun submitted the task, a gasp echoed throughout the mission hall. The task regarding the Black Sky Cave Lord has been completed. How can this be? Could it be that Lu Huan, that outer sect disciple, really accomplished this task? Impossible. Lu Huan is merely a cultivator at the body refinement stage. How could he complete the task of the Black Sky Cave Lord? Didn't Lu Qi, the steward, fail to do so? Look, isn't that Lu Huan? Someone finally spotted Lu Huan standing beside the counter, with Sister Yun busily working behind it. Lu Huan, quickly tell us, what treasures are there in the Black Sky Cave? Does the Black Sky Cave Lord truly exist? A peak body refinement outer sect disciple, who believed he was on good terms with Lu Huan, approached with a grin, inquiring, if you want to know, why not go to the Black Sky Cave yourself? Lu Huan replied dismissively, annoyed by the self-important demeanor of this individual. Just as he finished speaking, an irate voice erupted, Lu Huan, what kind of attitude is that? Senior Brother Zhou Kai is personally asking you a question. He is giving you face, so don't overstep. Hurry up and speak, or I have my ways of making you regret it. Make me regret? Lu Huan couldn't help but laugh, casting a casual glance at the speaker, a fellow named Nixin. Previously, he had flaunted his body refinement 9th layer cultivation in the outer sect, behaving quite arrogantly. He relished barking orders, forming cliques, and bullying weaker disciples to showcase his prowess. Yet, when confronted by inner sect disciples, he was particularly meek, practically begging some to treat him as their subordinate. Nevertheless, Huan understood all too well that Nixin's bravado was merely a front. Bolstered by the presence of Zhou Kai, one of the 3 chief disciples of the outer sect, regardless of how bold Nixin was, he was still just an ordinary outer sect disciple. Without Zhou Kai's backing, would he dare to be so presumptuous? Having already defeated 2 formidable golden core cultivators, Huan had no time to waste on those at the body refinement stage. He impatiently stated, "Zhou Kai, keep your dog in check. Don't bother me." Nixin, upon hearing this, was filled with rage, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he charged at Huan, fists raised. "You bastard." "Who are you calling a however?" Before he could finish his sentence, he let out a scream and was sent flying backward. The disciples of the Tianjin sect stared in disbelief, as they had not even seen Huan's movement before Nixin was struck away. Such display of strength sent chills down their spines. Zhou Kai's eyes bulged in shock, a hint of fear creeping into his heart. He swallowed hard, awkwardly chuckling, "Junior brother Lu. I sincerely apologize. It was indeed my fault for not keeping Nixin in line." A sinister smile flickered in Zhou Kai's eyes as he continued, "However, Junior brother Lu's gains from the Black Sky Cave seem substantial. Could it be that you truly obtained the inheritance of the Black Sky Cave Lord? Previously, you were only at the body refinement 8th layer, yet now you can so easily defeat Nixin, who was at the body refinement 9th layer. Even I, at the peak of body refinement. Couldn't he see your movement? I am truly impressed." Huan regarded Zhou Kai with amusement. Fully aware of his ulterior motives, he clearly aimed to spread the news of Huan's acquisition of the Black Sky Cave Lord's inheritance to attract the attention of the inner sect disciples, hoping they would intervene to suppress him. However, what Zhou Kai failed to realize was that Huan had never intended to conceal his inheritance from the Black Sky Cave Lord. Furthermore, the forces present outside the Black Sky Cave would not simply let things lie. They might have their own plans in store. Thus, the news of Huan obtaining the Black Sky Cave Lord's inheritance would inevitably spread. Those who needed to come would still come, and Zhou Kai's machinations would not affect that outcome. Nevertheless, Huan was not one to be easily manipulated, and he suddenly recalled something. Lin Bai had previously willingly become Zhou Kai's lackey, that he wondered if his earlier predicament had anything to do with Zhou Kai. Smack. Regardless of whether there was a connection, Huan could not be bothered to dwell on it. Even if there were none, it was still Zhou Kai's fault for choosing Lin Bai as a lackey. Consequently, Huan, without a word, approached Zhou Kai and raised his arm, delivering a resounding slap. The sharp sound resonated as Zhou Kai's right cheek rapidly swelled and turned red, leaving a distinct imprint of a hand. "Still trying to scheme against me? Do you even have the right?" Zhou Kai's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. The pain on his face did not inflict significant harm, but being publicly humiliated dealt a severe blow to his pride. As one of the 3 chief disciples of the Tianjin sect's outer sect, he had never been on the receiving end of such treatment. "Huan, I'll fight you to the end." Rage extinguished Zhou Kai's rationality. He suddenly pulled out a crimson pill from his bosom and swallowed it. Boom. In an instant, a surge of energy, characteristic of a foundation establishment cultivator, radiated from Zhou Kai. The explosive spirit pill? Huan was taken aback. Zhou Kai had actually resorted to using the forbidden explosive spirit pill. It was rumored that he had prepared this for the Luyan mountain relics. How could he use it now? Huan was certain he was in deep trouble. Let him act arrogantly. Even if he has obtained the legacy of the Black Heaven Cave Master, he is still merely a practitioner at the body refinement stage. Senior brother Zhou Kai consumed the exploding spirit pill, yet he possesses the strength comparable to a 5th-tier foundation establishment cultivator. It serves him right. If I were in Huan's position, not only would I refrain from boasting about acquiring the Black Heaven Cave Master's legacy, but even if I were to obtain any minor inheritance, I would certainly remain low-key for a period, diligently enhancing my strength before revealing myself. It is truly lamentable that the legacy of the Black Heaven Cave Master has been conferred upon such a reckless disciple. It is utterly disgraceful. Geniuses are always the target of envy, especially those who have yet to fully mature. Should they meet an untimely demise, the number of those who revel in their misfortune will far surpass those who feel regret. Moreover, the onlookers here are all outer disciples. What does it mean to be an outer disciple? Simply put, they are a group of individuals with mediocre talents, barely able to cultivate, even with relentless effort. Their lifetime achievements will remain modest at best. They find it even more unbearable that Lu Huan, who was once just another ordinary individual among them, has suddenly transformed into a genius they can only look up to. They eagerly wish for Lu Huan to fall at once. Thus, when they witnessed Zhou Kai suddenly consuming the exploding spirit pill, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage in an attempt to eliminate Lu Huan, they immediately erupted in gleeful cheers, as if they could already envision Lu Huan meeting a dismal end under Zhou Kai's onslaught. Their eyes gleamed with a morbid ecstasy. However, is the reality truly as they imagine? Sister Yun, who harbored concerns for Lu Huan, apathetically raised her head and cast a glance outside the counter. A flicker of disdain flashed through her beautiful phoenix eyes as she murmured. Even the cultivators of the core formation stage could not gain any advantage against junior brother Lu. Do you really believe that a mere outer disciple who forcibly elevates his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage could surpass a core formation expert? While her words held merit, Sister Yun pondered for a moment before rising from behind the counter. Discreetly positioning herself among the crowd, should she witness Lu Huan in peril, she would intervene. As for Zhou Kai, a person who consistently exhibited unsavory behavior and ultimately brought ruin upon himself was of no concern to her. Yet, it was evident that Sister Yun's precautionary measures were unnecessary. Zhou Kai's prowess crumbled before Lu Huan. As he charged towards Lu Huan, the latter merely nonchalantly threw a punch. Bang! A dreadful sound echoed, leaving the crowd in stunned silence as they witnessed a spray of blood erupt from Zhou Kai's lower abdomen. His body sent flying backward to crash violently against a wall imbued with formations, gradually sliding down to the ground. Blood oozed from his 7 orifices, his complexion a ghastly pallor. Suddenly, a sound akin to a deflating balloon emanated from Zhou Kai's body. Zhou Kai's dantian has been shattered? The crowd gasped in horror, their gazes toward Lu Huan now laced with trepidation. Goodness! With just a single punch, he shattered Zhou Kai's dantian, who had consumed the exploding spirit pill. This was an act beyond what even the most gifted disciples of the late foundation establishment stage could accomplish. Lu Huan's strength has grown to such formidable heights. Those who previously derided Lu Huan for lacking discretion began to lower their heads in shame and indignation. They finally understood that it was not that Lu Huan was unaware of the need for humility, but rather that his power far exceeded their mundane comprehension. Sister Yun, upon witnessing this, quietly returned to her position behind the counter, resuming her tasks. Before long, a hurried inner disciple of the foundation establishment stage rushed in. Clutching a box, noticing the peculiar atmosphere in the outer mission hall, he paid it little mind. For inner disciples like him, merely glancing at an outer disciple felt like an affront to their dignity. Upon locating Sister Yun, he hastily approached her, exclaiming, "Sister Yun, here is the second-tier demon beast inner core you requested. What task in the outer sect could possibly require this item?" "Indeed," Sister Yun replied calmly. "The task of the Black Heaven Cave Master has been completed." She understood that this news could not be concealed, and it was better to disclose it outright. "What? Is that true? This absurd task has actually been completed by an outer disciple." The inner disciple's face was filled with astonishment as he eagerly inquired, "Sister Yun, who accomplished this task? You must introduce me. With such talent, why are they still in the outer sect? You should promptly invite them to join the inner sect. Must you prattle on? Am I not aware?" Sister Yun shot him a glare, then called out into the distance, "Lu Huan, the second-tier demon beast inner core has been delivered. Come and collect it." "Thank you, Sister." Lu Huan approached with a cheerful demeanor, stowing the demon core into his system space. This is the outer disciple who completed the task of the Black Heaven Cave Master. "Hello, my name is Wang Wei, an inner disciple with cultivation at the 5th tier of foundation establishment." Wang Wei enthusiastically introduced himself, while casting a puzzled glance at Lu Huan, feeling as if he had seen him somewhere before. Could it be any wonder? Su Xiaowan's residence is within the inner sect. Lu Huan often visited Su Xiaowan to share jokes and alleviate her boredom. Many inner disciples had encountered him. "Hello, I am Lu Huan. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps we can converse another time." With the second-tier demon beast inner core in hand, Lu Huan was eager to concoct the breaking mirror pill and advance to the foundation establishment stage. "All right, you get back to it." Wang Wei felt quite embarrassed. Although he experienced the sensation of a warm face meeting a cold backside, he accepted that it was only natural for a talented disciple capable of completing the Black Heaven Cave Master task to look down upon an ordinary inner disciple like him. If he were in Lu Huan's shoes, he would have acted even more arrogantly. After a moment of self-soothing, Wang Wei prepared to take his leave. Just then, A group of disciples clad in the attire of the law enforcement hall of the Tianjin sect rushed in. The leader was also an inner disciple at the third tier of foundation establishment. Though only at the third tier, he was competent enough to address various unlawful matters in the outer sect. "Hey, why is that brat Sun Shao here?" Wang Wei muttered to himself as he approached. "Sun Shao, what has transpired in the outer sect that necessitates your presence, Captain? You are here too?" The leader, a third-tier inner disciple, brightened upon seeing Wang Wei and greeted him with evident delight. Indeed, Wang Wei was also a disciple of the law enforcement hall and the captain of the enforcement team to which Sun Shao belonged. However, he had recently devoted himself entirely to the matters surrounding the Luoyan mountain ruins, hoping to advance his cultivation before the ruins opened, thus delegating his authority to Sun Shao. In response to Wang Wei's inquiry, Sun Shao promptly reported, "Captain, we just received a report that an outer disciple has committed violence, shattering the dantian of Zhou Kai, one of the 3 chief disciples of the outer sect. We have come to investigate the situation." "Is that Zhou Kai?" Wang Wei suddenly realized that the figure he had glimpsed upon entering, one that appeared to be in a dire state, was indeed Zhou Kai, one of the 3 chief disciples of the outer sect. However, whether it was Zhou Kai or not, Wang Wei couldn't be bothered. As a member of the law enforcement hall, his authority was to regulate the disciples within the sect, especially concerning egregious actions like mutilating a fellow disciple's dantian. With a cold snort, Wang Wei stated sternly, "What? Is there truly someone so depraved as to incapacitate a fellow brother? This matter requires your utmost fairness." Ahem, just as Wang Wei was presenting his unwavering integrity, a sudden, urgent cough interrupted him. Upon hearing this abrupt sound, the words he was about to utter faltered. Instinctively, he turned around and discovered that the source of the cough was none other than Senior Sister Yun. A flicker of realization crossed his mind, and his expression suddenly turned awkward. Without a doubt, Senior Sister Yun's reaction was conveying to him that the individual responsible for incapacitating Zhou Kai was likely the recently departed Lu Huan. With a gulp of apprehension, Wang Wei swallowed hard, his expression a tapestry of complexity. A glance around revealed his subordinate Sun Shao and a gathering of onlookers, clearly eager for gossip among the outer sect disciples, all gazing at him expectantly. Among them, Wang Wei discerned a glimmer of hope in their eyes, as if they were yearning for him to issue an immediate order to severely punish Lu Huan. Yet, the more he sensed this, the more he felt something amiss. After a swift contemplation, he sternly declared, "This matter will be handled personally by me. You shall first take the victim for treatment. I will seek out the perpetrator to ascertain the truth." "Wang Wei, you are truly wise," Sun Shao immediately responded with a sycophantic grin, eager to curry favor. Upon hearing Sun Zhao's words, the surrounding outer sect disciples, although sensing something off about Wang Wei's attitude, felt an inexplicable relief wash over them, their faces alight with joy as if celebrating a festival, believing that Lu Huan would certainly suffer a dire consequence. "Enough with the idle chatter. Can't you see the victim is in dire straits? Hurry and take him for treatment." Wang Wei impatiently interrupted Sun Shao, inwardly lamenting, "What brilliance indeed! Not only would this young man attract the attention of numerous higher-ups after completing the task for the Dark Sky Cave Master, but Senior Sister Yun's attitude clearly indicated she did not wish for him to deal with this matter. Oh, Sun Shao, why are you so utterly lacking in perception, after silently signed to maintain his own reputation?" Wang Wei left the outer sect mission hall with a serious demeanor. No one could fathom the tumult of emotions churning within him at that moment. Wang Wei, just as he was vacillating in uncertainty about how to resolve the situation, Senior Sister Yun's voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Senior Sister Yun," Wang Wei exclaimed with delight, immediately beginning to vent his frustrations. "This Lu Huan is causing quite the ruckus, even if he possesses remarkable talent. He should not incapacitate a fellow disciple in such a public manner. This puts me in a difficult position." "There is nothing difficult about it. You are likely aware of Zhou Kai's character. This incident is of his own making and has little to do with Lu Huan. At most, he may have struck a bit too hard," Senior Sister Yun replied calmly. "A bit too hard?" Wang Wei's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he looked at Senior Sister Yun, exclaiming with bemusement, "But Zhou Kai is one of the 3 chief disciples of the outer sect. While his character may indeed be lacking, he ranks among the pinnacle of body refinement practitioners in the entire Qingyan County. To incapacitate him, one would at least need to be a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Regardless of how talented Lu Huan may be, he is still an outer sect disciple and has certainly not reached the foundation establishment stage. He must have at least fought Zhou Kai for a while." He only threw one punch at Zhou Kai, who had also consumed an explosion spirit pill. A peak body refinement practitioner using an explosion spirit pill to attack a fellow disciple. And you think Lu Huan should not be allowed to defend himself? Senior Sister Yu narrowed her eyes and said softly, "Point one punch. And Zhou Kai had taken an explosion spirit pill? Good heavens. How strong is Lu Huan's capability? I fear I may not even be his match." Wang Wei gasped, yet a smile crept onto his face. For Senior Sister Yun's words had already led him to believe that this situation was not as troublesome as he initially thought. Just one punch to cripple Zhou Kai's Dantian, and he had taken an explosion spirit pill while actively provoking Lu Huan. This only indicated a lack of skill on Zhou Kai's part. Why should Lu Huan be blamed for being too harsh? Shortly thereafter, a notice issued by Wang Wei was posted at the entrance of the mission hall. Upon reading its contents, all outer sect disciples felt as though they had swallowed a fly. The notice was straightforward enough for even a fool to comprehend. In essence, it stated that through Wang Wei's investigation, he had determined that Zhou Kai's incapacitation was entirely of his own doing and had no relation to Lu Huan. Therefore, Lu Huan would face no punishment. Conversely, Zhou Kai, due to his own provocation and lack of skill, was mercilessly expelled from the Tianjin sect and would never be reinstated. Of course, Lu Huan was oblivious to the fact that a small inconvenience he had caused during his alchemy practice had been resolved without his intervention. At that moment, Lu Huan was in the outer sect's alchemy hall, concocting a mirror-breaking pill. Lacking a pill furnace and spiritual fire, he had to rent an alchemy room that provided both, after investing nearly half an hour in refining. As he imprinted the final step of the pill formation, a rich fragrance of medicine suddenly wafted through the air. How delightful! Lu Huan was astounded, preparing to inspect the results of his alchemy. A surge of purple light erupted from the furnace, soaring to the heavens and permeating the alchemy room, forming a canopy of purple clouds above the hall. A heavenly phenomenon? Good heavens, someone has actually refined a perfect grade pill. Is this real? In this day and age, is there still someone capable of producing a perfect quality pill? Am I in the wrong place? Could this possibly be the inner sect's alchemy hall instead of the outer sect's? Even in the inner sect, over the years, no steward or elder had managed to refine a perfect grade pill. It was uncertain what type of pill it was, but it was said that perfect grade pills often possessed extraordinary effects. The appearance of the purple cloud sparked discussions among many disciples near the alchemy hall. However, this was, after all, the outer sect's alchemy hall. Regardless of the furnace or ground fire, the quality was subpar. Within the Tianjin sect, those well-versed in alchemy tended to choose the inner sect's facilities for their craft. Most present were merely outer sect disciples with a casual interest in alchemy, and high-ranking members seldom graced this place. The purple clouds lingered for a brief period before gradually dissipating. Meanwhile, Lu Huan, oblivious to the commotion outside, was focused on the 3 mirror-breaking pills that had emerged from the furnace, his anxiety overshadowing his awareness of the surroundings. The mirror-breaking pill was exceptionally unique, incomparable to other pills. From the inheritance of alchemical knowledge he had received from the system, Lu Huan was aware that under normal circumstances, only one pill could be produced in a single refinement. The appearance of 3 at once raised his concerns about whether something had gone awry. If the efficacy had been compromised, it would have been in vain. As he retrieved the pills, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Perfect refinement body-breaking pill. Instantly shatters the constraints of the body refinement realm, elevating cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Simultaneously doubles the Dantian, ignores level restrictions, allowing the use of all spiritual materials for enhancing one's foundational strength in both the body refinement and foundation establishment realms. Can also substitute for the foundation establishment mirror-breaking pill, albeit with reduced efficacy. Hiss. Lu Huan inhaled sharply. I actually refined a perfect-grade mirror-breaking pill, and its effects are astonishingly powerful compared to an ordinary mirror-breaking pill. This one doubled the Dantian's capacity. That meant possessing significantly more spiritual energy than other practitioners. And spiritual energy was the foundation of a cultivator's future strength. More spiritual energy equated to greater power. The prospect of a double Dantian was indeed exhilarating. Yet, Lu Huan understood that the most beneficial aspect was the ability to ignore level restrictions and utilize all spiritual materials for enhancing one's foundational strength in both the body refinement and foundation establishment realms. This was of paramount significance to him. Why? Because of the Black Sky Spirit Crystal. This object has the ability to enhance the foundational strength of those who cultivate their physical bodies. Who can deny this? Yang Zhong, in his pursuit to acquire the complete inheritance of the Lord of the Black Sky Cave, willingly invested his own resources to improve his cultivation. He then chose to remain at the pinnacle of the physical training realm, utilizing the power of the Black Sky Spirit Crystal to augment his fundamental prowess. What does this signify? The Black Sky Spirit Crystal is a comprehension that can only be utilized within the physical training realm. Lu Huan, from his third check-in, has indeed harvested the technique to condense the Black Sky Spirit Crystal. If he were to choose to break through to the foundation establishment stage now, under ordinary circumstances, it would be akin to relinquishing such a formidable capability without a second thought, rendering him unable to utilize the Black Sky Spirit Crystal to enhance his foundational strength. While it may seem that spiritual energy is of utmost importance to cultivators, once it is depleted, sheer power can suffice to confront many crises. Moreover, in certain special locations, there exist zones where spiritual energy cannot be harnessed. In such instances, the magnitude of power becomes critically significant. Excellent, truly marvelous. In his moment of elation, Lu Huan's gaze fell upon the last attribute of the perfect quality breaking mirror pill. Could it serve as a substitute for the foundation establishment breaking mirror pill? This indeed feels like having a trump card in advance. If he later finds himself unable to procure the materials necessary to refine the foundation establishment breaking mirror pill, this item could serve as a replacement. Let us see if I can find it. If not, so be it. Lu Huan was still exceedingly covetous, as the additional attributes of the perfect quality breaking mirror pill surpassed those of the ordinary variant. Why settle for an ordinary pill when he could employ the perfect one? After all, he possessed a system, setting him apart from ordinary cultivators. Lu Huan mused inwardly. Without any lingering worries, he carefully stored 2 of the breaking mirror pills and promptly placed the remaining one into his mouth. Instantly, the explosive potency of the pill detonated within Lu Huan's body like a deluge breaching a dam, violently surging through his internal organs and limbs. The sensation, particularly at the dantian, was akin to having his soul torn asunder, causing Lu Huan to emit a pain cry in a moment of unguardedness. However, in the next breath, he steeled himself, gritting his teeth, his eyes widening with determination, a resolute glimmer igniting within them. This pain? How could Lu Huan possibly falter under it? The agony persisted for a full hour before finally receding like the tide. Lu Huan's clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat, rendering him akin to a drenched rat. Exhausted and sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, Lu Huan beheld the strength notification on his system interface and could not suppress his laughter. Master, Lu Huan cultivation level, foundation establishment. First layer strength, 24,000 Neo. Though it was merely the simplest of 3 lines, for Lu Huan, it represented a monumental breakthrough. The foundation establishment, first layer, was sufficient for him to shed the identity of an outer sect disciple and ascend to that of an inner sect disciple. It marked a definitive farewell to the self he had been prior to acquiring the system. With the system in hand, a new way of life was imperative. The enhancement of power was, by all standards, conventional. Typically, after breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, one would experience a direct doubling of strength. Lu Huan had not anticipated that his strength would reach 12,000 Neo, only to find it doubled. In retrospect, it felt somewhat like a loss. However, considering that he could utilize the perfect breaking mirror pill and the Black Sky Spirit Crystal to elevate his foundational strength limits, this minor setback was entirely inconsequential. Upon inspecting his dantian, it was indeed quite substantial. Yet, he had no means of comparison regarding how large a dantian a typical peak physical training cultivator possessed after breaking through. He could only ascertain the difference upon encountering an adversary in the future. Thus, he did not dwell on it too much, trusting that the system would not deceive him in such matters. After organizing his gains, Lu Huan left the alchemy chamber with a sense of satisfaction, only to find a throng of disciples gathered outside, encircled around an elder of the core formation realm. Clamoring to report their findings, Lu Huan recognized the elder as Jian Tong, an intersect elder specializing in alchemical studies. Upon noticing Lu Huan, an uncanny silence fell over the scene, with both the core formation elder and the disciples regarding him with astonishment. Lu Huan could distinctly sense the elder's incredulous gaze scrutinizing him. Suddenly, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Is it really him? It can't be, can it? He doesn't appear to possess the slightest resemblance to someone capable of refining perfect quality pills. Yet, aside from him, all others from the alchemy chamber had emerged, and no one else claimed such a feat. Could it be someone is pretending to be a fool to catch a tiger? What a ridiculous notion. Anyone capable of refining pills here, let alone perfect quality ones, would surely be at least a level above as the disciples continued to murmur amongst themselves. The core formation elder finally finished assessing Lu Huan. He was loath to believe that Lu Huan had crafted a perfect quality pill, yet given the circumstances, it could only be him. What is your name? Are you an inner sect disciple or an outer sect disciple? Did you truly just refine a perfect quality pill? Had it been earlier, Lu Huan might have chosen to downplay his achievements. However, there was no need for such modesty now. Having broken through to the foundation establishment, first layer, his indestructible body had consequently enhanced, allowing him to withstand attacks from nascent soul ancestors. Moreover, the disciples were correct. It was merely a perfect quality first-level pill in relative terms. It was not particularly attention-grabbing. Thus, Lu Huan nodded lightly, revealing a confident smile. In response to Elder Jian, I am Lu Huan, and I have indeed refined a perfect quality breaking mirror pill for the physical training realm. I should now qualify as an inner sect disciple. Shun Ti. What? A perfect quality breaking mirror pill? However, Elder Jian's reaction was entirely beyond Lu Huan's expectations. Is it really him? We have unearthed a hidden dragon in the Tianjin sect. A breaking mirror pill can also be refined to perfection? My heavens, perfect quality pills invariably possess special effects. I wonder what the effects of this perfect quality breaking mirror pill are. Not only was Jian Tong's reaction intense, but the other disciples were equally fervent. Their faces flushed with excitement as if the achievement of refining the pill belonged to them rather than Lu Huan. Why such a strong reaction? Lu Huan found himself perplexed by their fervor, pondering silently when suddenly, the world before him darkened. Jian Tong had leaped from the crowd to stand before him, fervently grasping his hands with an expression of intense yearning in his eyes. Do you still have any of the pills left? Quickly, show me. A perfect quality breaking mirror pill. Could it be that such a thing truly exists in this world? Observing Jian Tong's exuberant demeanor, Lu Huan couldn't help but worry that the elder might become overly excited, akin to Fan Jin upon passing the imperial examination, and suffer a fatal shock. After a moment's thought, Lu Huan recalled he still had 2 breaking mirror pills on his person. Even if he handed one over, he would retain another as a safeguard. With that, he cheerfully produced one of them and presented it to Jian Tong. Elder Jian. This is the perfect quality breaking mirror pill. This is the perfect quality breaking mirror pill. Indeed extraordinary. Just look at its radiant exterior, its perfectly rounded form, and the rich, alluring aroma wafting from it. A glimmer of obsession sparked in Jian Tong's eyes. Akin to a man starved for years suddenly encountering a breathtaking beauty before him, utterly beside himself with excitement. Yet, Lu Huan could not help but roll his eyes. What a ridiculous notion of a radiant exterior. In the rich, alluring aroma, the flawless quality of the body refinement realm's shattered mirror pill, upon being extracted from the alchemical furnace by Lu Huan, had already contained its aura, aside from the commendation of its perfect roundness. Nothing further could be said. The rest was mere nonsense. So, Lu Huan, is it? I shall take this pill back for research. Once I have completed my studies, I will exchange it with you. However, I will not let you suffer a loss. Starting today, you shall become my closed-door disciple, and you will come to my cave abode to complete the disciple-taking ceremony that I shall return to my research now. With that, Jian Tong soared into the sky. Vanishing from sight, Lu Huan was left utterly bewildered, filled with disdain in his heart. Who wants to become your closed-door disciple? If you were a formidable master in the out-of-body or divided spirit stages, I might reluctantly consider being your disciple. But you are merely at the core formation stage. You are only slightly stronger, unable to even breach my defenses that I have already refined perfect quality pills. Yet you have not. What purpose would I have for you as my master? Lu Huan shook his head in disbelief, completely disregarding Jian Tong's words. However, Lu Huan's indifference did not extend to the outer disciples surrounding him. Upon hearing Jian Tong's proclamation, their eyes glimmered with envy, their faces awash with expressions of jealousy and resentment. As enthusiasts of alchemy, what was their greatest aspiration within the Heavenly Sword sect? Was it not to become Jian Tong's disciple? Yet now, Jian Tong had already accepted Lu Huan as his closed-door disciple. This signified that Jian Tong would not take on any more students, and their aspirations had drifted far from their reach. Though they were envious and resentful, those present possessed a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing their inability to compare with Lu Huan's talent in alchemy. Thus, they resolved to cling to his coattails in an instant. All the disciples surged towards Lu Huan, clamoring excitedly, Brother Lu, I also have a passion for alchemy. How about you come to my room tonight and provide some guidance? Brother, my sister is just 16. Innocent and adorable, with a gentle demeanor. I seek your guidance. Brother Lu, do you mind that I am male? I do mind. I absolutely do. I am a man who loves women. Lu Huan felt overwhelmed, although he had often encountered such scenes before the activation of the system, with the young women of the Heavenly Sword sect frequently pestering him for various anecdotes. Those women were far more reserved than the current crowd. After brushing off these persistent admirers, Lu Huan decisively made his way to his residence beside the Heavenly Star sect. This was where Lin Bai resided. With a cold demeanor, Lu Huan kicked open Lin Bai's courtyard door. The wooden gate shattered with a resounding crash. What are you doing, Lu Huan? At that moment, a passing outer disciple, witnessing Lu Huan's furious display, curiously inquired, seeking vengeance. The disciple was taken aback, muttering, aren't you on good terms with Lin Bai? Observing Lu Huan's expression darken further due to his comment, the disciple quickly amended. It seems Lin Bai was called away by the third elder and hasn't returned since. If you wish to seek revenge, you must confront the third elder. The third elder? Lu Huan paused slightly. He had never heard Lin Bai mention any connection to the third elder, Zhao Mingji. After pondering for a moment, he silently mused. What of the third elder? He is merely a core formation cultivator. I shall pay him a visit. Having made his decision, Lu Huan smiled at the passing disciple. Thank you, Dongzi. No problem. Dongzi, somewhat dazed, watched as Lu Huan suddenly turned to leave, seemingly heading towards the inner sect, leaving him utterly perplexed. This guy wouldn't dare confront Lin Bai for revenge in front of the third elder, would he? Truly audacious. What a pity. We will soon lose another outer disciple. Dongzi shook his head, filled with regret as he departed. Clearly, he did not believe that Lu Huan, bold enough to seek vengeance in the third elder's territory, would return alive. Before heading to the inner sect, Lu Huan made another visit to the task hall. At this moment, Wang Wei's notification had not yet been dispatched. Some disciples in the task hall, upon seeing Lu Huan's audacity in reappearing before them, could not help but mock him cruelly. Lu Huan paid them no mind. He approached Sister Yun with a cheerful demeanor, saying, Sister, could you help me register? I wish to become an inner disciple. Have you broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Sister Yun remarked, her face lighting up with surprise. Yes, Lu Huan nodded. Great, I will register you right away. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage grants one the status of an inner disciple. This is an ironclad rule within the Heavenly Sword sect. And Sister Yun required no hesitation to assist. Nearby, a peak body refinement disciple, filled with jealousy, remarked, does a dying person even need to register as an inner disciple? Sister Yun, why waste your energy? Dying person? Are you referring to me? Lu Huan tilted his head, casting a displeased glance at the speaker. Are you also a lackey of that waste? Zhou Kai? Lu Huan assumed the other was a sycophant of Zhou Kai. Having crippled Zhou Kai, he had ruffled the feathers of these individuals, and they had not learned their lesson, provoking him again. Jiang Wang, recognizing Lu Huan's expression, quickly inferred that Lu Huan had yet to be found by Wang Wei and coldly interjected, so you remain unaware. Huh. Hee, you have crippled Zhou Kai's Dantian, violating the sect's rules. If you don't die, who will? About that matter? Lu Huan suddenly comprehended, chuckling lightly, not taking it to heart. He did not feel he had erred in this situation. Those who provoke him and lack the strength to retaliate deserve their fate. This is a world where strength reigns supreme, the unspoken rule of the Tianwang continent. Lu Huan glanced dismissively at Jiang Wang, reclining nonchalantly on the high counter, engaging in conversation with Sister Yun, entirely disregarding Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang's eyes flared with rage. One of the peak body refinement disciples, second only to the three chief disciples. He believed he could naturally position himself among the three. With Zhou Kai's downfall, he saw an opportunity to elevate his status and decided to assert his authority by dealing with Lu Huan, a so-called dying man under the scrutiny of the law enforcement of the sect. Jiang Wang had set his sights on Lu Huan. However, he had not anticipated Lu Huan's utter disregard for him, which left him feeling deeply humiliated. Fixating on Lu Huan's retreating figure, Jiang Wang gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with venomous hatred, and suddenly shouted, Lu Huan, I do not know what means you employed to evade Brother Wang Wei's search. Now that you have appeared before us, we will capture you and present you to Brother Wang Wei for interrogation. Everyone, let's join forces. He has just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. His strength is unstable. This is the best opportunity for us to avenge Brother Zhou Kai. Charge! Jiang Wang's abrupt shout left Lu Huan momentarily stunned. rolling his eyes as he turned to Sister Yun, exclaiming, "Is this guy an idiot? Perhaps his brain isn't functioning properly." Sister Yun smiled slightly, sharing Lu Huan's sentiment, both of them unperturbed by the crowd of outer disciples. When Lu Huan was at the peak of the body refinement stage, he could contend with core formation cultivators. Now that he had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, his strength had undoubtedly surged. These outer disciples would still pose no threat to him. "Hurry and resolve this. I will take you into the inner sect." Sister Yin chuckled, urging him onward. "Understood." Lu Huan deliberately bent his legs in salute, and as he turned, he launched a punch that struck out with tremendous force. Jiang Wang had yet to react when he felt a searing pain rip through his abdomen. Darkness enveloped him, and his body collided violently against the wall, which was affixed with a formation. Crashing down to the ground with a sound reminiscent of a deflating balloon, the outer disciples, who had previously been stirred up by Jiang Wang's provocations and had been preparing to act, were left dumbfounded. This familiar scene made them feel as though they were witnessing the tragic fate of Zhou Kai once more. Another one. This is truly a Dantian killer, disabling someone's Dantian at the slightest disagreement. Who would dare to step forward now? All the outer disciples around were utterly intimidated. The sheer might of Lu Huan surpassed their wildest imaginations. They finally realized that Lu Huan was not someone they could contend with. Lu Huan, on the other hand, wore an awkward expression. The system's notification indicating he had gained 100 days of cultivation did nothing to alleviate his embarrassment. "Junior Sister Yun, I assure you, I did not intend for this to happen. Do you believe me?" Lu Huan spoke softly. Junior Sister Yun twitched her lips. While she was inclined to believe Lu Huan, would the outer disciples present feel the same? It was evident. Some had already dubbed Lu Huan the Dantian killer. Such a title, while intimidating, was certainly not a commendable reputation. Nevertheless, Junior Sister Yun waved her hand dismissively and casually remarked, "It's fine. Wang Wei can help you resolve this. Dai was he who provoked you this time. It has nothing to do with you. Senior sister, what exactly is the situation with that Wang Wei?" Lu Huan, who had initially paid little attention, asked with curiosity upon hearing this. "Wang Wei is a disciple of the law enforcement pavilion." Junior Sister Yin briefly explained the events that transpired after Lu Huan had left. Lu Huan nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps he ought to extend his gratitude to this Wang Wei senior brother. "Come, I shall take you to the inner sect." Junior Sister Yin, unfazed by the chaos before her, completed the final procedure and handed Lu Huan the newly printed identity token for inner sect disciples. "Thank you." Lu Huan smiled as he stowed the token into his system space. If not for the necessity of possessing foundational cultivation to participate in the Lu Yin mountain ruins and the requirement to be recognized as a sect disciple, he would not have cared for this identity at all. Achieving foundational cultivation automatically designated one as an inner disciple in the Tianjin sect. Otherwise, Lu Huan would not have been concerned with such a title. It was no wonder that inner disciples looked down upon outer disciples. The inner sect's residence appeared far grander than that of the outer sect. Ethereal energy swirled as spirit cranes soared above. Even the inner sect of a modest sect like Tianjin looked like a celestial paradise. In the outer sect, scattered across a few nondescript hills, aside from the impressive structures like the Task Pavilion and the Technique Pavilion, the rest consisted of makeshift wooden homes erected by outer disciples. Dilapidated and shabby, the stark contrast between the inner disciples' residences and these was akin to the difference between a wealthy district and a slum. Though this was not Lu Huan's first visit. He had only come as a guest. Now, as an inner disciple, he was finally one of the proprietors here. "Lu Huan, what the hell are you doing back here again? The Saintess is not in the sect right now." Just as Lu Huan descended onto the grand square at the entrance for inner disciples, an irritating voice rang in his ears. Turning to look, he couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was Yin Lei. A sort of half-friend. Previously, like Lu Huan, he had been an outer disciple and was Lu Huan's neighbor on the right. However, this guy had exceptional talent and had broken through to foundational cultivation 6 months prior. Entering the inner sect, after becoming an inner disciple, he had covertly gifted Lu Huan 2 body-refining pills from his disciple benefits. These were low-grade pills designed to enhance physical strength, particularly suitable for body refinement practitioners. However, this guy had a sharp tongue and was not particularly well-like. Lu Huan had previously harbored some disdain for him because of this. Yet, in retrospect, Yin Lei's sharp tongue was infinitely preferable to Lin Bai, whom Lu Huan once mistakenly considered a true brother. After all, upon reflection, Lu Huan had never received anything of tangible value from Lin Bai throughout all these years. "I really am foolish." Lu Huan couldn't help but lament internally. Remembering his past interactions with Yin Lei, he let out a hearty laugh and boasted, "I am now at foundational cultivation. Why shouldn't I be able to enter the inner sect?" Yin Lei's eyes flickered with evident surprise at his words. But he retorted with his usual biting sarcasm. You think you can reach foundational cultivation? What a ridiculous joke. Even if my son reached foundational cultivation, you still wouldn't stand a chance. Don't be ridiculous. With your character, even if I ascended, you'd still struggle to find a partner, let alone having a son." Lu Huan shot back without holding back, playfully slapping his own face and saying, "To find a partner, you'd have to be as handsome as I am." Upon hearing this, Yin Lei was rendered speechless, glaring at Lu Huan with an expression of deep resentment. Handsome? In front of Lu Huan, he had never won a contest. Those with sharp tongues often have short memories, otherwise they wouldn't make the same mistakes repeatedly. After staring resentfully at Lu Huan for less than a minute, Yin Lei seemed to forget why he had been glaring and curiously inquired, "Have you truly reached foundational cultivation? Is there any doubt? Junior Sister Yin brought me here to register." Lu Huan pointed at Junior Sister Yin. Junior Sister Yin. Only then did Yin Lei notice the smiling Junior Sister Yin watching their playful banter. He quickly bowed and then cheekily added, "Junior Sister Yin, such trivial matters need not trouble you personally. It's just a matter of registering an inner disciple. I can take Lu Huan over." "That works. I have other matters to attend to." Junior Sister Yin waved her hand, readily agreeing. The cold jibes from outsiders and the playful banter between friends were clearly perceptible to her. She could distinctly sense that Yin Lei's attitude towards Lu Huan was entirely different from that of others. She felt reassured. Registering as an inner disciple was quite significant, and this step had already been personally handled by Junior Sister Yin. The subsequent registration simply involved informing the disciples' pavilion in the inner sect to ensure that Lu Huan received his monthly benefits. With the system at his disposal, Lu Huan had little need for such trivialities. However, as it was part of the process, he didn't mind following Yin Lei as they easily completed the registration. Later, when it came time to arrange accommodations, Yin Lei even made a special request. Once again, he and Lu Huan became next-door neighbors, as he put it, after entering the inner sect for 6 months. Ive felt uncomfortable without someone to spar with daily. "Now that you're back, I can't let you escape from being my sparring partner." In truth, Lu Huan understood that the inner sect's rivalries were far more intense than those of the outer sect. Although Yin Lei had entered the inner sect 6 months earlier, he had established himself there. Choosing to be neighbors with Lu Huan was also a way for him to look out for Lu Huan, ensuring he wouldn't face the same challenges that new inner disciples often encountered. Lu Huan was genuinely touched and did not want to dampen Yin Lei's good intentions, so he accepted the arrangement. Yet, little did Yin Lei know that the Lu Huan of today was no longer the naive individual he once was. The two had long since become beings of entirely different worlds. After Yin Lei enthusiastically assisted Lu Huan in tidying up his residence, he took out the exquisite wine he had long prepared, along with some spiritual fruits. He even took it upon himself to cook a feast that, while not particularly gourmet, was certainly not considered dark cuisine, intending to welcome Lu Huan with an extravagant meal. This left Lu Huan, who had been eager to seek vengeance against Lin Bai, with no opportunity to do so. As they shared drinks and engaged in light-hearted banter, Yin Lei suddenly brought up the ruins of Lu Yin Mountain. Lu Huan, you must be aware of the Lu Yin Mountain ruins, right? Of course. Are you going to participate? Lu Huan replied, taking a sip of his drink and nodding. Yes, Yin Lei exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Initially, I had no intention of participating, although the requirement to enter is merely to be at the foundation establishment stage. Historically, every time Lu Yin Mountain opens, there are always numerous mid- and late-stage seniors who joined as someone at the first level of foundation establishment. I would merely be cannon fodder. Then why even mention it? Lu Huan responded, a look of disbelief on his face. But now it's different. You're here too. I thought, why not team up and experience the world together, laying a foundation for the next opening of Lu Yin Mountain? Wouldn't that be splendid? With those words, Yin Lei took a hearty swig of his drink, his face flushed from the spice of the alcohol, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That is not out of the question. Lu Huan contemplated his purpose for entering the inner sect, which was indeed to participate in the ruins of Lu Yin Mountain. He had originally intended to go alone, but now with Yin Lei expressing his desire to team up, Lu Huan decided to bring him along, thus repaying the favor of the 2 body-refining pills Yin Lei had previously given him. After all, Lu Huan had a lingering feeling that once the Lu Yin Mountain ruins expedition concluded, he would likely have to bid farewell to the Tianjin sect. You agree? Then I'll go find 3 more teammates. Upon hearing Lu Huan's consent to his proposal, Yin Lei leapt with joy. Nearly 3 feet off the ground. What do you mean by finding 3 more teammates? Lu Huan furrowed his brow, somewhat displeased. He was willing to let Yin Lei benefit from an easy win. But he certainly did not want to invite 3 other unfamiliar teammates to take advantage of the situation. You didn't know. Yin Lei was taken aback, noticing Lu Huan's discontent, and quickly explained. The Lu Yin Mountain Ruins have always been a team-based trial. To enter, you must have 5 members. As for whether to stay together or split up afterward, that's up to individual choice. What nonsensical regulation, Lu Huan exclaimed in dissatisfaction, seeing that Lu Huan genuinely did not wish to team up with others. Yin Lei gritted his teeth, feeling a pang in his heart, and said, "This has been the rule since ancient times. I don't quite understand the specifics either if you truly do not want to team up with others. I can go to the task pavilion and spend some money to find 3 tickets. Buy tickets?" Yin Lei nodded, immediately elaborating. Forming a 5-person squad is not so easily accomplished. Some clever folks think to charge money for forming teams with others to fulfill the desires of those eager to enter the Lu Yin Mountain Ruins. Just 100 spirit stones per person. At this point, Yin Lei's tone shifted to one of envy, clicking his tongue as he added, "There's an even pricier option, specifically for the wealthy young masters and ladies from affluent families. They are led by seniors who have previously entered the Lu Yin Mountain Ruins, allowing them to undergo trials while also profiting from those young masters and ladies' spirit stones. It's a win-win situation. Can you imagine how many spirit stones that requires?" "I don't know," Lu Huan replied, shaking his head as he raised his cup. Yin Lei, filled with even more envy, clinked his cup with Lu Huan's, downing the wine in one gulp before drunkenly raising a finger and cursing. 10,000 spirit stones per person. Damn it, 10,000 spirit stones. That's what I accumulated over 5 years of disciple benefits. Observing Yin Lei's contemptuous demeanor, Lu Huan felt a pang of sympathy. The Yin Lei from before had not been like this. Though his words were sharp, he was undoubtedly an ambitious and positive young man. The transformation he had undergone could only indicate the fierce competition within the inner sect, continuing to drink with Yin Lei. Lu Huan understood that in this state, even though Yin Lei had already reached the foundation establishment stage, he would soon succumb to inebriation. Sure enough, after another hour, Yin Lei was slumped over the table, fast asleep. After placing Yin Lei in his bed, Lu Huan departed from his residence and made his way toward the dwelling of the 3rd Elder. The cave of the 3rd Elder, Zhao Mingji, was situated deep within the Tianjin sect, where the concentration of spiritual energy was double that of the inner sect. It was said that beneath the mountain where the cave was located lay a low-grade spiritual vein. Under normal circumstances, entry for outsiders was strictly prohibited. Halt. Thus, as Lu Huan reached the foot of Zhao Mingji's cave, 2 guard disciples coldly blocked his path. "What do you want?" Lu Huan inquired politely, as he was not fully aware of the circumstances. Although he possessed sufficient strength, he had no intention of recklessly provoking an elder of the Tianjin sect. "Are you Lu Huan?" To his surprise, as soon as Lu Huan finished speaking, one of the guards' expressions shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "You, an outer sect disciple, have the audacity to trespass into the inner sect and dare to approach the 3rd Elder's cave. Speak. What are your intentions?" As he spoke, the guard's sword was instantly aimed at Lu Huan's neck, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, clearly intent on executing him on the spot. Lu Huan's gaze flashed with a hint of coldness. Previously, he had speculated that after Lin Bai fled, he might have immediately sought refuge in the 3rd Elder's cave, perhaps claiming he had been wronged, with the 3rd Elder also playing a part in the scheme. However, after much contemplation, Lu Huan realized that he was merely an ordinary outer sect disciple. Before acquiring the system, he was worlds apart from Zhao Mingji. If the 3rd Elder truly wished to deal with him, he could have easily done so without such elaborate machinations. He could fabricate any excuse to make Lu Huan's life a living hell. Thus, he had dismissed that thought. Yet now, witnessing the guard's extreme reaction, the notion resurfaced in Lu Huan's mind, and he grew increasingly curious about the truth behind Lin Bai's betrayal. So, Lin Bai is indeed within the 3rd Elder's cave? Squinting his eyes, Lu Huan completely disregarded the guard disciple before him, who was at least at the 3rd level of foundation establishment or higher, and raised his fist to launch a direct attack. Bang! Even though the guard was prepared for an assault, Lu Huan's power was simply overwhelming. Without the enhancement of techniques, he unleashed a force of 24,000 pounds. The merciless strike collided with the guard, resulting in a thunderous roar. The guard screamed as he was sent flying. Presumptuous! The other guard, witnessing this, was enraged and swung his sword, shouting, "Clear wind sword technique. Kill!" Amidst the chilling aura of murder, a streak of azure sword energy shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Lu Huan. Explode. Even though Lu Huan possessed the indestructible body technique, enabling him to easily withstand the sword energy, he couldn't help but snort in anger and raised his fist once more to strike at the incoming energy. Boom! The terrifying sword energy shattered almost instantaneously. Unable to withstand even a second of resistance, Lu Huan's fist continued its momentum, crashing down upon the sword held by the guard. Crack! Numerous cracks instantly appeared on the sword, which then shattered into a pile of scrap metal. The guard was left dumbfounded. He was a practitioner at the 4th level of Foundation establishment, and the clear wind sword technique he had unleashed could easily slay even 5th level Foundation establishment beasts. Yet, what was the outcome? Lu Huan had obliterated it with a single punch. Along with his long sword, he was utterly defeated. This was no ordinary first-tier standard sword from the Heavenly Sword sect. Rather, it was a weapon he had painstakingly requested from the sect's elder after years of dedication, a sword that surpassed the standard by a factor of 2, although it remained a first-tier weapon. It had already reached the pinnacle of that tier, rivaling some inferior second-tier artifacts. Yet, it was still no match for Lu Huan's fist. What immense strength this was! Countless tumultuous thoughts surged in the hearts of the guarding disciples, and their eyes revealed a look of terror. What to do? Flee or fight again? With a resounding bang, in the next instant, Lu Huan's fist struck again, forcing his decision. He could neither escape nor confront. Letting out a pained scream, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Congratulations, Master, for defeating the enemy X2. Reward: 20 years of cultivation X2. The system's rewards brought a faint smile to Lu Huan's lips. He then lifted his head, confidently striding toward the cave on the mountain. The third elder was rather selfish. He had few direct disciples, but numerous guarding disciples who served as free labor. The distinction lay in the former requiring him to actively provide resources and guidance, possessing stronger cultivation levels, while the latter relied solely on the sect's welfare, their levels comparable to regular inner disciples. Most were at the early or mid stages of Foundation establishment. Lu Huan advanced towards the cave entrance, having dealt with over a dozen guarding disciples, and his cultivation level had surged by nearly 50 years. Finally, he encountered Yuan Hao, a direct disciple of the third elder, at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Where did this little brat come from, daring to be so audacious in our third elder's territory? Enraged, Yuan Hao rushed at Lu Huan without hesitation. His soaring figure exuded a frenzied aura of a 7th level Foundation establishment expert. The fiery energy radiating from him made him appear as a furious firebird soaring through the void. The temperature in the air surged dramatically in that instant, scorching the vegetation below into powder. Phoenix Fire Fist. A roar from Yuan Hao erupted, resembling the cry of a phoenix. The fire fist he unleashed coalesced into a fiery bird in the air, ferociously lunging at Lu Huan. The residual waves emitted by the firebird ruthlessly surged outward. Some of the guarding disciples, merely knocked unconscious by Lu Huan and stripped of their combat ability, were further injured or even killed on the spot by the ensuing shockwave. What a spectacle! They claimed it was to stop Lu Huan, yet he had only rendered them unconscious, not killed them. But Yuan Hao, upon his arrival, had already killed several guarding disciples from their branch with just the aftermath of his move. How little regard he had for the lives of these guarding disciples. Truly, he was a disciple of Zhao Mingji. Having thoroughly absorbed his selfish nature, Lu Huan scoffed. Facing Yuan Hao's attack, he did not flinch nor evade. With a spring-like motion, he lightly propelled himself upward, actively launching himself toward the incoming firebird, seeking death. Yuan Hao's eyes gleamed with delight upon witnessing this, although he could not discern Lu Huan's cultivation level. He was confident that with this move, Lu Huan was doomed. Yuan Hao's appearance drew the attention of many disciples atop the mountain who dared not confront Lu Huan, now eagerly springing forth. Seeing Yuan Hao unleash such a formidable technique, they believed Lu Huan was surely finished. They cheered excitedly. "Senior brother is amazing. Brother, kill this little red-haired brat. Skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and then display him to let everyone know the might of our third branch. How dare he cause trouble in our territory? He's simply seeking death. Brother Yuan, don't be too hasty in killing him. Let us brothers have some fun with him first." Among this group were not only the third elder's direct disciples, but also guarding disciples. Yet everyone's reaction was exceedingly vicious. No one cared about Lu Huan's intentions for ascending the mountain. They only thought of how Yuan Hao should brutally slay Lu Huan, as if witnessing someone being tormented was an exhilarating spectacle. If they were truly the victims, their actions might be excused. Yet the truth was they were the genuine perpetrators. Lu Huan had merely sought vengeance against Lin Bai, and those who obstructed him were only knocked unconscious. The real deaths lay at Yuan Hao's hands. Witnessing their reactions, Lu Huan suddenly felt that his methods had been too lenient. System, consumed 10 years of cultivation for me. I wish to elevate the Demon Wind Fist to minor success. The system confirmed the consumption, and the Demon Wind Fist advanced to minor success, doubling its power. The system's upgrades were remarkably swift. In an instant, Lu Huan felt an influx of insights regarding the Demon Wind Fist. As if he had truly trained without sustenance for 10 years. While it is said that for an ordinary person, training for 10 years without food or drink could lead to mastery of a technique like the Demon Wind Fist, achieving even minor success would still be a rarity. Moreover, no one could genuinely sustain such a regimen. Lu Huan had not spent that much time. To him, the so-called system cultivation was akin to points, providing him with 10 years of insights and a heartbeat, and he felt no regret. Demon Wind Fist, Lu Huan roared as he charged toward the fiery bird, unleashing a towering black radiance. The light coalesced into a massive phantom in the void, its might more imposing, causing the rushing firebird to hesitate momentarily before it barreled toward Lu Huan once more. Crack! The black brilliance collided fiercely with the soaring fire imaged in the split second before the shockwave erupted. Time seemed to freeze around them. All on the third Elder's mountain stared agape, their eyes fixed on the clash of the two techniques, a sudden thought forming in their minds. It seemed Brother Yuan was about to lose. Boom! In the next moment, an explosion erupted. The crimson flames were swiftly engulfed by the black radiance, consumed entirely. The firebird could not even withstand for a second before being enveloped by the terrifying phantom of the Demon Wind Fist. Charging toward Yuan Hao stood there in a daze, utterly shocked by the scene before him. He could hardly fathom how his powerful technique could falter so drastically as the black brilliance bore down upon him, ready to consume him. A sudden rush of swift sounds emanated from the direction of the third Elder's cave. Whoosh! In the next instant, a long sword, radiating with the brilliance of a small sun, shot forth, instantly piercing through the terrifying phantom of the Demon Wind Fist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the sword pierced through the phantom of the Demon Wind Fist hundreds of times. Finally, the momentum of the phantom was interrupted, exploding in the void. The shockwave spread indiscriminately, ruthlessly sweeping toward the surrounding direct and guarding disciples. Swish, 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 from the direction of the third Elder's cave. Beams of light shot forth again, enveloping all his direct disciples and shielding them from the impact. As for the guarding disciples, their fate was far grimmer. None received such protection. One by one, they screamed, either falling instantly or suffering horrific injuries, losing arms or legs in a ghastly manner. Upon witnessing this, Lu Huan could not help but disdainfully curl his lips. He discerned that the protective barrier Zhao Mingji had unleashed was nothing more than a commonplace spiritual energy shield. Given his formidable strength as a late-stage core formation cultivator, he could effortlessly shield all the disciples present. Yet, at this critical juncture, he remained as selfish and self-serving as ever, utterly indifferent to the lives of the protective disciples, allowing so many of them to perish on the spot. With a thud, a figure finally soared out from the cave and landed before Lu Huan, observing the cracked ground beneath Zhao Mingji's feet. Lu Huan let out a cold chuckle. Was this an attempt to assert dominance? Master, swiftly eliminate this wretch. This bastard dares to intrude upon our mountain. If word of this spreads, what face will you have left? Protected by the spiritual energy shield, Yuan Hao saw Zhao Mingji's arrival, and his expression swiftly morphed from terror to a vicious intent to kill as he shouted, Master, this scoundrel must be slain. Look at how many of our disciples he has killed on our mountain. This beast has mercilessly slaughtered so many innocent disciples. Master, you must kill him. A throng of favored disciples, shielded by the spiritual barrier, vociferously echoed his sentiment, their bloodlust palpable. They conveniently overlooked the fact that the deaths of these protective disciples were, in truth, orchestrated by Zhao Mingji himself, while there was some connection to Lu Huan. It was negligible. After all, had Zhao Mingji not intervened, Lu Huan's fiendish wind fist would have claimed only Yuan Hao as its victim. It was precisely due to Zhao Mingji's interference that a far more terrifying shockwave ensued. Moreover, since Zhao Mingji was capable of releasing the spiritual energy shield to protect his favored disciples, could he not have similarly shielded these protective disciples? His actions clearly demonstrated a blatant disregard for those who had diligently served him without receiving any reward. In other words, the responsibility for the deaths of these protective disciples lay squarely on Zhao Mingji's shoulders. Yet, His favored disciples audaciously sought to shift all blame onto Lu Huan. How utterly shameless. But then again, were these not the kind of disciples Zhao Mingji had cultivated? As Zhao Mingji's favored disciples anticipated their master to avenge them, a chilling reprimand erupted from Zhao Mingji's lips. Lu Huan, have you not yet had your fill of chaos? A collective image of bewilderment flickered through the minds of the crowd. Even Lu Huan was taken aback. Regardless of the situation, the deaths of so many on Zhao Mingji's territory were indeed tied to him. Yet, Zhao Mingji's current demeanor seemed excessively ambiguous. After so many lives lost, did he truly intend to let it slide? Or did he genuinely regard the protective disciples as mere expendable tools, unworthy of his concern? Even if he did not consider them human, the losses were still considerable. Were Lu Huan in his position, he would never let such an affront go unpunished. What was Zhao Mingji truly scheming? Amidst the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Huan made a resolute decision and spoke with a stoic expression. Third Elder, you must be well aware of my purpose for coming here. Hand over Lin Bai, and I shall take my leave. How dare you spout such nonsense? Yuan Hao roared in fury, his face contorted with rage. Lu Huan, our master has shown you mercy, yet you still refuse to leave. Do you truly believe we cannot overpower you? This insolent fool, his arrogance was staggering. It seemed their master merely overlooked the deaths of a few protective disciples due to Lu Huan's promising talent. Thinking that since none of the favored disciples were harmed, they could afford to forgive him. But how could they allow such a scoundrel to go unpunished? He must die. The favored disciples clamored in discontent. Lu Huan's gaze glinted with cold light as he cast a glance at those hurling insults at him, committing their faces to memory. For now, his priority was to locate Lin Bai. He would allow them their moment of arrogance. As Zhao Mingji's favored disciples continued their incessant shouts, hoping their master would take action against Lu Huan, Zhao Mingji finally spoke again, his voice surprisingly calm. It is impossible. Lin Bai has already been accepted as my favored disciple. I am aware of the events that transpired earlier, yet you have not suffered any detriment. Rather, your strength has increased. Instead of expressing gratitude to Lin Bai, you seek revenge. Let us consider this matter closed. Turn around and leave, and I shall overlook your transgressions on my branch. The favored disciples of Zhao Mingji exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at their master's declaration. When had he taken on a new favored disciple? Zhao Mingji was known for his meticulousness. He would usually make grand announcements when accepting new disciples, inviting elders from other branches of the Tianjin sect to partake in the festivities, and he would not accept anything below second-tier offerings. Naturally, these offerings never reached his favored disciples, as Zhao Mingji would claim they were unworthy of such treasures. How peculiar that he had silently accepted a disciple this time. However, this was ultimately Zhao Mingji's affair, and his favored disciples dared not question him openly. Yet their reactions did not escape Lu Huan's notice, and he recognized this was merely Zhao Mingji's pretext. With a dismissive scoff, he stepped forward assertively. What if I refuse? Refuse? Zhao Mingji's eyes flared with a hint of impatience and murderous intent as he replied coldly. Lu Huan, I have shown you due respect. You must accept it. Otherwise, with a disdainful snort, a violent shockwave erupted from Zhao Mingji. Sweeping outward, the surrounding mountains and structures were obliterated into dust. Even Lu Huan felt his insides roiling, a mouthful of blood threatening to surge forth, yet he managed to suppress it, swallowing the blood back down. System, enhance the fiendish wind fist once more. Consuming 50 years of system cultivation, the fiendish wind fist surged to perfection, tripling its power. In an instant, 50 years of martial experience flooded into Lu Huan's mind. Some might question the utility of enhancing the fiendish wind fist at such a moment rather than increasing his cultivation. However, the truth was that, at the foundation establishment stage, a rise in cultivation would yield only a marginal increase in strength and a significant influx of spiritual energy. Lu Huan had yet to learn any spiritual techniques. Reaching the peak of the foundation establishment stage would not significantly boost his power. Thus, enhancing the fiendish wind fist was the more prudent choice. With the enhancement complete, Lu Huan gritted his teeth and bellowed, in that case, Third Elder, I apologize for the offense. Immediately, his body transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling towards Zhao Mingji's favored disciples. With his target set on one of those who had insulted him earlier. Lu Huan, you are exceedingly bold. Zhao Mingji, now furious and unable to contain himself, summoned his second-tier magical artifact, the Minjing Sword, and roared, Sword Shadow Slash. The Minjing Sword erupted with a brilliant azure light, instantly launching from Zhao Mingji's hand, transforming into 3 overlapping sword shadows of both light and darkness, hurtling towards Lu Huan. Haha, Upon witnessing this, Zhao Mingji's favored disciples completely disregarded their fear of Lu Huan, erupting into uproarious laughter. Yuan Hao, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, "Lu Huan, you are doomed. This is Master S' most formidable technique, the third-tier sword shadow slash. Let us see how you escape this fate." The other favored disciples chimed in. "He has finished. This little beast is finally going to die. Haha, at last, we can rid ourselves of this scoundrel and no longer fear losing face." Fiendish Windfist. As the disciples of Zhao Mingji reveled in their excitement, Lu Huan unleashed a fierce shout, disregarding Zhao Mingji's assault, and directed a powerful punch toward his locked target. The sound of impact resounded as the fully realized Demon Windfist, imbued with incredible speed and force, surged forth, augmented by threefold strength, resulting in a staggering power of 36,000 newtons. The very fabric of the void trembled at the moment of the punch's manifestation. As if it were on the verge of being shattered, "Oh, you still dare to resist?" Zhao Mingji exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Yet, he dismissed Lu Huan's move as inconsequential, brimming with confidence in his spiritual energy shield. He could not fathom that Lu Huan, who previously possessed only the cultivation of a body-refining realm, could shatter his protective barrier. Although Lu Huan's attack seemed undeniably formidable, Zhao Mingji merely regarded it as an empty display. However, the next moment, Zhao Mingji's confidence evaporated completely. The Demon Windfist collided with his spiritual energy shield, merely sustaining for a brief second before fissures erupted across its surface. "You reckless fool." Zhao Mingji's eyes blazed with fury. This was his cherished disciple, nurtured with painstaking effort. Should Lu Huan take him down, the loss would rend his heart, turning his gaze blood-red with grief. Alas, it was too late. After shattering his spiritual barrier, the force of the punch did not relent. It continued its relentless assault. Even though this disciple boasted a foundation-building cultivation at the 5th level, he was instantaneously reduced to a mist of blood under the terrifying 36,000 newtons of force. "Congratulations, Master, for slaying a formidable foe. You are rewarded with 20 years of cultivation." "Shaoan, is he dead?" The nearby disciples of Zhao Mingji stared in a daze at the scene before them, utterly unable to believe the reality of it. In the next moment, Yuan Hao, the strongest and quickest to react among them, turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. He could not remain here. His master was unreliable. He did not wish to die. He had to escape. Seeing Yuan Hao flee, the other core disciples quickly followed suit, scattering in every direction. Their faith in Zhao Mingji as a master had crumbled. "Lu Huan, I swear, if I do not kill you today, I shall not be a man." Zhao Mingji's wrath ignited, and without waiting for his previous attack to land, he brandished his Mingjiing sword with murderous intent, charging toward Lu Huan. With a thud, Lu Huan remained unfazed by Zhao Mingji's fury, instead pursuing the target of his wrath, one of Zhao Mingji's disciples. This time, Zhao Mingji finally reacted, positioning himself directly in Lu Huan's path and thrusting his sword forward. The clashing of metal echoed as Lu Huan radiated a brilliant golden light. It was evident that Zhao Mingji's strength surpassed his own, and the retaliatory force he experienced was proportionately greater, resulting in a resplendent explosion of light. Lu Huan seemed to transform into a blinding miniature sun. The recoil from Zhao Mingji's attack was unexpectedly severe. The overwhelming force surged along his sword, rebounding violently into his arm, inflicting excruciating pain that sent the Mingjiing sword flying from his grasp. The relentless force continued to assail his arm, causing it to rupture inch by inch in the blink of an eye. Zhao Mingji's entire arm had vanished. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Huan propelled himself forward once more, unleashing a punch toward the second confirmed target. With a resounding boom, this disciple too could not withstand the force, erupting into a cloud of blood, meeting a gruesome end. "Congratulations, Master, for slaying a formidable foe. You are rewarded with 20 years of cultivation." At this moment, Zhao Mingji stood in stunned silence, staring at the bloodied remnants of his severed arm. His expression akin to that of an elderly person succumbing to dementia, trembling with terror as he muttered, "Impossible. Could this boy truly have discovered his father's legacy?" Just as Lu Huan intended to continue his pursuit, Zhao Mingji's words struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily dazed. Memories of his father had become increasingly foggy since his arrival in this world. He could only recall a handsome, upright middle-aged man. With all other memories fading into oblivion, his father had vanished when he was merely 2 years old, while his mother, enduring her sorrow, had raised him until he was 10, only to succumb to her grief shortly after he entered the Tianjin sect. Upon his return to the Liu family, he had not even been able to see his mother one last time, only to find a cold grave, arranged by his grandfather, Liu Tengi. It could be said that had it not been for his grandfather's protection, the frenzied members of the Liu family would have long since targeted them, and Lin Bai would not have had the opportunity to appear. Regrettably, even his grandfather had passed away 5 years after he joined the Tianjin sect. It was a tale of profound tragedy. Nevertheless, Liu Huan had finally managed to establish a foothold within the Tianjin sect, with the prospect of becoming an inner disciple at the foundation-building stage by the age of 20. Yet, even so, the treachery of the elders colluding with outsiders to harm him, a disciple of the Liu family, had transpired. Previously, he could not comprehend this betrayal. Even if a stronger opponent than Lin Bai had emerged, he would have accepted it. But now, the realization dawned upon him. It was the legacy of that father, whose image had faded from memory, that had enabled this to happen. It turned out that his father was quite the formidable figure. Had he known earlier of his father's esteemed reputation, Liu Huan might have felt a flicker of excitement. But now, possessing a system, his greater desire lay in uncovering the truth behind his father's disappearance. Rather than acquiring any legacy, with this thought, Liu Huan suddenly stepped forward, confronting Zhao Mingji, and coldly declared, "Reveal everything you know about my father. How dare you?" Zhao Mingji, momentarily stunned by Liu Huan's overwhelming strength, soon regained his composure and roared in fury, "Liu Huan, had it not been for the inheritance of your unfortunate father, do you truly believe that I, a dignified Golden Core realm expert, could not teach you? A mere foundation-building novice, a lesson, and you dare to question me?" Liu Huan's commanding inquiry ignited Zhao Mingji's rage. Such a self-serving and prideful individual could never accept this, now that you know the truth. "Today I shall ensure you relinquish that inheritance to me," Zhao Mingji bellowed, preparing to launch another assault against Liu Huan when a sudden, urgent voice rang out from afar. "Stop!" Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Mingji's expression darkened, and Liu Huan felt an equal measure of dissatisfaction. The indestructible body had already proven its resilience against the attacks of nascent soul experts. What was there to fear from Zhao Mingji? He had intended to leverage the rebound force from his indestructible body to slay Zhao Mingji on the spot. Yet, he was thwarted by the arrival of this newcomer. Did they not possess any discernment? In his heart, Liu Huan silently scoffed as he turned his gaze towards the newcomer. The individual was none other than the sect leader of the Tianjin sect, Jian Chongqing, a name that resonated with prestige. Embodied by a dashing middle-aged man, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm, making him the foremost figure beneath the formidable nascent soul elders in Qingyan County. As Jian Chongqing descended beside the two, Zhao Mingji immediately seized the opportunity to play the victim, adopting a look of feigned grievance and indignation. Gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Sect leader, you must intercede on my behalf. This wretch is utterly insufferable. As a disciple of the Tianjin sect, he has the audacity to disregard me, an elder, and has directly slaughtered so many of my guard disciples on my branch, each one a vibrant life." "Oh, now you recognize these as lives," Liu Huan interjected, his expression laced with sarcasm. Just moments ago, when the assault commenced, he hadn't seen Zhao Mingji regard the lives of these guard disciples with any concern. Faced with Zhao Mingji's attempt to cast himself as the injured party, Liu Huan refrained from denying the accusations. The current situation left him perplexed. He was uncertain if Jian Chongqing's sudden appearance was a blessing or a curse. Moreover, he did not believe that making a fleeting verbal stand would bear much significance. What he truly wished to ascertain was the purpose behind Jian Chongqing's arrival. "Begone," to Liu Huan's astonishment. Jian Chongqing's countenance darkened at Zhao Mingji's complaints, and with a disdainful huff, he declared, "A useless fool. As an elder at the foundation establishment level, you were unable to best a mere outer disciple? What purpose does your cultivation serve? You might as well allow me to strip it away from you." Zhao Mingji fell silent, his head drooping, a mask of resentment etched on his face. Upon hearing this, Liu Huan's brows shot up in surprise. Jian Chongqing was clearly not here with benevolent intentions, while he appeared to be chastising Zhao Mingji. It was evident he held a bias in his favor. Additionally, Jian Chongqing remained oblivious to the fact that Liu Huan was now an inner disciple. Thus, he had come seeking matters related to the inheritance of the Dark Heaven Cave Master. In an instant, Liu Huan grasped the implications of Jian Chongqing's arrival. He subtly stepped back, not to flee, but rather to create a slight distance, allowing him to observe Jian Chongqing's ensuing actions. However, although Jian Chongqing seemed fixated on Zhao Mingji, he was, in fact, keeping a close watch on Liu Huan. The moment Liu Huan retreated, Jian Chongqing, mistaking it for an attempt to escape, abruptly shifted his gaze back to Lu Huan, and, with a cryptic smile, said, "You must have already discerned my origins, yes?" "I am not certain," Lu Huan replied, maintaining an air of composure while mirroring Jian Chongqing's enigmatic smile. That a flicker of impatience flashed in Jian Chongqing's eyes, and his tone turned frigid and unequivocal. "You cannot safeguard that inheritance. Hand it over, and the sect will ensure your survival." "Ha ha," Lu Huan chuckled. Truly, as the leader of the Tianjian sect, Jian Chongqing's commanding tone was irksome. Zhao Mingji abruptly lifted his head, shock evident on his face as he regarded Jian Chongqing. He was unaware that the inheritance Jian Chongqing referred to was that of the Dark Heaven Cave Master, believing instead it pertained to Lu Huan's father. This realization caused Zhao Mingji immense anguish, regretting his delayed actions. He had thought himself the only one aware of the inheritance, unaware that the news had become common knowledge, prompting Jian Chongqing's personal involvement. What chance did he have now? Yet, as a Tianjian sect elder, Zhao Mingji quickly recalled that Jian Chongqing's demand for the inheritance before him indicated that he too had a chance at acquiring it. A smile returned to Zhao Mingji's face, now radiant as he urged with malevolent glee, "Little brat, hurry up. If you surrender the inheritance now, our Tianjin sect can still protect you. If you provoke the sect leader, killing you will yield the inheritance just the same. Then why not take action?" Lu Huan replied playfully, crossing his arms with a bemused smile. "How dare you?" Zhao Mingji raised his arm and swung violently towards Lu Huan's cheek. "Begone!" Lu Huan's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he retaliated by striking Zhao Mingji's arm with his fist. Despite the protection of his indestructible body, he refused to allow anyone to slap his face without consequence. The insult was simply too great to bear. "You dare to retaliate!" Zhao Mingji bellowed in fury, accelerating his arm towards Lu Huan's cheek with increased speed. Bang! A cold smile adorned Lu Huan's face. Did he really forget the lesson he had just learned? The violent recoil surged from Lu Huan's frame, striking Zhao Mingji's arm and obliterating it into a mist of blood, eliciting another pained scream. "Ah, it hurts. I'm dying. Congratulations, Master, for overcoming a formidable foe. Reward, system cultivation points of 1,100 years. The bystanding Jian Chongqing displayed an expression of astonishment. He had refrained from intervening, seeking to understand the source of Lu Huan's audacity in countering the attacks of a Foundation establishment expert. He had clearly observed that as Zhao Mingji's strike connected with Lu Huan's fist, a golden light emanated from Lu Huan, followed by a counterforce identical to that of Zhao Mingji's attack erupting from the golden aura. Could it be that the Dark Heaven Cave Master was a supreme body cultivator? The self-rebounding force generated by the ultimate refinement of several powerful body cultivation techniques was exponentially stronger than ordinary protective qi. A glimmer of fervor ignited in Jian Chongqing's eyes. Despite being the sect leader and a peak Foundation establishment expert, the Tianjian sect was merely the foremost sect in Qingyan County. Countless stronger sects resided within the entire Tianhuan continent. And even within the Tianwu Kingdom, which encompassed Qingyan County, there were many sects far superior to the Tianjian sect. Jian Chongqing had stagnated at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm for far too long. If he did not break through soon, he might never have the opportunity again. As the sect leader, he was burdened with the management of numerous sect affairs, hindering his cultivation speed. He needed to find an alternative path to achieve a breakthrough. The inheritance of the Dark Heaven Cave Master had become his greatest hope. "This inheritance shall be mine." Jian Chongqing's eyes gleamed with determination, and he felt an overwhelming urge to seize it outright. However, observing Lu Huan's composed demeanor, Jian Chongqing suddenly pondered whether the Dark Heaven Cave Master had anticipated that someone would come to snatch Lu Huan's inheritance and had thus left behind a contingency plan for his disciple. No, he could not take it by force. He must resort to cunning. With this thought, the coldness on Jian Chongqing's face melted away, replaced by a warm and congenial demeanor as he spoke. "Lu Huan, you may have misunderstood that I do not intend for you to contribute the inheritance without recompense. If you willingly offer the inheritance, you shall henceforth be the holy son of our Tianjian sect. You may cultivate as you wish, and we will nurture you just as we would a holy maiden. Moreover," Jian Chongqing shook his head and continued with earnest persuasion, "you may not be aware, but we have just received news that other sects in Qingyan County have united to force us to hand you over. However, if you become the holy son of the Tianjian sect, we will surely do everything in our power to protect you. Otherwise, even if I, as the sect leader, am willing, do you think the other elders and disciples would agree?" Certainly not. Unless you can provide the inheritance of the Dark Heaven Cave Master, allowing them to see the benefits. Lu Huan, I truly seek your best interests. Had it not been for the coercive actions of Jian Chongqing from the outset, perhaps another individual, under his earnest persuasion, might have willingly relinquished the inheritance of the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave. Alas, Lu Huan is not that person. Possessing the indestructible body of the Vajra, he has no need to compromise in this matter. Even if the Yuan Ing ancestor of the Tianjin sect were to intervene, he would remain steadfast, for the Yuan Ing ancestor of the Tianjin sect is merely at the third level of Yuan Ing. Lu Huan, currently at the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm, has just defeated Zhao Mingji, thereby acquiring an additional 100 years of system cultivation. Thus, his system cultivation now totals 265 years. Such a vast amount of system cultivation is sufficient to elevate his prowess to the mid or even late stages of the Foundation Establishment realm, with the third level of Yuan Ing. Should Lu Huan ascend 2 more levels, he would be able to withstand the opponent's assaults. What is there to fear? Lu Huan smirked, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and mockingly gazed at Jian Chongqing, saying, "Sect Master, do I strike you as a fool? Certainly not." Jian Chongqing hastily shook his head. "Then it is settled." Lu Huan shrugged indifferently, stating, "I do not trust you." Jian Chongqing's smile instantly froze, a murderous intent erupting from his eyes. "You have no choice but to believe. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Either surrender the inheritance, or I shall imprison you this very moment." With that, Jian Chongqing suddenly broke into a sinister grin. "Lu Huan, if I am not mistaken, the inheritance you possess is related to physical cultivation techniques. You think I am unaware? Mastering physical cultivation techniques to their zenith allows one to rebound external attacks, as long as I do not strike you. What qualifications does a mere outer disciple have to act so arrogantly before me?" Lu Huan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Jian Chongqing would so swiftly discern the weakness of the indestructible body of the Vajra. Indeed, while the indestructible body boasts formidable defenses and the ability to counterattack, its greatest flaw lies in the necessity of receiving a powerful blow before it can retaliate. The force of the counterattack is commensurate with the intensity of the assault received. If he were merely to be imprisoned, then his greatest strength would indeed be neutralized. Yet, the reason Lu Huan remained unflinching before Jian Chongqing was not solely due to the indestructible body. His true trump card lies within the system. Haha, Lu Huan thought, unable to suppress a laugh. "Sect Master, you truly are unworthy of trust. A mere attempt, and your true nature is revealed." Tsk. Moreover, Lu Huan winked and, under Jian Chongqing's constrained gaze, taunted, "Why not give it a try and see if you can truly imprison me?" "Spirit seal," Jian Chongqing bellowed, brandishing a massive seal resembling a jade stamp, which he hurled into the void. "The spirit seal?" Lu Huan exclaimed in astonishment. This was the sole 4th-tier magical treasure of the Tianjin sect, accessible only to the sect master. However, previous sect masters had seldom utilized it, for it demanded an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy. Typically, the sect master of the Tianjin sect is a peak Jidan realm cultivator, and forcibly using the spirit seal would deplete nearly all of their internal spiritual energy. Jian Chongqing, at this moment, was audaciously employing such a thing, his complexion turning pale and revealing signs of weakness. Nevertheless, the spirit seal was activated, soaring above Lu Huan's head, radiating blinding light that enveloped him entirely. In an instant, Lu Huan felt his internal spiritual energy completely sealed, its flow abruptly halted. Yet, upon moving his body, he seemed to be unaffected. Neither the indestructible body nor the surging power within him had suffered any detriment. In other words, aside from being unable to utilize spiritual energy, Lu Huan remained entirely himself. Furthermore, to this point, he had yet to learn any spiritual energy techniques. Thus, Jian Chongqing's action was evidently a waste of spiritual energy. "You little beast, let us see how you can act so arrogantly now." Jian Chongqing gasped for breath, his expression twisted in malice. "Sect Master, do not tell me this is the end." Lu Huan extended his hand towards the spirit seal above his head, reaching for it. "Stop!" Jian Chongqing shouted in alarm, his rage boiling over. "You little beast, the spirit seal is not something you can casually touch," with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Lu Huan swiftly grasped the seal in his hand, mentally uttering, "System, can you erase Jian Chongqing's aura from the spirit seal and allow me to claim it as my own? Deducting 50 years of system cultivation will fulfill the 2 requirements of the master." Came the response to Lu Huan fixed Jian Chongqing with an enigmatic grin. Deduct, upon seeing Lu Huan smile, a wave of intense unease surged within Jian Chongqing. He sensed that things were amiss. Poof. In the next moment, an excruciating pain akin to the tearing of his soul erupted in his mind, causing him to uncontrollably spit out a mouthful of blood, his complexion growing even paler. His growing horror. He realized that his connection to the spirit seal had vanished entirely. He then beheld the spirit seal disappearing before Lu Huan, only to manifest as a thumb-sized mark upon Lu Huan's forearm. No, it cannot be. Jian Chongqing roared in a tempest of fury and disbelief. How could he not understand the implications of that mark? It clearly indicated that Lu Huan had claimed the spirit seal as his own. But how could this be, as the sect master of the Tianjian sect, having possessed the spirit seal for so many years and nurturing it within his dantian according to ancestral methods? He had been unable to establish a connection due to his stagnant cultivation at the Yuaning realm. Consequently, like every previous sect master, he had been forced to expend tenfold the spiritual energy to exert any semblance of control over it, nearly depleting his own reserves. Yet now, an outer disciple lacking even the foundation establishment realm had, right before his eyes, not only snatched the spirit seal from him after being sealed, but had also claimed it as his own in an instant. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the entire history of the Tianjian sect. Under different circumstances, Jian Chongqing would have felt exhilarated, for it would signify that he had finally found a successor, allowing him to prepare for the transfer of leadership while dedicating himself to cultivation in hopes of breaking through to the Yuaning realm sooner. However, at this moment, all Jian Chongqing felt was terror. The spirit seal had failed to imprison Lu Huan and had instead been seized by him. This not only represented a dereliction of duty on his part as the sect master, but also signified a complete enmity with Lu Huan. Given that he had exhausted all his spiritual energy from forcibly using the spirit seal, he was nothing more than a lamb on the chopping block, ready for Lu Huan to butcher. Just as Jian Chongqing had feared, after Lu Huan claimed the spirit seal, the spiritual energy that had been sealed within him was instantly released, surging once more throughout his limbs and body. Lu Huan beamed at Jian Chongqing, cheerfully stating, "Sect Master, thank you. Such a powerful magical treasure, and you have gifted it to me. I am truly grateful." Poof. Lu Huan's words sent Jian Chongqing into another fit of rage, causing him to spew another mouthful of blood. "You insolent wretch, do not insult me." He. Lu Huan grinned, wholly unconcerned with Jian Chongqing's fury, as he summoned the spirit seal once more, playfully toying with it in his hand. "Sect Master, would you care to experience what it feels like to be sealed?" "No, do not." In Jian Chongqing's eyes, a look of terror emanated. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled into the distance. "Seal." Lu Huan instantly flung the forbidden spirit seal from his hand. It moved with swiftness surpassing that of Jian Chongqing's forced control. Whoosh! The forbidden spirit seal appeared almost instantaneously above Jian Chongqing's head, descending with a radiant glow. Jian Chongqing's body, propelled forward, crashed to the ground, skidding over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. The scene was utterly tragic. Jian Chongqing let out a roar of unwillingness. He knew all too well that as the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, being stripped of his spiritual energy would lead to a most lamentable fate, not to mention the competition among his peers. The inheritance from the Black Heaven Master would incite a coalition of other sects in Qing'an County. There was no way he, a leader unable to utilize spiritual energy, could contend against them. Congratulations, Master, for defeating a formidable foe. Reward: 100 years of cultivation. The 50 years of cultivation just expended would be doubled in return. The task of the tool had come to an end. The system's reward brought a smile to Lu Huan's face, though he noted with some perplexity that it was akin to Zhao Mingji's reward, both being 100 years of cultivation. That he inwardly inquired, "System, how is the cultivation reward determined? Why is the reward for peak and late stages of the core formation realm the same?" The system provided no answer, yet transmitted related information into Lu Huan's mind. Upon reviewing it, Lu Huan finally comprehended the situation. To put it plainly, he had reached the reward limit. The maximum cultivation reward currently available from the system was 100 years. The reward rules appeared to be as follows. For those below the protagonist, the cultivation reward is calculated in days for less than a year. Equal to the protagonist, it rewards 1 year of cultivation. Above the protagonist, within the same minor stage, it rewards 10 years. 1 minor stage higher, 20 years. 2 minor stages higher, 50 years. And 3 minor stages higher, which equates to 1 major stage, rewards 100 years, but the maximum remains 100 years. This is a rough outline of the reward rules. The specifics of the system's rewards would undoubtedly be more nuanced. Huan, however, was too lazy to delve into it. Just as Huan was about to close the system panel, he suddenly noticed an interface for a magical artifact had appeared. Clicking on it revealed an introduction to the Forbidden Spirit Seal. Forbidden Spirit Seal, 4th-tier magical artifact, capable of sealing the spiritual energy within all practitioners, including those at the nascent soul realm, rendering them unable to utilize spiritual techniques. For each additional target, the consumption of spiritual energy doubles. Moreover, what delighted Huan the most was that accumulating just 1,000 years of system cultivation would elevate the Forbidden Spirit Seal to a 5th-tier artifact. Wow, is it that impressive? This means Huan could continually wield the Forbidden Spirit Seal in future battles. He merely needed to use the seal to bind his enemy's spiritual energy, forcing them to engage him in close combat. With his indestructible body, his defenses were formidable. Who could breach them? Well, this limitation only applied to practitioners whose cultivation did not exceed 3 major stages above him. It seemed rather exhilarating. Huan chuckled, his expression transforming into one of joy. Observing Jian Chongsheng's woeful state, he felt a sense of relief. Even though Jian Chongsheng, this tool, had completed his mission and could no longer provide Huan with cultivation rewards, Huan had no desire to slay him at that moment. Indeed, he would never admit it. Yet he understood that compared to directly killing Jian Chongsheng, a leader stripped of his cultivation and soon to face countless powerful adversaries, would undoubtedly suffer a far grimmer fate than dying at that moment. Threatening me, daring to insult me as a little beast, I shall make your existence a living hell. I intend to see if Jian Chongsheng possesses the audacity and courage to choose death when he threatened me. After knocking Jian Chongsheng unconscious with a kick, Huan swiftly employed the Black Heaven Spirit Crystal to condense the bodies of the surrounding guard disciples into Black Heaven Spirit Crystals. Before soaring towards Zhao Mingji's cave dwelling, he had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. When Huan finally located Lin Bai, he could not help but laugh. Among Zhao Mingji's personal disciples, 3 appeared to be overly devoted to the notion that the most perilous location was the safest. Not only had they not departed from the branch of the 3rd Elder, but they had also sought refuge within Zhao Mingji's cave, where they had found Lin Bai and were mercilessly punishing him. How were they punishing him? 3 sharp daggers, 1 for each, bound Lin Bai to a wooden plank, methodically slicing him as if carving meat from a whole roasted lamb. By the time Huan arrived, the unfortunate fellow had already lost a leg and an arm, wailing in profound agony. Yet, the 3 disciples of Zhao Mingji still deemed this insufficient for their wrath. Observing that Lin Bai was nearing his limit, they promptly shoved a healing pill into his mouth to sustain his life. Should he lose consciousness, they would inflict pain upon his consciousness to rouse him instantly. This scene felt eerily familiar. Wasn't this akin to when Huan fell into Lin Bai's trap and was coerced into intruding upon Lady Lin's chamber, facing the punishment arranged by Lu Jingtong? However, Huan had never experienced it himself. Lin Bai, could this be considered karmic retribution? Huan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Clang! The 3 enthusiastic disciples of Zhao Mingji, engrossed in their vengeful excitement, were startled to hear Huan's voice, causing them to tremble involuntarily. The daggers they held clattered to the ground, their bodies freezing in place. "Do not stop. I am quite satisfied with what you are doing," Huan remarked with a grin upon witnessing their reaction. The trio could not discern if Huan's words were genuine or merely a fade. They remained rooted in place, paralyzed by fear and filled with regret. Cursing Zhao Mingji for being unreliable, they never expected Huan to breach the cave. "Huan, save me, please. I was wrong. I truly understand now. Please, let them stop. Do not continue. I was coerced into this by the 3rd Elder." Lin Bai, upon hearing Huan's voice, reacted as if he had heard a divine melody, abruptly raising his head in joyful appeal for rescue. Yet Huan paid him no mind, coolly stating, "What are you all still dawdling for? Do you wish for me to intervene personally?" Swish, swish, swish. No sooner had Huan's words fallen than the 3 disciples of Zhao Mingji, in perfect unison, bent down to retrieve their daggers and resumed their grim task with ferocious expressions. The excruciating pain elicited another wail from Lin Bai, leaving him devoid of energy to plead for mercy. Although, in Huan's eyes, Lin Bai now resembled a mere buffoon, no longer worthy of his concern. Allowing such a jester to persist in existence would inevitably become a source of annoyance. As Lin Bai approached the brink of death, Huan finally stepped forward to put an end to it. As anticipated, This individual had previously provided him with cultivation rewards, and even now, killing him yielded no reward, not even for a single day. Disappointed, Lu Huan turned his gaze towards Zhao Mingji's 3 disciples. "Where is your master?" The disciples of Zhao Mingji appeared utterly befuddled. "Weren't you just fighting outside? You are unaware, so how could we possibly know?" After exchanging glances, several disciples ultimately refrained from voicing their thoughts. The search for Zhao Mingji proved fruitless, leaving Lu Huan with a tinge of regret. After effortlessly incapacitating the few disciples of Zhao Mingji and reaping 30 years' worth of system cultivation, he turned away from Zhao Mingji's cave abode. Casting a glance at the system interface, he noted he possessed 345 years of system cultivation. This accumulation should suffice for Lu Huan to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and perhaps even to break through into the core formation realm, though that remained uncertain. However, after pondering for a moment, Lu Huan chose not to expend his system cultivation on immediate enhancement, given his current circumstances. Being at the first level of foundation establishment was temporarily adequate. By refraining from advancing his cultivation, he could exploit a system bug. If he could challenge all the inner disciples of the Tianjin sect, he could potentially garner over 10,000 years of system cultivation. Yet, if he opted to elevate his cultivation at this juncture, he would forfeit the opportunity to acquire such a vast amount of system cultivation. Upon returning to his quarters, Lu Huan promptly retrieved the black celestial spirit crystals he had previously obtained, consuming them to bolster his foundational strength. While he could not enhance his cultivation, he must not allow his power to stagnate. The 13 black celestial spirit crystals augmented Lu Huan's foundational strength by an additional 10,000 units, although he did not achieve the maximum of 26,000 units in one go. He felt no regret. After all, these crystals were formed from the vital energies of a group of guardian disciples, and their efficacy might not be exceptional. Of course, it was also possible that he had consumed too many black celestial spirit crystals in a short span, resulting in some being unable to be fully digested and thus lost. Nevertheless, Lu Huan felt no sense of loss. As long as the method for condensing black celestial spirit crystals existed, and as long as his body did not reach the limit for their use, such minor waste was inconsequential. Feeling the strength of 34,000 units within him, Lu Huan smiled. The process of digesting over 10 black celestial spirit crystals took him more than a day. By now, Yanlei's drunken stupor had likely worn off. Just as he contemplated checking in on him, Yanlei's voice rang out. "Lu Huan, it's already well past noon, and you're still asleep? Hurry up and come out to cultivate." With a scowl, Lu Huan opened the door and retorted with a cold laugh. "I observed all of your antics yesterday. Should I spread the word about how a dignified cultivator at the foundation establishment level behaved while intoxicated? Get lost." Yanlei shot Lu Huan a glare, chuckling. "Hurry up. I'll take you to the technique pavilion. Every newly admitted inner disciple can select 2 techniques from the pavilion, one for condensing spiritual energy to enhance cultivation, and one for combat skills." All right, Lu Huan's eyes lit up. He indeed lacked spiritual techniques, whether for condensing energy or for combat, although he no longer required spiritual techniques to increase the amount of condensed energy. He could not rely solely on system cultivation or elixirs for restoration after every expenditure. For cultivators, even those who were affluent in elixirs, would choose to utilize techniques to replenish their expended spiritual energy when not in a crisis. Moreover, using system cultivation to increase the energy in his dantian posed a particularly significant issue for Lu Huan. For instance, if the spiritual energy upper limit of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator is set at 100, Lu Huan's upper limit, due to his dantian being twice as powerful as that of an ordinary cultivator, would be 200. Other cultivators could continually expand their dantian during their training. So aside from the constant increase in upper limits upon each breakthrough, a typical cultivator's total upper limit might be 100 base, plus 20, increase through training, plus 100, constant increase from breakthroughs, equaling 220. In contrast, Lu Huan could only achieve 200 base, plus 100, constant increase from breakthroughs, equaling 300. Although this was still greater than that of an ordinary cultivator, he was inherently missing the incremental gains accrued through training. He remained stagnant while others progressed with each training session. One day, they would inevitably catch up and surpass him. Lu Huan could not guarantee that he would always be able to use the breaking mirror elixir to bridge this gap during major breakthroughs. The spiritual techniques of the Tianjin sect might not be extraordinary, but they could potentially enhance the capacity of his dantian through the training process, thereby increasing the upper limit numbers. Lu Huan was determined not to miss this opportunity. Let us go. Lu Huan urged. He felt no trepidation about remaining within the Tianjin sect after the ruckus he had caused in Zhaomingji's cave, even after sealing the sect leader Jian Chongqing's spiritual energy with a forbidden seal. As long as those Yuan realm ancestors did not emerge, he was safe within the sect. Furthermore, Lu Huan understood that for a sect like Tianjin, the emergence of Yuan realm ancestors was no trivial matter. As long as he retained sufficient system cultivation, he could forcibly break through when the ancestors confronted him. Though the outcome might be somewhat precarious, he believed it was still preferable to the numerous walking tools within the Tianjin sect. A fact he chose to overlook on the way to the technique pavilion. Yanlei incessantly shared insights about the inner sect's circumstances, including factions and intrigues to Lu Huan, understanding that his companion meant well. Listen quietly. After much effort, they finally arrived at the technique pavilion designated for inner disciples. Taking the initiative, Lu Huan said, "Thanks, lazy. I'll head in to search for techniques. Once I obtain them, we can chat. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to take your leave. Remember my words. Don't fall for the elder US tricks in the technique pavilion and choose that Tianjin Lingjue. Although it's a third-tier technique, it's said to be a fragment, and no one has ever managed to cultivate it successfully." Yanlei warned earnestly. Lu Huan nodded nonchalantly, assuring, "Rest assured, I understand." With that, he took his identity token and entered the technique pavilion. The gatekeeper, an early-stage core formation cultivator, was not the elder Yu that Yanlei mentioned. After glancing at Lu Huan's token, the gatekeeper coldly remarked, "You know the rules, right? One technique per cultivation. Don't attempt any tricks, or you might find yourself expelled from the sect before you even get started." Understood. Lu Huan paid no mind to the gatekeeper's indifferent demeanor. Yanlei had mentioned that this fellow had been abandoned by his partner over a decade ago, which explained his perpetual sourness. He was merely a pitiable soul. Upon entering the technique pavilion, a solemn and dignified atmosphere enveloped him. Instinctively, Lu Huan felt a sense of reverence welling up within. Numerous disciples were present, quietly perusing the jade slips on the shelves. Those permitted entry were all Foundation establishment disciples. Having developed spiritual consciousness, they merely needed to place the jade slips against their minds to read the contents within. However, under typical circumstances, one could only view the outline. Once they determined which techniques to study, they would return to the entrance to inform the indifferent gatekeeper, who would then provide the complete technique. This procedure also served to prevent disciples from being half-hearted in their pursuits. Cultivating techniques was a time-consuming endeavor. For many techniques, 99% of individuals required several months or even years to grasp the fundamentals, not to mention the continued advancement thereafter. In other words, while the gatekeeper at the technique pavilion appeared cold and unapproachable, his actions were ultimately for the benefit of the sect's disciples. The sect likely believed that his unyielding demeanor was necessary to extract maximum value from the remaining resources. Indeed, a more pitiful state. After silently expressing his grievances, Lu Huan immediately began his search for the so-called subpar cultivation technique, the Heavenly Sword Spirit Decision. If he was to embark on cultivation, he certainly intended to pursue the finest. While others required time to practice the Heavenly Sword Spirit Decision, Lu Huan merely needed to expend his system's cultivation. Thus, he found himself eagerly anticipating whether he could utilize the system's cultivation to master this technique, which was beyond the reach of others. Lu Huan searched high and low for the elusive Heavenly Sword Spirit Decision. A voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Are you in search of the Heavenly Sword Spirit Decision?" Startled, Lu Huan quickly scanned his surroundings. "Stop looking. I am not here. If you wish to find the Heavenly Sword Spirit Decision, proceed to the second floor of the Scripture Pavilion." The voice echoed once more. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Huan made his way toward the second floor of the Scripture Pavilion, a vague suspicion beginning to form in his mind. This sudden voice was likely the elder from the Scripture Pavilion that Yanlei had mentioned. Upon reaching the entrance to the staircase leading to the second floor, Lu Huan noticed a barrier at the threshold. Without a second thought, he stepped forward. He felt a slight resistance, but it was not overwhelming. With a modest exertion of effort, he passed through effortlessly. However, as he crossed the barrier, a sharp sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed behind him. Turning around in astonishment, Lu Huan was taken aback to discover that the barrier had indeed shattered. The sudden noise had drawn the attention of the disciples quietly studying the techniques nearby. Many frowned, casting discontented glances in his direction. Upon noticing the unfolding situation, their expressions turned to shock. What on earth is happening? How did the protective array for the second floor suddenly break? Is that kid responsible for this? Surely, this must be a joke. That array was designed to prevent anyone below the core formation stage from entering. Dante tell me he is already at the core formation stage despite his youth. Given that the array was meant to deter those below the core formation stage, Lu Huan's successful passage indicated he was not at that level. He must be at the late or peak foundation establishment stage. Late foundation establishment or peak? Impossible. That is the cultivation level of core disciples. I know all the core disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. And I have never seen this one before. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a cold, furious shout erupted from the entrance. What is going on? No loud noises or fighting is permitted within the scripture pavilion. Do you all wish to have your cultivation revoked and be expelled from the sect? The crowd rolled their eyes. Lu Huan, too, turned to see who was speaking. The source of the voice was none other than the beleaguered steward. Inhua, stationed at the entrance, he was too disinterested to even comment in loud noises. The combined volume of everyone present did not surpass his own. Inhua's gaze swept over Lu Huan before he bellowed again. What business does a newly initiated disciple have on the second floor? The surrounding disciples gasped in shock at Inhua's words. A newly initiated disciple? What a joke. How could a mere novice shatter the protective array of the second floor? Is he truly that powerful? Surely, there must be a flaw in the array, and he just happened to be there when it broke. Well, this is a disaster. Although everyone knows he could not possibly have the strength to break the array. It did break because of his presence, so now he must pay for the damage. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, a glimmer of doubt flashed in Lu Huan's eyes as he glanced back at the second floor. The voice that had urged him to ascend was now completely silent. Could it be? Am I truly an unwitting scapegoat? Is the owner of that voice the one who damaged the array? Intending for me to take the blame? What is going on? That person should be Elder Yu from the scripture pavilion. Lu Huan furrowed his brow, disregarding Inhua's furious reprimand and the discussions of the surrounding disciples, and hurriedly accelerated toward the second floor. Regardless of whether he was indeed a scapegoat, having ascended the staircase, he felt compelled to investigate. How dare you ignore me? Inhua, witnessing this, erupted in fury. With a sudden leap, he transformed into a shadowy figure, darting toward the staircase in the blink of an eye. After all, he was a steward of the core formation stage, significantly faster than Lu Huan. Yet, just as Inhua was about to seize Lu Huan, the latter finally set foot on the second floor. Ding! Detected a sign-in location. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Sensing the brilliance of Inhua's approach from behind, Lu Huan had no time to ponder why this location allowed for sign-ins and promptly confirmed his choice. At that very moment, he felt someone grasping his collar, lifting him from behind, entering the second floor of the scripture pavilion without permission, causing damage to the array and disregarding the orders of the steward. You have violated sect rules. From this moment, your cultivation will be revoked. You will compensate 100,000 spirit stones, and you will be expelled from the sect. The cold, merciless voice of Inhua rang out. However, Lu Huan paid no heed to this, as his focus was entirely on the rewards from the system sign-in. Congratulations, Master. Sign-in successful. Reward. Supreme Foundation Establishment Technique. Supreme Foundation Establishment Technique. A total of 9 layers. Each layer representing a level of mastery. Upon reaching the pinnacle, one can expand their Dantian tenfold. Wow. Lu Huan inhaled sharply. What he needed most was a technique for cultivating spiritual energy. And the system had just provided him with one. A formidable technique that allowed for a tenfold expansion of the Dantian upon completion of cultivation. Such a technique he had never encountered before. Techniques for cultivating spiritual energy are crucial for cultivators, and nearly everyone learns them, except for those incapable of cultivating spiritual energy who can only hone their physical form. Consequently, renowned techniques become coveted objectives for many. Even the legendary 9-rank spirit cultivation technique only enables cultivators to expand their Dantian 5-fold. This Supreme Foundation Establishment technique could enhance it tenfold. It was evident from its name that this technique was specifically designed for those at the Foundation Establishment stage. The so-called 9-rank spirit cultivation technique allows practitioners to continue cultivating until reaching their limit, at which point they can only expand their Dantian 5-fold. This limit varies for each individual based on talent. It could be at the Foundation Establishment stage, but may also extend to core formation, nascent soul, and beyond. In comparison, the Supreme Foundation Establishment technique is far more powerful, living up to its title of Supreme. It undoubtedly surpasses even the top-tier 9-rank techniques in the Tianwang continent, potentially reaching celestial or divine levels. Lu Huan was also unaware. The system did not provide any introduction. However, he was acutely aware that once he mastered this cultivation technique, He would create a vast chasm between himself and any other practitioner when he reached the foundation establishment stage, even surpassing those so-called prodigies from the sacred lands. Bang! Just as Lu Huan was elated by the rewards from his sign-in, Inhua seized him and dragged him back to the first floor. In front of numerous disciples on the first floor, he once again announced his punishment for Lu Huan, simultaneously using the opportunity to set an example. Clenching his fist, he launched a strike towards Lu Huan's abdomen. However, it was well known that Lu Huan's indestructible diamond body could withstand the attacks of a first-level nascent soul ancestor, Inhua. Being merely at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, inadvertently triggered Lu Huan's self-rebounding defense. A tremendous force erupted from Lu Huan, ricocheting back towards Inhua. Poof. Inhua could scarcely believe that a disciple who had just joined the inner sect at the foundation establishment stage could possess such formidable offensive power. He had not taken any precautions. In an instant, he was sent flying, crashing through dozens of bookshelves, leaving a massive hole in the wall of the scripture pavilion as he soared out. Goodness. The formation on the first floor was shattered because of Lu Huan. The disciples present were left dumbfounded. Lu Huan, awakening from his daze upon receiving a reminder from the system about the 100-year cultivation reward, looked around at the chaos, reflecting on the 100 years of system cultivation reward. He felt a twinge of pity for Inhua. How could he not understand that it was Inhua's attack that had backfired due to the indestructible diamond body? Shaking his head, Lu Huan refrained from saying anything further. He returned to the second floor amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the disciples. While he had indeed found the techniques for cultivating spiritual energy, he had yet to discover the techniques for spiritual energy attacks. As Lu Huan's figure vanished from the sight of the disciples, they erupted once more in astonished exclamations. Who on earth is this guy? Truly remarkable. Even the overseer Inhua was inexplicably sent flying by him. How do I get the feeling that the fellow didn't even lift a finger, and it was Inhua who flew out on his own? I also saw it that way, didn't I? Could it be that this guy possesses some incredibly powerful defensive treasure? I have never heard of any defensive treasure that allows a foundation establishment practitioner to remain stationary and repel a golden core expert. Regardless of whether this fellow possesses such a powerful defensive artifact or is simply strong in his own right, he is undoubtedly doomed. Indeed, he is doomed, having violated the sect's regulations. The elders and the sect master will never forgive him. Amidst the discussions, the disciples' attitudes shifted from shock to schadenfreude. It is evident that in a world where strength reigns supreme, it is best to proceed step by step, revealing one's genius persona from the beginning, leaving ordinary disciples in awe and forever respectful. Otherwise, a sudden rise can only incite jealousy. Upon returning to the second floor, Lu Huan gazed at the significantly reduced number of shelves, with only a few empty areas remaining. Inside, this is the Tianjin sect, a place where the cultivation techniques suitable for the hundreds of overseers and elders within the sect number fewer than 100. This includes both spiritual cultivation techniques and attack techniques, failing to provide even 2 unique volumes per person. Truly disappointing. After expressing his discontent, Lu Huan began his search. Just then, Lu Huan distinctly felt a sensation of being watched emanating from a corner. He abruptly turned his head. The expansive second floor remained devoid of any presence. He could not see any rooms in the corner. It was impossible for someone to be hiding there, observing him with their spiritual sense. Therefore, Elder Yu, Lu Huan recalled the voice that had suddenly sounded beside his ear while he was on the first floor and called out thoughtfully. No one responded. Lu Huan smiled wryly. Elder Yu. No need to hide. I know it's you. Since you brought me up here, you must have the Tianjin Lingjue prepared, so present it. Who exactly are you? A resigned voice echoed. Lu Huan felt the gaze still fixed on him when suddenly a figure of an old man flickered into view before him. Invisibility or an array? Lu Huan muttered to himself, an array. How could an old man like me, at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, possibly cultivate an invisibility technique? Yushan replied, looking quite disgruntled. The dignified elder at the late stage of the Golden Core realm was displaying such honesty before Lu Huan, far more subdued than the cold Inhua. It was rather suspicious. However, after pondering for a moment, Lu Huan understood the situation. Elder, you must have witnessed Inhua's attack and subsequent recoil, unable to discern Lu Huan's true strength, which made him hesitant to act recklessly. What about the technique? Lu Huan asked directly once he grasped the situation. Young fellow, although I cannot see through your cultivation, you should only be at the foundation establishment stage, a senior in the Golden Core realm. Cannot you show some respect for your elders? Yushan complained, increasingly vexed. Facing someone who deliberately set me up, not acting directly has already been a show of respect, Lu Huan scoffed, clenching his fist. Calling you elder, you should be enough respect. I have no time for idle chatter. Hand over the Tianjin Lingjue for me to examine. Here you go. A fragmentary cultivation technique that no one has practiced. Even if it is of the third rank, no one would take it to heart. Otherwise, why would Yushan go to such lengths to deceive the new disciples into choosing this technique? Was it not merely to see if anyone could successfully cultivate it? Kid, if you can truly master the Tianjin Lingjue, I will grant you a request. After handing over the technique, Yushan appeared somewhat expectant. Lu Huan was the first foundation establishment practitioner he had encountered in years that he could not see through. In his youth, he had ventured outside the Tianjin sect for training. Although he had never encountered the top-tier prodigies, he had met quite a few individuals. Yet among them all, he could not find anyone comparable to Lu Huan. Having studied the Tianjin Lingjue for so many years, he had become somewhat obsessed. He did not wish to concern himself with who Lu Huan truly was. If the other party could really learn the Tianjin Lingjue and fulfill his long-held wish, he would be willing to give everything. Upon hearing Yushan's words, Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback, silently pondering. System. How much system cultivation is required to cultivate the Tianjin Lingjue, detecting a 5th-rank sword technique? Would it consume 500 years of system cultivation to perfect the technique? The system did not directly answer Lu Huan's question, but instead posed an inquiry. 5th-rank sword technique. Lu Huan exclaimed in surprise. Within the Tianjin sect, whether among the sect master, elders, or the lowest-ranking disciples, it was widely believed that the Tianjin Lingjue was merely a 3rd-rank technique, and a flawed one at that. Yet now, the system informed Lu Huan that it was not a 3rd-rank technique but a 5th-rank sword technique. It must be consumed. Lu Huan spoke with anticipation. Insufficient system cultivation. Please continue to strive for more system cultivation. However, the system's cold reminder left Lu Huan in a daze, causing him to smile wryly. He glanced at his current system cultivation, which stood at only 445 years, still 55 years short of the required 500. This was quite troublesome, Lu Huan murmured in a dejected tone. Casting his gaze toward the distant Yushan, with a raised eyebrow, he chuckled. Elder you, if you wish to uncover the secrets of the Tianjin Lingjue, why not strike me with all your might? Do you take me for a fool? Yushan retorted, his voice laced with caution. Although I am a late-stage Jedon cultivator, significantly more powerful than Inhua, should Inhua unleash his full strength against you, and you have done nothing yet can still send him flying in an instant, I would surely be no match for you. Indeed, that is the case. Upon hearing this, Lu Huan immediately grasped the reason for Yushan's unexpected honesty. He chuckled softly and continued. So, do you truly wish to know the secret of the Tianjin Lingjue? You really know it. At this, Yushan's eyes gleamed with a sudden brilliance. You need only strike me once, and I shall reveal it to you. Lu Huan replied nonchalantly. Very well. You have my word, I shall give it my all. Yushan gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, transforming into a streak of golden light as he charged directly toward Lu Huan. However, Lu Huan distinctly sensed a concealed aura approaching from behind him. You old trickster, Lu Huan frowned, standing his ground. Suddenly, there was a resounding clash of metal as a long sword struck him from behind, generating a wave of golden backlash that sent the sword hurtling away. The blade pierced through the second floor of the Gongfa pavilion, vanishing into the wall adorned with a raised AT. The same moment, Yushan, who had been rushing toward Lu Huan, came to an abrupt halt. The golden light that constituted his form lingered momentarily in midair before retreating back to his original position. When he reappeared, a hint of fear was evident in his eyes, yet a triumphant smile crept onto his face. Young man, I knew you were no ordinary individual. The technique I just executed was the 2nd-tier sword technique, the Vajra sword art, and yet you effortlessly withstood it and even countered. Had I struck you directly, it would have been I who was sent flying. Yushan burst into hearty laughter, continuing, I have followed your instructions and struck you. Now, can you finally reveal the secret of the Tianjin Lingjue to me? You are well aware of my true request, yet you choose to play such tricks. Lu Huan snorted coldly, turning to descend the stairs. As he walked, he waved his hand dismissively. Since Elder Yu refuses to cooperate, I am truly sorry. The secret of the Tianjin Lingjue is no longer of any concern to you. You shall not leave. Yushan exclaimed in alarm. Upon hearing Lu Huan's words, he felt an ominous sense that Lu Huan was not jesting. If he allowed Lu Huan to depart today, he might never again have the chance to learn the secret of the Tianjin Lingjue. Lu Huan ignored Yushan's pleas and strolled leisurely down the stairs to Lu Huan. Just as he reached the bottom, a familiar voice called out to him. He turned to see Wang Wei, but he was not alone. A woman with a frosty demeanor stood before him, one Lu Huan recognized as Mo Mingjiao, the chief steward of the law enforcement pavilion of the Tianjin sect and one of their 3 prodigies. Mo Mingjiao was considered the previous saintess, slightly older than their generation of disciples by a decade, yet still only in her 20s. Why was she referred to as a saintess? Because prior to Su Xiaowan's emergence, the Tianjin sect had never truly produced a saintess. Only when Su Xiaowan displayed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, recognized by all the elders as the hope for the sect's resurgence, was she designated as such. In essence, although Mo Mingji was one of the 3 prodigies, her talent paled in comparison to Su Xiaowan's. However, being over a decade older than Lu Huan and Su Xiaowan, her status as a first-tier Jidon cultivator made her fully qualified to serve as a steward. This was why she, despite being one of the 3 prodigies, also held the position of chief steward in the Tianjin sect. After all, according to regulations, no matter how powerful a prodigy, they were still a disciple and held a lower status than a steward. Even if everyone understood that those who became prodigies were destined to become elders unless they met with an untimely demise, such was the rule that Mo steward. He had just witnessed her sending Hua flying moments ago. Upon spotting Lu Huan, a foundational disciple immediately pointed at him, excitement written all over his face, as if relishing the misfortune that was about to befall such a formidable disciple. Wang Wei, taken aback by this, stammered, "Senior sister, there must be some misunderstanding. Brother Wang Wei, as a captain of the law enforcement pavilion, how can you be so biased? Just now, Elder Hua clearly stated that Lu Huan violated sect rules and must have his cultivation abolished. Compensate 100,000 spirit stones and be expelled from the sect. He refused to comply with such punishment and attacked Elder Hua. This is something we all witnessed." A disciple from the inner sect spoke. His face contorted with indignation, as if standing on a moral high ground. Lu Huan regarded the self-righteous inner disciple with puzzlement, wondering why he seemed so eager to see him meet his demise at Mo Mingjiao's hands. "Do I have a grudge against you?" Lu Huan queried, unconcerned about Mo Mingjiao's presence. As a disciple, I simply cannot abide by your blatant disregard for sect rules and malicious assault on a steward. Is there a problem with that? Si Junchao puffed out his chest, adopting a self-righteous stance. Had it not been for the fact that, as he spoke, he unconsciously inched closer to Mo Mingjiao, and a flicker of fear and trepidation crossed his eyes, Lu Huan might have believed him to be the archetype of a model student, one who placed great importance on rules and was both honest and stubborn. However, Lu Huan now understood that this individual merely sought to display his virtue before Mo Mingjiao. Yearning for her attention, Lu Huan had never obstructed someone trying to woo a girl before activating his system. Had he not been quite the charmer within the Tianjin sect? But to gain favor with a woman at the cost of stepping on his toes was something Lu Huan could not permit. With a mocking smile, Lu Huan took a step toward Si Junchao, unabashedly deriding him. Impudence. Mo Mingjiao's eyes flashed with cold light as she swiftly positioned herself in front of Si Junchao. Lu Huan glanced at Mo Mingjiao, his derision intensifying. Mo steward, surely such petty tricks won't truly deceive you. I know his intentions all too well, but you have erred. I do not wish for you to continue down this path of mistakes. Mo Mingjiao admonished sternly, her expression unyielding. Right or wrong is inconsequential. What matters is that no one can use me and then leave unscathed. Lu Huan chuckled, his demeanor shifting as he suddenly charged forward like a cannonball toward Mo Mingjiao. A flash of anger ignited in Mo Mingjiao's large eyes as she waved her sleeve, unleashing a torrent of azure energy toward Lu Huan's chest. Mo steward, crush this rule-breaking wretch. Si Junchao cheered gleefully from behind her. With a resounding impact, the energy collided with Lu Huan's chest, erupting into a dazzling display of azure brilliance, akin to a shower of fireworks, just as many anticipated Lu Huan's imminent demise at Mo Mingjiao's hands. A voice filled with indignation rang out. "Release me, Mo steward. I assure you, it was not intentional." Lu Huan nonchalantly flexed his fingers before retracting his right hand, muttering, "It looks ordinary, but the sensation is surprisingly pleasant." "Lu Huan, you seek death." A sudden flush of embarrassment and indignation surged across Mo Mingjiao's delicate face, as if a mere touch could draw forth blood. Her body trembled violently, and the unmistakable imprint upon the mountain peak vanished without a trace. Almost all the disciples stood behind Mo Mingjiao, oblivious to the whereabouts of Lu Huan's hand. Yet, Upon overhearing the exchange between Lu Huan and Mo Mingjiao, their imaginations ran wild in Si Junchao's eyes. A venomous glare radiated with jealousy and hatred, wishing he could immediately tear Lu Huan into pieces. Lu Huan, you seek death. Mo Guanshi is my goddess. How dare a beast like you lay a finger on her? You must die. Unfortunately, Si Junchao could only unleash his impotent fury within the confines of his mind, too cowardly to express it outwardly. Though Lu Huan was unaware of his thoughts, he could discern some of it from the murderous glint in Si Junchao's eyes. Deliberately, he flashed a grin at Si Junchao before charging once more at Mo Mingjiao. Initially, he intended to leverage Mo Mingjiao's power to acquire the necessary cultivation for the perfected heavenly sword spirit technique. However, an unforeseen incident had transpired. He could only utilize his indestructible body for defense, abstaining from retaliation. Indeed, while the indestructible body could autonomously counterattack, it would not do so unless Lu Huan desired it. Otherwise, Mo Mingjiao would not merely be standing still, panting in extreme embarrassment, like a frightened little rabbit. She would have already been sent flying, her fate uncertain, coming again, upon witnessing Lu Huan rush towards her once more. A jolt of the electric-like tremor she felt after being touched by him flashed through Mo Mingjiao's mind. Fear gripped her, causing her to instinctively sidestep, although Mo Mingjiao merely shifted slightly to the side. This action completely exposed Si Junchao to Lu Huan. Lu Huan paid no heed, offering Si Junchao a peculiar cold smile before suddenly raising his fist and growling, "Demon Wind Fist." Boom! The terrifying fist shadow surged towards Si Junchao's chest like a roaring thunder. The minor success of the Demon Wind Fist was sufficient to double Lu Huan's already formidable power, reaching an astounding 64,000 newtons. Thud, thud, thud. The surrounding disciples suddenly felt their hearts violently tremble, as if they were about to explode, their faces turning pale as they retreated in panic. Bang! In the next moment, the once arrogant Si Junchao was utterly obliterated into a cloud of blood missed by Lu Huan's hand. Congratulations, Master, for slaying the enemy, rewarding you with 10 years of system cultivation. Stop, everyone, stop. At that moment, a frantic voice rang out from the stairway of the second floor. Yushan, with an anxious expression, appeared before the crowd. Upon seeing Yushan, not only the ordinary disciples in the distance, but even Mo Mingjiao's eyes revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. As an elder of the Cultivation Techniques Pavilion, Yushan typically secluded himself on the second floor for cultivation. Lu Huan had just descended from there. How could he claim ignorance of the events below? Yet, he chose to emerge just after Lu Huan established his dominance through murder. What exactly did he intend to achieve? Mo Mingjiao's displeasure was laid bare before Yushan. However, Yushan paid no heed to the reaction of a mere junior disciple. He hurriedly approached Lu Huan's side, stating, "Don't rush off. I will agree to all your requests. Let's discuss it upstairs, shall we?" At Yushan's words, everyone present was taken aback. They could hardly miss the underlying plea woven within his tone. Too late. Lu Huan cast a dismissive glance at Yushan, showing no respect whatsoever. Gulp. Lu Huan's reaction left the crowd in shock. Was this truly a dream? Regardless of Lu Huan's strength, he was still merely a newly initiated disciple at the foundation establishment stage. Who was Yushan? An elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect's Cultivation Techniques Pavilion, one of the 5 most powerful elders within the sect, essentially the face of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Yet now, he was pleading with a disciple of much lower cultivation. What had Lu Huan done? An endless wave of confusion and curiosity surged through their minds. Why Yushan truly seemed to have cast aside his dignity. Disregarding the impact his actions would have on the many disciples present today, he bluntly implored, "Lu Huan, consider this my plea. If you can truly cultivate the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique, no matter what you ask of me, I will comply." Boom! Yushan's words exploded in the ears of everyone like a thunderclap. They felt their heads buzzing, questioning if they had misheard. The Heavenly Sword Spirit technique? Wasn't that an incomplete third-tier technique? It was impossible for anyone to successfully cultivate it. Lu Huan could cultivate it. Had Elder Yu lost his mind? Over the years, how many disciples had he misled into wasting time on the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique? And now he was willing to humiliate himself for Lu Huan to cultivate it. What a disgrace! Such an elder was of no use to them, and had brought shame upon the Heavenly Sword sect. Curiosity replaced Mo Mingjiao's embarrassment as her large eyes widened, unable to refrain from asking, "Lu Huan, can you truly cultivate the Heavenly Sword Spirit technique? It can indeed be cultivated. Hearing the mocking voices of the surrounding disciples, Lu Huan intentionally smiled and replied, I aim to provoke you. If you dare to make a move, I will reap a substantial amount of system cultivation. That is how I will be able to cultivate the heavenly sword spirit technique. Hurry up and make your move. Regrettably, this group of individuals had already witnessed Lu Huan's prowess. While they dared to mock him, they believed Mo Mingjiao would protect them from harm. However, after witnessing Si Junchao's swift execution before Mo Mingjiao's eyes, no matter how desperately they longed to uncover the secrets of the heavenly sword spirit technique from Lu Huan, they did not dare to act. A bunch of cowards. Lu Huan huffed in frustration, making his way towards the task pavilion. Elder Yu, it's bad. Just then, a terrified shout, filled with urgency, burst through the entrance of the task hall. Lu Huan furrowed his brow and focused his gaze at a young cultivator, drenched in blood and clad in the garb of an outer sect disciple, rushed into the task pavilion. Upon spotting Yushan, he immediately shouted, the combined forces of Feishan sect, Linghua sect, and Shuayan pavilion have arrived at the foot of our heavenly sword sect and are ruthlessly slaughtering our outer sect disciples. What? Upon hearing the words of the outer sect disciple, the crowd erupted in fury. What did those scoundrels from Feishan sect intend to do? How dare they attack our heavenly sword sect? The detestable Linghua sect had frequently sent people to assault our disciples. Now they brazenly came to our doorstep. Feishan sect and Linghua sect were both renowned sects in Qingyan County. How could they conspire with the vile Shuyan pavilion? Whoosh! In stark contrast to the ordinary disciples, who seethed with rage, the group of disciples from the law enforcement pavilion, led by Mo Mingjiao, reacted with admirable composure. The fierce aura of killing intent erupted from all of them as they swiftly drew their respective treasures and, without hesitation, turned to charge out of the task pavilion under Mo Mingjiao's leadership. Likewise, Yushan, in the face of such a crisis, temporarily set aside his yearning for the heavenly sword spirit technique and took the lead, shattering the rooftop of the cultivation techniques pavilion as he surged down towards the foot of the mountain, filled with murderous intent. It seemed that this matter had been instigated by me, so let me resolve it. Lu Huan smiled faintly as he approached the entrance of the mission pavilion. He beheld several representatives of the elders stationed atop the branches of the mountain belonging to the Tianjin sect, all of whom surged forth, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent as they descended towards the foot of the mountain. Alongside these elders were tens of thousands of inner disciples, rushing from all directions into the sky, their killing intent soaring. This fierce intent coalesced in the skies above the Tianjin sect, forming a blood-red mass reminiscent of thunderclouds, instilling a sense of dread. Indeed, there were commendable disciples within the Tianjin sect. Lu Huan remarked to himself, propelling himself forward, joining the fray at the mountain's base. At the foot of the mountain, chaos reigned. A coalition force, vastly outnumbering the disciples of the Tianjin sect, had engaged in a fierce melee with them. The terrifying sounds of explosions and the anguished cries of the fallen intertwined, creating a mournful battle anthem. Lu Huan wasted no words. Plunging directly into the throng, he struck anyone who was not a disciple of the Tianjin sect with a powerful punch. The sounds of impact echoed, adding further desolation to a world already shrouded in bloodshed. Lu Huan silenced the system's notification sounds. That moment, he found no joy in the system's alerts. He was acutely aware that he was now a disciple of the Tianjin sect. Regardless of whether he would remain one after this battle, he had indeed spent many years within its walls. Without the Tianjin sect, he might have long perished at the hands of those with ill intentions from the Lu family. Thus, he resolved to fight valiantly for the Tianjin sect in this final battle. In the face of this inexplicable conflict, every disciple of the Tianjin sect resembled fearless warriors, willing to sacrifice their lives to protect their homeland, pouring forth their last drops of blood. As time passed, the ground at the foot of the Tianjin sect ran red with blood. Originally numbering in the millions, the cultivators dwindled to a mere fraction. The coalition seemed to have lost its nerve, huddling together, warily watching the disciples of the Tianjin sect. The disciples of the Tianjin sect, too, clustered together, confronting the opposing force. What was most astonishing was that the Tianjin sect's disciples, who had engaged in battle sparingly, had suffered relatively minor losses. Lu Huan was taken aback by the outcome before him. However, he was even more astonished when he opened the system notifications and discovered that his cultivation level had inexplicably remained at 455 years, not having increased even by a day. This was impossible. The cultivators I just defeated numbered in the hundreds, many of whom were undoubtedly stronger than I should have gained at least several hundred, if not thousands, of years in cultivation. Why has there been no increase in a single day? Lu Huan furrowed his brow, silently inquiring within his mind. System, what is going on? The system remained silent. Yet, in the next moment, the answer revealed itself to him. A boisterous laugh suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Jian Chongxing, we, the coalition, present you with a welcoming gift from the Tianjin sect. Are you satisfied? You are Yuan Qifeng, the sect master of the Feishan sect. The elder Wei Huangji of the Tianjin sect suddenly realized, exclaiming, is this an illusion? True to his position as a senior elder of the Tianjin sect, his reaction was swift. However, the owner of the laughter, Yuan Qifeng, suddenly spoke with a sinister tone. If your Tianjin sect does not obediently surrender the person we seek, do not blame us for turning everything in this illusion into reality. How treacherous! Lu Huan exclaimed in frustration. All the emotions stirred by witnessing the valor of the Tianjin sect's disciples were rendered moot as he realized that everything unfolding was but a fabrication. While it was true that the coalition sought to intimidate the Tianjin sect, their true aim was likely to exhaust the morale of its disciples. Even if it were real, how many would still be willing to fight with the same fervor as before? A single surge of energy could not sustain itself indefinitely, not to mention the exhaustion. Even Lu Huan felt fatigued to a significant degree, unable to maintain high-intensity combat any longer, much less the ordinary disciples. Damn it! Lu Huan growled once more, sitting cross-legged to begin cultivating the supreme foundation establishment technique, seeking to restore his strength. He understood well that soon, he would be the protagonist, as Lu Huan came to this realization and commenced his recovery. Elder Wei Huangji of the Tianjin sect furrowed his brow, gazing at the newcomer with confusion, asking, what person does fellow Taoist Yuan wish us to surrender? Wei Huangji's words momentarily stunned Yuan Qifeng, who floated in the void, before he coldly retorted, the one who possesses the legacy of the Lord of the Black Heaven. Lu Huan, what did you say? There is truly a legacy from the Lord of the Black Heaven. And who is this Lu Huan you speak of? I do not recognize him at all. Have you all made a mistake? Even Wei Huangji, as a senior elder, was unaware of Lu Huan's acquisition of the Lord of the Black Heaven's legacy. This ignorance extended to the disciples of the Tianjin sect as well. Among the vast number of disciples, only a pitiful few were privy to this information, especially given the intentional concealment by those with ulterior motives within the higher echelons. Wei Huangji, do you dare to deceive me? As a senior elder of the Tianjin sect, how could you possibly be unaware of such critical news? Yuan Qifeng exclaimed, seething with indignation. Yet, Wei Huangji felt equally aggrieved. He could not fathom why, as a senior elder, he had not been informed of such vital intelligence. As the master of illusions in Qingyan County, Yuan Qifeng possessed keen perception. He sensed clearly that Wei Huangji was indeed not lying. He truly had no knowledge of the legacy of the Lord of the Black Heaven. This revelation incensed Yuan Qifeng to the point of fury, and he bellowed, where is Jian Chongxing? Where has he gone? Has he already obtained the legacy of the Lord of the Black Heaven, abandoning all the disciples of your Tianjin sect to hide away and cultivate? At this moment, Yuan Qifeng felt as trapped and frustrated as the disciples of the Tianjin sect. Their emotions had been primed, eagerly anticipating a fruitful outcome, only to be left dumbfounded upon discovering that the object of their desires was utterly unknown to the other party. Master, Wei Huangji turned. Indeed, failing to spot Jian Chongxing's figure, his face also showing signs of anger. Like Yuan Qifeng, he harbored the same suspicion. The reason they were unaware of the Lord of the Black Heaven's legacy being obtained was that Jian Chongxing had covertly taken it away, concealing it from all the higher-ups of the Tianjin sect. Otherwise, how could he, a senior elder second only to Jian Chongxing, not even know such critical news until the enemy arrived at their doorstep? Jian Chongxing, Wei Huangji suddenly howled to the heavens, releasing a roar filled with wrath and unwillingness. He understood, well, that if Yuan Qifeng and his group were not satisfied, everything that had transpired in the illusion could indeed become reality. If they were to gain something, and he were to be captured, Wei Huangji would accept it willingly. But the issue was that he had gained nothing and was instead being cornered to such a degree. The sense of suffocation was one that would not allow Wei Huangji to close his eyes in death. Yet, he did not notice that standing beside him, several elders, a few stewards, and some righteous disciples bore peculiar expressions. Their gazes converged, directed towards a certain individual, hesitating. The elder, Lu Huan, is here. At that moment, Among the numerous inner sect disciples, a voice brimming with unwillingness suddenly resonated, swish. Instinctively, all eyes turned towards the direction indicated by this disciple's finger. Alas, Huan sighed. He was acutely aware that he would undoubtedly be exposed. However, being revealed so early, without having recovered much, left him feeling quite helpless, especially now. He realized that even after acquiring the indestructible body of the Vajra, he was not invincible. Previously, he had been unable to discern the illusions that assailed him. Moreover, the primary attack of all illusions was aimed at the soul. Currently, he had no means to defend against soul attacks. If targeted and left alone to fall into the illusion once more, he would find himself in grave trouble. Huan discreetly rose to his feet, his body still striving to circulate the supreme foundation establishment technique to regain his strength, and spoke coldly. I am indeed Huan. Have you truly acquired the legacy of the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave? Wei Huangji inquired eagerly. Huan, surrender the legacy of the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave, and I shall overlook your actions in killing my disciples of the Flying Mountain sect. Yuan Qifeng exclaimed with palpable excitement. Huan merely cast a detached glance at the surrounding disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, most of whom were filled with hatred and envy. Elder, Huan has deceived us, deliberately concealing his acquisition of the legacy of the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave, bringing such great trouble to our Heavenly Sword sect. He is a traitor and must be handed over to atone for his sins. The disciple who had previously exposed Huan's identity, akin to the former Si Juncha, stood on a moral high ground to criticize him. This statement immediately resonated with many disciples within the Heavenly Sword sect, or rather, they were simply intimidated by the united front led by Yuan Qifeng. They were unwilling to relive the harrowing scene in the illusion because they clearly understood that given their current state, confronting the united front head-on would lead them to a dead end. We must expel Huan. Such a person does not deserve to remain in our Heavenly Sword sect. Sacrificing him could save the entire sect. Elder, do not make a foolish decision. Upon hearing the words of the surrounding disciples, Wei Huangji's face contorted with indecision. It was not that he was incapable of making a decision. His heart had already clearly informed him that surrendering Huan was the most prudent course of action. However, as the elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, he would be betraying a disciple for personal gain. Such news would strip him of any remaining face. Just then, Yuan Qifeng suddenly let out a sinister laugh and said, Wei Huangji, if you allow me to take Huan, I won't mind sharing the legacy of the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave with you once I obtain it. Boom! This statement was like the final straw that broke the camel's back for Wei Huangji. What could was face? If he could acquire the legacy of the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave and enhance his strength, he could silence all the naysayers. Wei Huangji abruptly raised his head to look at Huan. His expression earnest as he said, Huan, the legacy of the Lord of the Black Heaven Cave is not something you should hoard. Hand it over, lest you attract even stronger adversaries from outside Qing'an County. You will have no options left. We're all doing this for your own good. As expected, this was the outcome. Huan chuckled softly and suddenly asked, Do you know why Jian Chongsheng has not appeared? Upon hearing this, Yuan Qifeng immediately became anxious and asked, Are you implying that Jian Chongsheng has stolen the legacy? No, in front of so many people, Huan chose not to lie. He scorned the idea of using such a falsehood to escape his current predicament. Moreover, the situation before him was not necessarily a death sentence. A mocking smile appeared on Huan's face. Previously, Jian Chongsheng said the same thing to me, and now he has become a cripple. Whoosh! As soon as his words fell, Huan summoned the spirit binding seal. Bellowing seal, the spirit binding seal. Wei Huangji and Yuan Qifeng were taken aback. Instinctively, they attempted to flee. They were all too aware of the power of the spirit binding seal. However, the next second, they halted in their tracks, exchanging glances and looking at Huan with derision. Yuan Qifeng scoffed. Huan, do you think you are the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect? Trying to intimidate me with a replica of the spirit binding seal? Go ahead, give it a try. Huan grinned, and from the spirit binding seal erupted a beam of golden light that enveloped Yuan Qifeng. Resembling an opened umbrella, Yuan Qifeng, with a face full of disdain, boasted, Let us see what happens. I'm not afraid. Yet before he could finish his words, a terrified scream escaped his lips. Following that, his body, suspended in midair, plummeted to the ground like a startled bird, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Boom! Yuan Qifeng's body crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive crater. A shrill cry echoed from the pit. After all, Yuan Qifeng was a peak golden core powerhouse. His physical resilience was sufficient to withstand a fall from several hundred meters without being killed instantly like an ordinary person. Whoosh! Witnessing Yuan Qingfeng's tragic state, Wei Huangji trembled in fear, contemplating a retreat. Yet at that very moment, the spirit-binding seal in Lu Huan's hand unleashed another beam of light, enveloping him. Swish! Wei Huangji, now ensnared by the spirit-binding qi, turned pale that he finally believed that the spirit-binding seal in Lu Huan's possession was indeed the genuine treasure of their heavenly sword sect. However, Wei Huangji could not fathom why a disciple of the foundation establishment stage, like Lu Huan, was able to obtain and recognize the spirit-binding seal, which was supposedly reserved for the sect master. As the elder of the heavenly sword sect, how could he not understand the difference between the spirit-binding seal controlled by Lu Huan and that wielded by Jian Chongqing? The former was evidently more powerful. Yet Lu Huan was significantly weaker than Jian Chongqing. This could only imply one thing. Lu Huan had acquired the spirit-binding seal and recognized its mastery without his knowledge. Jian Chongqing. What foolish deeds have you done behind my back? Wei Huangji let out a furious roar, spitting a mouthful of old blood, his head tilting as he fainted. Congratulations, Master, for overcoming a formidable foe. Reward: 100 years of cultivation x2. The system's reward arrived belatedly, granting Lu Huan a total of 655 years of cultivation. A look of bliss adorned Lu Huan's face as he immediately thought, System, perfect the heavenly sword spirit technique. 500 years of system cultivation deducted successfully. The heavenly sword spirit technique has been restored. Do you wish to cultivate it? So soon, Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded. Cultivate. 10 years of cultivation were deducted, and the heavenly sword spirit technique was cultivated to the entry-level stage. In an instant, Lu Huan felt a surge of insights regarding the practice of the heavenly sword spirit technique flood his mind. However, upon scrutinizing the content, he felt somewhat helpless. The heavenly sword spirit technique was indeed a fifth-tier skill, and with his current spirit energy, which was twice that of an ordinary cultivator, he could barely utilize it twice. Nonetheless, it was sufficient to help him deal with the troubles at hand. Having subdued the two mightiest individuals present, the disciples of the heavenly sword sect were largely left pale and trembling with fear. Particularly, the inner sect disciple Zhang Yi, who had exposed Lu Huan, revealed a glimmer of despair in his eyes that he knew he was doomed. Indeed, it is true, Lu Huan can turn a blind eye to others, but he will never show mercy to this individual. Lu Huan is indifferent to the collapse of his reputation. He is a man who harbors a vengeful spirit. Anyone who provokes him will surely face dire consequences. Who dares to cause trouble in my heavenly sword sect? Yet, at that very moment, a furious roar reverberated from the depths of the sect. In that instant, a thunderous sound echoed through the void. A figure radiating a terrifying aura materialized in the air. The ancestor of the spiritual sword has arrived. Upon hearing this voice, the senior members of the heavenly sword sect exhibited ecstatic expressions, erupting in jubilant cheers. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting a mix of astonishment and relief. He thought to himself that with the ancestor's arrival, his life was surely spared. However, just then, he heard a familiar low growl approaching from afar. Demon-wind fist. Turning to look, he was met with the horrifying demon-wind fist hurtling towards him. How could he dare? A reluctant and shocked thought lingered in Zhang Yi's mind as he was instantaneously obliterated into a mist of blood by the demon-wind fist. Damn it, killing in my presence. The ancestor of the spiritual sword, witnessing this, was consumed by wrath. Before he could even approach, a towering inferno surged towards Lu Huan. In the haze, one could discern a long sword, enveloped in flames, as if it sought to cleave the very heavens and earth in twain. Lu Huan stood motionless, his expression seemingly frozen in shock. Yet, in truth, a mocking cold smile flickered in his eyes. This ancestor of the spiritual sword, even as a former outer sect disciple, he had heard tales of him. This was the previous Grand Elder, who, after resigning a decade ago, had secluded himself in the forbidden grounds of the sect. He was the true backbone of the heavenly sword sect. However, the ancestor's cultivation level was merely at the first stage of the nascent soul realm. The techniques he unleashed were still within the defensive capabilities of Lu Huan's indestructible divine body. Incapable of inflicting any harm upon him, naturally, Lu Huan felt no fear. He could even utilize the rebound from his indestructible divine body to counterattack the ancestor. But just as Lu Huan anticipated this moment, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. Ancestor, please stop. Saintus? Lu Huan turned towards the source of the voice. only to discover that it was Su Shaowan who had spoken. Ancestor, do not act rashly. Even more unexpectedly. At the moment Su Shaowan spoke, Yushan leaped out to intervene. As the ancestor's attack was about to descend upon Lu Huan, in that final second, the flame-wreathed longsword arced through the air. Colliding with a distant mountain peak. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued, shaking the very earth, causing the towering mountain, over 1,000 meters high, to vanish from sight. The ancestor of the spiritual sword glared icily at Su Shaowan and Yushan, demanding, "Give me a reason." Su Shaowan's face flushed crimson, struggling to find words. However, Yushan, after casting a puzzled glance at Su Shaowan, immediately began to explain. Ancestor. Lu Huan is capable of cultivating the heavenly sword spirit technique. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed the ancestor's frosty visage as he abruptly turned his gaze towards Lu Huan. After surveying Lu Huan with a scrutinizing gaze, he shifted back to Yushan. Snorting disdainfully, "Nonsense. What connection does this brat have with you? I have studied the heavenly sword spirit technique for many years and am certain that without restoration, it is utterly impossible to cultivate. You now tell me that someone has succeeded in cultivating this incomplete technique. Even more so, you assert that a mere foundation establishment brat can achieve this. Ancestor, this is the truth," Yushan insisted urgently. "I can assure you that Lu Huan genuinely possesses the ability to cultivate the heavenly sword spirit technique. You are aware that I have also studied it for years, and I would never lie about such a matter." Lu Huan regarded Yushan with an amused expression, his demeanor a blend of mockery and amusement. He had just perfected the heavenly sword spirit technique and learned it, a fact unbeknownst to Yushan. Nevertheless, Yushan's assertion was evidently influenced by Lu Huan's earlier confidence. In other words, Yushan's sudden intervention to halt the ancestor's wrath was also a gamble. The disciples of the heavenly sword sect around them could not help but murmur among themselves. What nonsense is this? The ancestor has stated clearly that the heavenly sword spirit technique must be restored for cultivation. If the ancestor himself cannot restore it, how could Lu Huan, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, possibly succeed? Elder, you must be out of his mind. Even if he wishes to protect Lu Huan, there is no need to resort to such flimsy excuses. Is it possible that Lu Huan is Elder Yu's illegitimate child? Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths, even at the risk of offending the ancestor, to safeguard Lu Huan? I am now even more curious as to why the saintess has suddenly intervened to protect Lu Huan. The surrounding discussions prompted a strong wave of discontent on the ancestor's face, further solidifying his belief that Yushan was attempting to deceive him. Letting out a cold snort, he summoned his fire cloud sword once more, launching an attack towards Lu Huan. Ancestor, Yushan and Su Shaowan hastily called out again, desperate to intercept the ancestor. "Get lost," the ancestor roared, the fire cloud sword emanating a blinding light as he threatened. "If you dare to obstruct me again, I will slay you all." This magical artifact seemed rather impressive. Upon witnessing the reappearance of the fire cloud sword, a flicker of excitement crossed Lu Huan's face. This was one of the heavenly sword sect's treasures, second only to the forbidden spirit seal. However, it was not a legacy passed down. Rather, it was an artifact the ancestor had discovered during his youthful adventures. Rumored to have originated from an unknown, mysterious powers relic. Originally, the ancestor's innate talent was not particularly strong, but after acquiring the fire cloud sword, he specialized in fire attribute sword techniques, rapidly elevating his strength, ultimately attaining the position of the previous Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect. If the ancestor could impartially and justly render a decision regarding this matter, even if he faced some form of punishment, Lu Huan would not mind. The issue, however, was that the ancestor had rushed in without discernment, intent on executing him on the spot. A myriad of thoughts swirled in Lu Huan's mind as he recalled the heavenly sword spirit technique he had just mastered. He realized that he was in dire need of a longsword. Why not take that one? Kill. With this thought, Lu Huan no longer remained rooted in place, awaiting the retaliation of his indestructible divine body. Instead, amidst the astonished gazes of all, he let out a thunderous roar, charging towards the ancestor's fire cloud sword. "Lu Huan, are you mad?" Yushan exclaimed, his eyes wide with despair. If Lu Huan had not resisted, he believed he could still prevent the ancestor. Yet now, Lu Huan audaciously countering the attack of the nascent soul realm ancestor was nothing short of courting death. The disciples of the heavenly sword sect surrounding them were equally stunned into silence by this spectacle. Fool, the elder of the Lingjian sect was filled with an even greater fury, as the former grand elder of the heavenly sword sect, and now a powerful figure in the nascent soul realm. He believed that when he sought to eliminate a disciple of the heavenly sword sect, that disciple should stand obediently in place, even harboring gratitude. However, Lu Huan's defiance struck him like a slap to the face, igniting a more intense, murderous intent in his eyes. The flames enveloping the Huan sword surged once more, as if threatening to engulf the entire heavenly sword sect, transforming into a roaring fire dragon that crashed down upon Lu Huan. With a resounding clash akin to the ringing of golden weapons, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from Lu Huan, reminiscent of a boundless Buddha's light. Standing firm against the roaring fire dragon. It was a stalemate. Neither yielding an inch. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The elder of the Lingjin sect, his face a mask of shock, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning the scene before him. He was a master of the nascent soul realm. How could his full-powered strike be thwarted by Lu Huan? As the indestructible body of the Vajra confronted the fire dragon, Lu Huan once again summoned the forbidden spirit seal, casting it towards the elder of the Lingjin sect. With his current strength, he could still muster enough spiritual energy to seal away this formidable nascent soul elder. The forbidden spirit seal radiated with ethereal light, swiftly appearing above the elder's head like an opened umbrella. Enveloping him entirely, the elder, with a cold expression akin to that of Yuan Qifeng moments before, let out a terrified scream as he plummeted to the ground. What was happening? How could Lu Huan, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage, possibly wield the forbidden spirit seal and seal away the elder of the Lingjin sect, a master of the nascent soul realm? It couldn't be real. When had the forbidden spirit seal acquired such formidable power? Previously, when Jian Chongqing wielded it, he could only momentarily seal a nascent soul powerhouse, never achieving a complete sealing. The higher-ups of the heavenly sword sect were left dumbfounded. The forbidden spirit seal in Lu Huan's hands bore no resemblance to the one they remembered. Had they known from the start that the forbidden spirit seal possessed such immense power, they would never have allowed Jian Chongqing, the sect leader, to monopolize it. The elder of the Lingjin sect was, after all, a formidable nascent soul master, his physical prowess far surpassing that of Yuan Qingfeng. After falling from several hundred meters up, he quickly regained control of his body, executing several desperate maneuvers to roll across the ground, covered in dust, before finally standing upright, looking disheveled. The forbidden spirit seal. In your possession? The elder of the Lingjin sect glared at Lu Huan, roaring enraged. It was given to me by Jian Chongqing. Lu Huan looked down upon the elder from his elevated position, a hint of playful amusement dancing on his face. In the realm of the nascent soul, he was not merely a force to be reckoned with in Qingyan County, but a formidable presence throughout the entire Tianwu kingdom. The fact that he had managed to put such a powerful nascent soul elder in such a state of disarray filled him with pride. How dare you? Jian Chongqing would never give you that. The elder of the Lingjin sect bellowed in indignation. Yet, at that moment, he noticed Lu Huan's gaze fixated on his Huan sword, with his spiritual energy sealed, even though the elder had already recognized the Huan sword as his own. Summoning it back from the ground was not a swift endeavor. By the time he realized what was happening, Lu Huan had already seized the Huan sword for himself. A wave of intense unease surged within the elder as he observed the peculiar smile on Lu Huan's face. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, the elder of the Lingjin sect knelt before Lu Huan, exclaiming loudly, "The forbidden spirit seal is the proof of my position as the sect leader of the heavenly sword sect." Since Lu Huan has acquired the forbidden spirit seal and recognized it as his own, it means he is now the new sect leader of the heavenly sword sect. The elder, Lingjian, bowed his head in submission. The disciples and high-ranking officials of the heavenly sword sect exchanged bewildered glances, utterly taken aback by how events had unfolded. Just moments ago, the elder had intended to kill Lu Huan, and now he was kneeling before him, proclaiming him the new sect leader. Even if it were true that Lu Huan had recognized the forbidden spirit seal, according to their customs, an elder of the Lingjin stature had no need to perform such a grand gesture of submission. However, as several high-ranking officials near the elder noticed him subtly glance up with a pleading expression directed at Lu Huan, or more precisely, at the Huan sword in Lu Huan's possession, they suddenly understood the elder's dramatic reaction. After all, the elder's ascent to power had been profoundly intertwined with the Huan sword. Jian Chongqing would not have easily handed over the forbidden spirit seal to Lu Huan, nor would he have allowed Lu Huan to claim it so swiftly. It was evident to any discerning mind that Lu Huan had forcibly taken the forbidden spirit seal from Jian Chongqing. The fact that Jian Chongqing had been sealed by Lu Huan's spiritual energy served as further proof. Otherwise, if Jian Chongqing had willingly given the forbidden spirit seal to Lu Huan, only to be sealed in return, that would be utterly disgraceful. From Lu Huan's demeanor, it was clear that he was not the type to be ungrateful. Thus, it became evident why the elder of the Lingjian sect would so readily acknowledge Lu Huan as the sect leader and bow before him. He feared that Lu Huan might possess the capability to seize the Huiyun sword while his spiritual energy was sealed. Lu Huan could not help but smirked. He was fully aware of the elder's thoughts. The sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect? Whoever wishes to take on that role may do so. He certainly had no intention of accepting it. System, erase the Lingjian's aura from the Huiyun sword and recognize it as mine. How much system cultivation is required? 130 years. Is it really that convenient? Lu Huan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the remaining 15 years of system cultivation after the deduction of 130 years, feeling both amused and exasperated. Go ahead and deduct it. As soon as Lu Huan's words fell, puff, the kneeling elder of the Lingjian sect suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly paling. The elder's expression drastically changed as he could no longer feel the presence of the Huiyun sword, causing a mix of anger and despair to surge within him that he wanted to roar in protest, to express his outrage and unwillingness, but the thought of his sealed spiritual energy and the loss of the Huiyun sword, which constituted the majority of his power, overwhelmed him. Puff. Unable to contain himself, the elder once again spewed forth blood, collapsing unconscious. Congratulations to the host for defeating a formidable foe. Reward: 100 years of cultivation. Observing his system cultivation restored to over 100 years, Lu Huan grinned at the unconscious elder of the Lingjian sect and murmured, "Elder Lingjian, you are too generous. Not only have you gifted me the Huiyun sword, but you have also bestowed upon me this generous amount of cultivation. I am truly grateful." Having spoken, Lu Huan withdrew the fire cloud sword into his body and gazed down at the disciples of the Tianjin sect with a sense of melancholy. He was acutely aware of the current predicament. His desire to remain within the Tianjin sect had become nearly impossible. Initially, he had hoped to form a small team with Yin Lei and others to explore the ruins of Luyan Mountain. But now that seemed even more unattainable. Casting a silent glance in the direction of Yin Lei's residence, he quietly whispered in his heart, "Farewell for now," and resolved to disregard the other disciples of the Tianjin sect as he prepared to depart. However, Lu Huan had overlooked a crucial detail. The reason he and many other disciples of the Tianjin sect had fallen victim to Yuan Qingfeng's illusion was that he had allied with several other forces from Qingyan County to encircle the Tianjin sect with a formation. Although Lu Huan had sealed Yuan Qingfeng's cultivation and rendered him powerless, the formation remained intact. If Lu Huan wished to leave, he first needed to dismantle the formation. The formation, Lu Huan, sensing its presence, contemplated for a moment before summoning the fire cloud sword once more. Tianjin's spirit art, with a thunderous roar akin to a dragon's cry, it erupted from the fire cloud sword in an instant. A colossal golden red dragon, far more fearsome than the fire dragon conjured by the sword ancestor, materialized from thin air and charged towards the formation. With a resounding crack, the golden red light exploded, enveloping the sky like a magnificent sunset, casting a brilliant glow throughout the void. The formation, merely established by a group of core formation experts, could not withstand the might of the Tianjin spirit ART. The golden red light spread. A crisp shattering sound resonated through the air. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the formation was utterly shattered. The unleashed shockwave surged mercilessly in all directions, especially towards the coalition outside the formation. They had long been prepared, waiting for Yuan Qingfeng's command to storm into the formation and slaughter the disciples of the Tianjin sect. They were resolute. Even if the Tianjin sect surrendered Lu Huan, they would not spare the sect. After all, this was the perfect opportunity to annihilate the foremost sect in Qingyan County. It would be far more challenging to find an excuse to unite again in the future. Thus, they remained perilously close to the formation, oblivious to the fact that the array they had jointly arranged could be shattered by a single strike. They had considered the possibility of the sect's nascent soul elders intervening. Yet, Yuan Qingfeng had assured them that even if a nascent soul elder acted, he could hold his ground with the formation's power. The problem was that Yuan Qingfeng had already been sealed by Lu Huan, leaving him without a chance to intervene. Consequently, when the formation erupted, the resultant shockwave first swept over those coalition forces intent on exterminating the Tianjin sect. Congratulations, host, for overcoming a formidable enemy. Reward: 10 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host. In an instant, a continuous stream of system notifications echoed in Lu Huan's ears. The previous notification had not yet concluded when the next one immediately followed. Fearing an unexpected system crash, Lu Huan was relieved when the notifications finally ceased after nearly half a minute. Checking the system interface, a 5-digit number, 12653, caught his eye, plunging him into a state of euphoric delight. 12,653 years of system cultivation. Wow, that's quite something. Lu Huan couldn't help but laugh. However, as he sensed the almost empty energy within him, he quickly regained his composure. Even if all the system cultivation were equivalent to his own, each reward representing a year of cultivation, he would have merely over 10,000 years. How many individuals composed the coalition forces? No fewer than 200,000. Looking at the crowd, Lu Huan felt a profound pang of regret. Why? He could have capitalized on this opportunity to amass millions, even tens of millions of years of system cultivation. A wave of invincibility. Yet, due to the consecutive use of the Forbidden Spirit Seal and the Tianjin Spirit Art, his energy was nearly depleted. He could only watch enviously. No, he could not afford to linger. He must seize the moment to escape. Otherwise, if too many of them reacted and set up the formation again to trap him, even over 10,000 years of system cultivation, while seemingly substantial, might not suffice to evade entrapment. He had already subdued the formidable powers of the Tianjin sect, displaying such prowess. Yet at the final moment, he faced the humiliation of being imprisoned. That would be a colossal joke. Simultaneously, the manifestation of the Tianjin spirit art brought tears to the eyes of countless high-ranking members of the Tianjin sect. The name Tianjin sect alone underscored the significance of the Tianjin spirit art. It was said that the founder of the Tianjin sect had received a legacy from an entity known as the Tianjin Elder, which led to the establishment of the sect. The most crucial technique among these was the Tianjin spirit art. If mastered, it was believed that the Tianjin sect could ascend to become the most powerful force within the Tianwu kingdom. Yet, over the years, generations of Tianjin sect disciples had endeavored to comprehend the Tianjin spirit art. Yet the truth eluded them. The Tianjin spirit art had truly been mastered. Hurry, pay respects to the sect master. It was indeed the sword ancestor who possessed foresight, having discerned Lu Huan's strength in advance. In my opinion, it was clear that Elder Yushan had even greater foresight. Had it not been for him, the sword ancestor would not have known of Lu Huan's successful cultivation of the Tianjin spirit art. An increasing number of high-ranking members, filled with jubilation, gazed at Lu Huan and, emulating the posture of the sword ancestor, knelt before him, calling out, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Yet for the other disciples, their understanding of the Tianjin spirit art was superficial. Many had been coerced by Yushan to squander time studying the spirit art, leading to resentment. Now, witnessing a mere foundational disciple mastering the Tianjin spirit art, they felt a deep-seated discontent. Even though this foundational disciple had just subdued Yuan Qingfeng, at the pinnacle of core formation and the nascent soul sword ancestor before their very eyes, they remained obstinate. In essence, they could not bear to see others excel. "What are you all standing around for? Kneel and pay your respects to sect master Lu." Seeing the surrounding disciples frozen in place, devoid of any intention to move, Yushan erupted in fury that he released his pressure, overwhelming the disciples around him. The disciples of the Tianjin sect, though unwilling, found themselves unable to withstand the imposing aura of a core formation elder. One by one, they knelt to the ground. Outside the formation, the cultivators of the coalition exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused by the unfolding events. Yet, no one cared. The leaders from various sects, after exchanging glances, suddenly bellowed, "Attack!" But just then, a voice filled with terror erupted from within the formation. "Disciples of Feishan sect, immediately withdraw from the coalition and return to your sect." The words were uttered not by another, but by Yuan Qingfeng, the master of the Feishan sect. He had previously succumbed to unconsciousness, but had since regained his senses, just in time to witness Lu Huan executing the celestial sword spirit technique and shattering the formation. The terrifying power left him trembling with fear. He was acutely aware that although the allied forces were numerous, none of the elder masters in the nascent soul realm had come this time. Should Lu Huan strike once more, the casualties would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Yuan Qingfeng resolved not to allow the disciples of the Feishan sect to wade through this murky water any longer. Yuan Qingfeng's declaration left the leaders and elders of the other sects in stunned silence. The Feishan sect could be considered the initiator of this united front, yet now, one of the instigators chose to withdraw, inciting doubt and concern among them. Many glanced towards the celestial sword sect, only to discover that its disciples and higher-ups were kneeling in unison, their expressions filled with reverence. Could it be that the elder master of the celestial sword sect had made an appearance? As the crowd pondered this perplexity, Yuan Qingfeng, battered and bruised, finally crawled out of the pit. What on earth happened to Master Yuan? This is disastrous. It must be the elder master of the celestial sword sect who has appeared. I had suggested bringing along an elder master from the nascent soul realm, but you all refused. That we're doomed now. I said the formation shattered suddenly because the elder master of the celestial sword sect intervened. What are you all still doing? Run. Within the allied forces, some reacted faster than the disciples of the Faishan sect, scrambling chaotically from the ranks and fleeing into the distance. Fear is a contagion that spreads easily. Upon witnessing others flee, the remaining members could no longer contain their terror and turned to escape as well. In an instant, the united front of over 1 million people scattered like wild horses unbridled. Moments later, only a handful of sect leaders and elders remained, exchanging glances filled with intense reluctance. They understood all too well that they had finally gathered everyone together for the optimal opportunity to eradicate the celestial sword sect from Qingyan County. If they missed this chance, they might never have another opportunity to strike against the celestial sword sect in their lifetimes. Yet now, with their disciples gone, what could they, merely a few dozen in the core formation realm, possibly accomplish against the celestial sword sect? Moreover, their actions today could lead to irrevocably offending the celestial sword sect. To flee or to fight, the inner turmoil of the group was profound. Yuan Qingfeng. You are truly a calamity. Someone voiced their discontent upon seeing him. A calamity. Yuan Qingfeng glared at Lu Huan through gritted teeth, exclaiming in frustration. Someone from the celestial sword sect has successfully cultivated the celestial sword spirit technique. I am saving you all. With those words, Yuan Qingfeng hurriedly instructed 2 elders from the Faishan sect to assist him in leaving the area swiftly. Upon hearing this, the core formation experts present were left dumbfounded. Someone from the celestial sword sect has successfully cultivated the celestial sword spirit technique? How could that be? Wasn't it said that this technique was impossible to master? The renown of the celestial sword spirit technique echoed not only within the celestial sword sect but throughout all of Qingyan County. Contributing to the trepidation other sects felt towards it, suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the direction of the celestial sword sect. Yu Shan and his companions sprang to their feet, brimming with murderous intent as they summoned their respective artifacts to attack the fleeing group. Run. The unexpected developments left the high-ranking individuals from the other sects feeling unsettled. Upon hearing the sounds of battle erupting, they abandoned all thought and, without hesitation, turned to flee just like their already departed disciples. Yu Shan and his group pursued for over 100 kilometers, injuring more than 10 individuals before they finally halted, smirking as they watched the fleeing figures disappear from sight. The master truly possesses remarkable foresight. These individuals truly dared not retaliate. Yu Shan laughed heartily. The master had successfully cultivated the celestial sword spirit technique. After all, such a feat surely indicated divine foresight. The nearby elders joined in the laughter. Praising him in mirth, the group returned to their sect, intending to report to Lu Huan, only to realize, with astonishment, that Lu Huan was nowhere to be found. Indeed, their sudden strike against the allied forces of core formation experts had been at Lu Huan's behest. Otherwise, how could their meager group of fewer than 10 dare to pursue those dozens of core formation experts? Had the Spirit Sword Elder not been sealed of his spiritual energy, they would have had ample confidence. Even if the Spirit Sword Elder were merely at the first level of the nascent soul realm, he would be enough to intimidate the dozens of core formation experts within the allied forces. Regrettably, while they pursued those fleeing individuals, the master had flown in the opposite direction. Upon hearing Yu Shan's furious shout, an inner sect disciple timidly spoke up. Has he fled? What could the master possibly be doing? Could it be that he just had an epiphany and is seeking a place to enter seclusion for cultivation? Glancing at the direction Lu Huan had departed, opposite to their pursuit, Yu Shan mused. It must be so. The master just executed the celestial sword spirit technique and surely must have gained insights, seeking a place to meditate. Another elder nodded in agreement. Hearing the elders' discussions, the surrounding disciples exchanged bewildered glances. And one could not help but voice, "Elders, could it be that the master has fled?" Fled? Nonsense! Yu Shan scolded with anger, retorting coldly. He is our celestial sword sect's master. Why would he flee? Although the master has mastered the celestial sword spirit technique, he is still merely at the foundation establishment stage. Remaining within the celestial sword sect to cultivate and benefit from the sect's resources is far more comfortable than leaving to become a rogue cultivator. Only a fool would choose to flee. Alas, Yushan was unaware that Lu Huan was precisely the fool he spoke of. Of course, Lu Huan was not truly foolish. He simply recognized that, given his current circumstances, it was not suitable for him to remain within the Celestial Sword sect. Though he had sealed the Spirit Sword Elder, his concerns did not lie with him. The real source of his anxiety was another figure, the legendary Elder Wu Jian, who, according to reports, had already achieved the third level of the nascent soul realm hundreds of years ago. It was uncertain what level of power he might possess now, should he emerge. Lu Huan's continued presence within the Celestial Sword sect would clearly provide an opportunity for ambush. Moreover, whether it be the Celestial Sword spirit art or the news of his acceptance of the Black Heaven Cave Lord's legacy, it would soon spread throughout the entirety of Qingyan County, and even beyond its borders, should it attract formidable beings against whom even the Vajra body protection technique would prove ineffective. It would indeed spell a genuine crisis. However, the crux of the matter lies in the issue of the cultivation system's repercussions. As the illustrious leader of the Celestial Sword sect, he found himself compelled to seek out disciples and elders within the sect for sparring sessions. This might be acceptable a time or two, but as the frequency increased, it would inevitably raise suspicions regarding his capabilities. Having already been dissatisfied with his time in the Celestial Sword sect, remaining any longer would hinder his future cultivation progress. Thus, without further ado, Lu Huan seized the opportunity before him and departed from the Celestial Sword sect. In truth, Lu Huan's decision was undoubtedly the most prudent one. Shortly after his departure, two powerful beings from the Blood Demon sect, both at the out-of-body stage, appeared at the Celestial Sword sect, demanding the legacy of the Black Heaven Cave Lord. The very name of the Blood Demon sect suggests it is far from a reputable sect. In reality, this sect shares deep connections with the Black Heaven Cave Lord. Not only that, but soon after the arrival of these two elder members of the Blood Demon sect, the ancestor of Martial Sword, whom Lu Huan had been apprehensive about, indeed made an appearance. Upon emerging, he displayed an overwhelming presence. Despite possessing only the cultivation of the fourth level of the nascent soul stage, having advanced a level since several hundred years ago, he had comprehended the essence of the sword and forcefully repelled the two out-of-body stage cultivators from the Blood Demon sect. After driving them away, the ancestor of Martial Sword issued a command: Lu Huan must be retrieved. Whether it pertains to the Celestial Sword spirit art, the Forbidden Spirit Seal representing the Celestial Sword sect, or the Fire Cloud Sword of the Spirit Sword ancestor, all must be returned to their rightful owner. Such treasures are certainly not meant to be possessed by a mere Foundation Establishment stage youth. Of course, the ancestor of Martial Sword did not issue an irrevocable decree. He informed all within the Celestial Sword sect that if Lu Huan were to return and consent to becoming the sect leader, he could retain everything except for the Fire Cloud Sword. Naturally, these matters were beyond Lu Huan's comprehension, as he had already departed from the Celestial Sword sect. Even if he were aware, he would scoff in disdain. Such formidable beings would never be so easily appeased. Did they expect him to return, perhaps in another lifetime? After leaving the Celestial Sword sect, Lu Huan sought a relatively secure location to fully recuperate his drained energy. Without hesitation, he expended a century's worth of cultivation to begin enhancing his own prowess. Having already departed from the Celestial Sword sect, it was unnecessary to remain at the first level of the Foundation Establishment stage. With a resounding bang, the infusion of a century's worth of system cultivation catalyzed the operation of the Supreme Foundation Establishment technique, allowing Lu Huan's cultivation to ascend effortlessly, akin to quenching a thirst. Foundation Establishment second level, Foundation Establishment third level. Suddenly, Lu Huan felt a sensation within him as if something had burst, accompanied by a sharp pang of pain. However, the discomfort was fleeting, and by the time he regained his composure, his cultivation had risen to the fourth level of Foundation Establishment. Simultaneously, his Dantian astonishingly expanded once more, doubling in size. Yet, the century's worth of system cultivation was entirely depleted. How remarkable was this Supreme Foundation Establishment technique? Lu Huan was both astonished and elated. Even without employing the Supreme Foundation Establishment technique, he could still utilize system cultivation to elevate his own powers. 100 years of system cultivation could potentially elevate Lu Huan's cultivation directly to the 6th or even 7th level of Foundation Establishment. However, after utilizing the Supreme Foundation Establishment technique, he had only managed to reach the 4th level of Foundation Establishment. The sole advantage was the doubling of his Dantian's capacity. Furthermore, Lu Huan distinctly sensed that his internal organs had been refined anew, resulting in a significant enhancement in both physical strength and overall power. In contrast to other cultivators, who upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could only expect an increase in spiritual energy and an expansion of their dantian. Typically gaining merely 1,000 gene of strength, Lu Huan experienced a remarkable transformation. Merely elevating his cultivation to the 4th level of foundation establishment resulted in a doubling of his strength, soaring from 32,000 gene to 64,000 gene. Such physical prowess was something even many peak foundation establishment cultivators could not attain. Of course, when employing spiritual techniques, peak foundation establishment cultivators could indeed unleash such formidable might. The enhancement of his abilities brought Lu Huan immense joy. However, upon glancing at the system interface, which displayed a remaining 12,553 years of system cultivation, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. 100 years of system cultivation had only elevated his power to the 4th level of foundation establishment. Would the remaining 10,000 years of system cultivation suffice to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment? Suppressing his impulsive desires, Lu Huan refrained from immediately exhausting the remaining system cultivation to enhance his abilities. Instead, he cast a glance in the direction of a nearby city and took flight towards it. Half a day later, Lu Huan landed near a city named Qingyang City, blending into the throngs of people as he entered the bustling urban area. Qingyang City was the largest city in the vicinity of the Celestial Sword sect. Yet it did not belong to this sect. The most influential family within the city, the Zhao family, held sway over its very lifeblood. Lu Huan approached the entrance of the Zhao family with a leisurely demeanor. Without so much as a glance at the 2 foundation establishment guards stationed at the entrance, he coldly inquired, "Is Zhao Mingji back? Impudent. Who is this little brat that dares to utter Lord Zhao's name so casually?" The guard on the left, infuriated, leveled his spear at Lu Huan, lunging forward to attack. With a resounding clash, the spear struck Lu Huan, producing a jarring sound of metal meeting flesh amidst the flickering golden light. Lu Huan grinned, suddenly raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick. Bang! The guard had yet to comprehend the turn of events before he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the sturdy red ironwood gate with a sickening thud. And, astonishingly, he met his demise. Cough. Cough. Lu Huan raised an eyebrow, turning an apologetic glance towards the remaining guard. "My apologies. I overexerted myself. I hadn't anticipated your companion to be so weak." Who are you? The remaining guard, trembling in terror, collapsed onto the ground in sheer fright. Do not be afraid. Just tell me if Zhao Mingji has returned, and I shall not harm you. Lu Huan blinked, striving to adopt a harmless expression. "Why, yes, he has returned." However, such a benign smile only intensified the guard's fear, and after hastily responding, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. "That is rather excessive," Lu Huan shrugged, shaking his head in exasperation. Paying no further heed to the 2 guards, he stepped over the 5-inch threshold and entered the Zhao family estate. Lu Huan's visit to Qingyang City was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had previously heard within the sect that the 3rd elder of the Celestial Sword sect, Zhao Mingji, hailed from the Zhao family in Qingyang City. With the Zhao family's assistance, he quickly established himself within the Celestial Sword sect, rising to the position of 3rd elder. He was particularly concerned about the matters Zhao Mingji had mentioned regarding his father. Although he was a transmigrator, he had arrived in this world as a newborn infant. Thus, he should be considered a direct reincarnation, rather than a soul transmigration. This understandably weighed heavily on his mind. "Who are you?" Lu Huan's brazen entrance into the Zhao family estate caught the attention of numerous onlookers. The young man, clad in extravagant attire, furrowed his brow and stepped forward, his face etched with malice. "Where is Zhao Mingji?" Lu Huan glanced at him dismissively, recognizing the youth as merely a peak body refinement stage brat, a clear prodigal. "You little wretch seeking death. How dare you utter my second uncle's name?" "Guards, kill him," Zhao Cheng commanded coldly, waving his hand without hesitation. "Little one, engaging in violence is not suitable for you. If one has the leisure to meddle in others' affairs, why not continue to flirt with your ladies and pursue your romantic interests? Isn't that more delightful?" Lu Huan shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. A maid from the Zhao family, upon hearing this, momentarily disregarded the tense situation before her and burst into laughter. However, in the next instant, she abruptly realized the gravity of the situation and, in a state of terror, knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, pleading, "Second young master, spare my life. This lowly servant. Kill her." Zhao Cheng coldly snorted, not allowing the maid to finish her sentence, and ordered with a face full of murderous intent that a guard, without hesitation, charged toward the maid, raising his long knife and aiming it at her delicate neck, preparing to strike. Bang! Lu Huan sighed, flicking his finger. A deep blue energy projectile shot forth from his fingertip, colliding with the guard's long knife, sending both the guard and the weapon flying away. Although Lu Huan was not a virtuous man, he was certainly no indiscriminate killer. This maid was clearly ensnared in a predicament due to his involvement. He simply could not bear to watch as an innocent was slain before his very eyes. Congratulations, host, for defeating a formidable enemy. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. Meanwhile, several other guards had already begun to surround Lu Huan, preparing to attack. Kill him. You lot. Capture this lowly wretch. If he refuses to die quickly, I shall make him wish he were dead. Zhao Cheng commanded with a sinister grin, resembling a deranged fiend. The guards exchanged glances, utterly intimidated, for they were well aware of the monstrous nature of Zhao Cheng. If they did not act, they would be the ones to suffer the consequences. Bang, bang, bang. However, Lu Huan was not one of the ordinary individuals that Zhao Cheng had previously bullied. The moment the order was given, Lu Huan's body sprang into action. Before the guards, who bore malicious grins, could strike, he had already made his move. With a punch for each, he held nothing back. The Zhao family guards, who had aided in the wrongdoing, exploded under the impact of his terrifying strength of 64,000 bulls. Congratulations, master, for slaying a formidable enemy. Reward, 10 years of cultivation x5. At hearing the sounds of explosions, Zhao Cheng turned in confusion, his eyes widening in horror as he instinctively raised his legs to flee. Do you dare to run? Lu Huan snorted coldly, unleashing a punch. Demon Wind Fist, a shadowy fist, akin to a specter, ruthlessly surged towards Zhao Cheng's back. Swish! At that moment, an ear-piercing shriek assailed from the side. Amidst the blazing flames, bright red palm prints struck against the Demon Wind Fist, resulting in a resounding explosion. Though it did not obliterate the Demon Wind Fist outright, it successfully redirected its trajectory towards a nearby building. Boom! A beautifully crafted two-story building was instantly erased, leaving behind a massive crater several hundred meters in diameter. If anyone were to look down from above at that moment, they would see that the crater was unmistakably a gigantic fist imprint. Who are you? Why have you come to wreak havoc upon the Zhao family? An elderly man clad in gray rushed over, his aura radiating murderous intent as he shouted furiously, "Great uncle, save me! Quickly kill this little wretch!" Zhao Cheng exclaimed, a look of elation crossing his face as he dashed towards the elderly man, shouting loudly. Upon finally reaching the elder's side, Zhao Cheng seemed to believe he was safe, and once again provoked Lu Huan with a sinister grin. You dog, this is our Zhao family. Do you think you can kill me? You are still too green. Ha! If it weren't for the Zhao family, I wouldn't have come, Lu Huan replied with a calm demeanor. Showing no concern for Zhao Cheng's taunts, the elderly man was merely a peak cultivator of the core formation stage. Zhao Mingyuan regarded Lu Huan warily. He was no fool like Zhao Cheng. From the earlier exchange, he understood that Lu Huan's strength was certainly on par with his own. Moreover, the audacity to infiltrate their Zhao family alone indicated that he must possess some hidden cards. Who exactly are you? What business do you have with our Zhao family? Zhao Mingyuan inquired cautiously. Great uncle, why are you wasting your breath with him? Just kill him. He nearly took my life. Zhao Cheng shot a resentful glance at Zhao Mingyuan upon hearing his words. Lu Huan, aware of Zhao Mingyuan's unspoken tension, found himself astonished. What a surprising character. Despite needing the protection of this elder, Zhao Cheng dared to express such resentment towards him. Did he not fear that Zhao Mingyuan would abandon him? Hand over Zhao Mingji. Though internally critiquing, Lu Huan remained unfazed, smiling as he spoke. You are Lu Huan from the Heavenly Sword Sect? Zhao Mingyuan's expression froze momentarily, only to be replaced by overwhelming joy as he boisterously exclaimed. Ha! You have wandered into the gates of hell without invitation, and now you dare to come to our Zhao family. Quickly, turn over your father's inheritance, and we shall spare your life in an instant. Zhao Mingyuan's concerns were forgotten, his face alight with greed as he raged. So you do know about my father's affairs? Lu Huan grinned, his expression suddenly darkening. Demon Windfist, you dare to make a move? Flame Spirit Palm, you little brat, your fate is sealed. My great-uncle is a peak core formation expert. How dare you contend with him? Ha! Zhao Cheng's eyes gleamed with the anticipation of revenge, envisioning Lu Huan being obliterated by Zhao Mingyuan's strike. Yet, In the next instant, as the demon wind fist collided head-on with Zhao Mingyuan's flame spirit palm, Zhao Qing's smile vanished, replaced by sheer terror as he cried out, "Impossible! My great-uncle's strength is immense. How can you possibly be his match? This must be a trick. Zhao Cheng, summon help." Zhao Mingyuan shouted anxiously upon witnessing his technique shattered by Lu Huan's punch. However, Zhao Cheng appeared to be in shock. Sitting on the ground, muttering repeatedly, "Impossible! It must be a trick." He was completely oblivious to Zhao Mingyuan's pleas. "You fool!" Zhao Mingyuan bellowed in rage, unleashing another strike towards a tall building at the heart of the Zhao estate. "Hee, are we demolishing the family home? Do you need my assistance?" Lu Huan couldn't help but chuckle. Though the Zhao family was not insignificant, the commotion from his battle with Zhao Mingyuan was quite considerable. The fact that no one had yet appeared indicated that Zhao Mingyuan felt compelled to attack the Zhao property to prompt others to intervene. It must be said, this Zhao family truly exemplified the adage, "Those who are not of the same family do not enter through the same door." Zhao Mingji was nothing but a self-serving being, and now, with intruders at their doorstep, the family remained selfishly hidden away, unwilling to show their faces. Wasn't that akin to courting death? Boom! This had no effect on Lu Huan, who raised his fist once more, violently striking toward Zhao Mingyuan. Zhao Mingyuan, in a frantic attempt to counterattack, released his technique, but against Lu Huan's fist, imbued with such sprawling power, he was utterly unable to withstand it. Letting out a heartbreaking scream as he was sent flying. "No, don't come any closer." At this moment, Zhao Qing finally regained consciousness once more. He retreated in sheer terror, his eyes betraying an expression of disbelief. He still could not accept that Lu Huan, a young man who appeared even younger than himself, had managed to defeat his granduncle, who stood at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. Lu Huan, indifferent to the dazed Zhao Qing, approached the battered Zhao Mingyuan with a smiling demeanor. Observing Zhao Mingyuan's face, which mirrored Zhao Qing's own shock and incredulity, Lu Huan wore a slight, disdainful smirk. "Reveal everything you know about my father," Lu Huan demanded imperiously. "If you wish to know about your father, I can certainly tell you." Just then, a voice filled with a sinister charm emerged quietly from behind Lu Huan. Startled, he turned to see a middle-aged man, adorned in an effeminate manner, standing less than 3 meters away, a peak nascent soul expert. The system promptly alerted. Lu Huan's heart raced, yet his expression remained remarkably calm. "Who are you?" "I am Qiaoyu, an elder of the Blood Demon sect," the middle-aged man replied with a cheerful grin. Lu Huan was utterly bewildered. He had never heard of such a figure. His knowledge of various sects was limited to Qingyan County, and beyond that, he was quite ignorant. Furthermore, a sect boasting a peak nascent soul expert could not possibly belong to Qingyan County. Had Lu Huan known that shortly after he departed from the Tianjin sect, a transcendent expert from the Blood Demon sect was heading there to demand the inheritance of the Black Sky Cave Master, his opinion of the Blood Demon sect would likely have been much higher. "You truly possess news about my father?" Lu Huan inquired again, his vigilance rising as he prepared the binding spirit seal and the fire cloud sword. Qiaoyu flashed a smile that was more alluring than that of a woman and spoke languidly. "Your father is named Lu Quanqi, renowned as the Mad Dragon Sword Sovereign." As soon as Lu Huan heard the name Lu Quanqi, it felt as if something within his mind exploded, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. In that fleeting moment, memories he had neglected for countless years surged forth like a tidal wave from the depths of his consciousness. However, these memories were scattered fragments from his infancy and did not coalesce into a complete picture. Yet from these shards, Lu Huan finally recalled his father's visage and confirmed that his father was indeed named Lu Quanqi. Suppressing his overwhelming excitement, Lu Huan gazed steadily at Qiaoyu, and then, Qiaoyu halted his narration upon mentioning the Mad Dragon Sword Sovereign, leaving the subsequent details unspoken. And then, Qiaoyu's fair cheeks displayed a ghostly smile. "If you are willing to join our Blood Demon sect, I can divulge more information about your father." "Join the Blood Demon sect." Lu Huan furrowed his brow. "Tell me your reasons." "We also desire your father's inheritance." Qiaoyu unabashedly revealed his intentions to Lu Huan. "Absolutely not." Lu Huan shook his head firmly, asserting, "I have nearly forgotten what my father looks like. How could I possibly possess his inheritance? Just because you do not have it now does not mean you will not in the future." Qiaoyu stated with a smile that was both enigmatic and alluring. In an instant, a glimmer of insight sparked in Lu Huan's eyes. He began to surmise, "You Blood Demon sect have acquired my father's inheritance, but require my bloodline to unlock it." He stared wide-eyed. "You are quite astute." Qiaoyu laughed delicately, reminiscent of a woman. "Thus, by joining the Blood Demon sect, You could attain your father's inheritance and potentially inherit the title of Mad Dragon Sword Sovereign in the future. That inheritance belongs to my father. I lack the right to make such decisions for him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Huan still shook his head in refusal. Do you not wish to possess your father's inheritance? Do you not aspire to become the sword sovereign of Tianwu Kingdom, towering above all? Do you truly regard our prestigious blood demon sect as inferior to the worthless Tianjin sect? Xiao Yu's voice grew increasingly gentle, causing Lu Huan to feel as if tender hands were soothing him. Deep within, a voice incessantly urged him that, given his current circumstances, joining the blood demon sect was the wisest choice. Do not hesitate. Join us. Lu Huan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Suddenly, a chilling clarity erupted from the depths of his consciousness, snapping him back to reality. However, at that moment, Xiao Yu laughed heartily, a look of satisfaction on his face. It is wonderful that you have agreed. Now, come with me to the blood demon sect. Agreed? To what have I agreed? Lu Huan shivered, a mix of shock and anger washing over him. Xiao Yu chuckled mischievously, covering his mouth. You just consented to join our blood demon sect. What? The son of the Mad Dragon Sword Sovereign cannot keep his word. A chill ran down Lu Huan's spine. You are speaking nonsense. You used an illusion on me. You manipulated me. Lu Huan was alarmed, having completely forgotten the promise he had just made. System, what is happening? He shouted inwardly, filled with concern. The system remained silent, but before Lu Huan's eyes, a display screen materialized, revealing a recording of his state while ensnared in the illusion. In the footage, Lu Huan appeared dazed and clearly not in his right mind. Xiao Yu had persuaded him to join the blood demon sect, and after a moment of struggle, he had replied flatly, "All right, I will join the blood demon sect." Following that, the scene transitioned to Lu Huan awakening. With a sigh of relief, Lu Huan felt reassured. If he had merely agreed to join the blood demon sect without exposing any of his other secrets, there was little to worry about. Nonetheless, he still furrowed his brow. He had hoped that with the indestructible body, he could indeed confront opponents whose cultivation was no more than 3 levels above his own. Yet now he realized he had a significant and lethal weakness. He possessed no defense against mental attacks. Both Yuan Qingfeng and Xiao Yu had ensnared him with their mental assaults. So, do you agree or not? Xiao Yu inquired again, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. It was evident he had not anticipated that his mental attack would only bewilder Lu Huan for such a brief duration. After all, a peer of the same nascent soul realm could easily ensnare their opponent for nearly an entire incense stick's time. Very well, Lu Huan finally nodded after a moment of contemplation. However, you must guarantee that from this moment forward, neither you nor anyone from the blood demon sect will use any mental attacks against me. Lu Huan gritted his teeth, speaking fiercely. Rest assured, since you have chosen to join the blood demon sect, I will certainly refrain from using such methods against my fellow sect members. Xiao Yu replied with a gentle smile. With a sigh of relief, Lu Huan relaxed, though he was aware that one should not fully trust such a person. He was certain that for the time being, he would not face any mental attacks. As he began to unwind, Lu Huan cast a curious glance at Xiao Yu and could not help but inquire, "Are you a man or a woman?" Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. "I am a pure man. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." After resolving the matters concerning the Zhao family, Lu Huan had temporarily alleviated a significant burden from his heart. Silently, he departed from the Zhao residence, blending into the bustling crowd of Qingyang City. No one was aware that this seemingly handsome and youthful young man had nearly eradicated the formidable members of the city's tyrannical Zhao clan. The Zhao family held dominion over Qingyang City, their estate occupying nearly 1/20th of the area in a city of millions, situated on the outskirts. Several resounding explosions, accompanied by soaring sword lights and flames, piqued the curiosity of other powerful factions within the city. Yet, due to the Zhao family's standing, they dared not approach the clan during the tumultuous battle. After a considerable wait, sensing the cessation of hostilities, a few peak Zhedan realm or early Yuanying realm cultivators cautiously drew near the Zhao residence. To their astonishment, the once resplendent and palace-like interior of the Zhao estate lay in utter disarray. Resembling a desolate ruin, the disciples of the Zhao family, faces drawn with sorrow, were being led by the family patriarch in an effort to tidy up. At that moment, the onlookers comprehended the gravity of what had transpired within the Zhao clan. The gathered crowd could not contain their glee, engaging in whispered discussions. What kind of iron plate has the Zhao family stumbled upon to end up like this? I wonder how many of the upper echelon perished this time. Perhaps we might have a chance after all. We ought to express our gratitude to this mysterious powerhouse, amidst the throngs of people on the bustling streets, the very subject of their discussions. Lu Huan strolled leisurely. Suddenly, a building caught his attention. A forging shop established by the Jinhua Pavilion. The shop's emblem reminded him of Zhou Xiaofeng, prompting a smile to surface on his face as he made his way inside. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a sign-in location. Would you like to sign in? The sudden notification from the system as he entered the shop left Lu Huan momentarily stunned, before a smile broke across his face. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired forging technique. Lu Huan opened the system interface, and, as anticipated, a forging interface appeared beneath the alchemy section. Upon inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to the alchemy interface. Function, forging technique level. Level 1 remarks. Capable of forging all first-tier magical treasures. Moreover, akin to the alchemy technique, advancing the forging technique to level 2 required merely a trifling 10 years of system cultivation. It was simply too inexpensive. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Huan elevated both the forging technique and alchemy technique to level 2, expending 20 years of system cultivation, noticing that reaching level 3 would only require 50 years thereafter. He once again consumed 100 years of system cultivation to elevate both techniques to level 3. With a thunderous impact. Elevating both the forging and alchemy techniques to level 3 unleashed a torrent of immense information within Lu Huan's mind. The intense pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Although the sensation lasted but a fleeting moment, it resulted in blood seeping from his orifices, rendering him a pitiful sight. This alarming display startled the shop assistant, who had approached eagerly to offer a warm introduction, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded, his expression morphing into one of suspicion. Was this fellow feigning illness to swindle Jinhua Pavilion? As Lu Huan regained his composure, he caught sight of the assistant's peculiar expression. A glance at the copper mirror nearby revealed his own disheveled appearance, causing him to startle, hastily gathering his spiritual energy to cleanse his face of the disarray. He nonchalantly said, "Please, introduce yourself, my lord. Are you all right?" The assistant inquired hesitantly, anxiety evident in his tone. "But I'm fine. Just introduce me, and spare me the superfluous chatter." "Very well, I shall introduce at once." The assistant forced a smile, explaining, "Our Jinhua Pavilion is the largest forging shop in Qingyan County, affiliated with the Jinhua Pavilion of Tianwu Kingdom, and no matter what magical treasure you wish to forge, as long as you provide the necessary materials, we can create it for you. Furthermore, we also offer forging rooms for a mere 100 spirit stones per day, allowing any forge master to experience the might of our Jinhua Pavilion's forging facilities." Hearing this, Lu Huan's interest piqued, and he curiously inquired, "You provide forging rooms? Open one for me. I'd like to give it a try." The assistant raised an eyebrow, his expression growing strange. Although Jinhua Pavilion did indeed offer this service, it had been years since anyone had shown interest. Everyone understood that the so-called forging rooms were little more than a scam, while 100 spirit stones was not a substantial sum. For those who specialized in providing forging rooms, the only advantage of Jinhua Pavilion's offerings was the potency of the ground fire. As for the materials used for forging, they were nothing more than low-grade, mundane materials. It was exceedingly difficult to forge a first-tier magical treasure with such inferior materials, rendering any hope of improving one's forging skills entirely futile. Nevertheless, if Lu Huan was willing to fall for the ruse, the assistant certainly would not dissuade him. He would receive half the commission from that 100 spirit stone fee, which constituted nearly a month's wages for him. "My lord, this way, please." The assistant's face lit up with a glimmer of greed as he eagerly led Lu Huan toward the forging room. Lu Huan cast a puzzled glance at the assistant. Although he felt perplexed, he did not dwell on it. The business of renting out forging rooms had long since dwindled, and the once well-constructed forging rooms had become dilapidated. At first glance, they resembled shabby wood shacks, with places where the wind could seep through. Through these gaps, the conditions inside the forging room were clearly visible. This decrepit establishment demanded 100 spirit stones per day. Lu Huan furrowed his brow. My lord, you may not know, despite its shabby appearance, the ground fire provided within is unparalleled by any other shop, the assistant asserted earnestly. Moreover, today is fortuitous for you. You've arrived at a rare moment when we actually have available rooms. From the moment Lu Huan spoke, the assistant had discerned that he was a novice, unaware of the market for forging rooms. He had no expectation of Lu Huan returning for a second visit. If he could swindle him once, That would suffice. He lavished compliments and persuasive words. Huan was not particularly concerned about the state of the forging room. His primary intention was to test his own forging skills. 100 spirit stones was a negligible amount. After all, he had plundered quite a sum upon leaving the Zhao family. Even if he now suspected he might be getting swindled, he cared little. Very well. He produced 100 spirit stones and handed them to the assistant before striding into the forging room. The assistant gleefully accepted the spirit stones, standing at the door of the forging room. Chuckling to himself, Huan faintly heard the laughter behind him, and, casting a glance at the conditions inside the forging room, couldn't he help but smirk. You think I've been fooled? I shall show you who is truly being deceived. Approaching the corner filled with materials, Huan discovered a pile of mundane materials. Having absorbed knowledge of forging techniques from first to third tier, he recognized these materials at once. However, he soon spotted something of value. Picking up a stone that resembled a taro, predominantly white with numerous tiny black specks embedded within, he stepped back out of the forging room. Do you have more of this iron gold stone? Bring me more? Absolutely. My lord, however much you desire, our Jinhua pavilion can provide, and all free of charge. The young attendant cast a brief glance at the materials in Huan's hands, eagerly nodding in agreement. This iron gold stone is exceedingly inexpensive. Just a single spirit stone could procure a quantity equivalent to several houses. It is not due to a high yield that it is so cheap. Quite the contrary, the production of this substance is remarkably low. Even within their True Fire Pavilion's branch in Xingyang City, there is scarcely any. However, the elders of the True Fire Pavilion have conducted numerous experiments and found that the black granules within the iron gold stone severely affect the efficacy of crafting. Even when forging mundane items, those crafted would be exceedingly fragile, easily shattered by a practitioner at the body refinement stage. Nonetheless, this material holds one advantage. Its challenging refinement process makes it particularly suitable for novices seeking to enhance their material refining skills. For a craftsman, mastering the refinement of materials is of paramount importance and foundational knowledge that must be firmly established. This lad possesses a keen eye, recognizing the benefits of this substance. The young attendant mumbled to himself and proceeded to the storeroom, relaying the request to the storeroom manager. Upon hearing the news, the manager could not help but tease the attendant. Josie, you're in for a windfall today. You'd better treat us tonight. Of course. The manager raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Thank you, manager. Don't forget, it's your turn for a drink tonight, the young attendant called out, taking all the iron gold stones back to Huan. My lord, I have brought you the iron gold stones you requested. Please let me know if you need anything else. Upon inspecting the iron gold stones, which amounted to about 5 or 6 cubic units, Huan could not help but let a glimmer of excitement flash in his eyes as he smiled and said, just set them down there for now. If I need anything, I will inform you shortly. Very well, my lord. That I shall wait outside. Just call for me if you require anything. The young attendant left the crafting room with a sense of satisfaction, standing guard outside, feeling pleased with himself. This truly is a lucrative opportunity. I must ensure it is managed well. However, unbeknownst to the attendant, after his departure, Huan wore a mocking smile, scoffing to himself. Iron gold stone. This is a precious material capable of extracting 6th-tier black cloud gold. It seems your True Fire Pavilion is operating at such a level. In the 3rd-tier crafting knowledge that Huan had acquired, methods for extracting black cloud gold from iron gold stones were indeed mentioned. In other words, any 3rd-tier craftsman could extract black cloud gold from these stones. Zhou Xiaofeng's master, Qian Shu, was a 5th-tier craftsman. Unfortunately, they failed to recognize such a valuable resource. The so-called black cloud gold is merely those small black granules found within the iron gold stone. Huan glanced at the young attendant outside and then approached the forge, tossing chunks of iron gold stone into the furnace. The ground fire provided by the True Fire Pavilion was indeed remarkable. In the blink of an eye, a piece of iron gold stone merged, with the black cloud gold floating like tiny sesame seeds atop a pool of white liquid. Next came the crucial part. How to merge the seemingly separated black cloud gold with the iron gold stone and truly extract it. Huan meticulously constructed connection points in his mind, slowly working on the separation. During his first attempt at crafting, despite having the experience equivalent to a craftsman with decades of expertise, he remained cautious in order to successfully extract the black cloud gold. Finally, the first sesame-sized piece of black cloud gold completely separated from the iron gold stone solution, successfully extracted by Huan. Splendid! Huan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. With newfound experience, his subsequent pace quickened. In less than an hour, he extracted all the black cloud gold from the several cubic units of iron gold stone, yielding a chunk the size of a fist. This black cloud gold, if placed on the market, would be valued at tens of millions of spirit stones, at least 10 times more expensive than typical 6th-tier materials. This is because the production of black cloud gold is exceedingly rare, and most people are unaware of its origins. Generally, locations where black cloud gold is discovered are also found to have iron goldstones, leading some to mistakenly believe that black cloud gold is a byproduct of iron goldstone. Many have scoffed that a 6th-tier crafting material could simply be a byproduct of a non-tiered stone. How absurd. Yet, they fail to grasp that the true method of producing black cloud gold is through its extraction from iron gold stones. After acquiring such a substantial piece of black cloud gold, Huan promptly stored it in the system space. As a 3rd-tier craftsman, he had no immediate use for this black cloud gold. Glancing once more at the materials in the corner, Huan pondered for a moment and realized what kind of artifact he intended to forge. The rhythmic clinking sounds immediately resonated from the crafting room. The young attendant, curious, peeked through the gaps in the door, muttering, "This fellow's skills are utterly lacking. He has been refining materials for so long. Is he just starting the forging process?" After disdainfully venting his thoughts, the attendant turned away in boredom, convinced that with such a skill level, Huan would not have any further needs. Those iron goldstones would surely suffice for an entire day. However, the attendant failed to notice that after his departure, the clanging sounds in the crafting room abruptly ceased. Huan's attention was now fixated on the ground fire system. Can this ground fire really be absorbed? Huan eagerly inquired. In fact, he had already received a notification from the system indicating that the ground fire could be absorbed using system cultivation points. However, with the attendant guarding outside, Huan hesitated to act, fearing unnecessary trouble. Would you like to expend 500 system cultivation points to extract the spirit fire earth heart flame? Extract. Huan wasted no time in agreeing. Extraction successful. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the spirit fire earth heart flame. Earth heart flame. Rank 98th on the spirit fire list. A flame worth tens of millions of spirit stones, capable of enhancing crafting efficacy. Tens of millions. Huan gazed in astonishment at the fist-sized crimson flame that had suddenly appeared in his hand. So, for just 100 spirit stones, I've acquired a treasure worth over 100 million from the True Fire Pavilion? Hee. Huan burst into laughter. So, who was truly at a loss here? Just then, an enraged roar suddenly erupted from the adjacent crafting room. Guingfei, get out here. Who told you to extinguish the earth heart flame? I was in the middle of crafting a 3rd-tier artifact, and without the flame, the materials worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones are all wasted. Damn it, Guingfei, do you plan to quit? If you do, just leave. In an instant, several frantic shouts of fury rang out. Huan blinked, also angrily shouting, "Young attendant, where are you? Get out here. I paid 100 spirit stones to reserve this crafting room for a day." And suddenly, there is no fire left. Huan, while bellowing in fury and feigning great indignation, kicked open the door of the refining room and stormed out, grumbling under his breath. The rented refining rooms, along with the alchemy rooms where other alchemists of the True Fire Pavilion were working, were all situated within the same courtyard. The other alchemists had already emerged, cursing and muttering, having anticipated this outcome. Upon seeing Huan, the group of alchemists from the True Fire Pavilion paused momentarily, and then, as if grasping the situation, rolled their eyes in disdain and directed their scornful glances at Huan before resuming their tirades against the steward named Guingfei. To them, Huan's loss was trivial. Merely 100 spirit stones for the rental of the refining room. In stark contrast, their own losses amounted to hundreds of thousands or even millions of spirit stones. A discrepancy far too vast to overlook. Moreover, they were acutely aware of the dubious quality of their own rented refining rooms, rendering Huan nothing more than a pitiful lamb led to slaughter. Since he was a lamb being exploited, he ought to possess the self-awareness of his predicament. Such a minor loss should not warrant his embarrassing outcry in front of them. In no time, a middle-aged man at the core formation stage rushed over from a nearby shop, his expression quite grim as he addressed the gathered dignitaries. "Gentlemen, please remain calm. I have discerned the cause of this situation. The Earth Heart spiritual flame at our Qingyang City branch has depleted its energy, which is why it extinguished. I assure you, it was not I who extinguished the earthly fire." This middle-aged man was none other than Guingfei, the steward who had been berated by the group of alchemists. Upon hearing his explanation, the alchemists were taken aback, only to erupt into even louder denunciations. Depleted energy? What utter nonsense! The Earth Heart's spiritual flame was delivered to us from headquarters merely half a year ago. Under normal circumstances, it should last at least a century without any signs of depletion. That IT has only been 6 months, and you dare to claim it has run out of energy? Gooing Fei. I suspect you have been lining your own pockets, secretly selling off portions of this flame. Otherwise, how could it possibly have depleted so quickly? Do not treat us as fools, Gu. If you had merely concocted a different excuse, I might have been inclined to believe you. Depleted spiritual energy? That is absolute rubbish. The alchemists were wholly unconvinced by Gu Yingfei's explanation. His face grew increasingly grim. The true fire pavilion was renowned for its refining prowess, and the alchemists held significant status within its ranks. Despite being a steward of the core formation stage, his cultivation level surpassing that of many present, he found himself compelled to bow his head in acknowledgement of their ire. Unwilling to provoke them further, frustrated, Gu Yingfei could only maintain a stoic expression, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Esteemed gentlemen, if you do not trust me, you may report today's events to the sect. They will undoubtedly send someone to investigate, and the truth will soon be revealed that as for the losses incurred today, our Qingyang City branch shall certainly provide compensation. If this is still insufficient, then I shall have no further recourse." "And what of my loss?" Lu Huan interjected, raising an eyebrow and suddenly exclaiming, "Naturally, that will also be compensated." Gu Yingfei responded instinctively, only to be struck by confusion as he turned to Lu Huan, asking, "Who are you?" "I am a patron renting your True Fire Pavilion's refining room. Is there an issue?" Lu Huan feigned an air of arrogance. A smirk plastered across his face. Gu Yingfei, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "The one renting for 100 spirit stones a day. Is there a problem?" Lu Huan retorted, "My apologies, esteemed guest. Please proceed to the front desk to collect your 100 spirit stones, and you may take your leave." Gu Yingfei said impatiently, waving his hand dismissively, "That will suffice. At least your True Fire Pavilion maintains some semblance of reputation." Lu Huan feigned satisfaction, nodding his head before striding past the group of alchemists and Gu Yingfei towards the shops ahead. "Stop right there." At that moment, a voice that sounded familiar rang out. Lu Huan turned to see a familiar figure emerging from one of the refining rooms. "Is that you? Zhou Daoyu? What brings you here?" Without waiting for a response, Lu Huan smacked his forehead, laughing. "Oh, how could I forget? You are indeed a disciple of the True Fire Pavilion, so your presence here is only fitting. Lu Huan, how dare you show your face before me?" Zhou Xiaofeng barked, his expression twisted with rage. Gu Yingfei, "Stop this wretched creature." Lu Huan happened to be standing right beside Gu Yingfei. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yingfei moved to block Lu Huan, for this was Zhou's command, and he dared not refuse. However, Gu Yingfei did not regard Lu Huan as a significant threat to him. Lu Huan was merely an insignificant insect who had offended Zhou Xiaofeng for reasons unknown. Before a core formation expert like himself, Lu Huan posed no real challenge. With a casual swipe of his hand, he aimed to grasp Lu Huan by the neck, barely sparing him a glance. Slap! Lu Huan rolled his eyes, swiftly striking out with his own palm to meet Gu Yingfei's advance. The sound of the slap echoed sharply as Gu Yingfei's hand was forcefully deflected, sending him staggering several meters to the side before he regained his balance. Well, that was quite a force, Gu Yingfei thought, casting a surprised glance at Lu Huan, though he dismissed it as a moment of carelessness on his part. Thud! Gu Yingfei propelled himself forward once more, transforming his palm into a claw, aiming once again for Lu Huan's neck. "Demon Wine Fist," Lu Huan declared, raising his fist to meet the attack head-on. Roar! The terrifying shadow of his fist caused the alchemists present to change color, scattering in all directions. Zhou Xiaofeng was no exception. After retreating to a safe distance, he gazed at Lu Huan, his expression one of disbelief and astonishment. This shouldn't be possible, he thought, the last time they met. Lu Huan had been nothing more than a body refining stage weakling. How could he have gained such fearsome strength in just a few days? Could it be that the blazing silver wolf was indeed slain by him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That wretched Su Shaoan was a saintess of the Heavenly Sword sect, and even she did not possess such formidable power. How could an ordinary disciple like him exhibit such strength? Boom! Just then, the shadow of the demon wind fist collided with Gu Yingfei. The once proud core formation expert let out a pained scream as he was sent flying into the shops before the True Fire Pavilion. Bang! 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 The immense force of the demon wind fist crashing into Gu Yingfei unleashed a torrent of energy upon impact with the structure. In an instant, The decently adorned building of the True Fire Pavilion's Qingyang City branch crumbled under the shockwaves of the explosion. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Xiaofeng and the other alchemists were left utterly speechless. If I recall correctly, the formation on our Qingyang City branch's building should be able to withstand attacks from peak core formation experts. Right? How could that brat's punch possess the power of a peak core formation expert? This is impossible. Zhou Xiaofeng mused, his mind racing with confusion. Who on earth is this kid? How could he be so powerful? Amidst the astonished murmurs of the alchemists, Zhou Xiaofeng's anger flared. How would I know? He snapped, feeling as though the alchemists were mocking him with their queries. Zhou Xiaofeng, how dare you provoke someone of such caliber? Have you no sense of self-preservation? How could you let the building collapse? Just then, Zhou Xiaofeng suddenly heard Lu Huan's voice, tinged with exasperation. In the next moment, a shiver ran through his heart as he lifted his gaze. To his astonishment, he found Lu Huan deliberately staring at him with a mischievous expression. What do you intend to do? Zhou Xiaofeng felt a wave of fear wash over him, and, in a panic, took 2 steps back, threatening in a blusterous manner. Lu Huan, I advise you not to get carried away. Although your strength seems indeed formidable, you are certainly no match for a Yuanying stage master. My master is a formidable 6th-level Yuanying stage expert, and I strongly recommend that you think carefully about the consequences before taking action. Lu Huan remained silent, a smile playing on his lips as he approached Zhou Xiaofeng. The alchemists who had previously clustered around Zhou Xiaofeng scattered once more in fear, leaving him isolated in place. Zhou Xiaofeng wished to retreat further, but behind him lay an inescapable dead end. Think about the consequences. Lu Huan raised an eyebrow and chuckled, extending his hand to deliver a few playful slaps to Zhou Xiaofeng's face, inquiring with a grin, what do you think I should consider about the consequences? Zhou Xiaofeng, utterly bereft of any rational thought, was already petrified as Lu Huan reached out towards him. With tightly shut eyes, he cowered in the corner like a frightened rat in a storm. Trembling and pleading for mercy, please, don't kill me. Lu Huan felt a twinge of regret. If only this world possessed cameras or similar devices to capture the scene of Zhou Xiaofeng begging for mercy and post it on a forum. This fool would undoubtedly achieve instant fame across the entire Tianwang continent. Wait, that's not right. With alchemical methods, it seems entirely possible to forge a magical artifact with camera or even video recording capabilities. Perhaps I should attempt that in the future. As this thought crossed Lu Huan's mind, he cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Xiaofeng and impatiently remarked, Zhou, what on earth are you doing? I merely wish to reclaim my 100 spirit stones. I harbor no other intentions. Just give them to me. All of them. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaofeng suddenly opened his eyes wide, akin to a drowning man spotting a lifeline, and ecstatically removed his storage ring, flinging it towards Lu Huan. With a thud, Lu Huan did not reach out to catch it, but darkly commanded, kneel on the ground, pick it up, and hand it to me. With a thud, Zhou Xiaofeng seemed to forget his dignity entirely. Bending his knees without hesitation, kneeling before Lu Huan like a dog, carefully retrieving his storage ring from the ground and holding it above his head, offering it to Lu Huan. Well done, Lu Huan chuckled. Casually erasing the soul mark from Zhou Xiaofeng's storage ring and extracting a spirit stone, tossing it at Zhou Xiaofeng's feet with a thud. A reward for you. Thank you, my lord, for your generosity. In a desperate bid for survival, Zhou Xiaofeng shamelessly expressed his gratitude with a sycophantic demeanor. The alchemist from the Jinhua Pavilion, witnessing this scene from afar, fell into a stunned silence. How could he be so delighted? Then let us reward you with another gift. Lu Huan laughed heartily, delivering a kick towards Zhou Xiaofeng. With a bang, Zhou Xiaofeng's smile faltered as he terror-strickenly attempted to flee. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Lu Huan's foot connected with his abdomen. A sharp crack echoed from within Zhou Xiaofeng's body. Lu Huan, bewildered, muttered, damn, this kid must be doing this on purpose. Does he want to further cement my reputation as a Dantian killer? Such was the irony of fate that Lu Huan had merely intended to send Zhou Xiaofeng flying, to mock him with, aren't you capable of flight? Let me help you soar, a phrase Zhou Xiaofeng had left behind during his previous escape. But who could have anticipated that this fool would choose that exact moment to stand up, inadvertently presenting his Dantian to Lu Huan's incoming kick, and thus, Zhou Xiaofeng's Dantian shattered on the spot. Lu Huan swore he had no intention of crippling Zhou Xiaofeng's Dantian. No. Zhou Xiaofeng realized the destruction of his Dantian, unleashing an unwilling roar of fury before his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Congratulations, master, on overcoming a formidable foe. Reward system. 50 years of cultivation. The system's notification jolted Lu Huan's memory, He glanced toward the ruins of the Zhenhua Pavilion branch. Where was that fellow named Guingfei? Had he fled, or was he merely feigning unconsciousness? The absence of a system prompt indicated he was likely unharmed. Muttering to himself, Lu Huan made his way toward the ruins. He found the system's notifications to be remarkably useful. There was a clear distinction between killing and defeating. It would also clarify whether the enemy was genuinely vanquished or merely pretending to be dead. After all, no prompt meant the opponent was definitely faking it. Upon entering the ruins, Lu Huan quickly located the unconscious Guingfei. A smile spread across his face once more. While others knew to escape at the first opportunity, this fool had genuinely chosen to play dead. Mistakenly believing Lu Huan was blind to his ruse. Bang! Since you wish to pretend, I shall indulge you. Lu Huan launched another kick towards Guingfei. Please, no. Guingfei, sensing Lu Huan's presence, opened his eyes, intending to rise and imitate Zhou Xiaofeng by kneeling to plead for mercy. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Huan's foot struck his abdomen once more. Dantian shattered one as Guingfei was sent flying. The unmistakable sound of further rupturing echoed within him, but a layer of black lines appeared on Lu Huan's forehead. He realized that not only had Guingfei's Dantian been destroyed, but his golden core likely hadn't survived either. You're all doing this on purpose, aren't you? You want me to genuinely become a Dantian killer? Don't you? Lu Huan roared in frustration as the system notified him of an additional 100 years of cultivation, prompting a smile to return to his face. Fine, if I must be a Dantian killer. So be it. If I can gain cultivation rewards, what's so bad about that? Casting a glance around, Lu Huan retreated to the previous alchemy room and randomly entered a room that he hadn't paid for. Wow! Observing the forging table within, Lu Huan nodded in satisfaction. It's actually a third-tier alchemy table. Splendid. I'll take it. He stored the alchemy table in his system space and exited the alchemy room. Making his way towards a nearby building, he noticed a considerable gathering of cultivators here, all clad in the attire of the Zhenhua Pavilion alchemists, frantically scrambling for something. Through the cracks, Lu Huan vaguely discerned collapsed shelves. It must be a warehouse. Upon reaching the building, Lu Huan confirmed that this was indeed the warehouse of the Zhenhua Pavilion alchemy shop. The individuals frantically snatching items were indeed from the Zhenhua Pavilion. Why should I let you have the advantage? I'll take it all for myself. Lu Huan grinned widely and charged into the warehouse, tossing everything he laid eyes upon into his system space. After all, there was ample space. He had no fear of running out. The nearby Zhenhua Pavilion personnel were left dumbfounded. While they too were grabbing items, they were selective, only targeting those that were abundant and unlikely to draw attention. Even if they were later retrieved, they would return one or two and adamantly deny it. The Zhenhua Pavilion would have no recourse against them. But Lu Huan, goodness, he was plundering everything in sight. Anything he set his eyes upon was doomed to be taken. The group of Zhenhua Pavilion personnel stood in shock, until one finally reacted, angrily roaring, "Stop, for the love of all that is holy. Stop, who the hell are you?" Lu Huan's hands were in constant motion as he glanced back at the individual dressed in garments identical to those worn by Guingfei. He ought to be another figure of authority. Paying him no mind, Lu Huan simply flashed a smile and continued with his own endeavors. The person in question was none other than Zhao Zhong, the warehouse manager whom the waiter had encountered during his visit to the storage area. Witnessing Lu Huan's utter disregard for him, Zhao Zhong was consumed by rage that a dagger suddenly materialized in his hand, and he lunged at Lu Huan. Those capable of managing the True Fire Pavilion were formidable cultivators of the core formation stage. 7 Ghosts Kill. The dagger, infused with grayish spiritual energy, shimmered ominously, radiating a chilling aura that would terrify even the most seasoned Foundation establishment cultivators. Get lost. Sensing the murderous intent approaching from behind, Lu Huan impatiently turned and delivered a powerful punch, perfectly intercepting Zhao Zhong's thrust. Zhao Zhong's expression twisted into one of savagery, his furious eyes glinting with a hint of excitement. How dare a mere Foundation establishment cultivator confront him, relying solely on his physical prowess to clash with his second-tier magical artifact? He was courting death? Zhao Zhong envisioned Lu Huan's fist being pierced by his dagger, his spiritual energy surging into Lu Huan's body, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. However, in the next instant, a crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Zhao Zhong's second-tier dagger struck Lu Huan's fist as if it had collided with a 4th or 5th-tier defensive artifact. Not only did it fail to inflict any harm upon Lu Huan, but Zhao Zhong himself was suddenly overwhelmed by a colossal force. The dagger in his hand erupted, sending a tremendous backlash surging into his arm, obliterating it inch by inch. Zhao Zheng cried out in excruciating pain. Unable to fathom how the gruesome fate he had envisioned for Lu Huan had instead befallen him, to his astonishment, the violent force that shattered his arm coalesced into a lethal projectile. Piercing through his body with a deafening explosion, Zhao Zheng's form was instantly obliterated, transforming into a mist of crimson. System, cultivation experience increased by 100. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Huan quipped. System, are you slacking off now? Not even a word of congratulations. The demise of Zhao Zheng left the True Fire Pavilion disciples present utterly paralyzed with fear. After exchanging glances, they dared not step forward to avenge Zhao Zheng. Scattering in a hasty retreat, some clever ones seized the opportunity to stuff their pockets with goods they had hesitated to take before, shoving them into their storage rings. They likely believed that with Lu Huan as the scapegoat, they could later shift the blame onto him for whatever they took. Even as Lu Huan observed this, he could scarcely be bothered. The value of what these individuals pilfered paled in comparison to his own spoils. By the time Lu Huan departed from the True Fire Pavilion, the losses incurred had soared to 1 billion. Such great powers were indeed formidable. Even a mere branch warehouse was stocked with nearly 1 billion worth of goods. An impressive return on 100 spiritual stones. With a chuckle, Lu Huan dismissed the 100 spiritual stones he had rented for the refining room, which had multiplied into 100-fold, then 1,000-fold. In return from Zhou Xiaofeng.as, a disciple of monetary affairs, his storage ring brimmed with spiritual stones. After leaving Qingyang City, Lu Huan leisurely made his way towards the ruins of Luin Mountain. Calculating the time, he realized that his arrival coincided almost perfectly with the opening of the ruins. Days slipped by, and after more than 10 days of travel, Lu Huan arrived at the periphery of the Luyin Mountain ruins. Exuding the relaxed demeanor of a young master on an outing, the Luyin Mountain ruins were, after all, the most alluring sight within Qingyan County, though they only opened once every few decades to a century. The area had long since become the epicenter of Qingyan County, with countless factions establishing branches there. Over time, it transformed into a peculiar city-like enclave. At that moment, a murmur of discussion reached Lu Huan's ears. Curiously, he turned to see a gathering of young disciples from various factions clustered around what resembled a notice board. He could vaguely hear his own name among the chatter. Had he found himself on a wanted list? As he approached the notice board, a thought flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but feel intrigued. Sure enough, 2 wanted posters featuring his likeness were affixed to the board, one from the True Fire Pavilion and another from the Heavenly Sword sect. The artwork was rather abstract. Lu Huan felt no fear regarding the wanted notices. Instead, he found himself bemused. Who are these people? He mused, it's astonishing that the foremost sect in Qingyan County and a 5th-tier force could not even render a clear likeness. Just as he finished speaking, a chubby youth beside him chimed in with laughter, glancing back at Lu Huan. Upon noticing Lu Huan's appearance, the chubby boy paused, then looked back at the wanted posters for comparison. Unable to contain his amusement, friend, while the likeness may be abstract, upon closer inspection, it does bear some resemblance to you. Indeed, you make a valid point, Lu Huan replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. Others around them began to take notice of their conversation. Wow, it really does look quite similar, they exclaimed. What is going on with the True Fire Pavilion and the Heavenly Sword sect? It seems that even a casual depiction yields similar results, with such vague illustrations. Finding the individual would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Although most people, influenced by Lu Huan's calm demeanor, instinctively believed he was not the person on the wanted list. A few couldn't resist asking in jest, haha, friend, could this person be you? Lu Huan was about to boldly affirm their inquiry when the chubby youth scoffed. What nonsense. This fellow named Lu Huan has made it onto the wanted list of both the Heavenly Sword sect and the True Fire Pavilion. If I were him, I would have fled long ago, rather than brazenly appearing at Luin Mountain. Isn't that akin to walking into a trap? Lu Huan shot the chubby boy a peculiar look. Unable to refrain from saying, what if it truly is me? Don't be ridiculous. The chubby boy laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. If you were the person on the wanted list, I would eat this notice board right now. Then go ahead and eat it, Lu Huan nearly blurted out, but upon considering that the chubby boy was inadvertently defending him, he opted for silence. The individuals nearby, having been swayed by the chubby boy's teasing, became even more convinced that Lu Huan was not the person sought. Thus, they continued discussing the details of the wanted notices in front of Lu Huan, their words tinged with a hint of envy. After all, this was an unprecedented occurrence in Qingyan County, a foundation establishment cultivator being pursued by 2 major factions. The assembled crowd consisted mostly of foundation establishment cultivators. many of whom found themselves admiring Lu Huan rather than fearing the wrath of two powerful entities. After all, he had the audacity to offend both factions and remained at large, forcing them to issue wanted notices. Lu Huan was left bewildered, pondering the peculiar values of the current youth. Friend, are you also here to participate in the Luyin Mountain ruins? The chubby boy suddenly inquired. Is there any other reason to come to Luyin Mountain? Lu Huan replied. Lu Huan smiled and asked, one person. The chubby boy's eyes brightened. Temporarily just one person. That's wonderful. The chubby boy exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Laughing heartily, would you like to join our team? It's free of charge. What was this chubby boy thinking? Was he simply naive, or did he have ulterior motives? A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Huan's gaze. Yet he replied with a smile, sure. After all, to enter the Luyin Mountain ruins, we need to form a team. I was just lamenting my inability to find one. How many of you are there now? 3. With you, that makes 4. We just need to find one more person, and we can enter the Luyin Mountain ruins. The chubby boy was brimming with enthusiasm as he grabbed Lu Huan's arm and exclaimed, let us go. I'll introduce you to the other 2 teammates. The chubby boy's exuberance was overwhelming. Lu Huan instinctively felt that he had recognized his identity, pretending before the crowd just to monopolize the opportunity. However, once Lu Huan was taken to a nearby tavern, he confirmed that the chubby boy genuinely intended to introduce him to his teammates. He had initially thought the chubby boy would treat him to a meal. But instead, he found a busy young waiter and excitedly declared, Josie, I've found our 4th teammate. The young waiter, Josie, abruptly turned around, looking at Lu Huan and the chubby boy with palpable excitement. Fatty, where did you cough? Find this teammate. Josie's bluntness inadvertently revealed the truth. The chubby boy's expression darkened instantly, while Lu Huan was left speechless. The chubby boy shot Josie a fierce glare but steeled himself to be honest with Lu Huan. Friend, please don't mind Josie. He just rather straightforward. You should have noticed that our team was hastily thrown together. We simply lacked the funds to hire someone to take us into the Luyin Mountain. You all rogue cultivators. Lu Huan had indeed perceived this, but was astonished nonetheless. Yes. The chubby boy drooped his head, somewhat despondent. Isn't it required to join as disciples of a sect to participate in the Luyin Mountain ruins? That depends on our other teammate. I must tell you, she is not only a stunning beauty but also rumored to be a disciple of the 6th grade power, the Fire Phoenix Palace. The chubby boy suddenly brightened. Is she not from Qingyin County? The most powerful force in Qingyin County is the Tianjin sect, which is only a 7th grade power. A 6th grade power clearly does not hail from Qingyin County. The chubby boy chuckled again, then quietly explained. It turned out that the chubby boy and Josie had never intended to enter the Luyin Mountain ruins. They were merely rogue cultivators seeking opportunities in the city. By chance, Josie, while working at the tavern, encountered Qi Xingyue from the Fire Phoenix Palace. For reasons unknown, Qi Xingyue invited Josie to join her in entering the Luyin Mountain ruins and entrusted him with the task of forming a team. Thus, this team came into being. After hearing Josie's explanation, Lu Huan's confusion deepened. A disciple of a 6th grade power, and a stunning beauty at that, coming to Qingyin County to participate in the Luyin Mountain ruins would surely draw countless invitations from the notable disciples of Qingyin County with just a word. Yet she chose Josie instead. It couldn't be a tale of a rich beauty falling for a poor boy, could it? Such stories exist, but Lu Huan found it rather implausible. After pondering for a moment, Lu Huan decided that since forming a team was merely a means to enter the Luyin Mountain ruins, he would take a step at a time. After all, given his current situation with 2 forces hunting him, even paying for a team might not guarantee finding a partner. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Huan. Could it be that the absent beautiful teammate shared a similar situation as his own? Where is that teammate? Lu Huan raised an eyebrow and smiled. I would like to meet her. She is in seclusion, preparing to break through her cultivation before entering the Luyin Mountain to enhance her chances of finding good treasures. Josie quickly explained. I see. So, unless she breaks through or the Luyin Mountain ruins open, I want to be able to meet this teammate. Lu Huan mused with a thoughtful smile. That's about right. Josie felt somewhat awkward, fearing Lu Huan might decline to join the team due to this detail, and quickly added, Friend, there are only a few days left until the Luyin Mountain ruins open. Those who need to team up have already done so. The remaining options all require payment. At least several hundred spirit stones, and those who seek assistance from teammates may even need to spend thousands of spirit stones. There is truly no need to incur such great expenses for the Luyin Mountain ruins. Exactly. The chubby boy nodded vigorously in agreement. Although the Luyin Mountain ruins are a coveted secret realm for countless forces in our Qingyin County, The truth is that after all these years, if there were truly any inheritances as legends suggest, they would have been discovered long ago. There wouldn't be any left for us. Normally, the average yield for cultivators entering the Luoyan Mountain ruins is around 8,000 to 10,000 spirit stones. Rather than spending several thousand spirit stones to obtain a mere few thousand, it would be wiser to join our small team and enter for free. Listening to the two, Huan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It was no wonder they were rogue cultivators at the bottom rung. Their vision was incredibly narrow. They never considered the possibility of inheriting something. They only focused on tangible gains if every explorer of the Luoyan Mountain ruins shared their mindset. The true inheritance would likely never see the light of day. Inheritance, even the legacy of a nascent soul ancestor wouldn't be so easily obtained. However, the perspective of the chubby boy and Josie was, in fact, quite suitable for Huan. His sole aim was to enter the Luoyan Mountain ruins without expecting any assistance from his teammates, particularly since Huan vaguely sensed that once he entered the ruins, he could leverage the system to sign in again. If he could sign in, he would surely obtain valuable items. Thus, he needed no help from teammates. Therefore, Huan feigned a troubled expression, hesitating for a long while before gritting his teeth and nodding. All right, you make valid points. I shall join your team. Yay. The chubby boy and Josie immediately cheered with excitement. Waiter, bring the drinks. Just then, a customer called for Josie from the side. Josie promptly responded and leaned in to whisper to Huan and the chubby boy. Fatty, take this friend of ours to my place and wait for me. I'll finish up here and come find you. All right, the chubby boy nodded. You hurry back. Don't let the manager catch you and dock your spirit stones. Josie nodded and departed. The chubby boy promptly led Huan away from the tavern. As they left, Huan smacked his lips, glancing longingly at the delicious dishes on the tables of other patrons. Feeling somewhat regretful, I want to eat. Once we emerge from the Luoyan Mountain ruins, I'll have spirit stones to dine here, but for now, I must refrain. Noticing Huan's gaze, the chubby boy sighed helplessly. Why not? Huan was taken aback. The meals here easily cost over 100 spirit stones, and a jar of ling wezue requires 500 spirit stones. How could we afford such extravagance? Once we emerge, if we truly earn a few thousand spirit stones, I will undoubtedly treat you to a meal. The chubby fellow boasted with great enthusiasm. Huan immediately realized that the chubby one had mistaken him for a destitute rogue like themselves. Gazing at the system's spatial interior, filled with various resources worth over 1 billion, as well as millions of spirit stones, he fell into a contemplative silence. He pondered whether he should treat the chubby fellow and his companions to a meal. The chubby one's character was quite amiable, much like Yanlei. Yet, the mere thought of Yanlei plunged Huan back into silence. He had originally promised Yanlei to participate together in the Luoyan Mountain ruins. But so many events had transpired since then. When he departed from the Tianjin sect, he hadn't even had the chance to bid farewell to Yanlei. A twinge of guilt surfaced within him for this friend. Lazy, if I have the opportunity to meet you again, I shall make it up to you. Feeling somewhat despondent, Huan abandoned the idea of treating the chubby one to a meal and silently followed behind him toward the abode of the boatman. However, upon arriving at the boatman's dwelling, Huan was taken aback. He realized he had severely underestimated the plight of these lowly rogues. Despite both being foundation-building cultivators, their residence was nothing more than a dilapidated house, abandoned for who knows how many years. Even so, the chubby fellow entered the house with utmost caution, fearful of being seen by others. Make yourself comfortable. Once inside the room, Huan remained silent, while the chubby one smiled nonchalantly. Huan cast a quiet glance around the room. It was utterly sealed off, shrouded in darkness where even ordinary people would find it impossible to see their hand before their face. Only those like them, foundation-building cultivators, possessed night vision to discern the surrounding situation. Apart from a few woven mats of rushes, there was nothing else. Does the boatman live here regularly? Huan asked, his voice low and somber. Yes, it's merely a place for cultivation. Having mats is sufficient. What else do we need? Let me tell you, the boatman and I fought fiercely with over a dozen mid-foundation cultivators just to seize this place. The chubby fellow exclaimed proudly, completely oblivious to Huan's current despondency. Afterward, Huan conversed extensively with the chubby fellow, learning much in the process. Both he and the boatman were orphans who had banded together from a young age to make a living. They had fortuitously encountered a cultivator slain by a demon beast, from whom they obtained a cultivation technique. Gradually progressing to their current state, they had entertained thoughts of joining a sect, but alas, due to various reasons, they had never managed to join the same sect simultaneously. Having been companions for so many years, they were unwilling to part ways. Thus, they decided against joining any sect. In their own words. In this world, there were countless rogues living freely, and they believed they could do the same. It was only later that Lu Huan learned the true reason. The chubby fellow had health issues that prevented him from joining a sect. The boatman, however, could join, but his talent was not particularly remarkable. Regardless of which sect he joined, there were regulations that forbade newly admitted members from descending the mountain for several years. The chubby fellow could not stay within the sect, and the boatman, being concerned for him, relinquished the idea of joining a sect, choosing instead to remain by the chubby fellow's side in mutual companionship. Before long, the boatman returned from outside. After a brief exchange among the three, Lu Huan expressed his intention to venture out for a while. The chubby fellow and the boatman, knowing it was Lu Huan's first visit to Luyin Mountain, readily offered to be his guides. Under the chubby fellow's lead, Lu Huan explored the Luyin Mountain encampment, ultimately arriving at the largest market. Here, shops established by all factions in Qingyan County congregated, alongside numerous stalls operated by rogue cultivators. Suddenly, Lu Huan halted in front of a stall. The vendor was a young and clever-looking lad whose eyes lit up upon Lu Huan's arrival. He enticingly explained, "Young sir, we have freshly arrived various blind beast eggs. For 100 spirit stones, you can select one, with a chance to obtain a 4th-tier beast pill worth tens of thousands of spirit stones." The so-called blind eggs were akin to mystery boxes. Until the beast eggs were hatched, no one could know what kind of beast lay within. Such activities were exceedingly popular in the Tianwang continent. It was not uncommon to hear of blind eggs costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands for a single one. However, these blind eggs were typically organized by major factions or large merchant associations, carrying a certain element of gamble, yet also providing a safety net, much like a certain penguin's activity system, even if one lost. It seemed as though they hadn't truly lost. This allure attracted countless cultivators. As for the blind eggs presented by the young vendor, 100 spirit stones each constituted the lowest tier Lu Huan had ever encountered. "Is there a safety net?" Lu Huan raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile. "Brother, don't bother with this nonsense. This guy is a complete fraud. His beast eggs are all dead ones scavenged from around Luyin Mountain. Not a single one is alive," the chubby fellow interjected indignantly, grabbing Lu Huan's arm. The young vendor's expression darkened instantly. "You chubby one. How dare you spread such nonsense? I am a legitimate businessman. How could I engage in such practices?" He then hastily turned to Lu Huan, saying, "Young brother, you mustn't heed this chubby one's wild claims. Ask around nearby. Am I, Xiaochun, that kind of person? So, is there a safety net?" Lu Huan maintained a calm demeanor, gazing at the young vendor. Xiaochun's smile faltered, and he awkwardly replied, "Young brother, it seems this is your first time playing with blind eggs. If you were talking about eggs costing over 10,000 spirit stones, I might consider a safety net. But how could there be a safety net for 100 spirit stones?" Lu Huan chuckled lightly. "So, your family must run a pig farm, right? What is a pig farm?" Xiaochun looked utterly baffled. "Oh, it's nothing." Lu Huan waved his hand dismissively, glancing at the dozens of nearly identical beast eggs on the stall. This was also a hallmark of blind eggs, presenting a batch of seemingly similar beast eggs together. Unless hatched, not even the customers, let alone the vendor, could discern what lay within. It was precisely this mechanism that allowed such activities to persist, akin to stone gambling. As for the so-called safety net, it entailed that customers who purchased a sufficient quantity or value of blind eggs would have the vendor produce a pre-checked egg of a certain tier from the side. Such beast eggs were typically procured by cultivators from specific demon beast lairs or contained eggs from uniquely marked beasts. However, this could only guarantee that the egg contained that particular type of beast, but the quality of the beast once hatched remained uncertain. In most cases, the beasts contracted by cultivators were at least 3rd tier. Even if a vendor prepared beforehand to present a so-called safety net, they would still face ridicule, as even with a safety net, it would be a 1st or 2nd tier beast, which held little value. This was why the young vendor asserted there could be no safety net for blind eggs costing less than 10,000 spirit stones. Yet, for others, without hatching the blind eggs, it was impossible to ascertain their contents. As for Lu Huan, he had the system. With a mere glance, the attributes of the dozens of beast eggs unfolded before his eyes. This is a dead egg. It seems there's a pitiful 1st-tier creature inside. What good fortune. This is a 2nd-tier little darling. This is a dead egg. Wow. Fortune has smiled upon you. Acquire it, and you shall be the most dazzling figure upon the streets. a golden legend. The reason Lu Huan abruptly halted at this stall was due to an unexpected glance that caught his attention, followed by a prompt from the system, manifesting as a radiant golden glow that flickered before his eyes. 100 spirit stones. Is it? I shall take this egg. Lu Huan, uninterested in further toying with the stall owner. Xiao Chun cradled the beast egg that the system had heralded as a golden legend. Surely, there was no guaranteed outcome. A glimmer of joy sparked in Xiao Chen's eyes as he eagerly interjected. Brother, the stout man furrowed his brow, gazing mournfully at the 100 spirit stones that Xiao Chun had acquired, his expression akin to that of a man who had just received a grievous wound. Since my brother wishes to indulge, let him have his experience. It shall serve as a valuable lesson. Zhou Zi sighed, obstructing the stout man's intent to thwart Lu Huan's actions, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Chen. He coldly remarked, "You had better pray that the egg we purchased is not a dud, or else do not blame me for dismantling your stall." Heh, Xiao Chen scoffed dismissively, already having secured the payment. "You must be Zhou Zi, right? I recall you working as a server at the Fragrant Pavilion. You, a despicable wretch, dare threaten to overturn my stall." Xiao Chen's words were unmistakably a declaration to the three men. "Indeed. You were correct. What I am selling is a dud." The stout man, inflamed with rage, clenched his fists, preparing to strike Xiao Chen, only to be halted by Lu Huan. "Calm down, my friend. The egg has yet to hatch. Who can guarantee what resides within?" Though he possessed the strength to easily dispatch the stall owner, Lu Huan knew that should the proprietor behold what he presumed to be a lifeless egg, only to discover a remarkable creature within, the resulting anguish would surpass the satisfaction of simply ending his life. "Brother, why do you still hope for something good within? Did you not grasp his implication? He is clearly informing us that this egg is indeed a dud." The stout man seethed with indignation, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. "Do not rush." Lu Huan smiled calmly, pricking his finger to let his blood fall upon the egg. This was yet another characteristic of the blind egg. Once blood was dripped, most non-dud beast eggs would hatch immediately. If it turned out to be what he desired, it would bring immense joy. However, should it not be to his liking, he could swiftly nullify the contract, suffering only a trivial loss of mental energy, easily restored by a brief rest or some cultivation. The impact would be negligible. Crack. When Lu Huan's blood touched the beast egg, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed in the air. Alive? It was indeed alive. The stout man and Zhou Zi were struck with astonishment, soon followed by unrestrained elation. Although they were yet unaware of the nature of the hatching beast, the fact that it was not a dud was already a cause for celebration. However, Xiao Chen's expression soured, and he coldly huffed. "See, lad, I told you, what I sell is certainly not a dud." Poof. As Xiao Chen's words fell, the creature within the blind egg finally revealed itself to the astonished onlookers. Simultaneously, a blinding flame erupted from the egg, soaring high into the sky and sweeping across the surroundings. Swish, swish, swish. Those standing nearby, including Xiao Chen and the stout man, were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, rendering their faces ghastly pale. It cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. How could it be a Luyan spirit bird? Xiao Chen was the first to regain his composure, a glint of greed igniting in his eyes. The Luyan spirit bird, renowned in the vicinity of the Luyan mountain ruins, was a formidable fourth-tier beast, worth not merely several 100,000 spirit stones, but rather millions. The soaring flames had already piqued the curiosity of nearby cultivators, who gathered around. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, they were all astounded and envious. "Wow, this young man is incredibly lucky to have obtained a Luyan spirit bird from a 100 spirit stone blind egg. It must be fake. Could it be a setup? I recall that most of the beast eggs this fellow sells are duds. Do you not think that this fortunate lad looks somewhat familiar? Brother, we must flee." The stout man and Zhou Zi suddenly came to their senses, quickly seizing Lu Huan and dashing towards the market exit. Observing this, Xiao Chen's gaze darkened with malice. Yet, knowing that a multitude of cultivators surrounded them and being aware of Zhou Zi's status, he was not concerned about their escape. He resolved to first secure the current transaction before contemplating the matter of the Luyan spirit bird. In the ensuing days, Lu Huan remained in the company of the stout man and Zhou Zi. It was uncertain whether to label them as naive or astute. After dragging Lu Huan away from the market, they cautiously navigated through the crowd, returning to their training grounds, where they urged Lu Huan to cultivate a bond with the Luyan spirit bird. Newly hatched beasts required solitude with their masters to better synchronize during combat. Despite their meticulous care, they had yet to inquire about Lu Huan's name, treating him as a down-on-his-luck rogue, showering him with kindness. Lu Huan, in turn, refrained from asking their full names, simply addressing them as Stout Man and Zhou Zi. Later, when Lu Huan questioned their reasoning, the Stout Man's response illuminated the situation for him. You appear in rags, with traces of blood visible, and given that you seem to be 5 or 6 years younger than us, we, as those who have walked this path before, feel compelled to look after you. It dawned on Lu Huan that the disheveled state of his attire was a result of his arduous battles within the illusion realm during his time at the Tianjin sect, not due to any enemy's doing, but rather from his own exhaustion. Thus, the Stout Man and Zhou Zi had misinterpreted his condition that at last, the day arrived for the opening of the Luyin Mountain ruins. The city near Luyin Mountain buzzed with excitement. Zhou Zi had taken leave 2 days prior and awoke Lu Huan and the Stout Man early, eagerly proclaiming, "Hurry, we are heading to the entrance of the Luyin Mountain ruins." What about the other teammate? Lu Huan had long been curious about this mysterious ally. Surely they could not enter the ruins without meeting them. She will contact the final teammate and meet us at the entrance. Zhou Zi replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Stout Man's previously furrowed brow transformed into a visage of delight. Zhou Zi, you've kept this under wraps well. I was beginning to worry about where to find the last teammate. Surely, we wouldn't have to pay someone, would we? I never imagined she could help us find one. I didn't expect it either. Zhou Zi scratched his head and said, originally, I had already advanced part of the payment to the shopkeeper, thinking that if we couldn't find anyone today, I would have to pay for a teammate. Who would have thought that last night? Daoist Xian suddenly informed me that she would bring the final teammate today, which certainly saved us some trouble. Then let us proceed to the Luyin Mountain ruins. The Stout Man chuckled with excitement, leading the way out of their clandestine training venue. While the Stout Man was exuberant during their training, he remained cautious upon their departure, as if afraid of being seen. Yet, even so, as the trio exited the dilapidated building, they were met with a derisive sneer from the side. Fatty, are you truly planning to participate in the Luyin Mountain ruins? I advise you to abandon such delusions. With your pathetic selves, entering the Luyin Mountain ruins would only lead to your demise. You will procure no resources at all. Ha ha. Pang, are you itching for a beating again? The Stout Man retorted, I wouldn't mind expending some effort to help you loosen your bones. The chubby boy, his face darkened and fists clenched, turned to gaze at a group of individuals emerging from an abandoned courtyard several dozen meters away. Among these people, Lu Huan recognized a familiar faction, another group of rogue cultivators with whom he and the chubby boy had clashed numerous times over the coveted hidden cultivation grounds. The leader of this group was named Pangu, a burly figure reminiscent of a minotaur. However, beneath his imposing exterior lay a cunning intellect. Had he possessed strength comparable to that of the chubby boy and Zhou Zi, he would have long employed his treacherous tactics to drive them away from the vicinity of the Luyin Mountain ruins. Instead of perishing, they would have been forced to flee and continue their aimless existence. In recent days, whenever Lu Huan encountered this band, he felt an urge to strike. Yet, time and again, the chubby boy, protective as a hen with its chicks, prevented him from doing so, leaving Lu Huan with no opportunity to unleash his power. This left him in a state of bemused frustration. After all, he was capable of contending with cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Yet here he was, under the guardianship of a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Pangu gritted his teeth, fury etched across his face. Chubby boy, don't you dare get cocky. I'm not afraid to tell you that I too intend to partake in the Luyin Mountain ruins. You had better pray that I do not cross paths with you there, for I shall have my revenge. Revenge? A glimmer of cold light flashed in the eyes of the chubby boy and Zhou Zi. Without a word, they charged forward. Lu Huan felt a surge of excitement. After days of verbal sparring, he could finally engage directly. With a swift motion, Lu Huan surged ahead of the chubby boy and Zhou Zi, delivering a powerful punch. Pangu, a mere second-tier foundation establishment cultivator, was no match for Lu Huan. With a thunderous explosion, Pangu's body burst apart like a ripe watermelon, showering the area in a mist of blood. Ignoring the system notification that chimed in his ears, Lu Huan exuberantly swung his fists at the remaining lackeys surrounding Pangu. The chubby boy and Zhou Zi skidded to a halt, astonishment plastered on their faces. They could distinctly hear the nervous gulping sounds emanating from the stunned adversaries. Zhou Zi, did I just see that right? This kid's strength is astonishing. Where did you find this gem? We're going to strike it rich. The chubby boy was at a loss for words. In the brief moment of their exchange, Lu Huan had obliterated all 6 members of Pangu's team, each with a single blow. Chubby boy. Zhou Zi, what are you staring at? Hurry and gather the spoils, Lu Huan urged. Right. The chubby boy and Josie exchanged a glance, casting their doubts aside as they rushed to Lu Huan's side, eager to sift through the blood-soaked ground for treasures. Alas, like themselves, Pang Hong's crew were also lowly rogue cultivators. Though they often acted like bullies, the resources they pillaged were scarcely sufficient for their own survival. As a result, the trio could only manage to scrounge together a modest sum of 100 spirit stones and a peculiar token. Those spirit stones were merely enough to serve as their entry fee for the Luyin Mountain ruins. The chubby boy and Josie gazed at the 100 spirit stones with delight, debating how to divide them. Meanwhile, Lu Huan's attention was drawn to the unusual token. What could it be? The token resembled the identity badge of a sect disciple, yet bore no markings to indicate its owner, only a decorative border that seemed to serve no purpose other than aesthetics. Perhaps it was an unmarked primitive token. Lu Huan, let us divide the spirit stones. Since you took care of all these guys, you should take the lioness share. Josie and I can take 10 each. That should be fair, the chubby boy. Initially brash, became cautious when it came to discussing his share, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Spirit stones. Lu Huan had intended to let the chubby boy and Josie keep all the spirit stones, as he truly had no need for such a trifling amount. However, recalling their nature, he quickly amended his stance, smiling as he replied, "All right then, we'll divide them as you suggest." Haha, thank you. The chubby boy and Josie exchanged relieved glances, bursting into laughter. Just then, Josie's gaze fell upon the token in Lu Huan's hand, his brow furrowing. Did I think I've seen that token somewhere before? Where? Lu Huan inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. I can't remember right now, but I'm certain I've encountered it before, Josie asserted confidently. All right then, Lu Huan chuckled, amused. He had hoped Josie might provide some insight, but it seemed he was merely grasping at straws. Letting it go, Lu Huan casually stowed the token in his system space, exclaiming, "Let us head to the Luyin Mountain ruins." The city where Lu Huan resided was, in fact, located near the Luyin Mountain ruins. With a straight-line distance of no more than 10 kilometers, even from the dilapidated courtyard where the chubby boy and his companions gathered, one could see the distant outline of Luyin Mountain, a towering edifice that resembled a massive crimson crystal, radiating brilliance under the sun, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Upon reaching the foot of Luyin Mountain, they found themselves amidst a throng of cultivators, most of whom were gathered in groups representing various factions. Quietly awaiting the opening of the ruins. Lu Huan scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on an imposing array at the far end. He understood that once the ruins opened, cultivators would need to form teams of at least 5 to pass through. Upon seeing the array, Lu Huan's eyes gleamed with excitement. It is said that the requirement for team formation was a consensus among the various factions of Qingyan County. This not only enhances the survival rate of disciples within the Luyin Mountain ruins, but also serves as a means of collecting entry fees. With so many cultivators present at a cost of 20 spirit stones per person, that amounts to several million spirit stones in total, surely no nascent soul ancestors are present. Lu Huan felt a surge of eagerness. Cheep cheep. At that moment, a clear bird call rang out from Lu Huan's embrace, and a bright red bird head emerged from within. The little creature was none other than the golden legendary 4th-tier beast, the Luyin spirit bird, which Lu Huan had acquired from the blind egg he purchased. "What are you up to, little one?" Lu Huan asked with a smile, observing the spirited Luyin spirit bird. Cheep cheep. The Luyin spirit bird chirped in the direction of Luyin Mountain, as if indicating that it had a way to enter the ruins ahead of time. Lu Huan was taken aback, yet he harbored no doubts. He understood that the Luyin spirit bird was renowned as one of the most famous mystical beasts in the vicinity of Luyin Mountain, known for its elusive nature. To be precise, although this mystical creature had long been celebrated for its presence around Luyin Mountain, with many having glimpsed its form, the location of its nest remained a mystery to all. Thus, even if it truly originated from the ruins of Luyin Mountain, Lu Huan found nothing peculiar about it. "Fatty, you all wait here for a moment. I see an acquaintance and will go greet them." Lu Huan fabricated an excuse and departed the crowd with the Luyin spirit bird. Following the guidance of the Luyin spirit bird, Lu Huan journeyed several mountain peaks away from where the others congregated, eventually encountering a small waterfall. Below the waterfall, a bottomless clear pool lay before him. "Is this the place?" Lu Huan inquired, pointing at the pool. Growing increasingly perplexed, could this location truly allow the Luyin spirit bird to pass through? Without responding to Lu Huan's question, the Luyin spirit bird abruptly broke free from his embrace and dove into the pool. "What are you in such a hurry for?" Lu Huan exclaimed in frustration, hastily leaping in after it. Upon entering the pool, Lu Huan was astonished to find the Luyin spirit bird not far away, enveloped in a transparent dark red bubble that shielded its newly hatched down feathers from the water. Seeing his master arrive, the Luyin spirit bird wasted no time and darted downward through the pool. Swift as a torpedo, Lu Huan, gritting his teeth, quickly pursued. Though the waterfall appeared modest, the pool's depth was profound. Lu Huan followed the Luyin spirit bird, descending several thousand meters without encountering the bottom. However, the Luyin spirit bird paused, and Lu Huan faintly sensed a current flowing from the right side, where the waterfall cascaded. Indeed, the Luyin spirit bird resumed its course, swimming towards the surging current, and Lu Huan continued to follow closely behind. Minutes later, a dilapidated cave entrance came into view. This opening was exceedingly concealed, shrouded in darkness. Not even a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage like Lu Huan, let alone a formidable golden core expert, could discern much within. The water contained a peculiar energy, impairing the vision of cultivators and greatly affecting their spiritual senses. Lu Huan felt his spiritual perception rendered entirely ineffective. As he progressed through the passage, Lu Huan suddenly noticed that his diamond body protection technique had activated automatically, casting a dim golden glow that illuminated the pitch-black tunnel, akin to a firefly in the night that a casual observer might mistake him for being enveloped in a golden bubble. Much like the Luyin spirit bird was in its fiery red one. Wait a moment. Lu Huan suddenly realized. The diamond body protection could not manifest spontaneously unless it reacted to an external threat to its master. Was there danger lurking nearby? With heightened vigilance, he scanned his surroundings, but without his spiritual perception and with his vision severely hampered, discerning any threats proved to be a formidable challenge. Yet, he observed that the Luyin spirit bird continued to swim ahead, seemingly unaffected by any danger. Gritting his teeth, Lu Huan cautiously followed. After a prolonged period of trepidation, he was left speechless upon discovering that no danger had materialized. The Luyin spirit bird had led him into a dry cavern. Within the cave lay a relic. System, can I sign in? Upon sighting the relic, Lu Huan instinctively thought of the system and hastily inquired. Sign in not possible. The system replied coldly. Very well. Lu Huan felt a pang of disappointment, but proceeded to examine the relic. He soon realized that before him lay an ordinary dark chamber, evidently damaged, and not particularly remarkable. Chirp chirp, the Luyin spirit bird circled the dark chamber before suddenly launching itself like a cannonball towards the ground. Has this foolish bird lost its mind? Lu Huan blinked and promptly stepped back to avoid the shockwave and debris from the impending explosion. He then approached the pit created by the Luyin spirit bird and peered inside. What is this? Gazing into the pit, Lu Huan was met with a perplexing sight that a finely crafted pattern came into view. A formation. Lu Huan mused quietly that he noticed that the Luyin spirit bird was pecking incessantly at a depression in the center of the pattern with its sharp beak. Upon closer inspection, Lu Huan discerned that the hollow could accommodate 2 spirit stones. Without hesitation, Lu Huan leaped into the pit, retrieved 2 spirit stones, and placed them into the pattern. Chirp chirp. The Luyin spirit bird emitted a joyful cry, its tone resonating with a distinct frequency. Swish, at that moment, a low humming sound emanated from the exquisite pattern beneath his feet, akin to the sound of machinery being activated. It truly is a formation. Lu Huan involuntarily murmured, but the next instant, a wave of dizziness enveloped him completely. The sensation of dizziness did not linger long, and Lu Huan quickly regained consciousness. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself no longer in the previous pit and dark chamber, but alongside a flowing river. Above the river, a suspension bridge stretching several hundred meters connected the 2 sides. The so-called river was not a conventional waterway, but rather a stream of lava, surging from west to east, with a height of several hundred meters above the ground. Curious, Lu Huan stepped closer to peer over the edge, only to have the Luyin spirit bird rush in front of him, squawking in alarm as it pushed him away from the perilous lava river. Chirp chirp. Hearing the Luyin spirit bird's panicked warnings, Lu Huan realized the lava river was exceedingly dangerous and best avoided. Whoosh. Just then, a first-tier spirit firebird flew by from a distance, merely passing by. The Luyin spirit bird sprang into action, opening its beak as a liquid crystal-like projectile surged forth, aimed at the spirit firebird, though the newly hatched Luyin spirit bird was classified as a 4th-tier mystical beast. It had yet to reach that level and currently was only 2nd tier. However, subduing a spirit firebird was still well within its capabilities. After capturing the spirit firebird, the Luyin spirit bird wasted no time, tossing it towards the lava river by inertia. Regardless of whether the spirit firebird could fly, it would at least be thrown several meters away before descending to in reality. However, the spirit firebird's trajectory followed a parabolic arc as it plummeted into the lava river, flapping its wings frantically and emitting terrified cries as it struggled to ascend. Yet, a mysterious force seemed to pull it relentlessly downward from the lava river. Ultimately, the spirit firebird was mercilessly consumed by the lava, instantly disintegrating into ashes and merging with the molten stream. Hiss. Huan was no fool. He quickly grasped the situation regarding the lava river. Clearly, a mysterious force within the lava was capable of drawing everything that passed through here into its depths. Surveying his surroundings, Huan located a stone roughly the size of himself. He picked it up and hurled it towards the opposite bank of the river. Under normal circumstances, this stone, weighing only 1 or 2 tons, would be an effortless throw for him to reach the other side of the lava river. But now, what would happen? Like that ethereal firebird, the stone plunged into the river of magma, immediately descending into the depths. It barely flew a few meters before it fell into the molten stream, vanishing without a trace. Thus, to reach the opposite bank, the suspension bridge was the sole passageway. But what lay on the other side? Huan furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the far shore that a colossal, unknown shadow loomed between heaven and earth, emanating an overwhelming pressure. At first glance, it resembled a towering giant. Upon closer inspection, it appeared akin to a celestial bird. Obscuring the sun. Truth, Huan understood that this phenomenon was the manifestation of the immense power exerted by formidable beings within the Luyin mountain ruins, accumulating in the void over an extended period and resulting in this celestial anomaly. This conclusion was drawn by the predecessors who had previously entered the Luyin mountain ruins. They too had sought to chase this mysterious apparition, yet even as the ruins were about to close, they had failed to approach it. It remained as distant as it had been at the outset, despite a month of pursuit. Hence, they arrived at the aforementioned conclusion. This was Huan's first venture into the Luyin mountain ruins, and he was not particularly well acquainted with the circumstances here. Upon witnessing this shadow, memories of prior discussions surfaced in his mind, and his gaze returned to the suspension bridge before him. Suddenly, a sly grin crept upon Huan's lips. Stealing a glance at the teleportation array beside the bridge, he made some subtle adjustments on the suspension bridge before activating the array once more. Indeed, as Huan had anticipated, the teleportation array triggered, transporting him back to the hidden chamber of the clear pond. Retracing his steps, when Huan returned to the entrance of the Luyin mountain ruins, he found everyone anxiously awaiting his return. "Brother, where have you been? Why did you take so long?" Upon finding the plump fellow and the boatman, Huan noticed an additional man and woman beside them. "Have we finally gathered all our teammates?" Yet, when Huan observed the hostile expressions on the faces of the plump fellow and the boatman directed at the man, he sensed that something else was afoot. Taking a few steps closer, Huan's gaze fell upon the woman. She was strikingly beautiful, with a voluptuous figure, her entire being seemingly ensnared by a fiery red ribbon. The areas that required modesty were impeccably concealed, while those that did not were unabashedly exposed, radiating an alluring charm that captivated the attention of the surrounding men, resembling a seductive enchantress. Beside the enchantress stood a man, his indifferent demeanor betraying an unmistakable arrogance, his eyes glinting with disdain for all. "You must be our final teammate." Upon noticing Huan, the man scoffed with an air of superiority. "What's the situation, fatty?" Huan furrowed his brow, showing no regard for the man's demeanor, and inquired quizzically. "This guy has been waiting for you to return for ages, and in the meantime, he went and hired a teammate, trying to kick you out." The plump fellow and the boatman glared at the man with indignation, gritting their teeth. "I paid for this. Naturally, I hold the authority over this team. If you two keep babbling, I might just expel you as well." The man contemptuously dismissed the plump fellow and the boatman, then turned to the enchantress, saying, "Yao Yao, what kind of trash teammates have you found? If it weren't for you, how could I, Duan Wuching, be paired with such worthless individuals?" Upon hearing this, the boatman's face darkened to its utmost, and he fixed a steely gaze upon the enchantress. "Zhang Daoyu, if that is the case, we shall not delay you any further. Fatty and I will withdraw from the team together. Then hurry up and leave. I was just lamenting the embarrassment of being paired with you," Duan Wuching urged eagerly. Because of him, the enchantress, Zhang Yao, finally showed a change in expression. Her enchanting eyes swept over Huan, revealing a hint of displeasure, before she adopted a condescending tone, saying, I'll offer you 10,000 spirit stones. Go find someone else to team up with. Lu Huan raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a chuckle, since preparing to participate in this ruin. A series of events had forced him to part ways with his teammates repeatedly. He felt as though he had somehow antagonized the Luyin mountain ruins. Laugh all you want. What, do you think 10,000 spirit stones are insufficient? I'll give you another 10,000. Just get lost. Duan Wuqing impatiently produced another 10,000 spirit stones and hurled them at Lu Huan. Although the motion seemed casual, it was evident that the stones were imbued with spiritual energy. Should Lu Huan dare to reach out, the energy would explode instantly. Duan Wuqing likely believed himself to be incredibly powerful, confident that even without concealment, Lu Huan's group could not discern his strength. However, he underestimated Lu Huan gravely. Without further ado, Lu Huan swiftly maneuvered to shield the plump fellow and the boatman behind him, raising his fist and striking toward Duan Wuqing. The spirit stones, enveloped in Duan Wuqing's energy, detonated with a thunderous boom. Jiang Yao and Duan Wuqing's expressions shifted dramatically as they recoiled, but amidst the explosive shockwave, a fist, ever expanding, tore through the chaos and ruthlessly descended upon Duan Wuqing. Duan Wuqing let out a pained scream, his body soaring into the sky like a missile. You are Lu Huan. Jiang Yao stepped back in terror, exclaiming loudly, "You Lu Huan." The plump fellow and the boatman, initially stunned by the unfolding scene, were rendered speechless. They were aware of Duan Wuqing's strength. He was a cultivator at the early stage of core formation. Just as he had stated, he should not have been here. Yet, for Jiang Yao, he had chosen to seal his cultivation at the peak of foundation establishment, accompanying her into the ruins. However, that was supposed to be done prior to entry. He still possessed the strength of an early-stage core formation cultivator. Yet, a cultivator of such caliber had just been sent flying by his own comrade. In their shock, the name Lu Huan echoed in their ears. During this period, due to 2 bounty notices, Lu Huan's name had already resounded throughout the Luyin mountain. Not only the plump fellow and the boatman, but also a multitude of cultivators nearby turned their gazes toward him, many eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if curious to discover the true nature of the figure who had simultaneously attracted the attention of both the Tianjin sect and the Jinhua Hall. Enchantress, can you enlighten me as to why you insisted on making the boatman your teammate? What ulterior motives do you harbor? With his identity exposed, Lu Huan remained unfazed, calm and composed, unperturbed by the possibility of being apprehended by those around him. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Yao's eyes flickered with a hint of panic before she quickly regained her composure, feigning indifference. You seem nervous. It appears there is indeed something amiss. Lu Huan's smile widened as he turned to the dazed boatman. Boatman, do you wish to know what this woman? Before Lu Huan could finish his sentence, the boatman suddenly snapped to attention. His expression a mix of confusion and realization as he pointed at Jiang Yao. I just remembered. That special token we obtained from Peng Hong resembles the one she possesses exactly. That Peng Hong couldn't have been placed beside you by her to monitor you. Could he? Lu Huan remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao's expression turned to one of sheer terror, and without a second thought, she took flight like a great rock soaring into the distance. Trying to escape? Lu Huan caught a glimpse of Jiang Yao's fleeing direction, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Summoning the Huiyun sword in an instant, he aimed it at Jiang Yao's path of escape and unleashed an attack. Tianjin Lingjue, with a resounding boom, the sword's radiance soared into the heavens, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the void, manifesting above the heads of countless cultivators. Amidst the gazes filled with terror and curiosity, it hurtled towards Jiang Yao. Sensing the impending threat of the sword's brilliance approaching from behind, Jiang Yao's expression darkened further. Suddenly, her body erupted with a blinding flame, propelling her to accelerate once more as she fled into the distance. At that very moment, the heavenly sword's spirit decision seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, veering slightly off course to fortuitously collide with the entrance of the Luyin mountain ruins. Striking the formation with cataclysmic force, the earth trembled, and amidst the cacophony, the formation and the surrounding area for miles were violently cleaved open, leaving a gaping, bottomless scar from the fire cloud sword that extended towards the direction of the Luyin mountain ruins. Suddenly, a thunderous crack resonated from the summit of the Luyin mountain, visible even from within the city, resembling a colossal crystal. Following this, a spine-chilling fissure, akin to a bolt of lightning, split the mountain asunder from top to bottom. Aligning perfectly with the rift created by the heavenly sword spirit decision, Those who did not witness this spectacle might instinctively believe that a single strike had transformed the Luyin mountain ruins into such a state. The atmosphere was eerily charged, leaving everyone dumbfounded. After a prolonged silence, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell? Can the Luyin mountain ruins still be opened? It's impressive. But it seems the entrance to the ruins is utterly destroyed. How can we possibly enter now? Truly, my idol, the power of this strike is absolutely astonishing. Even if we may not access the ruins, witnessing this move from my idol is worth a lifetime." A tidal wave of discussions erupted, rapidly spreading throughout the crowd. Amidst the clamor, several peak stage foundation establishment cultivators surged forth from the throng, encircling Huan. Huan. How audacious of you to disrespect the heavens and destroy the Luyin mountain ruins. You must atone for this today. I care not how you have provoked the true fire pavilion and the heavenly sword sect. You have vandalized the Luyin mountain ruins, and you must compensate every single person present. Yet, as a multitude glared at Huan with fury, a few foundation establishment cultivators, their faces alight with fervor, surged forward to shield Huan, glaring menacingly at those demanding compensation. "That I dare anyone to harm our sect leader. Fear not, sect leader. I, Yushan, have come to your aid." After shouting at the opposing foundation establishment cultivators, Yushan turned to Huan, bowing and flattering with utmost deference. Everyone stared in bewilderment at this unfolding scene. How had Huan become the sect leader? Whatever happened to the bounty on his head? Huan, equally perplexed, regarded Yushan with an odd expression. A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator sneered, "Yushan, when did your heavenly sword sect fall so low as to appoint a foundation establishment cultivator as your leader?" Yushan huffed dismissively. "What we do in the heavenly sword sect is of no concern to you. You ought to weigh your words. Are you truly prepared to oppose all the powers of Qingyan County?" The expression of the late-stage foundation establishment cultivator darkened, his voice rising in furious reproach. "Ha!" Yushan scoffed again, disdainfully retorting, "What of it? Our heavenly sword sect has faced your threats before. I have not forgotten the last joint expedition." With that, Yushan's gaze zeroed in on a particular individual among the group of foundation establishment cultivators, coldly remarking, "Elder Wang, how has your sect leader been of late?" The elder Wang, hailing from the Feishan sect, felt his face darken to an extreme at this remark. After casting a fierce glare at Yushan, he turned and departed without hesitation. Following the departure of Elder Wang and his 3 foundation establishment companions from the Feishan sect, several others among the floating foundation establishment cultivators silently withdrew. Moments later, only 10 remained suspended in the air opposite them. Those elders from the factions that had not participated in the previous joint expedition against the Heavenly Sword sect. Naturally, the shame of their failure was not widely shared, and they were unaware of what had transpired that day, only hearing that the expedition had ultimately failed. They had even ridiculed others for attempting to confront the Heavenly Sword sect without a nascent soul ancestor. However, now, the nascent soul ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect was not present, and the combined number of foundation establishment cultivators here far exceeded that of the Heavenly Sword sect. They could easily intimidate the Heavenly Sword sect. Yet, as soon as Yushan spoke, those who had participated in the joint expedition began to leave, leaving only this small group behind, creating an unsettling atmosphere among them. Many noted that as the foundation establishment cultivators departed, they cast wary glances at Huan, leading them to suspect that something was amiss, especially considering Huan's foundation establishment status had somehow allowed him to ascend to the position of sect leader. The leader of this group, Wu, pondered briefly before softening his tone, addressing Yushan in a conciliatory manner. "Elder Yu, I mean no offense, that I merely wish to ascertain who shall bear the losses incurred due to the destruction of the Luyin mountain ruins entrance. Instigated by your sect's leader, if it results in the ruins being inaccessible, who will assume responsibility for that? This ruins has remained untouched for years. Perhaps the treasures within are mere myths. What loss could there possibly be?" Yushan responded coolly. A sharp intake of breath escaped Wu, his expression darkening further as he glanced toward the cultivators eager to enter the Luyin mountain ruins. Observing their faces, now marred by discontent due to Yushan's words, he suddenly burst into a sinister laugh. "Elder Yu, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. While we foundation establishment cultivators may not concern ourselves with the Luyin mountain ruins, do these young foundation establishment cultivators not care? Can we truly dismiss this?" His voice boomed, echoing in every cultivator's ear. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. The disciples of the Zixing Pavilion, standing with Lung Wu, were the first to react, angrily shouting, "No way, absolutely not." The chorus of outrage ignited like a fuse on gunpowder, spreading rapidly through the crowd. "Cannot." The frantic screams from the Foundation establishment cultivators reverberated, their fury rising skyward, creating a thunderous uproar that shook the very air. Yu Shan's countenance darkened in his effort to protect Lu Huan. He had indeed overlooked this critical issue, thinking he could easily dismiss these elderly Foundation establishment cultivators, believing the younger ones would not dare to rebel. But now, due to Lung Wu's deliberate provocation, the situation had spiraled beyond his control. "Sect leader, what should we do now?" Yu Shan whispered to Lu Huan, a look of distress on his face. With a cold smirk, Lu Huan replied, "Elder Yu, were you not so confident in stepping forward to rescue me? Continue with your efforts." Lu Huan had long declared that he would not become the leader of the Tianjin sect. He was well aware that Yu Shan's sudden appearance was not out of genuine concern for his safety. Rather, he merely sought to obtain the Tianjin spirit decision and the forbidden spirit seal. Upon hearing those words, Yu Shan felt a wave of grievance wash over him. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed Lu Huan summon the forbidden spirit seal. Yu Shan's eyes lit up, and he instinctively fell silent, his face brimming with anticipation. The forbidden spirit seal was renowned throughout Qinyan County as a formidable treasure. Cold Wu recognized it immediately, exclaiming in astonishment, "The forbidden spirit seal is actually in your possession? Have you truly become the leader of the Tianjin sect?" Without further ado, Lu Huan flung the forbidden spirit seal directly at Cold Wu. "Hee." Yu Shan smirked mischievously. If even their ancestor of the spirit sword could not withstand the seal's power, how could Cold Wu, a late-stage core formation cultivator, possibly endure it? Unable to contain his admiration, Yu Shan thought to himself, "No wonder he is the son of Lu Guangqi. He is indeed a ruthless individual. Just like his father, he resorts to drastic measures at the slightest disagreement." Initially, Yu Shan was unaware of Lu Huan's circumstances. However, after the emergence of the Yuanying third-layer ancestor, who assisted in freeing their ancestor of the spirit sword and Jian Changxing from their seal, he learned about Lu Huan's father, Lu Guangqi. It dawned on him that Lu Huan was, in fact, the son of the fierce dragon sword sovereign. This revelation clarified why Lu Huan was capable of practicing the Tianjin spirit decision. Being the son of the illustrious fierce dragon sword sovereign, it was only natural that he would inherit Lu Guangqi's exceptional swordsmanship talent. Mastering a third-grade sword technique was hardly surprising. Of course, had Yu Shan known that the Tianjin spirit decision was not merely a third-grade technique, but rather a fifth-grade one, he would have been even more astounded. "You wish to meet your demise." Cold Wu remained oblivious to these revelations, yet he had heard of the forbidden spirit seal's might. Seeing Lu Huan, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, daring to attack him incited his wrath. Clang, a late-stage core formation cultivator, was destined to be outmatched before Lu Huan. Cold Wu, consumed by fury, summoned his own treasure, but as he prepared to strike, he felt his internal spiritual energy completely sealed off, rendering him incapable of utilizing it. Not only was he unable to attack Lu Huan, but even maintaining his levitation in the air became impossible. Cold Wu echoed the fate of Yuan Qifeng and their ancestor of the spirit sword, letting out a piercing scream as he plummeted toward the ground. Yu Shan had anticipated this outcome and smirked in delight, taunting, "Oh, cold friend, what has befallen you? Why can you no longer even fly? You are a core formation expert, after all." Those who had originally stood beside Cold Wu instantly became vigilant, anxiously eyeing Lu Huan. I still need to take responsibility for this." Lu Huan smiled pleasantly at the group. They all shook their heads vigorously. Terror etched across their faces. They had long heard of the forbidden spirit seal's notorious reputation, and with Cold Wu acting as a sacrificial pawn to probe the waters, they dared not utter a word. Observing this, Lu Huan's smile widened. With an enigmatic glint in his eyes, he revealed, "Actually, the destruction of the entrance to the Luyin mountain ruins was not intentional on my part. However, it was quite a coincidence that I happened to know of another passage leading into the Luyin mountain ruins." What? Upon hearing Lu Huan's words, the assembled core formation experts were momentarily stunned. Particularly Yu Shan and the others from the Tianjin sect. They had never anticipated that Lu Huan possessed knowledge of an alternative entrance to the Luyin mountain ruins. Yet, if Lu Huan truly knew, why would he choose to disclose it at this moment? Would it not be more prudent to keep it for the exclusive benefit of the Tianjin sect disciples? Unperturbed by Yu Shan's thoughts, the other sect leaders eagerly inquired, "Leader Lu, is what you say true?" We are immensely grateful for such intelligence. Leader Lu, you are extraordinary. I would gladly bestow upon you the title of Hold Your Excitement. Lu Huan's smile grew increasingly cryptic. I have heard that entering the Luyin Mountain ruins requires a ticket. Rest assured, Leader Lu, since you discovered this new entrance, you shall be the one to collect the ticket fees. Indeed, according to protocol, it is only right that you receive these fees. We shall not take a single coin. The core formation experts before him seemingly overlooked the fact that the actual entrance to the ruins had been destroyed by Lu Huan. Instead, they began to flatter him with sycophantic praise. Witnessing this scene, Lu Huan's smile broadened even further. He waved his hand nonchalantly and stated, however, the ticket fees alone will not suffice. You sects must also contribute a portion for the opening costs. Not much, just 1 million spiritual stones from each sect. As soon as Lu Huan's words fell, someone immediately voiced their discontent. 1 million spiritual stones. That is far too excessive. Just the ticket fees alone would net you several million spiritual stones. And now you expect each sect to pay an additional million. Leader Lu, are you being a tad too greedy? Greedy? Lu Huan crossed his arms, his demeanor calm. The opportunity has been presented to you. If you do not wish to seize it, that is of no concern to me. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. To 1 million spiritual stones truly excessive. Our Tianjin sect spends tens of millions of spiritual stones annually on our outstanding disciples. Yushan boasted. You must pay as well. Lu Huan showed no mercy to Yushan, immediately interjecting Dada. Yushan was taken aback. After a brief moment of realization, he nodded in agreement. Understood. Leader, when we return to the sect, we shall present you with 1 million spiritual stones. You are correct. This passage was discovered by you, and it does not solely belong to the Tianjin sect. We shall certainly contribute. Lu Huan and Yushan played their parts seamlessly, leaving the surrounding core formation experts utterly bewildered. What was happening here? Yet upon further reflection regarding Yushan's words, they began to see the logic. The passage had been privately discovered and was now being offered up. Was it not reasonable for the discoverer to earn some compensation to cover their expenses? Thus, they acquiesced. For any of the sects present, 1 million spiritual stones was a trivial sum compared to the annual expenditures on their top-tier disciples, which far exceeded that amount. The Tianjin sect was willing to pay for access through Lu Huan's channel to the Luyin Mountain ruins, making it awkward for the external sects to refuse. Consequently, several sects with good relations with the Tianjin sect opted to pay the required fees right then and there. However, at that moment, a weak voice suddenly emerged. Are you not afraid that the entrance to the Luyin Mountain ruins has not truly been destroyed and could be reopened? The speaker was none other than Coldwu, whose spiritual energy had been sealed by Lu Huan. Upon hearing Coldwu's words, the core formation experts who had been preparing to pay the spiritual stones hesitated instantly. Mind your own business. Before Lu Huan could finish, Yushan roared in fury, summoning a longsword to attack Coldwu. Thud. Coldwu, with his spiritual energy sealed, stood no chance against Yushan's assault and was instantly pierced through, falling lifelessly to the ground. Meddlesome. Lu Huan's eyes flashed with anger at the sight. Your cultivation level has decreased by 100 years. He seemed to hear the system notification echoing in his ears. Leader, I simply found him too bothersome. Lu Huan's reprimand startled Yushan, who began to explain in terror. With a grim expression, Lu Huan chastised him once more and casually reminded, Go. Inform the disciples of the Tianjin sect to prepare the ticket fees. Soon, we will lead them to the passage. The entrance to the Luyin Mountain ruins may yet be reopened. Entering early could yield even greater rewards. Yes, leader, as Yushan and his companions were filled with overwhelming joy. They turned without hesitation and soared towards the direction of the disciples of the Tianjin sect. After their departure, the group of foundation establishment cultivators who were prepared to pay approached Lu Huan with obsequious expressions. Inquiring in a lowly tone, Master Lu, is it true that the passage you discovered allows for early entry into the Luyin Mountain relics? Why would I encourage you to part with an extra 1 million spirit stones if there were no early access? Lu Huan countered, So, it was that Master Lu had such considerations. We had underestimated his intentions. I shall pay, exclaimed one of the foundation establishment cultivators, promptly retrieving 1 million spirit stones from his storage ring and placing them before Lu Huan. Seeing this, other sect leaders were not to be outdone and hurriedly offered their contributions to Lu Huan, in the blink of an eye. Lu Huan's haul had reached an astounding 12 million spirit stones. sufficient for a talented disciple of the Tianjin sect to accumulate over a millennium. Enjoying the benefits of their sect without sustenance. Of course, this was contingent upon the individual surviving that long. The rotund figure and the boatman standing behind Lu Huan's back were envious, their eyes gleaming at the sight of such wealth. They had never encountered so many spirit stones in their lifetimes. However, despite their envy, there was no trace of greed in their gazes. "Prepare yourselves and follow me." Lu Huan turned to see their expressions and nodded in appreciation. These two indeed possessed the qualities befitting of true brothers and friends, far superior to that Lin Bai. Regrettably, with his identity now revealed, maintaining the camaraderie of these past few days would prove nearly impossible. "Master Lu, can we also enter?" the rotund figure and the boatman exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Lu Huan's words. Alas, Lu Huan sighed, fully anticipating this outcome. "Why not?" "Thank you, Master Lu. You are truly remarkable." They both cheered in unison. Soon, the Tianjin sect and other cultivators who had paid began to assemble behind Lu Huan, each bringing their disciples along. A quick glance revealed that each sect averaged around 50,000 members, totaling nearly 700,000. With a ticket price of 20 spirit stones per person, Lu Huan was set to gain an additional 14 million spirit stones. "Master, this is the ticket fee for the disciples. Please accept it." Yushan, displaying great acumen, had collected the ticket fees in advance while gathering his disciples. The other sect leaders promptly followed suit, eagerly presenting their disciples' fees to Lu Huan. With the influx of spirit stones, Lu Huan's smile widened, his expression growing increasingly enigmatic and cold as he mused to himself. "Hee, little ma, you ought to be grateful to me. Soon, I shall cultivate a portion of your followers on the Tianwang continent." "Master Lu, what about the scattered cultivators?" The rotund figure suddenly reminded him, noting the presence of several scattered practitioners. "Scattered cultivators, indeed. Go and ask if they would be willing to enter the Luyin Mountain early. The ticket price remains 20 spirit stones per person." Lu Huan contemplated giving the scattered practitioners an opportunity, adding, "Oh, and let them supervise one another. If they discover any disciples from a particular faction among them, they should notify me immediately. There shall be rewards for informants." "Understood." The rotund figure and the boatman immediately sprang into action. Before long, they returned with several thousand individuals, their arms laden with spirit stones. Lu Huan, momentarily withholding further comment, led the way towards the hidden passage as for the sects that had not paid. He saw no need to concern himself with them. The elders of the paying sects would naturally intervene to prevent any free riders. Just as Lu Huan had surmised, as he soared towards the secret entrance, the sects that had paid, including the Tianjin sect, automatically stationed at least 3 foundation establishment cultivators to keep a watchful eye on the remaining practitioners. None spoke, yet they formed a formidable line, exuding a powerful aura that intimidated the remaining cultivators in such circumstances who would dare to follow them. Meanwhile, Lu Huan's group, undeterred by any mishaps, entered the Luyin Mountain relics alongside the hundreds of thousands of foundation establishment practitioners. However, from the moment they crossed the threshold, they were met with the terrifying nature of Little Ma's monetization system. Each use of the teleportation array required 2 spirit stones. Lu Huan had no intention of generously providing spirit stones for each individual to activate the teleportation array. For this group of sect disciples, 2 spirit stones were not a significant burden. It certainly wouldn't cause them to turn against Lu Huan over such a trivial matter. Thus, these individuals begrudgingly embarked on the path of expenditure. Many of the practitioners present were not newcomers to the Luyin Mountain relics. Upon entering through the teleportation array, the familiar surroundings elicited expressions of ecstasy from many seasoned visitors, who exclaimed with excitement, "It truly is the Luyin Mountain relics. Master Lu is indeed my idol. He has not deceived us. This must be the infamous Lost Canyon within the relics. Beyond this point lies the core area of Luyin Mountain. And this 20 spirit stone ticket is worth every penny. We have struck a tremendous bargain." The presence of formidable pressure within the Luyin Mountain relics meant that those lacking strength could only linger at the periphery, unable to gather significant resources, let alone obtain any inheritances. Now, having arrived directly at the core area, they had the opportunity to receive such inheritances. The exuberant chatter of the crowd brought an almost uncontrollable smile to Lu Huan's face. Some could no longer contain their excitement and rushed towards the only bridge leading into the central area. However, at that moment, A resounding cry echoed from the bridge. The fiery red bubble enveloped a Luyin spirit bird, blocking the way of the crowd with an air of invincibility. The Luyin spirit bird. It turned out that the Luyin spirit bird was indeed the divine bird of Luyin Mountain. Huh. I am destined to profit immensely. Encountering such a treasure upon entry means I must forge a contract. Before the Peak Foundation establishment cultivator could finish his thought, he was suddenly struck by the Luyin spirit bird's attack and sent flying. The system chimed in Lu Huan's mind. Cultivation level increased by 50 years. Indeed, this Luyin spirit bird was none other than the one Lu Huan had left behind. Originally, he intended to lure cultivators into this place and have the bird block the only path. Collecting tolls for crossing. This was merely the second wave of Little Ma's monetization system. Yet, unforeseen events unfolded. Without even collecting the toll, Lu Huan had already accrued over 20 million spirit stones. As for the Luyin spirit bird's ability to send a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator flying with a single strike. This was due to Lu Huan's expenditure of 1,000 years of system cultivation to elevate the bird from its juvenile stage to its growth stage, achieving a third-tier status. A third-tier beast equated to a Foundation establishment cultivator's strength. In a relic that could not permit Foundation establishment cultivators, a third-tier beast was invincible. Among the practitioners present, aside from the rotund figure and the boatman, many vaguely sensed a connection between the Luyin spirit bird and Lu Huan, while the others remained oblivious. Seeing the Peak Foundation establishment cultivator easily dispatched, the remaining individuals felt a chill run down their spines, their gazes fixated on Lu Huan. Why are you all staring at me? Do not inquire of me, for I am equally oblivious to the presence of this Luyin spirit bird obstructing our path. However, Lu Huan, with utmost seriousness, began to analyze the situation. It seems this Luyin spirit bird harbors no ill intentions. It merely prevents us from crossing the suspension bridge. Perhaps we must procure something for it to gain passage. Chirp, chirp. The Luyin spirit bird promptly emitted a joyful call in response. Indeed, what is it that you require? Lu Huan feigned excitement, posing the question eagerly. Chirp, chirp. The Luyin spirit bird called out once more, and suddenly, a spirit stone appeared in its grasp. You seek a spirit stone? Goodness! As a beast, what do you need with a spirit stone? Lu Huan bellowed in fury. Observing Lu Huan fearlessly confronting the Luyin spirit bird, the onlookers, filled with admiration and emotion, felt that Lu Huan was clearly standing up for them against this formidable third-tier beast. Foul creature, I shall resolutely refuse to yield a spirit stone for the sake of my fellow humans, Lu Huan declared with rage, brandishing the forbidden spirit seal and hurling it toward the Luyin spirit bird. Goodness, there is no need for such an extreme action. Even if this foolish bird desires a spirit stone, it likely does not require much. There is no need to provoke it on our behalf. A voice interjected, filled with concern. A third-tier beast, no less a Luyin spirit bird, would surely pose a challenge even for Master Lu. Master Lu's audacity is unparalleled. I feel as though I could bear his offspring. Following him provides an unparalleled sense of security. Why am I not a disciple of the Tianjin sect? Lu Huan's actions elicited a cacophony of gasps. The disciples of the Tianjin sect puffed their chests with pride. Basking in their sense of superiority, the envy and jealousy from disciples of other sects made them completely overlook the earlier incident where they had forced Lu Huan to retreat from the united team. Now, their sole thought was, having a leader like Lu Huan truly seems advantageous. Bang! Just as the crowd gasped in astonishment, the Luyin spirit bird disdainfully chirped, and its originally soccer-sized body suddenly swelled dramatically. With wings unfurled, it stretched an impressive 5 to 6 meters, casting shadows upon the ground. Its entire being radiated a fierce blaze, exuding an aura of terror with a powerful flap of its wings. A tempest of raging flames surged forth, crashing into the forbidden spirit seal. Before it could even unleash its sealing power, the seal was instantly sent flying, directly colliding with Lu Huan's chest. Poof! Lu Huan expelled a mouthful of blood. His expression a tumult of shock and rage as he was propelled backward, his face a mask of disbelief. Peak third tier? Curse it! How could this be a peak third-tier beast? I refuse to accept this. With a heart-wrenching roar, Lu Huan once again spewed forth blood, crashing into a barren stone mountain devoid of any vegetation. Rumble. The stone mountain, seemingly robust, could not withstand the impact and exploded violently, the debris scattering like bullets, mercilessly tearing through everything in its path. The scene left all spectators utterly stunned, a ripple of fear coursing through their hearts. How could it be? Master Lu's strength was so formidable, Yet he was no match for this Lu Yin spirit bird. Surely, we shall not perish here. Lu Huan. Suddenly, a petite and graceful figure soared through the crowd, rushing toward the crater where Lu Huan had fallen. Josie and Pongzi were jolted awake, dashing forward. What brings this young lady here? In the midst of the mist, Lu Huan furrowed his brow upon seeing Su Shaoan rushing toward him. Assessing his condition, he swiftly dispelled the defenses of his indestructible body, scooping up a handful of dirt to smear upon himself. In an instant, Lu Huan transformed into a beggar. This is quite satisfactory. Lu Huan continued to lie on the ground, feigning weakness. Moments later, he detected a familiar scent wafting toward him. Subsequently, he felt himself being lifted, his head colliding with something hard, causing him discomfort. Poor little girl. Lu Huan silently lamented as he opened his weary eyes to gaze at the girl cradling him. Quickly, consume these pills. Your injuries are severe. Worry etched across Su Xiaowan's fair and adorable face. She immediately produced several small porcelain vials, hastily extracting pills and stuffing them into Lu Huan's mouth. Lu Huan. It's all right. Swallow the pills, and you'll be fine. Su Xiaowan comforted him, her small hand firmly pressing against his mouth, forcing more than 10 pills into him. As Lu Huan's body twitched slightly, the little girl clutched him even tighter, causing his head to strike against her solid frame once more. Ouch! Lu Huan felt a wave of grievance. Little girl, even if your family is wealthy, you need not construct your fortress with such resilience. Is your family's stronghold meant for docking spaceships? Lu Huan hastily chewed and swallowed the pills, all of which were healing elixirs, having no adverse effect on him. But he sprang to his feet, flexing his muscles in front of Su Shaowan, exclaiming, Saintess, your pills are incredibly effective. Look, my injuries have vanished completely. It is a relief to hear that, but you acted recklessly. That Lu Yin spirit bird is a peak third-tier beast, its power comparable to that of an essence infusion ancestor. Is it merely a handful of spirit stones? We are not lacking in such resources. Su Shaowan continued to admonish Lu Huan in her usual wise beyond her years tone, a habit cultivated during their previous visit to the Saintess Palace. Back then, Lu Huan had no system. He had to curry favor with this saintess. In retrospect, such flattery proved quite effective. However, this little girl's family is exceedingly wealthy. Lu Huan's gaze inadvertently drifted to a certain spot, and he sighed silently. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from the distance, prompting him to don a facade of bravado. Saintess, while your reasoning is sound, we have already paid the entrance fee to the Lu Yin mountain ruins. Is spirit stone so easily acquired for us cultivators? I refuse to concede. It is merely a foolish bird demanding spirit stones. Su Shaowan gazed at Lu Huan's demeanor, feeling deeply touched. She silently thought, Lu Huan has grown so powerful, yet remains steadfast to his ideals. As passionate as ever, such dedication is truly rare. Although she harbored these thoughts, she did not express them, instead adopting a tone reminiscent of a woman playfully scolding her partner. This is its territory. What harm is there in offering a few spirit stones? We are not impoverished. Lu Huan remained oblivious to Su Xiaowan's inner musings. However, this was precisely the attitude he desired. Ideally, he hoped all present would share this sentiment. Raising an eyebrow, he observed figures emerging from the dissipating smoke and sighed, Very well. My strength is insufficient. Otherwise, how could I allow this foolish bird to act so arrogantly? I wonder how many spirit stones it truly demands for us to pass. Su Shaowan was once again moved, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, the figures approaching nearby, similarly inspired by Lu Huan's selfless spirit, halted in their tracks, mouths agape, clearly wanting to speak, yet overwhelmed with emotion. Ultimately standing by in tearful silence, unsure of how to articulate their feelings. Saintess, assist me to my feet. I wish to see just how many spirit stones this foolish bird truly requires. Lu Huan trembled. Placing a hand on Su Xiaowan's shoulder, seemingly oblivious to any offense in Lu Huan's gesture, Su Xiaowan silently helped him rise from the ground. To the bridge, Lu Huan declared with unwavering conviction. Su Xiaowan paused for a moment, then signaled to a nearby disciple of the Tianjian sect. The disciple, quick-witted, dashed toward the Lu Yin spirit bird, producing spirit stones. 1, 2, 5, 10, time and again, after numerous attempts, as he finally produced 20 spirit stones. The Lu Yin spirit bird gracefully leaped aside, no longer obstructing the path of the disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect. The disciple, filled with exhilaration, exclaimed, Holy Maiden, it has been determined. Just 20 spirit stones. With merely 20 spirit stones, We can cross this suspension bridge. Upon hearing that only 20 spirit stones were required to pass, many individuals could not help but display excited smiles. They did not perceive this amount as excessive. In comparison to the bounties they could harvest within the Luyin Mountain, such a sum of spirit stones was trivial. However, just as the crowd was eagerly preparing to gather funds for the crossing, a furious roar resonated once more. "Foolish bird, how dare you demand so much? I will not back down." Everyone turned, once again astonished, to look at Lu Huan. They watched as Lu Huan, dragging his injured body, furiously charged at the Luyin spirit bird, appearing as if he were prepared to fight to the death. Among the crowd, several individuals whom Lu Huan did not recognize finally spoke up. Sect leader Lu. "There is no need. 20 spirit stones is a mere trifle. We can afford it." "Indeed, sect leader Lu, we are immensely grateful for your support. 20 spirit stones is not a burden. Please do not injure yourself over such a trivial matter." "Sect leader Lu, we truly appreciate your kindness. However, it is unnecessary." Su Shaoan, with little patience for further discussion, transformed her supportive gesture into a full embrace, her face radiating anger as she declared, "Lu Huan, I understand you wish to help everyone. But we must also consider our own well-being. You are already injured. What more do you seek?" Lu Huan stood there, momentarily stunned, as if struck dumb by Su Shaoan's words. Those nearby began to chime in, urging him to reconsider. Yet, more individuals approached the suspension bridge, gazing at Lu Huan with gratitude, spirit stones in hand, voluntarily paying the toll, then pausing on the other side to silently observe him. No one crossed the bridge only to leave immediately. Nor did anyone harbor malicious intent after crossing. They simply watched, as if waiting for Lu Huan to join them before departing together to compete fairly in the ruins of Luyin Mountain. With tears brimming in his eyes and his body trembling, Lu Huan felt a wave of emotion wash over him, utterly at a loss. Yet, who could fathom that? At that moment, his heart was filled with joy, for he had acquired 12 million spirit stones. Could this be considered deceit? Lu Huan thought otherwise. In the ruthless realm of cultivation, he merely wished for these sheltered blossoms to experience, albeit briefly, the harsh realities of the world. Each individual would only lose 20 spirit stones, and especially with the loss of a life, those fortunate enough to enter, barring the unluckiest, were likely to leave with no less than 8 to 10,000 spirit stones, as estimated by the likes of Fatty and Josie. That represented a return exceeding 400 times, and for those with good fortune, even if they could not attain the legacy of Luyin Mountain, they could effortlessly gather some 3rd or 4th tier spirit plants, which could yield tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in returns. Finally, once everyone had crossed the suspension bridge, the Luyin spirit bird emitted a long cry and soared into the clouds, disappearing from sight. Many cast a silent glance at Lu Huan before gradually departing. Ultimately, only Su Shaoan, Fatty, Josie, and a figure shrouded in a black robe remained by Lu Huan's side. Lazy, upon seeing the figure's stature, Lu Huan had already noted his presence, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "How did you discover me?" A familiar voice erupted from beneath the black robe. Yen lay removing his hat in frustration. "Are you foolish?" Lu Huan rolled his eyes, responding with irritation. Even those powerful beings, despite their black robes, conceal their faces with spiritual awareness. Yet here you are, allowing your true self to be discerned. Reluctantly, Lu Huan withdrew his hand from Su Shaoan's petite shoulder and pouted. "Not only did you fail to conceal your face with spiritual awareness, but that hat does little to obscure your prominent features. I thought you looked somewhat familiar, and your aura resembled that of our Heavenly Sword sect disciples. Turns out it was you." Su Shaoan interjected at that moment. "So, does this mean I have been exposed all along?" Yen Lei chuckled sheepishly. He had intended to surprise Lu Huan while also confirming whether Lu Huan, now risen to prominence, had forgotten him. Yet, he had revealed himself far too soon. Lu Huan did not respond to Yen Lei's comment, but suddenly directed his gaze towards Su Shaoan, saying, "Holy maiden, you should explore the ruins. I have matters to discuss with Lei Zi and the others." Su Shaoan. "Just when I thought I had served my purpose, you turned sentimental? You scoundrel!" Su Shaoan glared at Lu Huan, her large, watery eyes clearly burning with indignation. There's something else. Seeing that Su Shaoan had not departed and continued to glare at him, Lu Huan, puzzled, asked, "If you have something to say, just say it instead of staring at me." Standing beside Lu Huan, Yen Lei and the others exchanged incredulous glances. They recognized Su Xiaowan's intent, yet Lu Huan, in his obliviousness, seemed intent on dismissing her. While finding this amusing, they could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. A woman so beautiful choosing to remain nearby, even as a mere ornament, was still a delightful sight. It was unfathomable to simply send her away. Su Xiaowan, exasperated, huffed, causing her ample bosom to rise and fall dramatically, akin to the tremors of an earthquake. Yet, abruptly, she regained her composure, fixing her unwavering gaze upon Lu Huan. Her teeth clenched as she declared, "I possess the map of the Luyin mountain ruins. How many spirit stones?" Lu Huan blurted out, only to immediately realize his faux pas. He was not truly ignorant of Su Xiaowan's intentions. Rather, he felt it inappropriate for the Heavenly Sword sect's holy maiden to linger by his side in that moment. He had merely sought to dismiss her. Yet, even after uttering such hurtful words, Su Xiaowan still attempted to leverage the possession of the Luyin mountain ruins map to remain by his side. At that moment, to inflict further emotional harm would indeed be unmanly. Quickly, Lu Huan altered his tone, speaking with utmost kindness. "Holy maiden, what I meant to convey is that you must have expended great effort to acquire that map. I would be willing to offer you some compensation in exchange for sharing it. The map was given to me by the sect leader. It is free of charge." Su Xiaowan produced a jade slip and handed it to Lu Huan. Everyone understood the implications, and the topic of sending Su Xiaowan away was quietly set aside. After reviewing the map, Lu Huan erupted into vehement curses. Is Jian chonching out of his mind? Why provide you with a map of the outer regions of Luyin Mountain? Does he believe that you, the esteemed holy maiden of the Heavenly Sword sect, cannot access the central area? There is no map for the central region of Luyin Mountain. Su Xiaowan paused, quickly retrieving the jade slip from Lu Huan's hand to probe it with her spiritual awareness. To her astonishment, Lu Huan's assertion was indeed accurate. The map lacked any details regarding the central region of Luyin Mountain. It seemed that no one had ventured there before. Su Xiaowan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. How awkward. Her excuse had evaporated. Should she stay or leave? In that fleeting moment, Su Xiaowan made her decision. At that very moment, however, Yan Lei's expression changed dramatically as he anxiously declared, "Huanzi, if indeed no one has entered the central region of Luyin Mountain, does that not imply that the legendary inheritance may truly exist? Those who obtain it are fortunate, while those who do not may perish. What is rightfully mine shall not be taken by another. That which is not mine, no matter the struggle, I shall not attain. Let it be." Lu Huan wore an expression of calm indifference. Yet, in reality, it was merely the presence of the sign-in system that alleviated his worries about the potential theft of his inheritance, as long as the relic remained intact. He could utilize the sign-in system to acquire the most valuable elements of the inheritance. Why endure the trials of tradition? It is worth noting that some inheritances are fraught with peril. What appears to be a legacy may, in truth, be traps left behind by ancient beings unwilling to relinquish their power, designed to ensnare aspiring geniuses seeking rebirth through possession. Such occurrences are commonplace in the desolate lands of Tianhuan. Countless prodigies have met untimely ends due to such treacheries. Holy maiden, if you possess a particular interest in the inheritance, it would be wise to hasten your pace. I am merely here for a leisurely visit." Lu Huan declared, flashing a broad smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth, his expression one of consideration for Su Xiaowan. "Why does it feel as though the atmosphere is thick with tea?" Lu Huan mused silently, soon dismissing the thought that I am but a straightforward man. How could I possibly grasp the intricacies of tea art? This holy maiden has no interest in the inheritance here. I am also here for a tour, Su Xiaowan retorted with a haughty lift of her chin after a cold snort. Very well then. Lu Huan did not inquire further about Yan Lei and the others. They were already quite clear before entering that they were not here for the inheritance. Yan Lei merely sought to broaden his horizons and gain experience. The intentions of the portly man and the boatman were even simpler. They aimed to secure the guaranteed reward of 8,000 spirit stones. Ladies and gentlemen, the tour group for the Luyin Mountain relic is about to commence. Please make your preparations. Lu Huan jovially stepped to the front of the group, waving a small flag he had procured from who knows where, as he began his enthusiastic commentary. Giggling, Su Xiaowan was immediately amused, her previous discontent evaporating in an instant. She felt as though time had reverted to a few years prior, when she had first met Lu Huan. Back then, he had entertained her daily with his antics, helping her forget the pains and pressures of cultivation, in stark contrast to the leisurely demeanor of Lu Huan and his companions. The other cultivators entering the central area appeared to be in distress. Tens of thousands had dispersed, yet within the confines of the relatively small central area of the Luyin mountain relic. A sense of overcrowding prevailed, especially around the resource points, which were far less abundant than in the more expansive outer regions. Although the items were precious, they attracted even more attention, leading to numerous altercations. Initially, everyone had searched for valuable resources as teams aligned with their respective sections. However, as time passed and increasingly valuable resources came into view, greed magnified exponentially at that moment. Most forgot their companions, once comrades in arms and fellow disciples, and soon turned against each other. No disciple from any sect was spared from this turmoil, that in the end, blood stained the ground, and corpses sullied the earth, rendering the already inhospitable Luyin mountain relic even more wretched, resembling a hellish battleground. Finally, someone discovered an ancient, temple-like structure. The news spread rapidly to be by the time Huan and his companions strolled over. The temple's entrance was already teeming with young cultivators brimming with murderous intent. It was unclear whether this group had reached a boiling point and could no longer contain themselves, or if Huan's presence had instilled a sense of urgency within them, with someone of greater strength arriving. They were compelled to determine the victor swiftly, lest they watch the prize slip away. Kill. The air crackled with a murderous aura, coalescing into a crimson storm cloud. Why resort to such measures? Huan sighed. Suddenly producing a sunflower seed, settling down cross-legged. Crack. What was that sound? Su Xiaowan and the others looked at Huan in confusion, rolling their eyes. Then, the incessant sound of cracking seeds filled the air. The five of them lined up, akin to spectators at a performance, leisurely commenting on the unfolding drama. The scene formed a striking contrast, although Huan and his companions were merely snacking and watching the commotion. Their position remained relatively concealed. Amidst the chaos of violence, it took quite some time for anyone to notice them. Be cautious. Suddenly, Huan sensed something amiss. The blood spilled by the cultivators on the ground seemed to be drawn towards the temple, as if influenced by some unseen force. This bizarre and unnatural occurrence undoubtedly signaled to Huan that something was amiss within the temple. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, several blood-red tendrils shot out from within the temple, ensnaring a few nearby cultivators and dragging them inside. The air was filled with chilling screams, accompanied by the sounds of something being chewed. Gradually, the screams faded, and the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Overlooking the gruesome battle that had just transpired, they instinctively formed a united front, weapons drawn, casting wary glares towards the temple. A Peak Foundation establishment disciple from Feishan's sect bellowed. Who dares to play tricks before us? Reveal your true form at once. No response came from the temple. Seeking death, this disciple from Feishan's sect felt a surge of indignation from being ignored. He swung his massive hammer and roared. Double star thunder. Boom, boom. The giant hammer struck the ground, and earthy spirit energy coalesced into a sphere, rapidly shooting towards the temple's entrance. Clang. The seemingly dilapidated temple effortlessly absorbed the thunderous blow, remaining unmoved. The attack from this prodigy of Feishan's sect shattered like waves crashing against a rocky shore, dissipating into the void. How is this possible? A fellow disciple from Feishan's sect exclaimed in astonishment. Ping Sha, but he is our sect's foremost genius. His attack could rival that of an early core formation cultivator. How could this temple be so resilient? One strike and it remains unscathed. Ping Sha, could it be that you are lacking in strength? A mocking voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a somewhat handsome young man clad in a blood-stained white robe emerged from the crowd. Laughing boisterously, it is merely a temple. Watch his eye. Su Lang, shatter it. Amidst the taunts, this Peak Foundation establishment youth named Su Lang thrust his sword forward, exclaiming, slash, a blue-green sword aura erupted like a lion's roar. Surging towards the temple in successive waves, as it neared the temple, it converged into a larger, more formidable blade of energy, crashing fiercely against the wall beside the temple's entrance. From a distance, Su Xiaowan's expression turned contemplative as she observed the unfolding scene. A satisfied smile graced her lips as she remarked, "This fellow is quite clever. He understands that the temple's main entrance likely possesses protective formations, thus attacking the wall instead. What? Does the holy maiden believe this Su Lang can truly shake the temple?" Huan inquired, raising an eyebrow with a grin. It should be feasible. Su Xiaowan affirmed confidently. Su Lang, Su Shaoan. Surely this individual cannot be related to you. Lu Huan mused, casting a suspicious glance at Su Lang, only to realize that he indeed bore a resemblance to Su Shaoan, that he is a distant cousin from the Su family's branch. His talent is quite commendable, Su Shaoan replied proudly. Go, is that so? Lu Huan smiled meaningfully and said, what a pity. Pity. Su Shaoan looked at Lu Huan in confusion. Bang! At that moment, Su Lang's sword strike finally struck the wall beside the temple gate. However, the familiar sound unmistakably conveyed to Su Shaoan that she had been overly confident. This move was equally futile. Su Shaoan turned in shock. Indeed, she noticed Su Lang's expression had darkened instantly, his eyes radiating an incredible light. Looking again at the temple, it remained in its ancient and dilapidated state, devoid of any new scars. How could this be? Su Lang's triple-layered sword technique was of the second rank, and he had cultivated it to perfection, striving to ensure it was not inferior to an entry-level third-rank technique. Su Shaoan was utterly astonished. In her recollection, even a basic third-rank technique could inflict harm on a cultivator in the core formation realm. Its power should certainly surpass that of the previous strike. Yet, how could it have had absolutely no effect on the relatively weaker wall? It was merely a matter of insufficient cultivation. After a bland assessment, Lu Huan added, I advise you to remind your cousin to leave quickly. Lest, whoosh, before Lu Huan could finish, a blood-red vortex suddenly appeared at the center of the temple gate. From within the vortex, a blood-colored tentacle shot forth abruptly, lashing out towards Su Lang like a whip. Beast, how dare you? Upon hearing Lu Huan's warning, Su Shaoan had already intended to alert Su Lang, but sadly, she was too late. Witnessing this scene, she let out an angry shout, her long sword manifesting in her hand as she slashed at the tentacle. Whoosh! Su Shaoan, the holy maiden of the heavenly sword sect, despite being merely at the first level of foundation building, possessed such talent in swordsmanship that she warranted the title of holy maiden. The swift whistling sound seemed to tear the very fabric of space. The fiery red sword clashed with the tentacle in an instant, erupting into a blaze of light. Bang! The strength of the tentacle was far greater than Su Shaoan had anticipated. Though her sword struck it, it merely deflected the attack slightly before she was sent flying. The tentacle continued its assault on Su Lang. Crack! A gash appeared across Su Lang's chest, and he let out a piercing scream as he was thrown backward. Lady, let's join forces. A furious shout rang out from the crowd as several figures soared into the air, wielding their magical artifacts to attack the tentacle. Though the tentacle was formidable, it too had its limits. The combined might of these late-stage and peak disciples of the Su family managed to force the tentacle back into the temple. However, it was merely pushed back. Everyone could clearly see that the tentacle had sustained no damage. It felt as though the tentacle had simply retreated out of impatience. Yet, upon witnessing this, Su Shaoan still breathed a sigh of relief. Frowning, she recalled her sword, her expression grave. Everyone understood that dealing with this tentacle seemed to pose a considerable challenge. Lu Huan, if we cannot resolve this, will we be unable to enter the temple? Su Shaoan inquired. She did not question Lu Huan for merely standing by and watching, nor did she challenge him. Instead, she smoothly shifted the topic. Resolving this issue is actually quite simple. Lu Huan replied with a mysterious smile. Quite simple. How so? Su Shaoan was taken aback. Yen Lei and the others dared not utter a word, trembling as they looked at Lu Huan. This was a terrifying entity capable of easily sweeping away even peak foundation building experts. Yet Lu Huan claimed it could be dealt with effortlessly. The perspective of such a formidable figure was indeed vastly different from that of mere mortals like them. Just ignore it. Lu Huan grinned, and amidst the astonished gazes of the others, he continued. Have you not noticed that the blood on the ground has disappeared, flowing toward the temple? Clearly, the appearance of this tentacle is related to that blood. Moreover, its range of attack is limited, as long as we don't approach it. We should be fine. The four felt that Lu Huan's words carried a semblance of logic, but the issue remained. If they ignored it, how could they obtain the inheritance? They couldn't just watch the inheritance before their eyes and willingly give it up. Are you joking? Observing the bewildered expressions of the four, Lu Huan laughed heartily and took the lead toward the temple. Be careful, Su Shaoan cautioned anxiously. Don't worry. Lu Huan boldly approached the temple, stopping at a certain distance, grinning widely, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Everyone, have we encountered some trouble? Master Lu, you have come too. Several peak foundation building prodigies from different factions initiated conversation with Lu Huan. You need assistance. Lu Huan nodded in response to each of them, then suddenly posed a question. The prodigies were taken aback. What does Master Lu mean by this? Does he intend to forego the inheritance and leave the opportunity to us? How incredibly noble and selfless. Master Lu, do you have a way to resolve this tentacle? One person hesitantly inquired. It's quite simple, Lu Huan declared, suddenly condensing a surge of spiritual energy in his hand. Wrapping a blood-soaked limb from the ground and tossing it toward the temple gate. Swish! Just as the crowd was left in utter confusion, a blood-red vortex reappeared at the temple gate and a blood-colored tentacle emerged from the vortex, enveloping the severed limb as it prepared to retreat back into the temple. Crack! But at that moment, Lu Huan snapped his fingers. The tentacle abruptly halted mid-air. Then, like snow melting under the scorching sun, it transformed into a pool of blood cascading at the entrance of the temple. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd, despite the numerous disciples from the Su family employing their strongest moves simultaneously. They couldn't inflict a single scratch on the tentacle. Yet, when it came to Lu Huan, it simply vanished with the snap of his fingers. The onlookers were engulfed in shock. They suddenly realized that Lu Huan must possess knowledge about these tentacles, allowing him to dispatch them so effortlessly. Excitement surged through everyone, especially the prodigy named Ping Sha from the Feishan sect, who fervently exclaimed, Master Lu, please enlighten us about what these creatures truly are. Junior? Lu Huan's lips twitched. Looking at Ping Sha's bushy beard, he thought that if no one had mentioned he was the top prodigy of the Feishan sect, he would have assumed he was in his 40s. Even if he were merely in his 20s, he was still considerably older than the barely 20-year-old Lu Huan. Though Lu Huan had grown accustomed to being addressed as master, the term senior struck a chord within him. A vision of an elderly, ethereal figure with white hair floated into his mind. I look that old. Lu Huan felt an inkling of displeasure at that moment. Su Xiaowan's voice rang out in anger. You all ought to have some dignity. These tentacles are clearly guardians of the Luyin Mountain inheritance. Once we defeat them, I believe the legacy of Luyin Mountain will be within our grasp. If you cannot handle this, why should we ask Master Lu for help? Isn't that tantamount to relinquishing the inheritance that is rightfully ours? Well said, Su Xiaowan. I shall refer to you as the strongest assist. Your assistance is simply flawless. Lu Huan was looking for someone to help him articulate his thoughts. To his surprise, Su Xiaowan stepped forward. How delightful. While he was overjoyed internally, he feigned dissatisfaction and remarked, Oh dear, Saintess, one cannot express it in such a manner. The inheritance of Luyin Mountain is a grand gift bestowed upon us by some unknown predecessor for the entire Qingyan County. How could I possibly enjoy it alone? The task of dealing with these appendages merely requires some 3rd and 4th tier materials, but alas, I currently lack them, which is why I find myself in a bit of a predicament. The numerous prodigies of Qingyan County were once again moved by Lu Huan's words. Listen, this is true selflessness. No wonder he, at such a young age, could become the leader of a sect while we remain mere underlings. We cannot compare, not at all. The prodigies of Qingyan County were once again brought to tears. Ping Sha took the lead and declared, Sect Master Lu, here is a 4th tier silver scale grass. I wonder if you may find it useful. I am willing to contribute. Ping Sha's initiative inspired the other talented individuals to speak up as well. I have 2 3rd tier Luanming flowers. And I too am willing to contribute. I found a 3rd tier spiritual herb and 2 4th tier ones. I am willing to offer them all. In just a few minutes, the contributions of 3rd and 4th tier spiritual herbs from the numerous prodigies amounted to several hundred. When converted into spirit stones, the value was in the tens of millions, far exceeding the spirit stones that Lu Huan had painstakingly acquired through entrance fees and tolls. What a passionate and noble youth. After being greatly encouraged by this group of young individuals, Lu Huan happily accepted all the materials into his system space. Please wait a moment. I shall now concoct the elixirs. Lu Huan retrieved the alchemy furnace, sat cross-legged before the onlookers, and secretly instructed the system. System, elevate my alchemy skill to the 5th tier. With a deduction of 600 years of system cultivation, the alchemy skill was successfully elevated to the 5th tier. In an instant, Lu Huan experienced a surge of overwhelming information that caused a searing pain in his mind, distorting his features. Such a scene evoked sympathy from the spectators. It is well known that within Qingyan County, the most powerful alchemist is merely at the 3rd tier. Generally, to concoct elixirs exceeding the 4th tier, practitioners from Qingyan County must venture out, bearing multiple materials to seek assistance from more powerful sections. Typically, 3 portions of materials yield a single elixir, and that is considered fortunate. Now, the materials presented by everyone were all 3rd and 4th tier. They were undoubtedly intended for concocting 3rd and 4th tier elixirs. Given that there were no alchemists above the 3rd tier in Qingyan County, and even those at the 3rd tier were elders over 100 years old, although Lu Huan was the sect master of the Tianjian sect. His age placed limitations on his abilities. His prowess in alchemy could only reach the 2nd tier at best. However, he was now forcibly utilizing his 2nd tier alchemical abilities to concoct 3rd and 4th tier elixirs. The toll on his spiritual awareness and soul would be tremendous, potentially leading to damage that could impair a practitioner's talent. Lu Huan was willing to risk his future cultivation potential to assist others. How selfless! How could such a magnificent individual exist in this world? Some emotional young ladies could no longer hold back their tears, their delicate appearances resembling blooming pear blossoms drenched in rain, evoking deep sympathy. Unfortunately, at that moment, none of the practitioners present noticed this situation, as they were all anxiously focused on Lu Huan, fearing even the slightest mishap. Could anything be wrong with Lu Huan? Of course not. He was merely absorbing the alchemical knowledge from the system that if something truly were to go awry, the system would not inundate him with so much experience at once. Ignoring the reactions around him, Lu Huan, after receiving the knowledge, began to stuff various 3rd and 4th tier materials into the alchemy furnace, summoning the Earth Heart Spirit Flame. The Earth Heart Spirit Flame. Goodness, isn't it the powerful Spirit Fire ranked 98 on the Spirit Fire list? Just one is worth tens of millions of spirit stones. Sect Master Lu possesses such a treasure. I heard that the Earth Heart Spirit Flame is specially cultivated by the True Fire Pavilion, and only their alchemists can possess it. Now I understand why Sect Master Lu is being pursued by the True Fire Pavilion. Truly deserving of the title, he dares to seize what belongs to the True Fire Pavilion. Nonetheless, this is precisely the quality that cultivators should embody. Fearless of authority. Well done. Indeed, my idol. You are remarkable. The halo of selflessness elevated Lu Huan to a status of greatness in the eyes of these prodigies. Since he is great, then seizing items from the True Fire Pavilion cannot be deemed a wrongdoing. Rather, it is a manifestation of young cultivators standing against oppression. Lu Huan standing among them soared. Especially among the young ladies, their faces flushed, their eyes shimmering like water, filled with a profound allure. One wonders what fantasies might be blossoming in their minds at that moment. After about half a stick of incense, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted from the alchemy furnace before Lu Huan. The crowd's anticipation grew. With a clang, a blood-red elixir burst forth from the furnace, soaring into the air as if it possessed a will of its own. Attempting to flee, simultaneously, waves of elixir essence rippled outward. The assembled prodigies were momentarily stunned, then erupted into incredulous cheers akin to those of Fanjin after a successful examination. Holy moly! This is a 4th tier elixir. Sect Master Lu has actually concocted a 4th tier elixir. Does this not mean that Qingyan County has finally produced a 4th tier alchemist? Sect Master Lu is astonishing. Sect Master Lu, I want to bear your children. Although there were no alchemists in Qingyan County, the level of the elixir produced was generally discernible. It was closely related to the elixir essence emitted once the elixir took shape. By counting the waves of essence, one could determine the tier of the elixir. Have you never seen a pig run, yet have you not eaten pork? Is that how it goes now? From the continuously emanating elixir essence, all the talented individuals present could ascertain that this was indeed a 4th tier elixir, blood-condensing elixir. A 4th tier elixir that can refine one's own blood, enhance its energy, and simultaneously boost physical strength and strengthen the soul. In fact, the prodigies were not mistaken. The elixir Lu Huan successfully concocted was indeed a 4th tier elixir. For a 5th tier alchemist, concocting a 4th tier elixir is a trivial matter. This was precisely the elixir he required. He had initially believed that only by reaching the 5th tier could he concoct it. Hence he had directly commanded the system to elevate his alchemical skills to that tier. Little did he expect that he could produce it at the 4th tier. Lu Huan swiftly seized the elixir that attempted to escape and promptly swallowed it. A surge of immense energy exploded in his mouth, rapidly coursing through his body. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Lu Huan's flesh was being stripped away, leaving him bloodied. In reality, the elixir transformed into energy and began refining the impurities in his blood. Of course, the effects of the elixir would not be so pronounced, Simultaneously, Lu Huan activated a sixth-tier technique. The Blood God Technique. Oh, you ask where the Blood God Technique came from. Certainly, it was Lu Huan's arrival at the temple that triggered the system's sixth sign-in, Blood God Technique, to condense blood, amplify blood energy, and simultaneously exert control over blood, manifesting it into blood demons to attack foes. The system's description, though exceedingly simple, compelled Lu Huan to surreptitiously experiment. With his current strength, he found that the blood demons he could conjure from the blood on the ground possessed power equivalent to his overall prowess. Remarkably, his current overall strength was sufficient to suppress early-stage Yuan-ing ancestors. The blood condensation elixir was a type of pill recorded within the Blood God Technique, capable of enhancing blood energy. As long as Lu Huan's blood energy remained robust, the strength of the blood demons he summoned would correspondingly surge. As for the tentacles within the temple, they were indeed, as Su Xiaowan had mentioned, guardians inherited from Lu Yin Mountain. Given Lu Yin Mountain's stipulation that only Foundation establishment cultivators could enter, the guardian strength could not possibly be formidable, roughly equivalent to late-stage third-tier beasts. Lu Huan, capable of directly conjuring early-stage Yuan-ing blood demons, which meant he could easily control late-stage third-tier blood demons. Particularly, the late-stage third-tier blood demon guarding the temple had long since lost its master. Having gone years without fresh blood, it had dwindled to a frail state. With a strength increase of 10,000 gene, Lu Huan consumed a fourth-tier elixir. He immediately realized his power had been amplified, surging by 10,000 gene in an instant. The enhancement effect of the blood condensation elixir was an additional benefit. Yet the fact that it could still elevate his strength by 10,000 gene left Lu Huan astonished. This was akin to directly augmenting the power of an extreme refinement realm practitioner. Truly, a fourth-tier elixir, Lu Huan murmured, a smile gracing his face that if the supplementary effects were so potent, the primary effect on blood condensation would likely be even more formidable. Lu Huan activated the Blood God Technique. Sensing the energy within the blood.it had doubled. If utilized to conjure blood demons, he could at the very least summon blood demons capable of contending with mid-stage Yuan-ing practitioners. Quite impressive. Lu Huan soon regained his composure, opened his eyes, rose slowly, and addressed the surrounding excited cultivators with a smile. Fellow Taoists, I have successfully refined a fourth-tier elixir as promised. I now possess sufficient strength to confront the beast within the temple. As his words fell, Lu Huan abruptly raised his right hand, conjuring a sphere of crimson light that shot forth towards the temple. The surrounding cultivators grew increasingly eager. The scarlet radiance mercilessly collided with the temple's grand door, not dispersing but swiftly adhering to the door like glue, spreading across its entirety. In an instant, the entire temple door was coated in an eerie crimson hue. Those cultivators near the door distinctly felt a surge of intense unease. Their blood seemed drawn by some unseen force, boiling within them, rendering their bodies a vivid crimson, akin to boiled lobsters. Crack. At that moment, the door appeared to be suddenly corroded by some entity, becoming exceedingly fragile, and abruptly fractured horizontally in the center. The chamber resembling an insectoid nest materialized before the crowd's eyes. Blood-colored tentacles, akin to veins, writhed within the room, one end connected to a massive tumor-like nest. The sight struck terror into the hearts of the observers, their faces paling. What on earth was this ghastly thing? Was this not the fabled blood demon nest? The blood demon nest, the very nest that absorbed the blood of cultivators to nurture its offspring. Could this truly be it? No way. The cultivators of Qingyan County had yearned for Lu Yin Mountain's inheritance for so many years, only to find it was a blood demon nest, just as the crowd was engulfed in shock. A feeble voice suddenly broke the tension. Do you think Lu Zhongzhu is one of the blood demon clan? Otherwise, how could he possibly control these blood demons? Upon hearing this, the scene fell into a deliberate silence. Initially, the gazes directed at Lu Huan were filled with reverence, but this statement shifted their expressions entirely. Yin Lei, unable to contain his fury, erupted in anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Clean up your mouth. I know Lu Huan better than anyone. He is human, not a blood demon. I advise some people not to speak recklessly. Lu Huan has grown up in our Tianjin sect. If he were a blood demon, how could he possibly become our disciple? Furthermore, there exists a form of energy called blood vitality. Don't be ignorant and assume everyone else is a fool. Su Xiaowan's icy gaze suddenly fell upon the speaker, causing the disciple from an unknown sect to tremble, nervously stammering. Su Shengv, don't be agitated. I was merely trying to assist Lu Zhongzhu. It's better to clarify matters now than to allow ill-intentioned individuals to slander him behind his back. This fellow was indeed clever, swiftly finding an excuse that rendered Su Shaoan unable to act against him. She shot him another frosty glare and sternly warned, "I hope you truly believe that. If I hear any further slanders against Lu Huan in Qing'an County, you shall see whether I dare to kill you." Just as the speaker had suggested, his doubts prompted Su Shaoan to mention blood vitality before the crowd, alleviating the suspicion surrounding Lu Huan's identity as a blood demon. The way they regarded him shifted back to awe, even more profound than before. They began to murmur, "Truly, Lu Zhongzhu is impressive. This is blood vitality. Such power is incredibly mysterious. It is said that in the entire Tianwu kingdom, very few can wield such strength. Practitioners who master blood vitality make the best companions for exploring secret realms. A mere flicker of their blood vitality can double our own strength. Indeed, who could argue otherwise?" As the crowd's discussion swirled, a smile finally graced Su Xiaowan's beautiful eyes. However, she soon turned her gaze back to Lu Huan, falling into contemplation. Her assertion that Lu Huan had mastered blood vitality was merely a temporary excuse. Back at Tianjin sect, she had never heard Lu Huan mention it, while she firmly believed he was not a blood demon. She also understood that among the formidable demonic cultivators, some could cultivate blood energy, which was not the same as blood vitality. Could it be that Lu Huan's rapid rise in strength during this period was due to shifting to the demonic path? Though demonic cultivators were less detestable than evil cultivators, they bore no good reputation, particularly one who had originally been a righteous disciple and later joined a demonic sect would face greater scrutiny. Unbeknownst to Lu Huan, who was currently leveraging the blood god technique to cleanse the blood demon nest within the temple, the system awarded him. System cultivation increased by 100 years. System cultivation increased by 50 years. For each blood demon tentacle he eliminated, he reaped a reward of 50 to 100 years of system cultivation. This indicated that these blood demons were at least 2 small stages stronger than Lu Huan. Some might even be 3 to 4 small stages beyond. Calculating with his current mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, these blood demons would be at least early stage or mid-stage golden core. Utilizing such entities as guardians of an inheritance while stipulating that only foundation establishment cultivators could enter the world of inheritance left Lu Huan's brows furrowing. He vaguely sensed that this inheritance might not be a good thing. However, after Lu Huan had thoroughly eradicated all the blood demons within the temple, he discovered no traces of danger. Standing at the entrance of the temple, Lu Huan raised an eyebrow and surveyed the surrounding cultivators, displaying a warm and amiable smile. "Dear friends, might anyone be interested in attempting this inheritance?" Lu Huan's words left the gathered cultivators in a state of stunned silence. They assumed he intended to be the first to accept the inheritance. Yet, the essence of Lu Huan's statement was clearly to offer the initial opportunity to them. The disciples of the Tianjin sect were restless, frequently glancing at Lu Huan and Su Shaowan, hoping the two would invite them to seize the chance to accept the inheritance first. At that moment, the illustrious prodigy of Feishan sect, Ping Chong, let out a hearty laugh and declared, "Master Lu, your generosity is commendable, willing to bestow such a precious opportunity upon us. I shan't be polite." Ping Chong, "No need for courtesy. I have long asserted that the inheritance of the Lu Yin mountain relic belongs to all cultivators of Qingyan Prefecture. Regardless of who accepts it first, it must ultimately be shared," Lu Huan replied with an innocent smile. Upon hearing this, Ping Chong's mouth twitched, and he inwardly cursed in dissatisfaction, yet he was compelled to force a smile and nod in agreement. "That is reasonable." Thus, their exchange effectively set the tone for the distribution of the Lu Yin mountain relic's inheritance. Whosoever obtained the inheritance would be obliged to share it with all present, due to Lu Huan's proposal. Many in attendance observed Ping Chong's reluctance. However, ultimately, under Lu Huan's implicit pressure, he consented to this principle of distribution. In that instant, the majority of the assembly found themselves praising Lu Huan once more. While only a few self-serving individuals begrudgingly resented the notion of sharing what they felt should have been their exclusive opportunity, yet they dared not express their discontent, for even their companions could devour them whole. "Ping Chong, please proceed." Lu Huan cheerfully extended a hand in invitation. "Everyone, await my good news." With his head held high and a commanding wave of his hand, Ping Chong confidently strode into the temple, eliciting renewed anticipation from the crowd, particularly the disciples of Feishan sect, who prided themselves on the notion that such a momentous opportunity would fall to their esteemed prodigy. Meanwhile, a few disgruntled prodigies from Tianjin sect approached Su Shaowan, whispering their discontent. "Saintess, what is the master thinking? This is undeniably a prime opportunity for us to establish our renown. Why should it be relinquished to Feishan sect? Indeed, Saintus, even if we aren't to enjoy the inheritance exclusively. Why grant the opportunity for fame to Feishan sect? When word spreads, it will appear as though we have taken advantage of them, and we shall have no face left when next we encounter their disciples. Su Xiaowan's cherubic face had turned frosty, her gaze icy as she regarded the Tianjin disciples, disdainfully retorting, "Let me ask you, do you possess the capability to deal with those blood-red tendrils?" The Tianjin disciples exchanged glances and collectively shook their heads. Then who resolved that issue? Su Xiaowan pressed. "It was the master," the Tianjin prodigies admitted, their heads hanging in shame. "Since this does not concern you in the slightest, what business is it of yours how Lu Huan chooses to act? If you have the audacity to come here to complain, why not confront him directly?" Su Xiaowan scoffed, her tone laced with derision. They must possess the face to do so. Previously at Tianjin sect, when it was suggested to expel the master, these very few were the loudest in their protests. Yanlei interjected unexpectedly. You speak nonsense." Upon hearing Yanlei's words, the previously ashamed prodigies lifted their heads, glaring at him with anger, casting furtive glances towards Lu Huan as if fearing he might overhear. "Nonsense? Then why do you look so guilty? If you dare act yet lack the courage to face the consequences, with a bunch of useless individuals like you around, if I were Lu Huan, I would never remain at Tianjin sect, much less be a so-called sect leader." Yanlei's irritation surged as he recalled how Lu Huan had been driven away by these very people. Though Yanlei's statement was meant to defend Lu Huan, to Su Xiaowan, it rang true. She contemplated the situation at that time. Had she been in Lu Huan's position, she likely would have made the same choice. She certainly would not remain at Tianjin sect. Thus, a new thought took root in Su Xiaowan's mind. If she wished to retain Lu Huan and ensure he truly became the sect leader, would it not require the complete removal of those who had forced him away? The moment this thought emerged, Su Xiaowan startled herself. When had she become so ruthless? Yet, the more she pondered, the more it seemed reasonable. Unbeknownst to her, this notion was already taking root in her mind, destined to grow into a formidable tree in due time. Just then, a hearty and unrestrained laugh erupted from within the temple. Everyone turned to see Ping Chong standing beside a colossal stone of inheritance. Triggering a remarkable reaction from the stone, waves of crimson light surged from the stone into Ping Chong's body, indicating significant gains. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberated through the air. Following that, dark clouds rapidly gathered above the temple. A thunder tribulation. It was indeed a thunder tribulation of the foundation establishment stage. Brother Ping Chong is remarkable. Merely accepting an inheritance has enabled him to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Summoning a thunder tribulation. Tell me, among the prodigies of Qingyan Prefecture, aside from Master Lu, who can compare with our brother Ping Chong, the disciples of Feishan sect erupted in ecstatic cheers, as if it were not their brother Ping Chong about to undergo tribulation, but themselves. Disciples from other sects looked on with envy, especially those from Tianjin sect, who felt this honor rightfully belonged to them, yet was graciously relinquished by Lu Huan. They sensed the gazes of other sects upon them, akin to looking at fools. Of course, this was merely their own perception. The disciples from other sects viewed Lu Huan as remarkably fair and selfless. Clearly, he could have been the first to accept the inheritance and reap the rewards. Yet he chose to forego that opportunity. Such a benevolent soul had never been encountered before. However, at that moment, bang, a tremendous explosion echoed from within the temple, the epicenter originating from Ping Chong, who was in the midst of accepting the inheritance. He was blown back, drenched in blood, a gaping wound appearing in his chest. Behind him, a terrifying and colossal blood-red apparition materialized out of thin air. "Master Lu, save me!" Ping Chong let out a piercing scream, frantically rushing towards the temple's exit. Yet, he stumbled and fell, despair evident in his eyes. In that instant, the blood-red apparition caught up with him, its maw widening enough to engulf him entirely, swallowing him whole. "Brother Ping Chong! No! Master Lu, quickly save him!" The disciples of Feishan sect finally reacted, their voices filled with terror, but alas, it was far too late. The dissipating thunder tribulation above served as a grim reminder to all present. Ping Chong had perished. When Lu Huan beheld the emergence of the blood-colored phantom, he realized that his suspicions were indeed validated. The inheritance of Lu Yin Mountain was fraught with peril. However, at that moment, he could not afford to reveal his trepidation. Thus, he feigned outrage and bellowed fiercely, preparing to launch an assault towards the temple. Yet, he witnessed the colossal phantom abruptly halt, its icy demeanor sweeping over the gathered practitioners with a disdainful glance. followed by a thunderous snort that resonated like a clap of thunder. Such worthless beings dare to seek my inheritance. Begone. Next, the crowd, initially startled by the sudden demise of Ping Chong, quickly grasped the situation. Their faces transforming with ecstatic joy. It was revealed that Ping Chong's lack of aptitude had rendered him unworthy of the full inheritance, ultimately leading to his demise. I shall go. A voice brimming with confidence rang out, drawing the attention of the onlookers. They could barely discern the figure amidst the throng, but soon erupted into cheers. Brother Gu Fei is magnificent. Brother Gu Fei was indeed the pride of Linghua sect. At the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm, and at merely 20 years of age, he was significantly younger than Ping Chong, standing as the foremost genius in Qingyuan County, second only to Master Lu. Go, Brother Gu Fei. As the cheers reverberated, the crowd finally caught sight of the figure stepping forward, a youthful man whose countenance exuded confidence, far surpassing Ping Chong in appearance. At the very least, he was devoid of a face full of stubble. Master Lu, would you mind if I were to test my mettle first? Gu Fei respectfully clasped his fists towards Lu Huan and inquired with a beaming smile, since you possess such confidence. Do proceed, Lu Huan replied, casting a glance around the assembly, exclaiming with joviality, not only Brother Gu Fei, but all present comrades, if you believe in your capabilities, feel free to enter and receive the inheritance without seeking my counsel. Master Lu is truly magnanimous. Amidst a chorus of flattery, Gu Fei strode into the temple with his head held high, reminiscent of Ping Chong. The atmosphere instantly grew hushed, despite the earlier exuberance displayed by the disciples of Linghua's sect. A palpable tension enveloped them now. No one knew the level of talent required to accept the inheritance of Lu Yin Mountain, their eyes fixed anxiously on Gu Fei, fearing that he too might meet a grim fate. Much like Ping Chong, Gu Fei's talent was indeed superior to Ping Chong's, yet he could only endure a third longer than his predecessor before the blood-colored phantom re-emerged, striking him with a force that sent him flying. Not enough. Next. With that, the phantom vanished once more. In contrast to Ping Chong's fate of being devoured whole by the phantom, Gu Fei was merely cast aside, sustaining grievous injuries yet retaining his life. Perhaps Gu Fei's survival bolstered the confidence of the other outstanding disciples from various sections. One after another, they surged into the temple to accept the inheritance. But after witnessing several individuals being brutally cast aside and left in a state of unconsciousness, none dared to venture forth any longer. All eyes turned to Lu Huan, as if he were their last glimmer of hope. Very well, let me test the true might of the Lu Yin Mountain inheritance. Lu Huan, undaunted, stood in stark contrast to the fearful expressions of the other practitioners. With a resounding crash, Lu Huan approached the so-called inheritance stone. Instantly, a tremendous blood-red radiance erupted from the stone, far more intense than that displayed by the previous geniuses accepting their inheritance, at least tenfold. Witnessing this spectacle, the previously despondent practitioners felt a renewed spark in their eyes, erupting into jubilant exclamations. There is hope. Master Lu is the foremost among our younger generation. The brilliance of this inheritance far surpasses that of the other geniuses. Yet, their exultation was evidently premature. Although the brilliance emanating from Lu Huan during the acceptance of the inheritance was indeed more potent and prolonged, lasting twice as long as that of the next closest genius, the requirements for a worthy inheritor seemed exceedingly high. Just as the crowd believed Lu Huan might succeed in receiving the inheritance, a deafening explosion resounded from him. Upon hearing that familiar sound, the faces of all present turned pale. Su Shaoan and her companions instinctively rushed towards the temple's entrance. It was over. If even Master Lu could not accept the inheritance, did it truly imply that the Lu Yin Mountain inheritance was unattainable for the cultivators of Qingyuan County? What level of talent was required to grasp this absurd inheritance? A fraud. It must be a fraud. To my eyes, the Lu Yin Mountain inheritance does not exist at all. The crowd, engulfed in despair, erupted in frantic shouts, many bearing expressions that reflected a profound sense of hopelessness. For the Lu Yin Mountain ruins held profound significance for Qingyuan County, serving as a source of motivation for cultivators for countless millennia. Everyone yearned to receive the inheritance, even if it was merely a remnant left behind by a fallen ancestor at the Yuanying realm. The Lu Yin Mountain ruins had become a beacon, illuminating their path forward. Yet now, when an extraordinary prodigy far surpassing this era could not claim the Lu Yin Mountain inheritance, their resolve seemed to crumble in an instant. But just as despair engulfed all, a thunderous roar erupted once more from within the temple. I refuse to believe this. Get out of my way. I shall claim this ludicrous inheritance today. The furious shout emanated from Lu Huan. As the fiery cloud soared, and the forbidden spirit seal hovered above his head, radiating blinding brilliance. Just you. The blood-colored phantom scoffed derisively, with a single sweep of its hand. The massive crimson palm lunged towards the fiery cloud sword and the forbidden spirit seal, as though intent on crushing the two formidable artifacts into worthless scrap. The practitioners gathered outside the temple felt their hearts seize in an instant. Their eyes brimming with concern, Huan, no. Su Shaoan cried out, nearly dashing into the temple, yet she knew her lack of strength would merely hinder Huan at this critical juncture. Kill! Huan bellowed again. The fiery cloud sword erupted in a dazzling blaze, coalescing into a towering sword light that surged towards the blood-colored phantom's outstretched palm. Demon Wind Fist. As the blade technique was unleashed, the silhouette of a fist re-emerged. A more terrifying power erupted from Huan's hands, coalescing into a massive shadow resembling a blood-red phantom, surging towards him. The blood-colored phantom, upon witnessing this, appeared to exhibit a semblance of fear, hastily retreating a step. Transforming its palm into a fist, it prepared to counter the Demon Wind Fist, while the more formidable Heavenly Sword Spirit art was disregarded. With a resounding impact, the crimson and obsidian light collided within the temple, generating a tsunami-like wave of violent shockwaves that indiscriminately swept through the surroundings. The interior of the temple, which housed little more than a legacy stone, resonated with a series of explosive sounds as the onslaught of shockwaves wreaked havoc. The scant remnants within were utterly obliterated into dust. At the same moment, Huan's figure was engulfed by the intertwining crimson and black radiance, vanishing without a trace. The hearts of the onlookers outside raced, nearly lodged in their throats. Each person seemed to be suffocating, holding their breath in anticipation, fixated on Huan's position, their eyes betraying intense hope. They fervently wished for no unforeseen mishaps to befall Huan in his confrontation with the blood-colored phantom. Right here, just as the crowd was on the brink of despair, a voice, brimming with confidence and authority, resonated once more from within the temple. In the next moment, a familiar figure emerged before their eyes. Master Lu is unharmed. This is splendid. Amidst the chorus of exclamations, the voice of the blood-colored phantom echoed once again, albeit this time laced with exhaustion and fury. You little brat, I underestimated you. However, if this is all you are capable of, you have no right to claim my legacy. I can offer you a chance. Turn around and leave now, and I shall not harm you. Huan scoffed, disdain dripping from his words. On the brink of death, you still dare to put on airs. I have declared that I must obtain the legacy today. System, elevate my Demon Wind Fist to its pinnacle. Consuming 100 years of system cultivation, the Demon Wind Fist is enhanced to its peak. In an instant, the accumulated experience of a century of cultivating the Demon Wind Fist surged within Huan's mind. At that moment, he felt a subtle transformation within his body. Boom! Huan let out a cold grunt, raising his right fist once more, furiously striking towards the blood-colored phantom. The pinnacle of the Demon Wind Fist could provide a five-fold amplification of strength. With a foundational power of 74,000 newtons, this was instantly elevated to 370,000 newtons. This was a terrifying might that even mid-stage Yuan cultivators could not hope to attain. The shadow of his pitch-black fist enveloped Huan, rendering him akin to a celestial deity descending to earth, exuding an aura of invincibility. Bang! The blood-colored phantom stood frozen, seemingly dazed, as it allowed the fist shadow to collide with its chest. In the following moment, the phantom erupted like fireworks, bursting forth into half-human-high crimson radiance, splattering out of the temple. Did we succeed? The crowd gazed, dumbfounded, at the exploded phantom, their faces alight with ecstatic smiles. However, as the crimson light fell to the ground, it inexplicably formed pools of what appeared to be living blood. The blood pulsated momentarily before coalescing once more into a half-human-high blood-colored phantom. I am indestructible. You little brat, you have enraged me, and I shall ensure your demise. Thousands of half-human-high blood-colored phantoms spoke in unison, their eerie voices sending chills down spines. In an instant, Su Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with a glint of coldness as she commanded, "Everyone, attack together. We cannot contend with that giant, but surely we can handle these smaller ones." Her words illuminated the minds of the crowd. Many voices chimed in. Yes, let us unite. If one of us cannot deal with a single phantom, we shall act as a group. Even if a few cannot manage, with tens of us here, how can we not deal with a mere few thousand of these wretched creatures? Kill, in a heartbeat. The battle cries erupted. Everyone, in unison, launched their attacks towards the nearest half-human-high blood-colored phantom. Although many were thrown back with screams upon contact, they appeared relatively unscathed, quickly charging back towards the phantoms with renewed fervor. At least 20 individuals surrounded each blood-colored phantom. Goodness! No one noticed that within the temple, Lu Huan's eyes glimmered with an extraordinarily peculiar light. The curve of his lips revealed his inner excitement. My fellow cultivators, give it your all. These wretched creatures can indeed be slain. Cheers of triumph echoed continuously. The number of half-human-high blood-colored phantoms began to dwindle rapidly. Half an hour later, after nearly 300,000 had lost their combat capabilities, the blood-colored phantoms were finally eradicated. Just before the last phantom perished, it let out an unwilling roar. I am immortal. You all wait for me. I, the blood demon sovereign, shall return. Boom. Thud. At that very moment, the legacy stone within the temple suddenly exploded. A piece of blood-colored, enigmatic jade slip fell from the ruins, shimmering with a bewitching light that captivated everyone's attention. The legacy jade slip. Lu Huan stood right beside the jade slip, bursting into laughter as he reached for it. Whoosh! Yet, none anticipated that at that instant, a sharp glint flashed through the crowd, shooting towards Lu Huan's outstretched arm like a bullet. Lu Huan, be careful. Watch out. There's an attack, Master Lu. Su Shaoan and her companions cried out in rage, their eyes wide with alarm. Clang! A golden radiance erupted from Lu Huan, instantly thwarting the ambush, with a calm demeanor. He grasped the jade slip in his hand and leisurely turned to face a bewildered cultivator amidst the crowd. Next to him, another cultivator could distinctly hear him utter in disbelief. Impossible. That was a fourth-tier spirit talisman, the soul-binding needle. Even the Yuan Ing ancestors cannot withstand it. How could he possibly endure it? How dare you? You audacious wretch, you dare to assault Master Lu. I shall end your life? Curse him. The nearby cultivator, upon hearing the audacious attack on Lu Huan, not only showed no remorse, but was instead astonished that Lu Huan remained unharmed. This provoked the ire of many, who immediately retaliated against him. As they fought, they cursed. You, a mere foundation establishment weakling, dare to ambush Master Lu. Who gave you the audacity? Even with a talisman capable of harming Yuaning ancestors, you cannot hope to injure Master Lu. The crowd's relentless assault finally brought the foundation establishment cultivator to his senses. While fleeing, he bellowed in a rage. Stop. Cease this at once. I am a disciple of the Lu family from Tianwu Kingdom. My father is the current prime minister, and my aunt is the most favored spirit consort of the emperor. To hell with the Lu family. How could the Lu family produce such a shameless wretch? I shall end your life. What is the Lu family to us? This is Qingyan Prefecture. Even if you are from the Lu family, your arrogance means nothing here. Lu Yantao's verbal defiance not only failed to deter the cultivators intent on beating him, but rather incited them to escalate their brutality. Swish! Lu Yantao could no longer contain himself. He once again retrieved a spirit talisman from his bosom and tore it asunder. The torn talisman transformed into a radiant golden light, enveloping him in a protective aura reminiscent of an indestructible divine body. Bang! 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 The surrounding group of Foundation establishment cultivators momentarily paused, only to resume their assault on the luminous barrier with punches and kicks. Yet, even in their collective effort, the golden light remained impervious. Observing this, Lu Yantao, encased within the glow, broke into a triumphant laugh. You worthless lot think you can shatter a level 4 diamond talisman? This talisman can withstand attacks from Yuaning realm cultivators. Damn it. The loss of a level 4 talisman at the hands of these Foundation establishment cultivators stung Lu Yantao deeply. After venting his frustrations, he produced a healing elixir from his robe to mend his injuries. The elixir appeared to be of no ordinary quality. Mere minutes later, the bruises that once marred his visage had completely vanished. Witnessing this transformation, the cultivators surrounding Lu Yantao exchanged bewildered glances and began to whisper among themselves. Could he truly be a disciple of that renowned Lu family? They questioned the significance of the Lu family. Did he not claim that his father is the current prime minister? Although the Tianwu kingdom is not particularly powerful, it does possess formidable figures at the divine transformation stage, which classifies it as a Tier 3 power. What does a Tier 3 power have to do with the Lu family? Are you really that foolish? If his father is the prime minister, how could he not be enraged by the sight of his son so viciously beaten in our Qingyan prefecture? If he were to inform a Yuanying or even a Transcendence Realm ancestor, we would all face dire consequences. What should we do then? Eliminate him to silence him. This talisman cannot be easily destroyed. We should call upon Master Lu to intervene. He should possess the necessary strength. This group of foundation establishment cultivators exhibited a reckless bravado, fully aware that Lu Yantao hailed from the Lu family of Tianwu Kingdom, and that this could potentially invite catastrophic trouble from Yuanying or Transcendence Realm ancestors upon their Qingyan prefecture. Yet, audaciously, they plotted in Lu Yantao's presence. Lu Yantao's expression darkened in an instant, a flicker of panic igniting within him. After all, the diamond talisman was not invincible, nor did it possess permanent efficacy. As time passed, it was inevitable that even those nearby could easily extinguish him. A wave of fear washed over Lu Yantao. "What a band of ruffians," he exclaimed, hastily declaring, "My sole objective is the inheritance of the Blood Demon Lord. I hold no interest in you rabble. If Master Lu can procure the Blood Demon Lord's inheritance for me, I shall take my leave and consider your earlier attacks as if they had never occurred." In unison, the crowd's gaze turned toward Lu Huan. Lu Huan's lips twitched in disbelief. The Blood Demon Lord? Seriously? Approaching Lu Yantao with an incredulous expression, he fixed his gaze upon him. Lu Yantao felt a twinge of trepidation. He had never encountered a foundation establishment cultivator who could disregard the attacks of a level 4 talisman. Though he was curious about Lu Huan's secrets, he understood all too well that if this individual were to take action against him, his escape today would be improbable, just as Lu Yantao was about to feign bravado. He heard Lu Huan's voice resonate beside him. "Are you truly a disciple of that Lu family?" "Absolutely," Lu Yantao hastily clarified. "If Master Lu has doubts, he may accompany me to visit my Lu family." Lu Huan rolled his eyes. "Only a fool would accompany you to the Lu family. That would be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Are you well versed in the Blood Demon Lord? How dare you attack me? I was quite clear earlier. Whoever obtains the inheritance must share it. You could very well claim a portion for yourself." Lu Huan's confusion was palpable. Is it conceivable that the Blood Demon Lord truly exists in this world? Lu Yantao, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you genuinely willing to share the Blood Demon Lord's inheritance? That is a being of demonic lord caliber. In the Tianhuan continent, those worthy of being called lord are, at least in the tribulation transcendent stage, formidable figures of the Great Ascension realm." Lu Huan was momentarily speechless, torn between laughter and exasperation. Your motive for attacking me stems from the suspicion that the Blood Demon Lord might have once been a formidable figure in the Tribulation Transcendence or even the Great Ascension realm? The Tribulation Transcendence and Great Ascension realms are indeed the pinnacle of strength in the Tianhuan continent. The former is on the verge of transcending, while the latter has succeeded and is poised for ascension. If one were to ascend directly to the celestial realm post-tribulation, they would be considered a celestial being. In other words, those who remain in the Tianhuan continent after successfully transcending are Great Ascension realm cultivators, while those who ascend directly are celestial beings, the legendary paragons. However, the truth was that the Blood Demon Lord was purely a figment of Lu Huan's imagination. Thus, he was resolute in his certainty that no such figure as the Blood Demon Lord existed in this world. As for that inheritance jade slip, that was undoubtedly a fabrication as well. Indeed, from the very beginning, aside from the temple and the tentacle blood demon, everything else was mere illusion. After obtaining the blood god technique, Lu Huan had stealthily utilized the bloodstains shed by the cultivators to summon a blood demon, infiltrating the temple to gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation within. Long ago, a demonic cultivator had come here to recuperate from injuries, leaving behind a stir that caught the attention of many. Thus, through a game of whispers, this place became known as the site of a legendary inheritance left behind by a Yuanying realm ancestor, or even an ancestor surpassing that realm, in hopes that a fated individual might reap the rewards that as for those blood demons, they were merely the result of that demonic cultivator's boredom while healing. Conjured from his own blood to entertain himself, when he departed, he left them behind. This was the reality of the matter. Upon discovering this, Lu Huan contemplated leveraging the situation to garner some rewards from the system. For after all, the majority of foundation establishment cultivators in Qingyan Prefecture had gathered here. Allowing them to leave without consequence felt like a lost opportunity. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded. The blood-colored phantom was, in fact, a blood demon created by Lu Huan through the blood god technique. The so-called inheritance stone was merely an ordinary rock. Had anyone entered the temple previously and observed closely, they would have noticed a pit of identical size deep within the temple. This was the origin of the so-called inheritance stone. The blood-colored phantom was conjured by Lu Huan's blood god technique, and in the system's assessment, it counted as part of his own strength. Consequently, Anyone defeated by the blood-colored phantom would also be considered as having been vanquished by him. Thus, Lu Huan concealed himself in the shadows, reaping a bountiful harvest. Presently, his system cultivation had reached a staggering total of 1 million years. Logically, there should be more. After all, the number of foundational realm cultivators defeated by the Blood Shadow previously exceeded 300,000. Even if defeating a single individual yields a reward calculated over 10 years. That should amount to 3 million years, not to mention, some of those cultivators possessed abilities 2 small stages stronger than Lu Huan, reaching the pinnacle of the foundational realm. These could have granted Lu Huan 50 years of system cultivation. However, once the system's accumulated cultivation reached a full 1 million years, it ceased to increase. Upon inquiring with the system, Lu Huan discovered the limitation. When he was at the foundational realm, the maximum reward he could receive from the system was indeed 1 million years. Only after breaking through to the core formation realm could that cap be raised. Such restrictions were unexpected. It would have been better to have been informed earlier. Nevertheless, 1 million years of cultivation should suffice to elevate my prowess significantly. Lu Huan felt no discontent. After all, if it weren't for his machinations behind the scenes, acquiring 1 million years of cultivation would have required defeating at least 10,000 cultivators, under normal circumstances. Where would he find that many opponents to vanquish? Of course, in relative terms, Lu Huan's greatest gain was not merely the 1 million years of cultivation, but rather the esteemed position he held in the hearts of the foundational realm cultivators in Qingyan County. Lu Huan firmly believed that even if he were to leave Qingyan County for many years, those individuals would undoubtedly speak of him with immense reverence upon his mention. Returning to the matter at hand. Realizing that Lu Yantao was taking action against him solely due to a whimsical mention of the Blood Demon Sovereign, in a bid to monopolize the legacy left behind, Lu Huan raised an eyebrow and smiled. My friend, I apologize. As I stated, the legacy belongs to all. It is impossible for you to claim it alone. Not to mention, how dare you sneak attack me? Lu Huan silently added in his heart. Boom! A punch infused with demonic wind was unleashed once more. Clang! With that strike, the shield generated by the 4th-tier diamond talisman quivered slightly. Master Lu, what are you doing? I am the son of the Prime Minister of Tianwu Kingdom. If you dare to kill me, it is tantamount to opposing the Tianwu Kingdom. Lu Yantao's eyes widened in fury. Lu Huan's abrupt aggression had startled him. Clang! Ignoring Lu Yantao's words, Lu Huan continued to swing his fists, striking down fiercely. With 2 more punches, the spiritual shield trembled even more violently, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Master Lu, please. I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistake. Spare me. I assure you, I will never set foot in Qingyan County again. The threat proved futile. Lu Yantao swiftly altered his demeanor, pleading desperately. Clang! Yet, Lu Yantao's response was met with Lu Huan's 3rd punch. Crack! With that 3rd blow, a faint fissure appeared in the 4th-tier diamond talisman shield. It cracked. It truly cracked. Master Lu is formidable. What does a 4th-tier talisman matter? Before Master Lu, it remains as fragile as paper. Master Lu's dominance must eliminate this brat. Cheers erupted from the spectators nearby. Their gazes towards Lu Huan filled with admiration. Stop him. Quickly stop him. My father and elder brother are aware of my presence in your Qingyan County. If anything happens to me here, you all shall accompany me in death. Upon realizing that pleading was ineffective, Lu Yantao resorted to threats once more, this time endangering all of Qingyan County. Hearing this, many felt a pang of apprehension. Why is it that every mention of Qingyan County inevitably brings up Tianwu Kingdom? It is simply because Tianwu Kingdom is powerful enough to dominate even Qingyan County itself. The vast Tianwu Kingdom possesses dozens of counties akin to Qingyan. Would the upper echelons of Tianwu Kingdom not perceive the cultivators of Qingyan County as provocateurs of their authority? Would they truly take action against Qingyan County? Clang! Boom! Unfortunately, just as many pondered this concern, Lu Huan's 4th punch descended mercilessly. Even the 4th-tier diamond talisman shield could no longer withstand Lu Huan's relentless assault after 4 punches. Shattering explosively. In the instant of the explosion, the shockwave tore Lu Yantao into fragments. System cultivation increased by 50 years. Meanwhile, within the Lu family of Tianwu Kingdom, disciples guarding the ancestral shrine were shocked to discover that one of the soul tablets preventing the family disciples had shattered into dust. The disciples stood in stunned silence before hastily departing the shrine to report the situation. Master Lu, have you truly killed him? One cultivator standing beside Lu Huan gasped, a complex expression adorning his face. Lu Huan cast a cold glance at the cultivator, snorting disdainfully. What of it? I have killed a scoundrel who sought to monopolize the legacy. Do you still feel pity for him? If so, then you shall not claim the legacy of the blood demon sovereign. At these words, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. None dared to speak, their eyes fixated on Lu Huan, awaiting the distribution of the legacy. Since it was a fabrication, the legacy naturally did not exist. Lu Huan had already contemplated this. Having orchestrated so much to acquire the million years of cultivation, he could not possibly be untrustworthy. System cultivation -1000. Having expended some system cultivation, Lu Huan modified the blood god technique he obtained upon signing in. Downgrading it from a 6th-tier technique to a 3rd-tier technique, he eliminated the ability to condense blood demons, retaining only the capacity to refine blood and enhance physical strength slightly, even with innate talent. A cultivator could only increase their strength by 10,000 gene at the peak of this technique. The system would lock down everything. Unless Lu Huan took action himself, it would be absolutely impossible for anyone to transcend their limits using such a technique. Even those who could already be considered celestial beings at the Great Ascension realm. The newly named technique was called the Blood Refinement Technique. Lu Huan retrieved the bizarre crimson jade slip, within which lay the technique. Compared to the Blood God technique, the efficacy of the Blood Refinement Technique was indeed significantly inferior. However, for these foundational realm cultivators, it was more than sufficient to incite their uncontained excitement. A 3rd-tier technique could easily fetch hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in the outside world. Pass this jade slip among yourselves. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Lu Huan handed the slip to the nearest cultivator. The cultivator, taken aback, was overwhelmed with joy, hardly believing he had become the first to enjoy such a privilege. Almost kneeling in gratitude, he excitedly exclaimed, "It is actually a 3rd-tier technique. Ha! So the legacy of Luin Mountain is a 3rd-tier technique." After examining the contents of the slip, the foundational realm cultivator exclaimed in surprise, "It is indeed a 3rd-tier technique. This is something only elders of our sect can cultivate. Now we are qualified to cultivate it? My friend, quickly tell us, what effects does this technique possess?" The surrounding cultivators urged impatiently. "Wait, let me take a look." The foundational realm cultivator, holding the jade slip, forced himself to calm down, probing the technique within once more. This technique can refine our vital essence, enhancing our physical strength by 10,000 gene. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. After a lengthy pause, a feeble voice finally broke the stillness. "Is that all? For a demon sovereign, how can the technique left behind be so underwhelming?" Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a reaction from everyone. However, upon reflection, he quickly realized that all the practitioners present were at the foundation establishment stage. Once one reaches this level, the focus shifts predominantly to the quality of spiritual energy and the capacity of the dantian. The power of the physical body, in truth, holds little relevance for most. As Lu Huan pondered how to clarify this, the practitioner holding the jade slip interjected, visibly indignant. "Is this all there is? You know nothing. This is a cultivation method for enhancing vital energy. As practitioners, we will inevitably encounter malevolent entities in the future. A robust vital energy will protect us from their oppressive forces. In fact, when our vital energy reaches a certain threshold, it can alone suffice to subdue these malevolent beings. This is the crux of this cultivation method." Lu Huan's brows involuntarily lifted at this revelation. He had not considered such a hidden efficacy of the blood condensation technique. Nevertheless, having someone to elucidate this was indeed beneficial. With a shift in his thoughts, he spoke up. "What this esteemed friend has said is quite astute. Indeed, the enhancement of vital energy is the focal point of this technique. Furthermore, you have overlooked a critical question. Does the blood demon sovereign truly wish to leave behind a legacy?" His words plunged the crowd into contemplation once more. Many began to reflect on the series of events that had transpired since their arrival near the temple. Indeed, it seemed as though the blood demon sovereign was more intent on seeking a suitable vessel for reincarnation rather than imparting a legacy. My heavens, the inheritance we had longed for from Luyin Mountain turns out to be an enormous scheme, fortuitously, with Sect Master Lu present, or else we might have met our demise today. Thank you. Sect Master Lu, you shall forever be my idol. Sect Master Lu, have you considered allowing me to leave a descendant for you? As the conversation continued, the attendees once again lavished praise upon Lu Huan. He feigned nonchalance, raising a hand to silence the crowd, his demeanor exuding an air of authority akin to that of a leader addressing their followers. Esteemed friends, your speculations are indeed quite accurate. Yet, the specifics remain unclear to us. Whether the blood demon sovereign's final words were a threat or a promise of future return is uncertain. Thus, The technique contained within the jade slip is a delightful surprise for us. Let us proceed with our cultivation. Whether it enhances our vital energy or augments our physical prowess, it serves to elevate our strength. Why dwell on such matters? When the sky falls, there will always be someone tall to bear the burden. At worst, we shall all perish together. A wave of hearty laughter erupted in response to Lu Huan's remarks, which, while seemingly vague, resonated with the crowd. After obtaining the technique, everyone scattered to hone their skills in the surrounding areas. Beyond the so-called inheritance, the greatest boon this ruin offered us practitioners was its abundant cultivation resources. Lu Huan casually reminded the crowd of this fact. Upon hearing his words, excitement surged among them. To acquire a third-tier technique and simultaneously gather a plethora of spiritual herbs was indeed splendid. Were it not for the technique still being unclaimed, many would have already been eager to depart. Thereafter, Lu Huan did not need to intervene further. He made several copies of the blood condensation technique and distributed them to the leaders of various factions present. The wandering cultivators received theirs from the rotund man and the boatman. Subsequently, he, along with Yen Lei and Su Xiaowan, continued to explore this world of ruins as he had stated. While the inheritance was a pleasant surprise, the genuine cultivation resources here were the tangible assets. Even though his system cultivation level had reached its limit, he could still scavenge for cultivation resources. These are for both of you. As they took their leave, Lu Huan handed 2 jade slips to Yen Lei and Su Xiaowan. The pair beamed as they examined the technique. Upon closer inspection, they were left in stunned disbelief, their gazes synchronously shifting towards Lu Huan. Let us go. We must seek out cultivation resources, Lu Huan declared with an unwavering smile. It wasn't until they reached a secluded area that Yen Lei could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Lu Huan, why is our technique? The techniques they received are merely fragments. Yours is complete, Lu Huan interjected, preempting Yen Lei's inquiry. In truth, however, the techniques bestowed upon Yen Lei and Su Xiaowan were still not entirely whole. The complete version was solely the blood god technique that Lu Huan practiced. The version he provided to Yen Lei and Su Xiaowan had undergone an upgrade, costing him 1,000 system cultivation points, thereby enhancing its efficacy, particularly in refining vital energy, to a tenfold limit. The blood god technique, on the other hand, had no cap on the refinement of vital energy and could be infinitely enhanced based on Lu Huan's innate talent. As long as his talent remained intact, he could continue to elevate it, albeit the consumption would increase exponentially in later stages. The version of the blood condensation technique given to others could only enhance the limit by a single fold. Yen Lei and Su Xiaowan were considered allies. They deserved to reap some benefits. Furthermore, this was the ordinary blood condensation technique. Lu Huan produced 2 more jade slips and handed them to Yen Lei and Su Xiaowan. In your future cultivation, practice the complete blood condensation technique. Once you have memorized it, be sure to destroy the jade slips. If anyone inquires later, you can simply present the ordinary blood condensation technique. Lu Huan's statement was evidently directed at Su Xiaowan. As the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Sword sect, a third-tier technique that enhances vital energy could be of interest not only to practitioners at the foundation establishment stage. Lu Huan understood that many would undoubtedly seek the technique from Su Xiaowan in the future. I will memorize the technique right now, Yen Lei exclaimed without hesitation, pulling out the so-called complete version of the blood condensation technique and diligently beginning to commit it to memory. Within the span of a tea ceremony, Yen Lei destroyed the jade slip right before Lu Huan's eyes. In truth, since Lu Huan had decided to present the so-called complete blood condensation technique, he harbored no fears of exposure, whether in the present or future. With nearly 1,000,000 system cultivation points as a foundation, Lu Huan could elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage upon leaving the Lu'in mountain ruins. Afterward, he could pursue the concoction of the foundation establishment breaking mirror pill. If that failed, he could utilize the breaking mirror pill he had previously retained from the body refinement stage. He could even attain the peak of the core formation stage by the time he departed from Lu'in mountain. However, Lu Huan was certainly not reckless in his pursuit of enhancing his cultivation. During the foundation establishment stage, he managed to sign the supreme foundation establishment technique. Surely, during the core formation stage, he would have the opportunity to sign the supreme core formation technique as well. With the presence of a system, the ascension of strength would proceed methodically, akin to that of an ordinary cultivator, a prospect that was decidedly unappealing to Lu Huan. The Tianwang continent has long been steeped in the lore of the ultimate cultivator, positing that within each stage of cultivation exists a unique method capable of elevating one's current realm to its utmost potential, thereby solidifying one's foundation. This approach not only enables the practitioner to vanquish foes of superior rank, but also bestows significant advantages when facing tribulations in the future. Upon ascension, one would not have to recommence their journey from the human immortal stage, enduring the indignities of subservience anew. Instead, they would command a prestigious standing within the celestial realm. Nonetheless, this remains but a legend. Despite the emergence of prodigies throughout the ages on the Tianhuan continent, they often only manifest as ultimate cultivators within specific stages, particularly below the Yuanying realm. The aspiration to consistently maintain the status of an ultimate cultivator across all stages is an arduous endeavor, one that has yet to see success. Liu Huan believed that with the system at his disposal, he might as well embark on this venture. The opening of the Luyin mountain ruins typically occurs over the span of a month. Given that there is no genuine legacy within the ruins, it was reasonable to assume this occasion would be no different. After spending over 20 days exploring the central region, Liu Huan and his companions collectively amassed nearly 10 million spirit stones worth of cultivation resources. They resolved to seek an appropriate location for earnest cultivation for the remainder of their time. Such a place was not hard to find, and soon, they discovered a concealed cave. The environment within the cave was intricate and complex, with numerous smaller chambers, ensuring that their cultivation would not disturb one another. After a brief exchange, the trio each selected a chamber to commence their quiet meditation. System, I wish to elevate my cultivation level to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm. Liu Huan proclaimed with fervor. With a resounding boom, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within Liu Huan's body. The supreme foundation establishment art activated autonomously, absorbing and channeling this energy, which violently coursed through his limbs and bones. If anyone had been present beside Liu Huan at that moment, they would have heard a deep, resonant hum emanating from within him, akin to a powerful mainframe computer with its water-cooling fan whirring frantically to dissipate heat. A minute later, an aura characteristic of a fifth-layer foundation establishment cultivator erupted from Liu Huan's being. He had successfully broken through. 5 minutes later, the aura of a sixth-layer foundation establishment cultivator once again surged forth from him. A half-hour later, he reached the 7th layer. A day later, he attained the 8th layer. 2 days later, the 9th layer. 5 days later, he reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm. A terrifying aura radiated from Liu Huan, mercilessly crashing against the surrounding rock walls. The once indomitable iron blue stone, capable of withstanding the attacks of an early-stage core formation cultivator, crumbled like fragile tofu under the force. 5 days prior, when Liu Huan broke through to the 6th layer of foundation establishment, Su Shaowan and Yin Lei had wisely vacated the hidden cave. Subsequently, with each breakthrough, they maintained a distance of at least 10 kilometers from Liu Huan. Presently, they found themselves over 50 kilometers away, on the outskirts of the mountain range housing the cave. Yet, when Liu Huan's aura signifying his breakthrough to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm manifested, both were rendered utterly astonished, particularly as they beheld the mountain range, composed entirely of iron blue stone, appearing as though it were under relentless assault from a core formation cultivator, exploding into dust before their eyes. They were left speechless. My goodness, is Liu Huan breaking through or detonating the mountain? The commotion is simply monstrous, Yin Lei exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. As Su Shaowan shook her head, her voice laden with disbelief. Even a core formation cultivator's breakthrough could not compare to this. The aura alone surpasses that of a core formation cultivator. Does that mean his strength is akin to that of a Yuanying ancestor? Yet, he is clearly still at the foundation establishment level. Yin Lei was utterly bewildered. I suspect Liu Huan is attempting to challenge the limits of an ultimate cultivator. A glimmer of insight flickered in Su Shaowan's eyes. Ultimate cultivator, in a state of astonishment. Yin Lei's mind felt as if it had been struck by a thunderclap. My brother has become so formidable. He can actually challenge the legendary ultimate cultivator. Truly, a tenfold enhancement. Liu Huan, feeling the immense capacity of his Dantian and the abundant spiritual energy within, could not suppress the confident smile that graced his face. The essence of the supreme foundation establishment art lies in expanding the Dantian tenfold. After consuming the perfect body, refining breaking the mirror pill, Liu Huan's Dantian had already expanded by a factor of 2. Building upon that, it was now expanded tenfold. This meant that Liu Huan's Dantian was 20 times the size of that of an ordinary cultivator. With a larger Dantian comes a greater reserve of spiritual energy. The disparity in strength is self-evident. Having consumed 200,000 years worth of system cultivation, Liu Huan glanced at the system interface and discovered that only 800,000 years remained. Confused, Liu Huan scratched his head. utterly perplexed. Logically, any cultivator, regardless of their innate talent, should be able to reach at least the pinnacle of foundation establishment, if not directly ascend to the great ascension realm. After genuinely cultivating for 200,000 years, barring any bottlenecks, Huan's talent was not lacking, and with the formidable supreme foundation establishment art as his aid, it was somewhat disheartening that it had still required 200,000 years to attain the pinnacle of foundation establishment. However, Huan had previously noted that the time referenced by the system in terms of cultivation did not align with actual cultivation time. It could only be said that the system's indicated time served merely as a numerical reference and did not genuinely reflect the time a cultivator spent in practice. There was no need to dwell on such complexities. Huan murmured to himself, deciding it was unnecessary to continue his ascent for the moment, although his spiritual energy had reached its zenith. The power of his physical body had not yet reached its limits. Presently, it had only increased from 74,000 to 250,000 newtons, averaging nearly 20,000 newtons per layer. It was insufficient, entirely insufficient. Furrowing his brow, Huan muttered to himself, under normal circumstances, a pinnacle foundation establishment cultivator can unleash a force equivalent to a dragon's might. Approximately 1 million newtons, which is considered the limit. But that is the threshold for ordinary cultivators. Since I aspire to be an ultimate cultivator, my physical strength must at least reach a dragon's might. In his heart, Huan set a modest goal for himself. He vowed not to break through to the Jiedon realm until he had achieved the strength of a dragon. This period could also serve as an opportunity to gather materials for crafting the broken mirror pill for the foundation establishment stage. In truth, to enhance his physical strength, Huan did not need to leave the Luyin mountain ruins. The black sky spirit crystal condensation technique he had previously acquired through signing in was originally capable of elevating his physical power to the limit of 100,000 newtons. However, due to his subsequent breakthrough in cultivation, which elevated him to the foundation establishment stage, he had not utilized much of the black sky spirit crystals. Now, his strength had indeed reached an impressive 250,000 newtons, marking a significant breakthrough beyond what the black sky spirit crystals could enhance. For other cultivators, this might have meant discarding the hard-won technique, but for Huan, it was not necessary. System, can I enhance the black sky spirit crystal condensation technique to condense a new black sky spirit crystal that I can currently use? Huan silently inquired within himself. Will the master deduct 10,000 system cultivation points to enhance the black sky spirit crystal condensation technique? Is that truly possible? Huan chuckled, feeling a surge of excitement. Then let us proceed with the enhancement. With a deduction of 10,000 years from the system's cultivation points, Huan immediately sensed a surge of special information regarding the black sky spirit crystal condensation technique in his mind. After carefully studying it, he discovered the black sky spirit crystal condensation technique could extract the essence, energy, and spirit of the cultivator, condensing black sky spirit crystals, with the effectiveness depending on the cultivator's previous cultivation level. Raising the limit to 100 dragon powers, the change was not particularly drastic, merely elevating the original limit of 100,000 newtons to the current 100 dragon powers. Splendid. After praising the system internally, Huan promptly stood up, preparing to depart. Wait. At this moment, Huan finally noticed the surroundings. Not only had the cave vanished, but the towering mountains within a radius of several dozen kilometers had also disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a vast crater reminiscent of a nuclear explosion. Was this commotion caused by my breakthrough? A sense of dread washed over Huan, and his expression shifted dramatically as he called out, Yanlei. Su Shaowan. He shouted while frantically searching. A singular thought consumed Huan. He must see the living or the dead. His heart brimmed with regret. Had he known the commotion his breakthrough would cause, he would never have cultivated alongside Yanlei and the others. Just then, two blinding lights appeared in the distant void. Huan focused his gaze and saw none other than Yanlei and Su Shaowan. Ah, Huan sighed in relief as he approached them. Are you both all right? We're fine. Yanlei and Su Shaowan simultaneously shook their heads, their expressions somewhat peculiar as they regarded Huan. Yanlei remarked, Huan, have you truly been cultivating these past few days? Indeed, Huan replied with an awkward smile, glancing back at the enormous crater, and sheepishly added, I had no idea my cultivation would cause such a disturbance. As long as you two are safe. After exchanging a few more words and understanding the general situation, Huan suggested, the closure of the Luyin mountain ruins should be imminent. Shall we explore the vicinity a bit more? Sounds good. Su Shaowan and Yanlei readily agreed. With little time remaining, Even if they wished to further cultivate here and achieve breakthroughs with the blood condensation technique, it was no longer feasible. The central area of the Luyin mountain ruins was not vast. 2 days later, the trio had simply meandered around the area. Their harvest was less than satisfactory. Huan had obtained 10 black sky spirit crystals that he could currently utilize. Consuming them all when the others were not looking. As a result, he only gained an increase of 5,000 newtons in strength, averaging a mere 500 newtons per crystal. This led Huan to realize that although the black sky spirit crystal condensation technique had surpassed its previous limit, the requirements had also escalated. He would need the corpses of Jian realm experts to condense significantly enhanced black sky spirit crystals. Another day passed. The three were idly awaiting the closure of the Luyin mountain ruins while collecting some first-tier spiritual plants when a tremendous roar suddenly echoed from above the Luyin mountain ruins. The three exchanged glances, smiles breaking across their faces. Finally, it was over, Yin Lei exclaimed, quickening his pace. While Huan and Su Shaoan might not have cared much for the first-tier spiritual plants, for Yin Lei, gathering and selling them could yield ample cultivation resources. Thus, Huan did not voice his desire to leave early. He collaborated with Yin Lei to collect the first-tier spiritual plants that he had already deemed unworthy. After all, leaving the Luyin mountain ruins would mean parting ways with Yin Lei. It was only fitting to lend a hand to this good brother before their farewell. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just then, a mysterious force enveloped all those within the Luyin mountain ruins, transporting them out. In an instant, at the entrance of the Luyin mountain, over 1 million cultivators appeared, alongside those who had followed Huan directly into the central region. There was also a group that had entered through the main gate once the ruins opened. Indeed, although Huan's strike had obliterated the formation at the entrance of the Luyin mountain ruins, seemingly destroying the entrance, it had not affected it at all. Shortly after Huan and the others had entered the ruins, the true entrance reappeared. This delighted the factions, including the Purple Star Pavilion, who had not compensated Huan and were previously slain by Yushan. Meanwhile, Yushan and others, who remained vigilant against the Purple Star Pavilion and others trying to exploit the situation, found themselves in a rather helpless position. Those cultivators who had thought they missed their chance to enter the Luyin mountain were now within the ruins at this moment, as the Luyin mountain ruins closed. Everyone reappeared at its entrance. An elder from the Purple Star Pavilion, named Wang Song, upon spotting Huan, momentarily forgot the grim fate of Cold Wu and began to gloat. Tell me, why are there so many fools in this world? They could enter the ruins for free, yet insist on paying 1 million spirit stones as an entry fee. With that million, wouldn't it be wiser to nurture the talents within our sect? Standing beside Wang Song, Li Tao, an elder from the Baiyang Pavilion with good relations with the Purple Star Pavilion, chuckled. Indeed, 1 million spirit stones. What a waste to let a mere foundation establishment cultivator reap the benefits. Yet, as they spoke, they noticed the cultivators who had followed Huan into the central region casting them odd looks, their eyes glinting with mockery. Just as they were caught off guard, Ping Sha from the Feishan sect stepped forward, declaring loudly, Elder Wang, I have good news. After following Sect Master Lu into the Luyin mountain ruins, we directly accessed the central area and, under Sect Master Lu's guidance, obtained the legacy of the Luyin mountain. What? This is impossible. Absolutely false. As soon as Ping Sha's words fell, the expressions of Wang Song and others from the Purple Star Pavilion were filled with shock. Even Yushan from the Tianjin sect and Elder Wang from the Feishan sect stared in disbelief at Ping Sha. Are you saying this is true? You truly acquired the legacy of the Luyin mountain? Elder Wang from the Feishan sect inquired impatiently, why Yushan even dashed to Huan's side, ingratiatingly asking, Sect Master, is this true? Have you truly secured the legacy of the Luyin mountain? Indeed, Huan was about to provide a seemingly ambiguous response when Ping Sha, not far away, eagerly interjected, of course it's true. Lord Lu, with his benevolent heart, clearly had the opportunity to solely enjoy the inheritance of Luyin mountain, yet he chose to share this chance with all of us. As he spoke, Ping Sha let out a cold snort, casting a scornful glance at Elder Wang Song of Zixing Pavilion, mockingly declaring, yes, although we spent 1 million spirit stones to gain entry into the ruins of Luyin mountain, we directly accessed the central domain. And each of us received a third-grade cultivation technique. Only a third-grade technique. Elder Wang's face turned ashen, initially believing that the inheritance of Luyin mountain was truly formidable. To his dismay, it was merely a third-grade technique. Just as he prepared to ridicule, Ping Sha continued, "What of a third-grade technique? Have you ever encountered a third-grade technique for cultivating blood energy? This technique is worth at least 10 million. The mere entrance fee of 1 million spirit stones has yielded us immense profits." A third-grade technique for cultivating blood energy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must be deceiving me. Wang Song was struck by despair, feeling utterly lost and unable to bear such a blow. He was well aware of the value of a technique capable of cultivating blood energy. A technique even coveted by those in the nascent soul realm. The numerous cultivators who entered the ruins of Luyin Mountain alongside Lu Huan now gathered around their respective elders to report the situation. Many sects, despite suffering significant losses, found that such losses paled in comparison to the value of a technique capable of cultivating blood energy. In an instant, the atmosphere among those who followed Lu Huan into Luyin Mountain was jubilant, reminiscent of a festive celebration, while the elders and disciples of Zixing Pavilion wore long faces, as if mourning a great loss. That it was evident to all that they had suffered a tremendous setback, especially as they were bombarded by the boasting of others who had obtained cultivation resources worth hundreds of thousands or millions from the ruins of Luyin Mountain. They glanced at their own meager harvests, mostly first-grade cultivation resources, with scarcely any second-grade resources to speak of. Collectively, they might not have accumulated as much as a single person from the other sections. Despair filled their hearts, particularly among the disciples of Zixing Pavilion, who harbored deep resentment towards their higher-ups, believing that the stinginess of their leaders had cost them this invaluable opportunity. When the mid-level disciples and even the prodigies of a sect begin to express dissatisfaction towards their leaders, that sect is often on the brink of collapse. Indeed, this was the case. Years later, a shocking event unfolded in Qingyan County. Disciples of Zixing Pavilion, led by 3 prodigies who had broken through to the core formation stage, allied with outsiders to eliminate the entire upper echelon of Zixing Pavilion. Thus, the sect was annihilated. As countless individuals eagerly discussed their gains from the ruins of Luyin Mountain, Yushan discreetly approached Lu Huan, pleading, "Lord, shall we return to Tianjin sect?" In an instant, the discussion surrounding Lu Huan grew hushed. Although it appeared that everyone continued to converse about their acquisitions, in truth, each person was intently observing the situation here. Most of these individuals were disciples of Tianjin sect, including Su Xiaowan and Yin Lei, who undoubtedly hoped that Lu Huan would return with them. However, they also understood that given Lu Huan's current circumstances, a return to Tianjin sect was nearly impossible. Upon hearing Yushan's inquiry, Lu Huan looked at him with a smile that was both knowing and ironic, asking, "Elder Yu, do you believe that is feasible?" "Feasible? Why not? You are recognized as the leader of our sect by all. Moreover, Tianjin sect still owes you 1 million spirit stones for the entrance fee. Considering this debt, you should return with us." "Shouldn't you?" Yushan hastily responded, his expression filled with earnest pleading. "1 million spirit stones, consider it a gift," Lu Huan replied with a serene smile. "But, what, do you wish to reclaim the forbidden spirit seal and the fire cloud sword?" Lu Huan's eyes narrowed, his smile unwavering, yet the chill within his gaze was palpable. A prodigy from Tianjin sect, upon hearing Lu Huan's words, immediately turned to Yushan and protested, "Elder Yu, you must not burn bridges. The Lord has aided us tremendously, and the combined value of his help far exceeds that of the forbidden spirit seal and fire cloud sword. If you demand these items back, we will not agree." As this declaration echoed, numerous disciples of Tianjin sect voiced their agreement. "Indeed, we absolutely oppose this. The Lord's talent is unparalleled. Keeping him in our sect would only stifle his potential. It is better to let him venture forth and soar. Elder Yu, I, Lin Dong, declare this today. Should you attempt to forcibly retain the Lord, I shall sever my ties with Tianjin sect. Lin Dong is right. I, Qin Yu, support him wholeheartedly. And I, Xiao Yin, whoever dares obstruct the Lord shall face my wrath. I, Yushin, I, Feng Qing, a host of prodigies from Tianjin sect united in solidarity, resolutely standing by Lu Huan's side, their expressions fierce as they glared at Yushan. While Yushan's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of anxiety washing over him. The individuals before him were the pride of Tianjin sect, yet they had now positioned themselves in opposition to him, an Elder Yu, at that moment. Su Xiaowan stepped forward, unwaveringly joining Lu Huan's side. That a hint of determination graced her lovely features as she spoke coldly. "Is there anything else to discuss? Saintess, how could you too?" Yushan's heart ached, his face a mask of complex emotions as he gazed at Lu Huan. With the charisma Lu Huan exuded, Yushan envisioned a future where, under Lu Huan's leadership, Tianjin sect would unite, shatter the shackles of millennia, and emerge from Qingyuan County. This was a vision long cherished by many of Tianjin sect's leaders. Yet now, Lu Huan, who clearly possessed such strength, was unwilling to remain with them. This was perhaps the closest Tianjin sect had come to breaking free from its constraints. Why Yushan's heart was heavy with sorrow. An elder standing beside Yushan, sharing a similar sense of complexity, suggested, "Elder Yu, perhaps it would be best to let the Lord go. His talent is far too exceptional. We cannot retain him in Tianjin sect. It would be wiser to allow him to soar freely. And who knows, in the future, we might boast that a celestial being once graced Tianjin sect. Indeed, Elder Yu, let the Lord depart." Very well, very well. Seeing that everyone around him had chosen to support Lu Huan, Yushan, who had wavered from the outset, could only sigh in resignation. He turned to Lu Huan and said, "Lord, you may go. May your future path be safe and prosperous." After much deliberation, Yushan offered a simple farewell before turning away and calling out, "Everyone, follow me." With that, he soared into the sky. The disciples of Tianjin sect collectively turned their gazes towards Lu Huan, filled with awe, hope, longing, and admiration, and in unison they shouted, "Lord, take care. May you be well." In a flurry, the majority of Tianjin sect's disciples ascended into the air, following Yushan in the direction of their sect. Only Su Shaowan and Yin Lei remained. Yin Lei cast a glance at Su Shaowan, then rushed to Lu Huan's side, enveloping him in a hearty embrace before releasing him. With a grin, he said, "Huanzi, when you become successful, don't forget Tianjin sect and your good brother." "I won't forget." Lu Huan gazed at the receding figure of Yin Lei, murmuring to himself, "To be honest, he never anticipated that his departure from the Tianjin sect would conclude in such a manner. He had presumed that the matter concerning the forbidden spirit seal and the Tianjin spirit decision would lead to an unpleasant parting. Yet, the sight of those outstanding disciples of the Tianjin sect stepping forward to speak on his behalf deeply moved him. "Clearly, you have all been deceived by me." A pang of guilt washed over Lu Huan. Suddenly, a melodious voice tinged with sadness broke through his reverie. "Lu Huan, will I no longer hear your jokes again?" He lifted his gaze to find Su Shaowan's beautiful face, now adorned with glistening tears. Her delicate visage, reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoked a sense of compassion. Lu Huan, who had always believed that women only hindered his sword-drawing speed, felt a sudden tremor in his icy heart. A smile crept onto his face as he opened his arms and abruptly embraced the petite Su Shaowan. "You are the saintess of the Tianjin sect. Qingyuan County is too small. You will surely catch up with my pace." A glimmer of hope sparkled in Su Shaowan's sorrowful eyes as she suddenly lifted her head. Bang! "Ow, what the hell?" Lu Huan clutched his jaw while Su Shaowan rubbed her forehead, both letting out a simultaneous cry of dismay. They exchanged glances, and soon after, laughter returned to their faces. Su Shaowan unexpectedly leaned in closer, rising on her toes. Alas, her height was insufficient. She decided to leap up instead, resembling a little octopus as she wrapped her arms around Lu Huan and planted a sudden kiss on him. It was a fleeting touch. Lu Huan was taken aback, unable to fully process what had just happened, until he heard Su Shaowan's voice fading into the distance. "You promised to wait for me." Slowly, Lu Huan raised his head to gaze into the void. The petite figure, her fiery red silhouette, and the few glimmering tears that floated down created a poignant scene. Once again, a smile graced Lu Huan's face, this time radiant and sincere. "But I will wait for you." Next, it was time to head to the Blood Demon Gate. "The matters concerning my father must be clarified." Lu Huan murmured to himself, casting a glance at the surrounding cultivators before taking off with a loud bang, soaring into the distance, heading in the opposite direction of the Tianjin sect. The Blood Demon Gate was not located in Qingyuan County. Lu Huan retrieved the map given to him by Xiaoyu and glanced at it once more, setting his course towards a place called Guiyun Town. This location housed a branch of the Blood Demon Gate, complete with a teleportation array leading directly there. Lu Huan realized that he was far too distant from the Blood Demon Gate. Without the teleportation array, it would take him several months to reach it at his current speed point. 2 days later, Lu Huan arrived at Guiyun Town, a small town on the outskirts of Qingyuan County. It bustled with activity. A quick glance revealed numerous Peak Foundation establishment cultivators among the throngs. Is it truly this lively? Lu Huan was taken aback. After exploring the town a bit, he learned that Guiyun Town was currently hosting a trading fair. However, this fair had an air of impropriety. with the treasures on display bearing dubious origins, akin to a black market. How intriguing! Lu Huan smiled slightly as he approached an unassuming shop. Welcome, esteemed guest. What would you like to purchase? The cheerful attendant greeted him with a smile. Lu Huan focused his gaze and was taken aback. Indeed, this was the branch of the Blood Demon Gate. Even the seemingly innocuous attendant was a cultivator in the early stages of Foundation establishment. This was not a black market entrance, but rather the headquarters of the Blood Demon Gate. Xiao Yu sent me. Lu Huan produced Xiao Yu's identity token. Xiao Yu? The attendant paused, casting a skeptical glance at the token in Lu Huan's hand. After confirming its authenticity, he was puzzled as to how someone of Xiao Yu's stature would know a novice like Lu Huan, who was merely at the Foundation establishment stage. Please, come in. The attendant returned the token to Lu Huan and led him to the back door of the shop. After navigating a maze-like enclosed corridor, Lu Huan finally entered a hall. The atmosphere within the hall was exceptionally oppressive, with walls adorned by grotesque carvings of ferocious beasts. At the center lay a blood pool. Roughly 2 square meters in size, its liquid bubbling and seething, emanating a pungent scent of blood. Lu Huan's expression shifted slightly. Manager Wu, a Peak Foundation establishment young man, has arrived, claiming that Elder Xiao Yu sent him. The attendant reported to the blood pool. Lu Huan was momentarily lost in thought. Splash! Suddenly, a bald figure emerged from the blood pool. Wu Ku. A name instantly surfaced in Lu Huan's mind, prompting him to blurt it out involuntarily. How do you know my name? The bald man, drenched in crimson liquid, was taken aback by Lu Huan's words. I heard it from Elder Xiao Yu. Lu Huan replied, feeling a bit awkward. This seemed rather coincidental. You are Lu Huan. Wu Ku nodded, showing no surprise as he slowly climbed out of the blood pool, exuding a fierce aura of vitality. Lu Huan felt as though he had been struck in the chest.